Turning off the lights, he embraced Lin Shui and climbed into bed, the room brimming with the hues of spring that could not be contained. Chapter 366. A Pawn Being Used. Jiang Yun and the other person tossed and turned for an entire half of the night, finally succumbing to a deep slumber as dawn broke. It was not until noon that Jiang Yun awoke to discover that Chen Jiugu had already departed for the Qin family, while Jiang Shan remained in the midst of treatment. As Jiang Yun prepared to head to the dining hall, the butler entered from outside, followed closely by Jiang Yin and her mother. Jiang Yun's gaze immediately landed on Jiang Yin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he waved at her and cheerfully remarked, "Didn't we have enough fun yesterday?" Jiang Yun was quite indulgent towards Jiang Yin. The child was not only perceptive, but also bore the resemblance of a porcelain doll, making her utterly endearing. Jiang Yin instinctively glanced at her mother, and the two seemed to exchange silent communication, but this did not escape Jiang Yun's notice, though he chose to remain silent. Before long, Jiang Yin had approached Jiang Yun, pointing to a vacant corner and saying, "Uncle, can we go for a walk? Yin has something to discuss with you." "Sure." Jiang Yun nodded and took Jiang Yan's small hand, leading her towards the garden at the back. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's mother remained seated, sipping tea with a somewhat lost expression. Just as Jiang Yun and Jiang Yin crossed the main hall, they spotted Lin Shui descending the stairs with a smile. She had already tidied herself and changed into a clean and neat outfit, contrasting with her usual business attire that exuded a strong aura of a career woman. In casual attire, however, she exuded a charming allure. "Yin, what brings you here?" Lin Shui's face also broke into a gentle smile, clearly fond of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin bit her lip, but the words lingered unspoken on her tongue. "Go have your meal first. We can chat later when I come to find you," Jiang Yun advised with a smile, leading Jiang Yin towards the garden. Soon, they arrived at the garden, and after finding a suitable spot to sit, Jiang Yun gestured to a nearby servant and turned his attention to Jiang Yin, inquiring with a smile, "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine," Jiang Yin replied timidly. Today, Jiang Yin appeared markedly different from the previous day. She was noticeably more reserved in Jiang Yun's presence than before. This time, however, there was a significant difference. Her gaze flitted about, as if she were fearful of something. Yet, Jiang Yun did not rush to question her, choosing instead to patiently await her words. "Then let's have 2 glasses of juice," he suggested. The servant promptly agreed and hurried off towards the main hall. Minutes later, Jiang Yin finally mustered the courage to look at Jiang Yun and quietly said, "Uncle, I would like to ask you for a small favor, if that's all right." "Do tell," Jiang Yun replied, not hurrying to agree but instead smiling. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yin continued, "Uncle, I heard that you are now the head of the family, that everyone must heed your words, and that you can arrange jobs for family members with a mere utterance. So, I would like to request that you arrange a respectable position for my father, preferably managing a branch company. But rest assured, my father is certainly capable, and he would never let you suffer a loss." Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept onto Jiang Yun's lips. He instantly realized that Jiang Yin had come to act as a messenger for someone else, yet at her tender age, how could she possibly grasp the intricacies of family and business matters? Recalling the woman's knowing glance towards Jiang Yin upon entering, Jiang Yun understood the scenario all too well. Clearly, someone had meticulously scripted this scene for Jiang Yin. All she needed to do was recite her lines like a memorized text, leveraging her relationship with Jiang Yun to elevate her father's position. It was indeed a clever scheme. Regrettably, Jiang Yun had no intention of becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Nor did he wish to entangle Jiang Yin in familial disputes. Noticing Jiang Yun's prolonged silence, Jiang Yin felt a surge of uncertainty. Her small hands clutched her garment tightly, her complexion betraying her anxiety. Jiang Yun gently tousled her hair and continued, "You wait here for a moment. Uncle will come back with the response later." Before Jiang Yin could react, Jiang Yin waved to the nearby servant, instructing, "Prepare some fruits and snacks, and stay here with her." With that, he headed towards the hall. "Uncle." Jiang Yin whispered, but Jiang Yun had already vanished from her sight. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had reached the hall. Noticing Jiang Yan's absence, the woman beside him quickly stood up and hastily said, "Mr. Jiang, did Jiang Yan disturb you this morning? I hope she didn't upset you. I have no idea what that little girl is thinking. You control all of the Jiang family's enterprises and are a prominent figure in the capital. How could she possibly waste your time?" Regrettably, I couldn't refuse her, which is why I had to bring her along. If she said anything out of line, please don't take it to heart. Huh? Jiang Yun chuckled coldly to himself. It was evident that Jiang Yan's parents had pressured her to come, yet they were now shifting all the blame onto her. How could parents be so despicably shameless? Jiang Yun sat down and lit a cigarette, observing the woman for a while before calmly stating, "You needn't put on an act in front of me. Do not presume that you are the only clever one. Others are not fools. I am not interested in whether what Jiang Yin said reflects her true feelings, but I genuinely care for her. I can arrange a new job for your husband, but should I discover that you dare to exploit Jiang Yin again, do not blame me for being unkind." Jiang Yun's willingness to accommodate the woman stemmed from his desire to protect Jiang Yin. He could clearly see that this woman was far from virtuous. Since she could scheme against her own daughter, if things did not turn out favorably, Jiang Yin would undoubtedly face difficulties upon returning home. Jiang Yun certainly did not wish to witness such a scenario unfold. The woman's eyes brightened instantly as she hurriedly approached Jiang Yun, eagerly asking, "Mr. Jiang, is what you said true?" However, Jiang Yun chose to ignore her, instead pulling out his phone to call Jiang Qingying. He was not familiar with the personnel structure of the Jiang family, and these matters naturally required Jiang Qingying's attention. Done. Chapter 367. Gao Meihu's Invitation. The woman clenched her fists in excitement, but dared not show too much joy, lest she provoke Jiang Yun's displeasure. Upon hearing the exchange between Jiang Yun and the woman, she realized that the arrangement was successful. Who would have thought that her daughter would turn out to be her benefactor? Once everything was settled, Jiang Yun gestured to the butler and instructed, "Yener is still in the garden. Please bring her out and let them leave afterward." Throughout the entire encounter, Jiang Yun did not spare the woman a single glance. Yet, the woman did not mind, as long as her objective was achieved. Before long, the butler returned with Jiang Yin, though Jiang Yun was nowhere to be seen. Her mother approached with a smile, playfully pinching Jiang Yan's cheeks before saying, "Let's go. Today, Mom is taking you out for a shopping spree. All extracurricular classes for the next 3 days are canceled." On any other day, Jiang Yin would have been overjoyed. Her parents had worked tirelessly to mold her into a versatile talent, leaving her with little time for rest amidst the rigorous schedule of school, piano, dance, and more. Even her sleep was scarce. She often dreamt of simply resting. However, with Jiang Yun absent, the naive Jiang Yin assumed he was indeed upset and found herself lacking the enthusiasm to enjoy the outing. "What are you still standing there for?" The woman, oblivious to Jiang Yan's feelings, pulled her arm and led her towards the door. As they departed, Jiang Yun, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forward, his expression somewhat grim, a cigarette still clutched in his hand. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Lin Shui appeared behind him. Following his gaze to the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, she inquired, "You seem a bit off. Has something happened?" Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, before he muttered to himself, "Have I made a mistake? If I had chosen to ignore Jiang Yin, perhaps the current predicament would not have arisen." To be a pawn of one's parents at such a tender age is indeed both lamentable and pitiful. Lin Shui, having navigated the business world for many years, was astute enough to gradually grasp the implications of Jiang Yun's words. Before she could offer any words of comfort, Jiang Yun spoke again. "I have made up my mind. If her mother knows when to back off, that would be for the best. However, should she escalate matters and dare to send Jiang Yin as an intermediary, then she must not blame me for being impolite." Lin Shui shook her head with a bitter smile, choosing not to elaborate. Was she not in a similar situation once? Back in Ningqing, she was merely a pawn in the hands of the Lin family, and although she held the reins of the Lin Corporation, there was still a large family behind her that required her to support them. Were it not for her utilitarian value, the Lin family would surely have disregarded her. She would likely have been cast out long ago, or perhaps reduced to a mere tool for marriage alliances. Living within a large family ensured a life free from financial worries, yet it was fraught with helplessness and sorrow. As Jiang Yun's mood was not particularly bright, Lin Shui accompanied him for a brief while before heading to the company. In the restaurant, as Jiang Yun ate, he glanced at the butler seated beside him and inquired with curiosity, "I've been preoccupied with my own affairs these past few days, but it seems I haven't seen Lin Mu in quite a while. What has that lad been up to? What has he been busy with lately?" The butler hastily replied, "It is said that young Master Lin has taken a new girlfriend. He moved out to live with her just half a month ago." This. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. During this time, he had been shuttling between the Jiang and Chen families. He had neglected many around him. Yet, everyone had their own matters to attend to, so Jiang Yun did not worry too much. However, he was astonished that in just a few days, Lin Mu had already found a girlfriend and moved in together. If this were the case for Jiang Chungying, Jiang Yun would not have thought much of it. After all, Jiang Chungying was somewhat of a playboy, having had countless women by his side over the years. Yet, Lin Mu was merely a tech-savvy young man whose last relationship had been far from ideal. He possessed a high intellect but remarkably low emotional intelligence. Especially when it came to matters of the heart, he was utterly inept. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Yun gently tapped his fingers on the table before asking, "Do you know where he lives?" "Young Master Lin provided me with an address. I once delivered some items to him there. I'll check my phone and find it for you," the butler quickly stated, then began searching for Lin Mu's address. In a short while, the butler sent the address to Jiang Yun's phone. It turned out that Lin Mu resided in a rather ordinary apartment building, but its proximity to Yunshui Group was likely for convenience's sake. Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile, feeling a considerable weight lifted from his heart. As long as he focused on work, there should be no major troubles. Yet, Jiang Yun had resolved that once he concluded his current tasks, he would pay a visit to see if that woman could truly be his sister-in-law. After all, Lin Shui had only Lin Mu left as her kin. If anything were to happen to him, Lin Shui would undoubtedly be devastated. Just as Jiang Yun was lost in thought, his phone rang. Glimpsing the caller ID, a smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he mused, "What has prompted this woman to contact me all of a sudden?" He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button, instantly greeted by the sweet voice of Gao Meihui. "Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Do you have time to sit down and chat? It would be a perfect opportunity to catch up." Gao Meihui's voice was melodious, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. It seemed she had been a wolf in sheep's clothing, putting on a pleasant facade while interacting with Jiang Yun, though she had not been as approachable as she was now. Jiang Yun understood that the Gao family was also a prominent household in the capital, so it was likely they had learned of the happenings in the city, prompting Gao Meihui to reach out to him. "Very well, since Miss Gao has extended an invitation, I shall accept. You may choose the time and place. Simply contact me once you have made your decision," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly before hanging up. Before he could finish his meal, a text message arrived. Jiang Yun called upon Dong Taishan, smiling as he said, "Come, accompany me for a while." Dong Taishan nodded eagerly and hurried to follow Jiang Yun. Half an hour later, in front of the Peace Hotel, a row of bodyguards clad in black stood orderly on either side, with a red carpet laid out before them. Gao Meihui stood at the center of the gathering. What a grand spectacle! Chapter 368. The Wheel of Fortune Turns. Inside the car, Dong Taishan marveled. Having met Gao Meihui before, although they were not well acquainted, he was aware of her status. The eldest daughter of the Gao family, with the family's business resting heavily upon her shoulders. Indeed, a woman of great privilege. After parking the car, Jiang Yun stepped out with effortless grace, striding towards Gao Meihui, while Dong Taizhan remained closely in tow. Miss Gao, is it truly necessary to make such a grand affair for a mere meal? I have hardly walked a red carpet in my life, Jiang Yun joked. Since growing closer to the Qin family and subsequently taking over the Chen family, he had been flourishing. Countless individuals sought him out for ribbon-cutting ceremonies. Jiang Yun had become a figure of prominence in the capital. However, he held little interest in such occasions, often opting to decline. Gao Meihui smiled as she replied, Mr. Jiang, in all of Beijing, how many can stand shoulder to shoulder with you? At such a young age, you possess such vast assets, even the older generation must give you due respect. You are deserving of such honors. Ha! Jiang Yun scoffed inwardly. Gao Meihui truly knew how to adapt to circumstances. In the past, she had not offered him any favorable treatment. Although they had reached an agreement, the initiative had always rested with the Gao family. After the renovation of the old district was completed, Jiang Yun had ceased further interactions with Gao Meihui. After all, she had once looked down upon him, but now he had become someone she could not reach. This was the chasm that lay between them. While they conversed, they made their way into the hotel. Since Gao Meihui had rented the entire venue, the staff inside the Peace Hotel stood respectfully as the bodyguards did outside, each greeting Jiang Yun with warm smiles. At that moment, Jiang Yun comprehended fully why everyone pursued fame and fortune. After achieving success, one truly experiences a different level of treatment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun followed Gao Meihui into a private room. A round table within was laden with an array of dishes, accompanied by several bottles of expensive wine. It must be said, Gao Meihui had indeed spared no expense. Jiang Yun made himself comfortable once she took her seat at the head of the table. He lit a cigarette and casually inquired, Miss Gao, your sudden invitation must pertain to some matter you wish to discuss? Gao Meihui paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, shaking her head as she replied, It seems nothing escapes Mr. Jiang's keen perception. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal it any longer and will speak plainly. The reason I invited you here, Mr. Jiang, is to discuss a potential collaboration. I am aware of your rising status and absolute standing in Beijing, but I assure you, this is not an attempt at flattery. Rather, it is because the real estate industry is a substantial opportunity that I wish to explore with you, to see if you might be interested. The Gao family is a real estate magnate in the capital. More than half of the properties are entirely under the control of the Gao family. Now that Gao Meihui has actively extended an olive branch, is it not merely an attempt to curry favor? Regardless of how powerful the Gao family may be, there remains an insurmountable chasm between them and the Qin family. At present, all of the Qin family's enterprises have fallen into Jiang Yun's hands, and thus this glory naturally belongs to him as well. It is said that a man benefits from the shade of a great tree, and it is precisely for this reason that Gao Meihui seeks collaboration. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun harbors no favorable impression of Gao Meihui. Although she is strikingly beautiful, her depths are too profound, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Were it not for the infringement upon her interests, they might have been transient partners. However, once her boundaries are crossed, she is likely to retaliate with unexpected ferocity. Miss Gao, I apologize, he began. You should understand the kind of person I am. I prefer to be a hands-off manager. All matters within the company have been entrusted to my wife. That I asked for whether we should collaborate. I shall consult her first. Gao Meihui was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a smile. Mr. Jiang, are you joking with your esteemed position? Could it be that you are ruled by your wife? Jiang Yun lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. My wife is exceedingly understanding and adept in business, even surpassing me in skill. Moreover, in our marriage, there is no fear between us, only mutual respect. Come to think of it, as far as I know, Miss Gao is not only unmarried but has no boyfriend either. How could she comprehend such sentiments? Gao Meihui furrowed her brow slightly, her ire rising steadily. Had this been a few months prior, even if Jiang Yun were to kneel before her seeking collaboration, she would have needed to deliberate carefully. Yet the tides have turned. Even if Jiang Yun seeks to provoke her, she dares not speak too freely. This is precisely Jiang Yun's aim for today, to pressure Gao Meihui as a form of retribution. He is well aware that Gao Meihui's initial approach was not solely for the sake of collaboration. Her ulterior motive was to assimilate Yinxue group. However, how could such intentions escape Jiang Yun's notice? While he had indeed needed to bide his time back then, the moment for restraint has passed. Fortune ebbs and flows. One must not exhaust one's sails in the wind. Today serves as a valuable lesson for Gao Meihui. But all of this is of her own making. Jiang Yun tossed his chopsticks aside, then lazily rose. Casually lighting a cigarette, he waved to Dong Taizhan beside him and remarked with a smile, "I am simply not accustomed to such lavish feasts. Let us find a humble eatery and enjoy a little drink instead." Dong Taizhan nodded eagerly, promptly following Jiang Yun. Although Gao Meihui was thoroughly irritated by Jiang Yun, she still smiled and stood up, trailing behind him, evidently prepared to see him off. After all, Jiang Yun's worth is substantial. Even if she disapproves of him, she cannot afford to offend him, in a short while. They arrived at the entrance, where the puzzled waitstaff wondered aloud. How could they finish so quickly? Is the food inedible? Yet none dared to inquire further, lest they invite trouble. Just as they reached the front door, a commotion erupted that a few bodyguards were surrounding a woman, confronting her aggressively. "Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I have made myself abundantly clear. This place is reserved, and no one is allowed entry. Get out." The woman, however, did not relent, crossing her arms defiantly and responding in halting language. "I understand human speech, but I cannot comprehend the language of beasts." The bodyguard's expression shifted, brows furrowing in disbelief. How could they be scolded by a mere girl? Just as they prepared to act, a man in black standing behind her swiftly stepped forward, his demeanor menacing. Jiang Yun followed the sound, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. What a coincidence! Before he could speak, he noticed Gao Meihui had already stepped forward. Infuriated by Jiang Yun, she seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations on the intruder. In an instant, Gao Meihui confronted the woman, coldly admonishing her. "I have no time for a verbal sparring match. The situation is clear. If you do not leave, do you believe I would hesitate to break your legs?" The woman before Gao Meihui raised an eyebrow, her face hardening as she suddenly slapped Gao Meihui across the face. The sharp crack of the slap resonated through the crowd, who stared in disbelief in all of Beijing, who would dare strike the illustrious daughter of the Gao family. This was tantamount to courting death. Gao Meihui, seething with rage, realized she had not checked the omens before leaving the house. Not only had she been challenged by Jiang Yun, but even a mere passerby dared to strike her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, gesturing to those behind her, instructing, "What are you waiting for? Teach this insolent woman a lesson." Just as the crowd prepared to act, Jiang Yun cleared his throat loudly, offering a cautionary remark. "Miss Gao, I advise you, should you lay a finger on her, the Gao family will suffer the consequences." The woman was the first to regain her composure, her gaze piercing through the crowd to land upon Jiang Yun. "Jiang Yun, surely you are not the one who reserved the Peace Hotel." Jiang Yun stepped forward, approaching the woman. She was none other than Catherine, his business partner. Now that the funds had been secured and the contract signed, Jiang Yun was merely seeking the location of the bank's headquarters, which is why it had yet to be inaugurated. Jiang Yun shrugged, nodding toward Gao Meihui, and smiled. "I have never been one to fuss over appearances. I only reserve venues when truly necessary. Otherwise, I prefer the charm of a humble eatery." Catherine quickly grasped the situation, but chose to disregard Gao Meihui. Gao Meihui, still reeling from the slap, stared at Jiang Yun and Catherine for a moment before striding over to them. Inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, as far as I know, you and your wife share a deep affection. Why are you now defending another woman? Are you not concerned about your reputation?" Jiang Yun chuckled coldly, shaking his head. This woman truly does not realize the gravity of her situation. Does she think she can intimidate me? Pointing at Catherine. He continued, Miss Gao, you may be unaware, but this is Miss Catherine from the Dong family. That if you are unfamiliar with the Dong family, I suggest you consult your elders. Regardless of whether you can gain the upper hand today, should you harm Miss Catherine, the Dong family will not spare you or your family. As he spoke, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the formidable bodyguard shadowing Catherine. It was evident that this was an elite protector. How could Gao Meihui's entourage, comprised of inept individuals, hope to contend with them? Gao Meihui hesitated for a moment, her lips twitching, but ultimately remained silent. In less than an hour, she had been publicly humiliated twice. Who could endure such indignities? Yet even so, she could only suppress her fury and consider it a bitter lesson learned. Ignoring her, Jiang Yun turned to Catherine. Miss Catherine, I just came from inside and found the dishes here rather unremarkable. I would advise you to find a smaller restaurant. I personally enjoy the charm of a humble eatery. It may appear unkempt, but the flavors are truly exceptional. Catherine nodded with a smile, choosing not to say more. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Yun made his way to the exit. Once back in the car, Jiang Yun felt a surge of elation as he watched the Gao family fade from view. He mused aloud, perhaps I acted wrongly, that I should have allowed Catherine's bodyguards to teach the Gao family a lesson, so they might learn their place. Those from so-called esteemed families always exude an air of superiority. Only through a little correction can they come to recognize their true standing. Dong Taizhan remained silent, but he and Jiang Yun inhabited different worlds. He was merely Jiang Yun's driver, and the disparity between him and those elite families was insurmountable, likely unbridgeable for a lifetime. As they spoke, the car approached the Jiang family estate. Upon entering the main gate, the butler rushed over, his expression urgent, and addressed Jiang Yun. Mr. Jiang, I have just received word from the old matriarch. Old Master Chun is gravely ill and has been admitted to the hospital. She hopes you can hurry over so sudden. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although his relationship with old Master Chen was far from cordial, it was undeniable that the old man had shown some remorse before his passing. Furthermore, Chen Joga had already forgiven old Master Chen, a blood relative of the old man. Jiang Yun felt compelled to acknowledge his imminent departure, that he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Qingying, instructing him directly, bring my father to the highway intersection quickly. We shall meet there and proceed to the Chen residence together. Without further elaboration, Jiang Yun waved goodbye to Jiang Qingying, and the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, at the Jiang household, upon receiving the news, Jiang Qingying wasted no time in locating Jiang Shan and made his way to the highway as well. Half an hour later, the two vehicles converged. Upon spotting Jiang Yun, Jiang Shan promptly inquired, is there something urgent concerning the Chen family? Is your mother in trouble? Father, please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Jiang Yun replied calmly. Mother is fine. It is old Master Chun who is nearing his end. Chapter 370. The Departed IC. Jiang Shan's expression remained largely unchanged. Like Jiang Yun, he harbored no fondness for old Master Chen at this juncture. Jiang Shan recognized his own mental turmoil, attributing the root of his grievances to the Chen family. Thus, it was only natural for him to lay the blame squarely on old Master Chen. However, he also needed to consider Chenjuga, leading him to adopt a stance of indifference towards the past, allowing bygone events to remain just that, past. Yet how could the scars within his heart be so easily soothed? Throughout the journey, each individual was lost in their own thoughts, resulting in minimal conversation. Jiang Yun had already been in contact with Lin Shui, yet he chose not to involve her directly. After all, with numerous companies and resources at his disposal, it was imperative for Lin Shui to remain in the capital to manage any unforeseen circumstances. After several hours on the road, Jiang Yun and his companions finally arrived at the Chen Villa area. As they gazed ahead, they noticed two white cloths hanging at the entrance. It seems we have arrived too late. Old Master Chen must have already departed, Jiang Yun remarked indifferently. Throughout the encounter, he refrained from referring to old Master Chun as grandfather. Although death is a solemn matter, Jiang Yun could only resolve not to complicate matters for the Qin family, and thus avoid disrupting the old man's funeral. Had Chun Zhuge not reconciled with old Master Chun, he would have broken open the old man's coffin to hold him accountable for his actions. Perhaps it is for the best. Your mother will have one less concern. Jiang Shan commented, lighting a cigarette as he spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness. After all, he had spent much of his life in relentless toil, and despite the passing of his own father, he had not even been granted the chance to say goodbye. The most lamentable aspect was the prolonged separation of their family, each suffering in different locations, all under the same burden of pain. All of this was the doing of old Master Chun. How could he simply forget? Father, Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Shan's shoulder. Speaking softly, I understand the hatred you harbor, but I too share in that sentiment. However, old Master Chun is my mother's biological father, and she has already forgiven him that we must at least consider her feelings. Therefore, I implore you to manage your emotions and refrain from conflict during the funeral. In the past, Jiang Shan had been ensnared within the Chun household for many years, enduring hardships that undoubtedly left their mark. While vengeance was a rightful pursuit, it had to be tempered with discernment regarding the occasion. Enough. This is my counsel to you. You should look after yourself. I am of an age where I ought not to engage in childish squabbles. Besides, our purpose for being here today is singular, to provide comfort to your mother. Father and son shared a mutual understanding, alleviating their worries. Once the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, Jiang Yun and his companions disembarked and made their way directly toward the courtyard where old Master Chun lay. As they approached, they noticed an abundance of floral tributes lining the path, and a crowd of attendees gathered. Among them were not only the Chun family, but also various business magnates who had come upon hearing the news. A testament to the Chun family's standing in the community, as Jiang Yun navigated through the throng. His gaze settled upon Chun Zhuge, who was kneeling before the coffin, sobbing quietly, tossing paper offerings into the incinerator while mumbling to herself. Even as Jiang Yun and the others approached her, she remained oblivious to their presence. Mother, we have arrived, Jiang Yun spoke gently, his heart aching at the sight of Chun Zhuge in such distress. She had only just reconciled with old Master Chun, yet fate had conspired against them, resulting in the old man's quiet departure at this moment. It was truly disheartening. Indeed, you are all here, Chun Zhuge responded softly. Yet she did not pause in her actions. Jiang Yun, filled with compassion, knelt beside her, taking the paper offerings from her hands. Allow me to handle this, mother. You should rest for a while. Your complexion does not appear well. I suspect you have endured several sleepless nights. Chun Zhuge offered no further explanation as Jiang Shan supported her up, leading her toward the villa. Jiang Qingying and Dong Taizhan exchanged glances, wishing to offer assistance. Yet no words were spoken. After all, they were not immediate family members, and their help would not be required. As Jiang Yun knelt before the coffin, murmurs began to ripple through the guests attending the funeral. Who is this young man? He does not seem to belong to the Chun family. I have not seen him before. Perhaps he is a branch of the Chun family? Indeed, with the sudden passing of old Master Chun, there will inevitably be a struggle for control over the family estate. Many nodded in agreement, some eager to witness the unfolding drama, for should the Chun family become leaderless, it would plunge into chaos, potentially allowing them to reap the benefits from the ensuing turmoil. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced, as they understood the need for discretion to avoid attracting unwanted attention. At that moment, a member of the Chun family approached, casting a glance at the conversing individuals before stating coldly, "This is not a branch of the Chun family. Though he appears young, he is now the head of the Chun family. All family matters will be managed under his authority, and the old master has already signed all contracts with him." The revelation stunned the onlookers, their gazes converging on Jiang Yun. Such youth, and yet bestowed with such honor, truly enviable. Yet admiration aside, They recognized the necessity of fostering a positive relationship with Jiang Yun, lest they find themselves in need of his favor in the future. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's identity, many attendees began to approach him, eager to engage in conversation. However, Jiang Yun remained aloof, maintaining an air of indifference as the funeral adhered to strict protocols. The paper offerings before the coffin could not be interrupted, and Jiang Yun had already been kneeling there for an extended period. Jiang Qingying, standing behind him, gradually suggested, "Brother, allow me to take over. You should rest for a moment and check on Aunt's condition." "Yes, I am here as well. I can help look after things," Dong Taizan quickly added. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yun finally nodded in agreement. Yet he lingered before rising, remarking, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help me up." Chapter 371. A willing volunteer. Jiang Qingying and the others swiftly assisted Jiang Yun to his feet, pulling him up. Having crouched for so long, Jiang Yun felt his legs had gone numb. After a short rest, he gradually regained his footing and proceeded toward the main hall, despite the arrival of night. Guests continued to stream into the Chun residence. Those who had learned of Jiang Yun's status remained steadfast, awaiting the opportunity to converse with him. After all, now that Jiang Yun had ascended to the position of head of the Qin family, it was imperative to cultivate favorable relations, ensuring future assistance when needed. Jiang Yun searched the house and eventually found Chen Jioge and Jiang Shan in a room. At that moment, Chen Jioge was still sound asleep, and Jiang Shan had been watching over her. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, he gestured for silence, swiftly stepping outside the room. Once the door was gently closed, Jiang Shan pointed to the room and said, "Your mother was just recounting past events and was quite emotional. She only just fell asleep a short while it would be best not to disturb her. Let her rest tonight, and we could take her back tomorrow morning after the funeral." Out of sight, out of mind. Remaining in this sorrowful place would only exacerbate Chen Jioge's distress, complicating matters further. Both Jiang Yun and his heart were entirely focused on Chen Jioge, naturally wishing to avoid such a situation. Jiang Yun nodded, stating, "I have made all the arrangements. Tonight, you two will have to endure a little, but we shall return home tomorrow." "Understood," Jiang Shan replied, and then returned to his room. Jiang Yun did not disturb them. Feeling somewhat fatigued himself, he made his way to a nearby room, preparing to rest. Having just received a phone call from Lin Shui inquiring about the situation, he felt there was no need to continue contacting her. Besides, there were others at home to take care of matters, so he had little to worry about. Just as Jiang Yun lay down on the bed, ready to sleep, he heard footsteps outside the door. Since the door was not locked, the person outside pushed it open. "Mr. Jiang, I noticed you haven't eaten anything all afternoon, so I prepared some meals for you, though I am unsure if they suit your taste. Alternatively, if you could tell me what you prefer, I will prepare it immediately." Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the man speaking. The man appeared to be of similar age, holding a tray, and wore a mourning band, clearly one of the Chun family. "No need. I have no appetite. By the way, since you were so diligent, could you prepare something for my parents and send it to the room next door?" Jiang Yun instructed nonchalantly before closing his eyes once more. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I have already arranged everything. By the way, may I take 2 minutes of your time? I just wish to say a few words before I leave." The man quickly interjected. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, sitting up and lighting a cigarette, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Speak quickly. He harbored no favorable impression of the Qin family, and certainly did not feel inclined to be courteous. However, the man paid no heed to Jiang Yun's demeanor and smiled as he introduced himself. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chanel Ian, by lineage. I am your cousin, and I share a blood relation with Jioge, making us relatively close. If you choose to live within the Qin family, I believe we could become good friends." Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, not responding to Chen Lin's words but rather waiting for him to continue. Chen Lin understood that Jiang Yun held animosity towards the Qin family, but as long as Jiang Yun did not dismiss him, it indicated a possibility for negotiation. That he wasted no time and quickly got to the point. "Mr. Jiang, once you have managed your grandfather's funeral, You will likely leave shortly thereafter. However, the Chen family needs a head. After all, there is a large family relying on you that I assume you wouldn't want to see them left to fend for themselves. Would you? If the Chen family were to be expelled from the villa district, their lives would drastically decline, and some might even go hungry. Although Jiang Yun harbored resentment towards the Chen family, there was still the connection to Chen Jiuge to consider. Thus, Chen Jiuge would undoubtedly prevent Jiang Yun from taking such drastic measures. Before coming here, Chen Lin had already devised his plan that he continued. Mr. Jiang, therefore, I would like to recommend myself to assist you in managing the Chen family. You can rest assured that I will have no ulterior motives and will ensure the Chen family thrives. As for business matters, I will take on whatever you assign me without complaint. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun scrutinized Chen Lin more closely, but he had to admit that Chen Lin was quite astute. While everyone else sought to maintain a pleasant relationship with him, it was merely flattery with no substantial actions taken, and no one dared to vie for the position of head of the family at this moment. Yet, Chen Lin's thoughts aligned with Jiang Yun's. He indeed had no intention of harming the Chen family, for he had to provide an explanation to Chen Jiuge. Thus, the Chen family required someone to manage its affairs. Jiang Yun had initially planned to hire a professional manager, but now someone had presented themselves voluntarily, appearing quite compliant, making it natural to consider him. Very well, I will give you a chance to temporarily manage the Chen family's affairs. However, let me make this clear. If you fail to meet my expectations, you will be dismissed without delay. Chen Lin quickly nodded, his face beaming with joy. He had not anticipated that things would come together so easily. Little did he know that the Chen family had already become a mere shell, and who assumed the role of head mattered little to Jiang Yun. After Chen Jiuge's passing, he would hardly concern himself with the Chen family, leaving them to their own devices. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will not disappoint you, Chen Lin promptly affirmed, then exited without lingering further. Jiang Yun reclined back onto the bed, gradually closing his eyes and slipping into a deep slumber. After spending the night at the Chen residence, Jiang Yun awoke the next morning and made his way downstairs, where he encountered Jiang Shan and others, including Chen Jiuge amidst the crowd. Mom and Dad. You re-up quite early, Jiang Yun greeted with a smile, noticing Chen Jiuge's well-rested demeanor. Today is your grandfather's funeral, so we naturally need to rise early to be by the way when the time comes for the funeral procession. Let us not have those two accompany us. Chapter 372. This is the aura. Chen Jiuge pointed to Jiang Qingying and the others, adding, they have been vigilantly keeping watch all night, without a moment's rest. They should take this opportunity to catch up on sleep. Although Jiang Qingying and the others insisted they were fine, Jiang Yun remained resolute, adhering to Chen Jiuge's suggestion that he could clearly see their pale complexions and evident fatigue. Despite being robust men, they had been occupied for 2 days and nights, continuously driving, and their bodies were already exhausted. After spending a night outside, how could they possibly hold up? Before long, the funeral procession set off, with Chen Lin leading the way, holding a photo of the late Mr. Chen. Jiang Yun turned to Chen Jiuge beside him and inquired, Mom, do you remember this Chen Lin? Do you know him? After a night of rest, Chen Jiuge's complexion had improved considerably, and she appeared much more spirited. When I left, he was just a child, but his father and I are siblings. While I have some understanding of Chen Lin, it is not extensive. Overall, he seems to be a decent young man. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Jiang Yun did not conceal his intentions, lighting a cigarette and getting straight to the point. I plan to appoint him as the new head of the Chen family and delegate the family's affairs to him for the time being. Chen Jiuge looked at Jiang Yun with renewed interest. Feeling quite pleased, she had intended to discuss with Jiang Yun the importance of not neglecting the Chen family. When the late Mr. Chen was gravely ill, Chen Jiuge had vigilantly stayed by his side, and his dying wish was for Jiang Yun to treat the Chen family kindly. While she and Jiang Yun had reconciled, the late Mr. Chen was aware that Jiang Yun would not easily forgive the family. Although Jiang Yun was thoroughly disappointed in the Chen family, they remained his descendants, and it was necessary to ensure their well-dash being as the saying goes, A dying person's words are kind, and Chun Jioga could not refuse his wishes. However, she did not anticipate that Jiang Yun's thoughts aligned perfectly with hers, and he had already made arrangements that it seemed her son was indeed quite capable that as they conversed, they arrived at the cemetery. After laying the late Mr. Chen to rest, everyone dispersed while Chun Jioga approached her aunt's grave. She sighed and shook her head, saying, "Now you are not alone. Dad has come to keep you company, that I hope he treats you well." Her aunt's life had been as burdensome as her own, confined like a canary within the household, and her marriage had also been unsatisfactory, a truly unfortunate woman. Jiang Yun stood silently to the side, refraining from speaking. Chun Jioga spent a full half-hour conversing with the gravestone before following her father and son down the hill. With the funeral concluded, the guests began to leave, but the Chen family gathered in the hall, now in a heated discussion. "Chen Lin, what are you joking about? You're merely a young lad, and you aspire to be the head of the Chen family." "Yes, while Jiang Yin has control over the business. He cannot dictate our internal affairs." The crowd, having received the news, was not willing to relent easily, by hierarchical standards. Chen Lin had no qualifications to become the head of the Chen family. Yet, Chen Lin frowned and replied, "This is Mr. Zhang's decision. I have assured him that I will lead the Chen family to prosperity." Chen Lin had mustered considerable courage to approach Jiang Yun, seeking the position of head to showcase his abilities. The Chen family still possesses several scattered enterprises, and as long as he maintains a good rapport with Jiang Yun, he is confident that he will reap numerous benefits in the future. However, he never anticipated that, at this juncture, members of the Chen family would rise in opposition against him. How infuriating! "Do not use Jiang Yun to pressure us," a voice suddenly called out from the crowd. At that very moment, a commotion erupted from the back of the throng, revealing that Jiang Yun and his family had hastily returned. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, the crowd's gaze shifted to one of palpable fear. Those who had just spoken lowered their heads, hastily parting to clear a path for him, their previous bravado evaporating. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lin quickly approached Jiang Yun. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yun gestured for him to halt. "The decision to appoint Chen Lin as the family head is solely my own, that if anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them." As he spoke, Jiang Yun settled into a chair nearby, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette, exuding an imposing presence. Although he appeared significantly younger than many present, his aura was unparalleled. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. While they might challenge Chen Lin, they were loath to offend Jiang Yun, who currently held the economic lifeline of the Chen family. His mere word could render them destitute. Even the Chen family villa was no longer within their purview. "I heard some of you express your discontent upon my arrival. Now that I am seated here, why has the room fallen silent?" Jiang Yun queried coldly, prompting continued silence. That moment, Chun Jioga stepped forward, addressing the assembly. "Everyone, Chen Lin is quite capable. I believe that as the head of the Chen family, he will not make things difficult for you. A family as large as the Chens cannot be without a guiding hand." Yet, the crowd remained mute. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. For years, they had been suppressed by the elder Chun, forced to heed his whims. Now that he had passed, everyone yearned to seize the opportunity to ascend to the position of family head. Yet, with Chun Lin snatching the prize, how could they reconcile their feelings? Although the Chen family had diminished in stature, becoming the family head still promised advantages, with the tide shifting in the Chen family. Each individual aspired to secure their own interests. "Enough. This matter is settled," Jiang Yun asserted once more, his tone resolute. "That if anyone has differing opinions, come to me directly." Chapter 373. The mysterious Chun Pingping. Jiang Yun was acutely aware that the members of the Chen family were obstinate and unyielding. There was no need for niceties. A sharp tongue would suffice to bring them to heel. The crowd exchanged wary glances, none daring to speak up at such a precarious moment. Even those who wished to oppose Chen Lin found themselves reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. Given Jiang Yun's unwavering stance, Chen Lin, meanwhile, felt a surge of joy, having achieved his long-desired position. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yun turned his attention to Chen Lin, remarking casually, "It seems you have little authority within the Chen family, and there is no consensus supporting your role as head, that if you wish to garner respect, you must exert more effort." Chen Lin nodded earnestly, gratitude evident in his gaze, that as long as he had the opportunity to prove himself. That was sufficient. Jiang Yun chose not to dwell further on Chen Lin's matters. How the Chen family would evolve was their concern. Turning to Jiang Shan and Chen Jiuge, Jiang Yun smiled warmly. "Mother, father, I will go wake Jiang Qingying and the others so we can return to Beijing. You have no objections, do you?" Jiang Shan and Chen Jiuge exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Having left the Chen family years ago, Chen Jiuge had long lost any sentimental ties. Her only close relatives had passed, leaving her with only sorrow. Moreover, the remaining members were hypocrites, feigning kindness while slandering her behind her back. Chen Jiuge recognized that their interest in her stemmed solely from her exceptional son. With their concurrence, Jiang Yun ascended the stairs. Following the servant to her room, he paused before opening the door. Hearing the rhythmic sounds of snoring from within, Jiang Yun shook his head in exasperation. These two were truly sound sleepers, evidently worn out. Glancing at the time, he noted that the funeral had concluded in less than 2 hours. Surely, they had yet to regain their strength. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun turned to the servant, instructing, "Please find 2 drivers to take us back to Beijing." "Understood," the servant replied, departing downstairs. Jiang Yun then entered the room. Rousing the 2 slumbering figures, their eyes, still heavy with sleep, struggled to focus on him. "Brother, are we returning to Beijing?" Jiang Qingying asked groggily, his eyes resembling those of a startled rabbit, bloodshot and wide. "Yes, but you 2 want to be driving. Just find another place to rest that I've arranged for drivers who should arrive shortly." Jiang Yun reassured them with a smile. They readily acquiesced. After all, had they been tasked with driving in their current state, it would have been perilous as they descended the stairs. The drivers had already arrived. Perhaps due to the news of Jiang Yun's departure, the Chen family members emerged in droves. While it was not a grand send-off, they trailed behind Jiang Yun's vehicle, watching until it vanished from view before dispersing. In the following hours, aside from the drivers and Chen Jiuge, everyone else succumbed to sleep. They only awoke upon arriving in Beijing. Just before disembarking, Jiang Yun retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills from his wallet, offering it to the drivers. That "Mr. Jiang, you need not be so courteous," they protested, hands raised in refusal. Who would dare accept money from someone as formidable as Jiang Yun? Serving him was an honor. Yet, Jiang Yun remained steadfast, pressing the bills into one driver's hand. "Enough. There is no need for pleasantries. This is what you deserve. Drive carefully on your way back." After issuing his instructions, he and the others made their way toward the manor. Upon returning to familiar surroundings, Jiang Yun felt a surge of joy. Jiang Shan and the others retreated to their respective rooms, evidently intent on resuming their slumber. Only Jiang Yun appeared relatively refreshed, having enjoyed a full night's rest, akin to his routine at home. "Where's Lin Shui? Is she still busy at the company?" Jiang Yun inquired, glancing at Chen Pingping seated nearby. Ordinarily, Chen Pingping, as Lin Shui's personal assistant, would be by her side at all times. The absence of Lin Shui raised Jiang Yun's curiosity. "There is a mountain of tasks at the company. Sister-in-law and Qianqian are both occupied. If not for my pressing matters, I'd likely be at the office as well," Chen Pingping explained. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, a smile playing on his lips as he teased, "You're not falling in love, are you?" Although Chen Pingping had been around for some time, her youth and constant association with Lin Shui meant she had few friends. The only plausible reason for her absence would be romance. However, Jiang Yun, despite being her cousin, wished not to meddle excessively in her affairs. Unexpectedly, Chen Pingping rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "Do you think I'm a love-struck fool? I'm solely focused on my career, determined to become a successful woman like sister-in-law." Rather than feeling offended by Chen Pingping's reprimand, Jiang Yun found it amusing. Indeed, one often emulates the company they keep. The once mischievous Chen Pingping, who had barely attended classes, now displayed remarkable ambition, diligently working at the company, and even self-studying for certifications as reported by Lin Shui. Such transformation was quite significant. Then do tell me, why the absence? Jiang Yin inquired playfully. Sister-in-law forbade me from disclosing that. Chen Pingping replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. Chen Pingping pondered for a moment before continuing. All right, let's leave it at that. You needn't ask any further questions. Otherwise, we would both find ourselves in an awkward position. Yet, the more she insisted, the more curious Jiang Yun became. Could it be that something had transpired at home during his brief absence of 2 days? Chapter 374. Personal Vendetta. Fine. If you are reluctant to speak, then so be it. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yun's lips as he settled into a chair nearby. By the way, you should be aware that I have just taken over the Chen family affairs. The Chen family possesses numerous family enterprises that I have been observing your performance, and I must say you have been quite diligent recently. So I intend to offer you a promising position. In an instant, Chen Pingping's eyes brightened with surprise. Could there be such a fortunate opportunity? The very next moment, Jiang Yun continued, there's a branch office in the Northwest. You shall first undergo some training there as a temporary intern assistant. Once you complete a few years there, I will ensure you a position at the headquarters. Wait, the Northwest? Chen Pingping exclaimed, nearly choking with indignation. How could this be considered a good fortune? It was clearly a form of exile. Jiang Yin was clearly settling a personal score. Chen Pingping hurriedly forced a smile and sat by Jiang Yun's side, promptly pouring him a cup of tea. Brother, you are my dear brother. Would you truly send me so far away? Despite her lack of extensive experience in the world, Chen Pingping understood the implications of the term Northwest. Not only would she likely be deprived of good food, but she would probably have to endure a fair share of sand as well. Moreover, Jiang Yun's enterprises were primarily along the coastal regions and in the capital, where development was more promising. Even if there were a branch in the Northwest, it was unlikely to yield any substantial benefits, let alone any real training. Yet Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, casually smoking a cigarette with an air of nonchalance. Come on, don't you want to know about Lin Mu? He teased that I'll tell you, eventually, with a resigned expression. Chen Pingping acquiesced that I heard Lin Mu has found a new girlfriend. However, my sister-in-law is not very approving. Lin Mu cherishes his girlfriend greatly, and there has been some conflict between them. Because of it, he has even moved out. But please, don't let it slip that I informed you. I wouldn't want my sister-in-law to be angry with me. Lin Shui had explicitly forbidden any information about this from reaching Jiang Yun. Given Jiang Yun's nature, he would undoubtedly rush to confront Lin Mu, complicating matters further. Chen Pingping found herself caught in the middle, unsure of whom to assist. Jiang Yun shook his head with a bitter smile, that he had hoped that after Lin Mu's betrayal by a friend, he would mature and recognize the importance of family. Yet, to his dismay, the young man showed no signs of intelligence. How could he dare oppose Lin Shui? It was well known that the siblings of the Lin family were each other's last remaining kin. No matter who wished to harm Lin Mu, Lin Shui would never do so. Surely, Lin Mu's new girlfriend could not be an innocent character. Was he once again playing the runaway game? Is he still working at the company? Jiang Yun suddenly inquired. Chen Pingping initially shook her head but then nodded. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. Despite being his sister, who he had brought to the capital, she was now seemingly siding with someone else. It felt like betrayal. He is temporarily not working at the company, yet he still holds his position there. Just a few days ago, he had a heated argument with my sister-in-law and left the company directly. I have no idea if he will return in the future. Jiang Yun remained silent, yet he understood well that Lin Mu was a stubborn individual. He would not give up until he faced a significant setback. Having been overly protected by Lin Shui, he lacked emotional intelligence, which led to continuous failures in his life. Although he had achieved some success at work, his personal life was a complete mess. Brother, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. Let's pretend we never spoke of it, and please do not let my sister-in-law find out. She is my superior, and if she discovers I have been speaking out of turn, she will certainly fire me. During this period, Chen Pingping had undergone considerable transformation, becoming more adept at handling interpersonal relationships. A change Jiang Yun had observed keenly. He gradually accepted her, as long as she shed her mischievous traits. She would remain his beloved sister. Rest assured, even if the truth comes to light, I shall not betray you. I will ensure you maintain your admirable image before your sister-in-law, Jiang Yun assured with a smile. Although his thoughts lingered on Lin Mu's situation, Chen Pingping nodded eagerly, her face alight with a smile as she ascended the stairs, while Jiang Yun fell into deep contemplation. His reputation had grown significantly. He was now a prominent figure in the capital. Though Jiang Yun conducted himself discreetly, many were still aware of his identity. While some sought to ingratiate themselves with him, others schemed against those close to him. Lin Shui likely recognized these dynamics, which explained her disapproval of Lin Mu's relationship. Yet Jiang Yun had yet to meet Lin Mu's girlfriend, making it premature to form any judgments. Suddenly, Jiang Yun pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Mu. After several attempts, Lin Mu's impatient voice finally came through. "You aren't here to speak on behalf of my sister, are you? I must warn you, my affairs are none of your concern. I am an adult and fully aware of my own preferences." Upon answering, Lin Mu did not even allow Jiang Yun to speak before venting his frustration. He was incensed that his only sister could not understand him and even expected him to break up with his girlfriend. How could he tolerate such a demand? Jiang Yun, well acquainted with Lin Mu, revealed a slight smile, feigning deep anguish as he replied, "I don't quite grasp your concerns that I just returned to the capital today. And there have been numerous events at the Chen residence. Cheng Ying and the others have been following me around for days and are now resting in their rooms that I merely wish to go out for a drink. Which is why I contacted you. If you are busy, then never mind." Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Lin Mu's attitude softened. "Oh, I see. It seems I misjudged you. Fine, since I have no pressing matters at the moment. Let's meet up for a drink." Though Lin Mu was not in high spirits, he too wished to unwind over drinks, aligning perfectly with Jiang Yun's intentions. By the way, Jiang Yun inquired just before hanging up. "From your tone, it seems you have someone special in your life?" Lin Mu eagerly replied, "Yes, I just started dating someone." Chapter 375, a woman of high caliber. "In that case, you must bring her along so I can see what my sister-in-law looks like," Jiang Yun remarked casually. Lin Mu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed that he was not as astute as Jiang Yun and did not perceive any ulterior motives. He simply believed Jiang Yun wished to catch up over drinks. After finalizing the details, Jiang Yun drove straight to a hotel. Lin Mu, having received Jiang Yun's call, was aware of the location. 30 minutes later, they met in a private room at the hotel. Since Jiang Yun had arrived early, he had already ordered a feast. As Lin Mu entered with the girl trailing behind, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon her. She wore a flowing white dress that exuded tranquility and elegance, her long ponytail lending her an aura of a charming neighborly girl. Her delicate features were pleasing, and her figure was commendable. Overall, she seemed quite compatible with Lin Mu. However, it was her obscure gaze and the lifelessness in her eyes that caused Jiang Yun to feel a sense of aversion. The eyes are the windows to the soul. If a person's eyes lack clarity, it suggests that they may not be easy to engage with, as one can never fathom such a person's true thoughts. This girl embodied that very essence, appearing innocent on the surface while harboring a cunning mind beneath. That it was evident to Jiang Yun that Lin Shui's objections to their relationship likely stemmed from her discerning nature. She had been managing the affairs of the company and had dealt with her fair share of cunning individuals. While one cannot always judge character accurately, she had certainly encountered her share of notable figures and could discern the true nature of those around her. Unlike Lin Shui, Jiang Yun had previously clashed with Lin Mu over matters related to his studio. Although the situation was not Jiang Yun's fault, it took considerable time for them to reconcile. If not for Lin Shui's intervention, he might have disregarded Lin Mu entirely. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother-in-law, and this is my girlfriend, Shen Bing." Lin Mu, with a beaming smile, had already pulled Shen Bing to one side. Jiang Yun's face was perpetually adorned with a smile, yet his gaze seldom lingered on Shen Bing, swiftly shifting to Lin Mu beside him. Your girlfriend is quite impressive, regardless of what your sister may say. I wholeheartedly support your relationship. Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just heard an extraordinary revelation to him. Jiang Yun seemed far more traditional than Lin Shui, often meddling in various affairs. He had assumed that even if he passed Lin Shui's scrutiny, Jiang Yun would surely intervene to prevent his union with Shen Bing. To his utter surprise, he found himself mistaken. His brother-in-law was not as malevolent as he had imagined. Throughout the gathering, Jiang Yun and Lin Mu indulged in drink after drink. Having spent years navigating the business realm, Jiang Yun's drinking capacity, while not extraordinary, was enough to handle Lin Mu. Before long, Lin Mu was inebriated, stumbling about in circles. Bing Bing, I'll make a quick trip to the restroom. Please entertain my brother-in-law in the meantime. Lin Mu planted a kiss on Shen Bing's cheek and wobbled towards the exit, leaving an abrupt silence in the private room. Jiang Yun's expression shifted sharply, shedding the guise of a drunken man. Shen Bing noticed the change as well. She cleared her throat, her countenance involuntarily darkening. The words of a certain individual echoed in her mind. Jiang Yun is not to be underestimated. Caution is imperative. Jiang Yun gently tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze returning to the woman before him as he spoke with a smile. There is no need to be so tense that I consider Lin Mu as my own brother. Since he has feelings for you, you are now my sister-in-law. Shen Bing nodded but dared not speak further, aware that excessive words could reveal her vulnerabilities. Indeed, she held no affection for Lin Mu. He was merely an unrefined blockhead, engrossed in his computer and coding to the point of annoyance. Suddenly, Jiang Yun produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Shen Bing. Brother-in-law, what does this mean? Shen Bing inquired, bewildered. Just moments ago, their conversation had been amiable. Now, he was offering her money. Was he suggesting it for their wedding preparations? Enough of the pretense. Jiang Yun's demeanor shifted. He had been testing Shen Bing, hoping she would slip and reveal her true intentions. To his astonishment, Shen Bing maintained an unwavering facade, her composure intact amidst the pressure. This card contains 500,000. Find a reason to break up with Lin Mu, and this money shall serve as your separation fee. However, should you choose to remain by his side, do not blame me for being unkind. Shen Bing was taken aback, her mind racing to formulate a response, but Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, denying her any chance to speak. With a single glance, he discerned her ulterior motives. She was unworthy of Lin Mu. Brother-in-law, do you harbor any misunderstandings about me? Shen Bing hurriedly interjected. Take the money and leave. I want to repeat myself. You are an intelligent woman. I trust you understand my methods. Jiang Yun replied impatiently. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Bing accepted the bank card, casting one last glance at Jiang Yun before making her way towards the door. As she departed, a cold smirk crept across Jiang Yun's lips. To play such trivial games before me, you truly are naive. Since arriving in the capital, a myriad of women had surrounded him, all with the singular aim of extracting wealth from him, regardless of their backgrounds. He could effortlessly discern which women were worth cultivating relationships with and which were not. Before long, Lin Mu staggered back into the private room, perplexed at Shen Bing's absence. To brother-in-law. Where is Shen Bing? Wasn't she just here? Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. How utterly foolish. Yet, he refrained from revealing everything. Some things needed to be articulated by Shen Bing. She has some matters to attend to. She should be able to contact you later. Now, let us head home. Upon hearing the words head home, Lin Mu's expression shifted dramatically, but he shook off Jiang Yun's hand, declaring, I refuse to go home. I want my sister to know that Shen Bing is a good girl. If she disapproves of our relationship, I'll sever ties with her. In an instant, Jiang Yun's expression darkened considerably. This moment ignited his anger. Shen Bing was clearly not a virtuous woman, yet Lin Mu was infatuated with her. How could he utter such words? Jiang Yun raised his hand and slapped Lin Mu across the face, the sting jolting Lin Mu back to reality. To brother-in-law, why did you hit me? He retorted coldly. Glaring at Jiang Yun, I wanted to bring you to your senses. Do you not realize how your sister has treated you all these years? Are you truly willing to sever ties with her for a woman? Do you not fear your sister's heartache? For years, Lin Shui had been both father and mother to Lin Mu, diligently caring for him. Although Lin Mu was a computer whiz, his life was a chaotic mess. Without Lin Shui by his side, he would likely have perished on the streets or been scammed into homelessness. Lin Mu hesitated, falling silent. Jiang Yun, weary of his stubbornness, seized his arm and dragged him outside. They hailed a cab and sped towards the estate, Lin Mu refusing to acknowledge Jiang Yun, still simmering with anger. Jiang Yun sighed inwardly. Why was it that despite being adults, their maturity seemed so lacking? Meanwhile, in a private room of a bar, Shun Bing had just left the hotel and arrived at the establishment, sitting on a sofa and downing drink after drink to a veteran in the drinking game. While she was not immune to inebriation, she could easily outdrink Lin Mu. However, she had feigned sobriety at the dinner, her demeanor deceptively innocent. Now, her true nature was unveiled. With a resounding thud, she slammed her glass onto the table, nearly shattering it. Clenching her jaw, she recalled Jiang Yun's figure and muttered, "Who does he think he is? Does he really believe he can control everything? Daring to throw money at me. Do I truly need his paltry sum?" In the dimly lit room, a woman sat across from her, engaged in conversation that if Jiang Yun were present, he would instantly recognize this woman as Gao Meiwei. "Listen, I've warned you before. Jiang Yun is no ordinary foe. To deal with him, you must find a breakthrough. So, how far have you progressed with Lin Mu? Surely, it cannot end here." Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Gao Meiwei. After Jiang Yun had humiliated her and shown her no respect, she harbored resentment that as a daughter of the Gao family, she had never endured such disgrace. Unable to confront Jiang Yun directly, she resolved to employ underhanded tactics, targeting Lin Mu instead. Shen Bing swirled her glass of red wine, a sly smile gracing her lips as she confidently proclaimed, "Fear not, he is merely an inconsequential fool. With a mere flick of my finger, he shall kneel before me, ready to serve." Although Jiang Yun had attempted to buy her off, she had devised a new plan. Why not clarify matters with Lin Mu and incite a ruckus at the Jiang family? That would be far more entertaining. Gao Meihui's lips curled into a smile. Impressed by the cunning of Shen Bing's idea, she gave her a thumbs up, her satisfaction evident. "Excellent. I knew my best friend could handle any man. Remember, the more chaos at the Jiang family, the better. I want Jiang Yun to suffer for once. But do ensure to keep me out of this mess. You must never betray me." Gao Meiwei only dared to play her games in secret, fully aware of the consequences should Jiang Yun discover her involvement, that if he learned that she was behind everything, she would not only face trouble, but the Gao family would also find themselves in dire straits. "Rest assured, I will handle everything," Shun Bing replied cheerfully, resuming her drinking. The night deepened as soon as Shen Bing and the two individuals stepped out of the bar. A gentle drizzle began to fall. Truly, fortune favors me. Perfectly seizing the opportunity presented by today's downpour, I shall impart a lesson to Jiang Yun. Shen Bing spoke with a beaming smile, adding a hint of mystery to her words. "What are you planning to do?" Gao Meiwei retorted. "Just return home. I will handle the subsequent matters myself." Shen Bing did not elaborate further and directly boarded a car, heading towards the Jiang family estate. Meanwhile, Gao Meihui narrowed her eyes slightly, snapping her fingers at the man beside her. She promptly followed Shen Bing to see what scheme she was concocting. However, remember, regardless of the trouble she encounters, you need not intervene. Just turn a blind eye. After issuing her brief instructions, Gao Meihui climbed into the car and drove off into the distance the Jiang family estate. Jiang Yun waited until the late hours of the night. Yet Lin Shui never arrived. After making some inquiries, he discovered that Lin Shui was swamped with tasks and might have to pull an all-nighter at the office. With Lu Qianqian by Lin Shui's side, Jiang Yun felt reassured. Just as he was about to retire to his room for the night, he noticed the front gate of the estate suddenly illuminated and a car was incessantly honking. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and murmured, "It's so late. If my wife isn't returning, then who could it be?" While Jiang Yun was perplexed, he saw Lin Mu hastily descending from the upper floor. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yun grasped Lin Mu's arm, hastily inquiring. After arriving home, Lin Mu had secluded himself in his room. Deeply asleep, that it was evident that he was now much more alert. Yet, Lin Mu disregarded Jiang Yun's question. Shaking off his hand and striding towards the front gate, "It's still raining." Jiang Yun called after Lin Mu, but he remained unresponsive. Jiang Yun's expression shifted, seemingly realizing something, and he followed in Lin Mu's footsteps. In mere moments, they reached the front gate. Shin Bing stepped out of the car, standing in the rain with Jiang Yun's previously gifted bank card in hand. "Lin Mu, I am here to return the money. From this moment forth, we sever all ties. You shall walk your path, and I shall walk mine. Kindly refrain from contacting me again. Your family is prominent. I cannot aspire to that." As she spoke, Shin Bing snapped the bank card in two and tossed the pieces onto the ground. Lin Mu hurriedly opened the door, and just as Shin Bing prepared to leave, he swiftly embraced her waist, exclaiming, "We were just fine moments ago. Why are you suddenly throwing a tantrum?" Lin Mu was utterly bewildered. Unable to grasp the situation's intricacies, that it's still raining, and you've been unwell these past few days. What if you catch a cold? Let us discuss this inside if you don't wish to enter. We can talk in the car or elsewhere. Shin Bing, however, paid no heed to Lin Mu's words. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, her gaze fell upon him, and a self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. After pushing Lin Mu aside, she pointed at Jiang Yun and declared, "Why don't you ask your dear brother-in-law what he has been up to? While you were away, he slipped me a bank card and then handed me a note with his phone number on it. We are all adults. Can you not decipher what that implies?" As she spoke, Shin Bing produced her phone and dialed Jiang Yun's number. Sure enough, Jiang Yun's phone rang. Yet, Jiang Yun remained unfazed, for he had nothing to fear when his conscience was clear. Besides, his phone number was hardly a secret. Although he and Shin Bing were not acquainted, it was plausible that Shin Bing could have accessed his number through Lin Mu's phone. Although Jiang Yun understood the situation. Lin Mu was oblivious. Upon hearing Shin Bing's words, he glared at Jiang Yun, rushing towards him in a frenzy. "That I've called you brother-in-law, yet you would betray me like this. How could you act so heartlessly towards your sister-in-law?" Two bodyguards quickly intervened, stepping in front of Jiang Yun to restrain Lin Mu, preventing any harm from befalling him. Jiang Yun regarded Lin Mu with cold disdain, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Have you lost your mind? My heart belongs solely to your sister. That is common knowledge. Moreover, while I did give her that card, I never provided her with any phone number. This entire charade is orchestrated by that woman." Lin Mu scoffed derisively. "Nonsense. Bing Bing and you just met. Why would she frame you?" Jiang Yun shook his head, aware that he still did not comprehend Shin Bing's intentions, but he sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. He needed time. The truth would eventually come to light. "Let me go." After struggling to break free, Lin Mu rushed to Shin Bing's side, grasping her hand as he said, "Bing Bing, I apologize for the distress you faced. Had I known he was like this, I would never have brought you to see him. We are leaving now. From this moment forth, I shall not bring you to this threshold again." With that, Lin Mu ushered Shin Bing into the car. Before departing, Shin Bing cast a contemptuous glance at Jiang Yun, her lips curling into a smirk full of provocation. Jiang Yun observed her expression, letting out a cold snort, deeming her overconfident. Just wait. It won't be long before the truth is revealed, and the distinction between right and wrong will be evident. After leaving that remark, Jiang Yun turned to head home, clearly disinterested in Lin Mu and Shin Bing's affairs. The recent events did not dampen Jiang Yun's spirits. However, he harbored concerns for Lin Mu. Shin Bing's caliber was too formidable. Lin Mu was no match for her. If that woman was intent on targeting him, Lin Mu would merely be a pawn in her game, posing no real danger. Yet if Shen Bing were to act out of desperation, Lin Mu could easily find himself in peril, which was Jiang Yun's greatest worry. After pondering for a while, he could not devise a suitable plan, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, as Jiang Yun rose, he received a call from Lu Qianqian. "Brother-in-law, what on earth are you up to? Why did you provoke Lin Mu? He has already found his way to the company and is currently arguing with Sister Shui in her office. Since you caused this mess, you should come over at once." Although Lu Qianqian couldn't clearly hear what the siblings were quarreling about, she frequently heard Jiang Yun's name mentioned in the office, leading her to deduce that the entire affair likely involved him. Given that Lin Shui had been working late into the night, her state of mind was already fragile, and Lu Qianqian did not wish to burden her further. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Yun quickly changed into a clean outfit and rushed downstairs. After a night of rest, Jiang Qingying appeared much more refreshed, and upon seeing Jiang Yun approach, he smiled and said, "Brother, I heard you stayed up late last night. Why are you up so early? Drive me to Yinshui Group immediately." Jiang Yun responded without further explanation. "All right." Jiang Qingying did not dare to inquire further and promptly jumped into the car, taking Jiang Yun towards Yinshui Group. Throughout the journey, Jiang Qingying discreetly observed Jiang Yun's expression through the rearview mirror, noticing that his mood was far from pleasant, which rendered him hesitant to speak. Upon arriving at Yinshui Group, they took the elevator straight to the upper floor. Outside the general manager's office, as Jiang Yun approached the door, he heard a cacophony of shouting from within. In an instant, Jiang Yun's expression darkened further, and even his lips began to twitch. Lin Mu truly was blinded by ignorance. How could he not recognize how his sister treated him? Cursing under his breath, Jiang Yun kicked open the office door, while Lu Qianqian and Jiang Qingying hesitated outside, unsure whether to enter. The bickering siblings turned to face Jiang Yun. "What brings you here?" "Jiang Yun." Lin Shui's gaze fell upon him, and she quickly inquired, her heart heavy with worry. The siblings were embroiled in an argument, and knowing Jiang Yun often protected her, she feared that Lin Mu's current state would provoke a violent confrontation. "You are truly a jinx. It is because of you that I quarreled with my sister. How dare you come here now? Do you believe I will risk my life for this?" Lin Mu's face flushed with anger, and he ceased his quarrel with Lin Shui, swiftly charging towards Jiang Yun. His speed was akin to that of a startled sow. Just as Lin Mu's fist was about to descend, Jiang Yun promptly raised his hand and seized Lin Mu's wrist. Although he lacked the strength of Dong Taizhan and others, and could not be compared to those professional bodyguards, Lin Mu, being merely a programmer, was physically quite weak. Jiang Yun easily had him in a grip. "Let go of me," Lin Mu growled coldly. "This time, I will no longer concern myself with your affairs. Who exactly is Shen Bing? In due time, you will come to see her true colors. However, I hope you do not regret the actions you take today." Jiang Yun's tone was far from amiable. Unlike Chen Pingping, who had just reached adulthood and whose temperament was somewhat impetuous, Lin Mu was an adult, albeit lacking in emotional intelligence, that he should possess the capacity for discernment and an understanding of right and wrong. Now, for the sake of a woman, he was here shouting at Lin Shui, which had utterly disheartened Jiang Yun. Although Jiang Yun could assist him once or twice, there would be no third or fourth time. Lin Mu snorted disdainfully, withdrew his hand, and glared at Jiang Yun with malice before gritting his teeth and coldly stating, "I can't be bothered to continue this pointless conversation with you. Rest assured, even if I starve one day, I will never beg at your doorstep. From today onward, our ties are severed." Upon finishing his words, his gaze shifted back to Lin Xu. "It seems you have made your choice. Since you have opted to be with Jiang Yun, our sibling bond is hereby broken. From now on, consider me as having no brother, and I shall regard you as a stranger." Lin Shui felt her heart wrench in agony. She clutched her chest, staggering back a few steps until she collapsed in her office chair, her complexion as pale as paper, evoking sympathy. Lin Mu said little more and headed for the door. Although Jiang Qingying and Lu Qianqian wanted to stop him, Lin Mu's determination was resolute. After pushing past them, he made his way to the elevator. Let him go. It would be best if he never returned in this lifetime, Jiang Yun coldly remarked, then kicked the office door shut before stepping in front of Lin Shui. The anger on his face had now been softened by a touch of tenderness, since Lin Mu had taken things this far. She need not overthink. Regardless of how events unfolded in the future, it would be Lin Mu's own doing, and he had no one to blame but himself. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, and then a self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips. Having lost their parents at a young age, the brother and sister had relied on each other. She held her brother in immense affection. But her indulgence had led to, in an instant, Lin Shui felt her emotional defenses crumble completely, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Yun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He embraced Lin Shui gently and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before softly saying, "Darling, do not cry. Lin Mu is oblivious. Once he is severely deceived by Xinbing, he will likely come to apologize. I can see that despite his disdain for me, he has always regarded you as his sister. Moreover, I will arrange for someone to secretly protect Lin Mu. Should anything arise, I will inform you immediately, ensuring you need not worry." Although Lin Mu had acted so heartlessly, Jiang Yun understood that Lin Shui would always see him as her brother. Despite his own anger, he needed to consider his wife as well. Lin Shui cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yun and nodded in agreement. After comforting her for a while, just as Jiang Yun was preparing to leave, Lin Shui suddenly inquired, "By the way, how did you know Xinbing had ulterior motives? Also, did you give her any money?" Jiang Yun had no secrets from Lin Shui and revealed the truth directly. Furthermore, he had conducted an investigation into Xinbing. Not only was she not a good girl, but she was also a close friend of Gao Meihui. That it was precisely for this reason that Jiang Yun felt even more repulsed by Xinbing. He was convinced that there was something amiss with the entire situation. Lin Mu was merely a pawn in their game. Although Jiang Yun was uncertain of Gao Meihui's intentions, Lin Mu was nothing more than a useless piece on the board. Destined to have little impact, he believed that it would not be long before Lin Mu was discarded by Xinbing, and by then, he would understand everything. Thus, all that was left to do was to wait. Clarity dawned upon Lin Shui regarding the situation, and she refrained from saying more. Letting out a resigned sigh, her anger had diminished significantly, and she added, "Please remember to take good care of Lin Mu. Although he often acts thoughtlessly, he is still my only family in this world that I cannot bear to see him come to harm." Jiang Yun nodded and proceeded towards the door. Outside the office, Zhang Qingying and Lu Qianqian had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Jiang Yun emerge, Zhang Qingying hurriedly pulled him aside and asked, "Brother, what exactly is going on? What has gotten into Lin Mu? Why did he suddenly argue with my sister?" Lu Qianqian was equally perplexed. Just a few days ago, Lin Mu had been blissfully in love, and now he had turned so quickly. There had to be a reason behind this. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and furrowed his brow as he replied, "Let us not get into the details. Just consider Lin Mu as someone unhinged. By the way, the information engineering department is under his purview. Right? He likely once he returned to the company for a while. Qianqian, please contact a headhunting firm and find someone to fill Lin Mu's position. Qingying, come with me." The two nodded and set off to carry out their respective tasks. Moments later, they arrived downstairs at the company. Jiang Yun checked the time and stated, "Contact He Hu. We need to meet him immediately." Chapter 379. Retribution has arrived in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun and his companion had arrived at He Hu's security company, Mr. Jiang. What a rare visitor. As the office door swung open, He Hu's gaze landed on Jiang Yun and his companion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yun displayed little enthusiasm, responding with a curt acknowledgement before getting straight to the point, that "I fear I must trouble you again. Please arrange for a few individuals to guard Lin Mu throughout the night. Although I find him rather bothersome, he is still my brother-in-law, and I must lend a hand when necessary." Jiang Yun spoke matter-of-factly. He Hu, being astute, did not ask further questions. That he understood that as long as he assisted Jiang Yun, it mattered not what task he was assigned. Obedience was all that was required. He quickly summoned his secretary and issued a few instructions before returning to Jiang Yun's side. That it must be noted that Hu's office was quite lavish, adorned with a set of zisha tea utensils on the coffee table. Jiang Yun busied himself with brewing tea, and as the calming aroma enveloped the room, his mood gradually began to stabilize. After a brief interval, he turned his attention back to Hu and spoke slowly. Please pay extra attention, that I have a premonition that trouble will soon befall Lin Mu. Once the dust settles, you will not need to go through such trouble. Jiang Qingying stood by silently, a somber expression on his face. Since Jiang Yun's arrival in the capital, he had remained by Jiang Yun's side. Fully aware of his actions, that it was undeniable that Jiang Yun had treated Lin Mu with great benevolence, fulfilling the duties of a brother-in-law and even exceeding the affection of a biological sibling. Yet, Lin Mu remained ungrateful, continuously opposing Jiang Yun. The most absurd part was that he had now severed ties with Lin Shui over a woman. Such a person was truly despicable. Hu quickly waved his hand with a smile. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me that I am but your subordinate. Without your assistance, I would have never been able to establish myself in the capital, let alone build such an enterprise. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. They were not just friends but brothers, and such pleasantries were unnecessary. While he had initially aided Hu modestly, Hu had also provided him with substantial support in return. Thus, their mutual benefit had been considerable. As the group sipped tea, Jiang Yun shifted the conversation away from Lin Mu, for he was still simmering with anger at the mere thought of Lin Mu's behavior. After a few hours of casual conversation over tea, Jiang Yun's smile gradually returned. All right, you have much to attend to, so I shall not detain you any longer than on another day. When time permits, a few of us should gather for a delightful outing and indulge in some drinks together. Jiang Yun suggested with a smile, already rising to leave. Hu readily agreed. Since his security company had been expanding and gaining prominence in the capital, his reputation had been steadily on the rise. Yet, when compared to Jiang Yun, he still found himself in a vastly inferior position. Just as Jiang Yun was about to step out, Hu's phone suddenly rang to Mr. Jiang. Wait a moment. Hu instinctively grasped Jiang Yun's hand and quickly spoke up. I just received news. Lin Mu has been contacted. Just as you suspected, Lin Mu has indeed encountered trouble. Jiang Yun paused in surprise that so soon. He mused that Li Mu just had a falling out with them. Has Shun Bing already abandoned him? Where is he? Take me there at once. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun hurried downstairs first. This was more than just a nephew. He was akin to a biological son. No, even with his own child. He might not be so invested. Moments later, Jiang Yun and his companions had descended and swiftly boarded a vehicle. Meanwhile, in a villa district, Lin Mu sat crouched in a basement, bearing the marks of recent injuries on his face. He clenched his teeth tightly, replaying the events that had just transpired as he and Lin Shui had made their intentions clear and returned home. Shun Bing had transformed as if possessed. Upon learning the full story, Shun Bing had unceremoniously locked him in the basement. That if it had merely been Shun Bing, Lin Mu could have retaliated. However, Shun Bing had brought along several accomplices, claiming they were all her relatives. This was what led to his current predicament. At this point, Lin Mu fully comprehended that Shun Bing had indeed seen him as a mere tool for her purposes. Now that he had lost any utility, she naturally disregarded him, treating him like a caged animal in their home. Regret was futile now. He simply wished to escape and settle the score with Shun Bing. This matter could not end here. Nor could he allow Jiang Yun and the others to find out. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. In the villa's grand hall, Shun Bing sat to one side, flanked by a few burly men, all of whom bore intimidating visages that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Over the years, Shun Bing had frequented bars, amassing a circle of friends. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at her phone and spoke slowly. Why hasn't Mei Hui arrived yet? She was currently in a fit of anger. Lin Mu was of significant use to her. She had intended to exploit him to undermine Jiang Yun's company. Even if she couldn't inflict substantial damage, it would surely cause Jiang Yun distress. Furthermore, it could incite a rift between Jiang Yun and Lin Mu, which she relished. It would also serve as revenge for Gao Meihui. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Mu had acted so impulsively, leaving the estate in a huff after their quarrel. Thus, he had forfeited his value, but Xin Bing was not one to be trifled with. Even if Lin Mu had become a useless piece on her chessboard, she would extract every last drop of value from him. With this thought in mind, Xin Bing retrieved her phone and dialed Gao Meihui once more, only to be met with an unanswered call. Could something have happened? She mused, but did not dwell on it further. Meanwhile, at Gao's manor on their way, He who had already disclosed to Jiang Yun that Xin Bing was holding Lin Mu captive. However, Jiang Yun sought to teach Lin Mu a lesson, so he abruptly changed his mind and headed straight for Gao's residence. This moment, Jiang Yun sat in the grand hall of the Gao family. While the elders of the Gao family sat nearby, smiles plastered on their faces that Mr. Jiang, what brings you to the Gao family? Should there be anything amiss, simply give us a command, and we of the Gao family shall be at your service. Old Master Gao opened the conversation with a hearty laugh. Yet internally, he felt trepidation. Jiang Yun's countenance bore an ominous chill, clearly indicating he did not come in peace. Nevertheless, Old Master Gao dared not press further, lest he provoke Jiang Yun and escalate matters beyond control. It was well known that Jiang Yun had become a formidable figure in the capital, having taken over all of the Qin family's enterprises and even forging partnerships with the Dong family. Even the Qin family treated Jiang Yun with utmost respect, and naturally, the Gao family dared not act recklessly in his presence. Although significantly older than Jiang Yun, Old Master Gao knew this was not a privilege to boast. Jiang Yun's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. After lighting a cigarette, his gaze fell upon Gao Meihui. Her phone had been ringing incessantly, yet she ignored it, ultimately shutting it off. Her heart raced with anxiety. Xin Bing's actions were closely tied to her, and with Jiang Yun arriving at this moment, even a fool would sense impending doom. Old Master Gao, I came to the Gao family to discuss a matter with Miss Gao, Jiang Yun said, shifting his focus. The members of the Gao family exchanged puzzled glances. Recently, as Jiang Yun had stirred the business landscape in the capital, many prominent families faced upheaval. Numerous families had been eliminated, and those who had previously crossed paths with Jiang Yun had become relics of the past. Yet the Gao family had remained unscathed, entirely due to Jiang Yun's influence. After all, Gao Meihui had once partnered with Jiang Yun. Although the renovation project in the old town had concluded, everyone regarded the Gao family as Jiang Yun's ally, thus refraining from overstepping boundaries. This had provided the Gao family with an opportunity for growth. As all eyes turned to her, Gao Meihui hesitated for a moment before tightly clenching her silver teeth, a faint smile gracing her lips as she quickly replied, Mr. Jiang, please feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for formality between us. After all, we were once partners, and our collaboration was quite pleasant that I believe we will collaborate again in the future. Just then, a cold smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips, sending shivers through the hearts of those present. Their ominous premonitions intensified as they awaited Jiang Yun's next words. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he snorted disdainfully and spoke flatly. I just had a quarrel with my little nephew, and the cause was his involvement with a woman named Xin Bing. That woman is devious. Though I do not know her true intentions in approaching Lin Mu, I am certain she harbors ill will. Now Lin Mu and I are at odds, yet he has been locked away by that woman. Miss Gao, I wish to ascertain whether this matter is connected to you. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Gao Meihui's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from her throat. Jiang Yun had indeed come for this matter. With a resounding slap, Old Master Gao's face changed upon seeing Gao Meihui's silence and her evasive gaze. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding with great intensity, Meihui, did you not hear Mr. Zhang's words? Speak up, what is your connection to this matter? Faced with the relentless pressure from those present, Gao Meihui could only grit her teeth, furrowing her brow as she declared, "Grandfather, I swear to the heavens, this matter has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I am well aware that Mr. Jiang is not someone I can afford to offend. How could I possibly act in secrecy against him?" The members of the Gao family nodded in agreement, unconditionally trusting Gao Meihui's words. Her young age and position as the head of the Gao family spoke volumes about her capabilities. She was adept at assessing situations. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding here. With their fears alleviated, they felt reassured as long as Jiang Yun did not take out his wrath on the Gao family. "Miss Gao, I once thought you to be a clever individual. Yet, I did not expect you to treat me as a fool." Jiang Yun shook his head with a cold laugh as these words left his lips. The hearts of those present were once again gripped with trepidation, collectively gasping in shock. Gao Meihui furrowed her brow tightly, scarcely daring to breathe. How different it was from their first meeting when she, as the Gao family's leader, had dismissed Jiang Yun. Now, the tables had turned, and their statuses were worlds apart. Truly, fortunes shift. Meihui, old Master Gao, both anxious and furious, coldly reprimanded, "What is going on here?" After a moment of hesitation, Gao Meihui's lips twitched twice before she frowned and said, "Mr. Jiang, I wish to speak with you privately." "Very well," Jiang Yun coldly acquiesced. Gao Meihui rose to head upstairs, yet Jiang Yun remained unmoved. The onlookers exchanged glances, all understanding that given Jiang Yun's stature, they should vacate the space, granting him the opportunity for a private conversation with Gao Meihui. How could they allow Jiang Yun to step away? In the blink of an eye, the crowd began to file out, leaving only Jiang Yun's entourage and the ever-watchful Gao Meihui in the expansive hall. Now that everyone had departed, how would she defend herself? Jiang Yun's inquiry was straightforward and to the point. Previously, he had already admonished Gao Meihui, yet this woman not only showed no signs of repentance, but had instead escalated her defiance. Thus, all of this was truly her own doing. And she was utterly unworthy of sympathy that a hint of self-mockery appeared at the corners of Gao Meihui's lips. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have allowed Xin Bing to act with such impunity. However, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Now that matters had reached this juncture, she could only confront the reality that Mr. Jiang, this situation is indeed related to me, but I implore you not to take out your wrath on the entire Gao family. No matter how you choose to punish me, I shall harbor no grievances. Furthermore, I relinquish my position as the head of the Gao family effective immediately. From this moment forth, I shall have no further ties with the Gao family. Gao Meihui was not solely concerned for her family's reputation. Her primary worry was for her parents. Old Master Gao was ruthless, and the Gao family members were exceedingly selfish. Should her actions lead to the family's downfall in business, it was certain that old Master Gao and the others would not spare her parents lightly. This was the outcome she dreaded. Do you believe you possess the leverage to bargain with me? Chapter 381. A desperate struggle, Mr. Jiang. I am fully aware that I lack the right to speak before you. Everything that has transpired is my responsibility. I alone am to blame. Regardless of what you intend to do to me, I will unconditionally accept your punishment, but I plead with you to spare my family, that do not strike at the Gao family's enterprises. Gao Meihui bit down hard on her teeth, blood seeping from between them. Yet, despite her pain, she maintained a resolute gaze fixed upon Jiang Yun, a sight that truly tugged at the heartstrings. But this was evidently nothing more than crocodile tears, were it not for Jiang Yun's cautious and meticulous nature. The situation would undoubtedly have spiraled into greater complexity. He had already shown leniency towards Gao Meihui on several occasions, yet this woman continued to be aggressive. It was time to settle accounts. It was also a means to strike fear into those who dared to provoke him, allowing them to gauge whether they were indeed his match. I have stated before, you lack the qualification to bargain with me. A cold smirk graced Jiang Yun's lips as he elegantly lit a cigarette, impatience evident in his voice. Let the Gao family members come in that I have no time to waste on this woman. Since it was the Gao family's members who had erred, it was only right for them to resolve the matter themselves. Jiang Yun's words were brusque. He Hu nodded and made his way toward the door, while Jiang Qingying remained steadfast beside Jiang Yun, like a statue. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Gao Meihui's eyes. Before He Hu could open the door, she dashed towards Jiang Yun. The unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. Moreover, with Jiang Yun's hand injured, his reaction was sluggish. Gao Meihui was relentless. She seized a teacup and smashed it onto the table. As the cup shattered, her hand was stained with blood. Yet, even so, there was no trace of pain on Gao Meihui's face. Instead, one hand gripped Jiang Yun's shoulder while the other brandished a shard of the teacup, directly pressing it against his neck. You have forced my hand. If you insist on a struggle to the death, then I shall trade my life for yours. After all, the Gao family will not spare me. Rather than face that fate alone, I might as well bring you down with me, even if we meet our end in the afterlife. At least I shall have company. The sudden upheaval caused the faces of those in the room to shift dramatically. The scene unfolded so swiftly that even the bodyguards from the security company were caught off guard. None had anticipated that Gao Meihui, in a fit of madness, would dare to strike at Jiang Yun at such a critical moment. Jiang Qingying quickly extended his hand, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Although you have committed a wrongdoing, the Gao family will not harm you. At worst, they will merely expel you. But if you take a life, you will become a murderer, even if you do not face the death penalty. Your life will surely be spent behind bars." Jiang Qingying's urgency was palpable. He could not allow Jiang Yun to come to harm. Meanwhile, He Hu gritted his teeth, hesitating to advance. Gao Meihui was exceedingly impulsive. No one knew what she might do next. If angered, the repercussions could be dire. Jiang Yun's life was in Gao Meihui's hands. Despite the collective anxiety, no one dared to step forward. Gao Meihui cast a cold glance at those speaking, a sinister smile curling at her lips as she retorted, "You needn't waste your breath on me. Jiang Yun, you are the one who has forced me into this corner. The situation has escalated to this point solely because of your actions. I cannot be blamed for anything else." Huh. Jiang Yun shook his head, a mocking smile on his face. This was clearly nothing more than an excuse. He was unfazed by the predicament at hand and continued, "Do not speak so grandiosely. All of this is of your own making that I never intended to oppose the Gao family. We could have developed in harmony. Moreover, I currently do not regard you or your family as worthy adversaries. Yet, after failing to establish a partnership with me, you have continually sought to undermine my efforts, and now you dare to blame me. Truly a foolish woman." Jiang Yun mentally chastised himself for not recognizing sooner that Gao Meihui was merely a woman scorned. Despite his words, Gao Meihui exhibited no signs of remorse, evidently holding Jiang Yun accountable for the entire affair. Humans are inherently selfish, and this is undeniable that I do not care. You must sign an agreement with me immediately, guaranteeing that you will not trouble the Gao family in the future. If you do, I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, even if it costs me my own, you shall not leave this place alive." Though Gao Meihui was not the head of the Gao family, her grandfather's trust in her, combined with her undeniable capabilities, meant she managed most of the family's business, transforming her into a formidable figure. Having lost control of the situation, she was unwilling to descend into mutual destruction. Nevertheless, the circumstances had unfolded so abruptly that she had not prepared any contingency plans. While signing an agreement would not assure the Gao family's safety, it would at least buy her time to secure her parents' welfare. Once those matters were settled, she would not hesitate to eliminate Jiang Yun and exact her revenge for today as humiliation. Though Gao Meihui's calculations were sound, Jiang Yun merely shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips, devoid of any concern that "Do you truly believe I would be swayed by your threats? Or that your current demeanor could intimidate me? Do you think I, Jiang Yun, am easily frightened?" As soon as he finished speaking, A loud thud echoed through the air. The door was abruptly kicked open. An old Master Gao and others rushed into the hall. Upon witnessing the scene in the room, old Master Gao nearly fainted with rage. He had expected Gao Meihui to possess some means to persuade Jiang Yun and resolve the crisis. Yet he could not have foreseen her landing herself in such a dire predicament, even daring to threaten Jiang Yun's life. Was she not placing the Gao family in a perilous position? Clutching his chest, old Master Gao's breathing quickened, as though a heavy weight pressed down upon him, leaving him gasping for air. He pointed at Gao Meihui, his voice cold and resolute. "Release Mr. Jiang at once. Then apologize to him. Otherwise, you shall no longer be my granddaughter, nor a member of the Gao family." Yet, Gao Meihui disregarded his words, responding deliberately, "Since this situation arose because of me, I shall ensure it is resolved appropriately." Chapter 382. A turn of events. Old Master Gao nearly fainted with indignation. Having already severed ties with Jiang Yun, how could they resolve matters amicably? He longed to slap Gao Meihui, but dared not approach her. The other members of the Gao family buzzed about like ants on a hot stove, each murmuring their concerns. What was Meihui thinking? This was none other than Mr. Jiang, a financial titan of the capital. Indeed, should they offend Mr. Jiang, the entire Gao family would suffer the consequences. The crowd had silently cursed Gao Meihui countless times, yet none dared to voice their discontent, fearing they might provoke her into taking reckless actions. While they had already thoroughly offended Jiang Yun, at least their lives were not in immediate danger. However, should Jiang Yun meet his demise within the Gao family, the repercussions would be multifaceted, leaving them all to face dire consequences. Old Master Gao was acutely aware of this reality, and upon hearing the murmurs behind him, he coldly admonished silence. Though discontent simmered among the crowd, none dared to speak. With events spiraling to this extent, Gao Meihui could not afford to hesitate. Though she was ruthless and acted without regard for feelings, she was still a dutiful daughter. One must certainly devise a contingency plan for one's parents. Are you truly unwilling to draft an agreement? The voice of Gao Meihui once again resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd. However, Jiang Yun paid her no heed and merely replied, "I have already afforded you an opportunity to end the next moment." Jiang Yun snapped his fingers. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, two figures materialized on either side of Gao Meihui. By the time Gao Meihui regained her senses, the two had simultaneously seized her shoulders, forcefully pinning her down onto the table. The rapidity of the events left many in a state of shock, uncertain of where these two individuals had emerged from. Jiang Yun rubbed his neck, feeling a twinge of pain. Just as the two restrained Gao Meihui, she had attempted to retaliate, and although she did not sever Jiang Yun's artery, her attack left a gruesome gash across his neck. It was a terrifying sight. It seems that, given some time, I ought to visit a temple to offer incense and prayers. Lately, I have been plagued by a series of misfortunes that I must seek the counsel of a sage to decipher this predicament. Jiang Yun spoke with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the recent turn of events. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, relieved that the danger had passed. He Hu and Zhang Qingying rushed to Jiang Yun's side. "Brother, you can still jest at a time like this. It appears you are unscathed. Just now, I was terrified. I hadn't even thought of how to explain this to sister-in-law," Zhang Qingying blurted out. Jiang Yun shook his head with a wry smile. He was not dead, and everything was proceeding as he had orchestrated, so there was no reason for undue concern. He Hu, still shaken, remained steadfastly at Jiang Yun's back, not daring to leave his side. The bodyguards he had brought also positioned themselves nearby, vigilantly monitoring the members of the Gao family. And no one could predict whether the Gao family might act out of desperation, repeating the earlier chaos. Although Jiang Yun was not angry, should a similar incident occur once more, the outcome could be unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun approached Gao Meihui, who was firmly held against the table, her wound bleeding profusely, evoking sympathy. Yet Gao Meihui's expression remained vicious. She struggled to rise, but her strength was no match for the two who restrained her. Excessive thrashing would only serve to deplete her energy further. Ultimately, Gao Meiwei glared at Zhang Yun with malice and coldly declared, "You may do as you wish with my life. But let me reiterate, everything is solely my doing. I hope you will not direct your wrath at the Gao family." Ah! Zhang Yun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. At this juncture, Gao Meiwei still could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, this was advantageous. It revealed to Zhang Yun what she valued most. To shatter what someone holds dear is to inflict upon them an agonizing torment. With this thought, Zhang Yun leaned in close to Gao Meihui's ear, speaking softly, "Rest assured that I will ensure you witness the Gao family's gradual descent into ruin. The commercial empire you have built will crumble in an instant." Gao Meiwei was filled with rage and hatred, yet she could no longer impede the unfolding scenario. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Yun's gaze fell upon the elderly patriarch of the Gao family, who, upon taking his seat at the head of the table, began dabbing at the wound on his neck with a tissue while clapping his hands. Zhang Qing swiftly stepped forward, presenting the pre-prepared contract to the patriarch. "Mr. Zhang, what is this?" the elderly patriarch asked, bewildered, as he opened the document for a quick glance. Those standing beside him also leaned in to sneak a look. Upon reading the contract, their pupils dilated, followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Is Mr. Zhang attempting to swallow the Gao family whole? If we sign this contract, our assets will be transferred at a fraction of their worth. Would that not be a catastrophic loss for us? No, we cannot sign. We, the Gao family, possess dignity. The crowd erupted in outcries, their gazes icy with disdain. Many glared fiercely at Zhang Yun. Just moments ago, they believed Zhang Yun would exhibit mercy, targeting only Gao Meiwei. Hence, they had treated him with respect, for Zhang Yun's status was undeniable. Even if they were emboldened, they would not dare confront him. Yet, now that their interests were at stake, how could they endure? To the Gao family, life was expendable, but wealth was non-negotiable. Accustomed to a life of luxury, how could they possibly endure a frugal existence? He who stepped forward, his lips twitching slightly as he barked, "Silence! Anyone who questions Mr. Zhang's intentions shall step forward, and we shall discuss it." As he spoke, He who cracked his neck and rubbed his wrists. Standing at a towering height of 6'1", his imposing physique alone deterred the crowd from meeting his gaze, let alone confronting him. That would be akin to courting death. Elder Gao, if you prefer not to sign this contract, you may do so. You only need to bear the brunt of my wrath. In that case, your losses will be even greater. Chapter 383. When people depart, tea grows cold. Zhang Yun's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, his face adorned with satisfaction. Were it not for He, Hu, and the others' presence, the Gao family members would likely have torn Zhang Yun to shreds. Yet, Zhang Yun was always meticulous. He would not venture into the Gao family without a foolproof plan. All eyes were on the elderly patriarch, clearly awaiting his response. With a heavy thud, the patriarch slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, aging visibly in an instant. Gone was the earlier air of authority. He sighed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and gritted his teeth before speaking slowly. "Mr. Jiang, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, that I failed to properly educate my granddaughter, which has led us to this unfortunate juncture. Therefore, I am willing to sign the contract, at the price you have set. I will transfer all assets under the Gao family name to you." Although the Gao family members were discontent, they dared not voice their objections. This was, after all, the best outcome. Should they truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhang Yun, the Gao family would only incur greater losses. At that point, they might truly find themselves destitute. Gao Meihui, in despair, closed her eyes. Her selfish desires had brought the Gao family to the brink of annihilation. She was the family's sinner. With the situation irretrievable, she could hardly bear to contemplate what lay ahead. All that remained was a profound sense of regret. Zhang Yun smiled with satisfaction once the elderly patriarch signed the contract. He rose gracefully, waving to the crowd behind him, not even sparing Gao Meihui a glance. The members of the Gao family blocking the exit parted ways, not daring to impede his passage. Once back in the car, Jiang Yun tossed the contract to Jiang Qingying, saying, "The subsequent matters are in your hands. Organize the Gao family's resources, and you shall manage all these businesses. Consider it a gift from me." Since arriving in the capital, Jiang Qingying had remained at Jiang Yun's side, and Jiang Yun had observed everything closely. "Brother, I am most grateful." Jiang Qingying responded eagerly, filled with excitement and admiration. Before arriving at the Gao family, Jiang Yun had instructed Jiang Qingying to prepare this contract and investigate the Gao family's assets. Yet, Jiang Qingying had believed that the Gao family would not capitulate so swiftly. After all, even a starved camel is larger than a horse. The Gao family was a significant force in the capital, controlling numerous properties. Though the conflict would inevitably culminate in the Gao family's defeat, for such a prominent family, face was paramount. They would not easily concede without dire necessity. Yet this time, he was indeed mistaken. Jiang Yun's foresight and meticulous planning were truly commendable. Though both were of the Jiang family, the disparity between them was vast. "Brother, there is one more thing." Jiang Qingying regained his composure and promptly spoke. "I just noticed Gao Meihui's gaze. It was filled with venomous resentment that I worry she might seek revenge. Should I go to the Gao family and give her a warning?" Jiang Yun waved his hand, lighting a cigarette before calmly stating, "There is no need. Gao Meihui is like a featherless phoenix. She cannot stir up any waves now. Moreover, the Gao family will not spare her. Even if we do not pursue her, she will not fare well." Jiang Yun had seen through everything, exuding an air of confidence. Just as he had anticipated, while Jiang Yun and his companions returned home, the Gao family was undergoing a momentous transformation. Gao Meihui found herself pinned to the ground by two members of the Gao family, with no one bothering to attend to the wounds on her hands, despite the blood that flowed incessantly. The crowd continued to cast indifferent glances her way, devoid of any sympathy. The elder of the Gao family, seated in a position of authority, coldly regarded Gao Meihui before articulating, "How did the Gao family produce such a wretch as you? In my previous life, I must have committed great wrongs to raise such a scoundrel in this one." His face was pale, fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Gao Meihui. She kept her head bowed, too intimidated to utter a word. The others in the Gao family were quick to cast blame, but their primary concern was their own futures. The Gao family was no longer a dependable pillar. Self-sufficiency beckoned, a most distressing prospect. Sighs filled the air, yet there was little that could be done. Fate had dealt its hand. "Get her out!" Suddenly, a man in the crowd shouted. "Such a person has no place in the Gao family. Indeed, expel her immediately." They insisted she leave without a single penny. Even at this juncture, the gaze of the Gao family members was solely fixed on wealth. The so-called familial bonds were rendered inconsequential. Gao Meihui let out a self-deprecating chuckle, realizing that her animosity towards Jiang Yun stemmed from her desire to see the Gao family flourish. Yet, to her dismay, her own kin exhibited such an attitude. It was infuriating. She felt as if her fervent efforts had been wasted, that if given a second chance, she would steer clear of the Gao family's affairs entirely and would expel all of them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Alas, regret is not a remedy that exists in this world. Silence. The elder of the Gao family slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. "All of you leave. This is no longer your concern." At that moment, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. In the wake of such turmoil within a once great family, everyone was merely eager to shirk responsibility. Their thoughts consumed solely by money and immediate self-interest, that it was a disgrace to his reputation. To his surprise, however, no one left. "Elder, now that you have sold the family business to Jiang Yun, there is no longer any need for our entire family to be gathered here. Let us divide the funds and go our separate ways." "Yes, I concur with the division." The sentiment was unanimous. The elder trembled with rage, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Yet the members of the Gao family showed no signs of concern. Previously, they had feared him, dependent as they were on his support, but with the recent upheaval, his authority had waned. Whether he lived or died was of no consequence to them. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions arrived at the estate. As they entered, Jiang Qingying's phone rang. He stepped aside to engage in a brief conversation before hastily returning to Jiang Yun's side, a subtle smile gracing his features. "Brother, I have something amusing to share." Observing Jiang Qingying's exuberance, Jiang Yun merely shook his head, not bothering to spare him a glance. "I presume you have arranged for an informant within the Gao family. Something significant must have transpired there." Jiang Yun spoke slowly. Jiang Qingying gave him a thumbs up, taken aback by Jiang Yun's perceptiveness that it was no surprise. For such acumen was essential in orchestrating the Gao family's downfall. "That you're correct. After we departed, the elder intended to take charge, but the others were consumed by greed, each preoccupied with their own affairs, which infuriated the elder to the point of collapse. He has reportedly fallen into a coma. Gao Meiwei is faring poorly as well, besieged by the Gao family members. She will likely emerge from this situation severely battered, if not worse." Jiang Yun merely chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Upon witnessing the Gao family's behavior, he had recognized their true nature. They were all self-serving, and thus it was no wonder events had spiraled into chaos. He chose not to dwell on the Gao family's plight, as it bore no relevance to him. As they conversed, they reached the hall, where an unfamiliar man was engaged in jovial conversation with Jiang Shan. Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his group return, Dong Taizan hurried forward, addressing Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, welcome back." That moment, both Jiang Shan and the stranger turned their attention to Jiang Yun. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dong Yunji, representing the Dong family. I am here to collaborate with you on the establishment of a bank." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. After a cursory glance at Dong Yunji, he inquired, "And what of Miss Catherine?" He had assumed the banking venture would be handled solely by himself and Catherine, a scenario he had envisioned, as she was both shrewd and manageable, with many shared interests due to their similar ages. However, the unexpected intrusion of this man significantly altered the dynamics. Yet, given that this was the desire of the Dong family, Jiang Yun, despite his newfound status as a financial tycoon in the capital, felt far too insignificant to oppose such an established clan. That a smile graced Dong Yunji's lips as he explained. "Miss Catherine still has her studies to complete. My involvement in the banking affairs will facilitate matters. Rest assured, we will work collaboratively, especially since you have invested a substantial sum into the bank, making you a significant stakeholder." Though Jiang Yun felt displeased, he refrained from expressing it further, eventually nodding in acquiescence. "Qingying, please make the necessary arrangements. Prepare a meal for Mr. Dong to enjoy at our home this evening." Just as Jiang Yun was finalizing the arrangements and preparing to retreat to his room for a moment of respite, he suddenly halted, the image of Lin Mu flashing through his mind. While the Gao family's affairs had been resolved, Lin Mu remained ensnared in danger. Despite his reluctance to intervene, Lin Mu was, after all, Lin Shui's brother. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun turned to Dong Yunji with a smile, saying, "Mr. Dong, I have some matters to attend to. Please allow my father to keep you company, should anything arise. Feel free to coordinate with Taizan." Dong Yunji exchanged polite remarks before watching Jiang Yun depart. Having pinpointed Lin Mu's location, Jiang Yun and his companions swiftly made their way to the villa where Lin Mu was located. On the way, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to He, he was immensely grateful for whose assistance in this endeavor, and had entrusted Jiang Qingying with managing the Gao family's business. Thus it was only fitting to show his appreciation to He, to avoid dampening morale among his allies. "Distribute this money among those who accompanied us to the Gao family today. Let us treat everyone to a good meal tonight, and I will cover all expenses. The remainder will serve as your reward." He, who was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking his head, "Mr. Jiang, you have already compensated me sufficiently. It is a privilege to assist you. There is no need for such formality, Jiang Yun chuckled, insisting as he pressed the bank card into He Hu's hands. Business between brothers must be clear-cut. My ventures are expanding, and I am even engaging with the Dong family now, so I will certainly require your assistance in the future. IT is crucial to maintain a good rapport. Most importantly, had it not been for the timely arrival of the two bodyguards He, who had discreetly positioned, he might well have found himself in a grave predicament, that Mr. Jiang. He, who felt deeply moved but ultimately accepted the bank card. Moments later, they arrived at the villa, only to see Shin Bing hastily exiting with a suitcase, accompanied by a man who was not Lin Mu. Hurry, get in the car. Something has happened at the Gao family. Jiang Yun will likely be here soon. It will be troublesome. Shin Bing urged the man beside her, tossing her luggage into the back seat. The man, not daring to hesitate, quickly took the driver's seat, just as they were about to depart. Several cars blocked their path, and Jiang Yun approached, followed closely by He Hu and the others. The atmosphere was tense. Inside the car, Shin Bing's face turned pale with fear as she swallowed hard. The man glanced back at Shin Bing, equally terrified. This was his first encounter with such a scenario. What do we do? Shin Bing clenched her fists tightly. Seeing Jiang Yun draw nearer, she shouted, "Forget everything. Just drive straight through." Jiang Yun approaches with ill intent. If he were to capture us, we would surely meet our doom. The affairs of the Gao family are truly alarming. Shin Bing certainly does not wish to suffer the same fate as Gao Meiwei. The man hesitated for a moment, then pressed down on the accelerator. With a resounding crash, their vehicle collided with the one in front, and the engine sputtered to a halt. Not only did they fail to break through the line of cars before them, but their predicament also worsened. Shin Bing felt a sense of despair wash over her. It's over. Chapter 385. The wicked will face their just deserts, Mr. Jiang. Realizing that the situation had turned dire, Shin Bing hurriedly exited the car. She glared at the man in the driver's seat and shouted angrily, "Don't you watch the road while driving? Useless fool." The man merely hung his head, too frightened to speak. Yet his fear was not directed at Shin Bing, but rather at Jiang Yun and his companions standing before him. Jiang Yun and his group exuded an intimidating presence, their convoy resembling a great dragon. Now, as all had disembarked, the sight was overwhelming, a dark mass that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. He Hu and Jiang Qing stood behind Jiang Yun, both displaying an air of cold menace. The Gao family's affairs had already incensed them, but Shin Bing was the architect of it all. She was the one who truly deserved punishment. Ignoring Shin Bing's words, Jiang Yun stepped closer to her. "I have never struck a woman. However, today I truly wish to teach you a lesson." Clenching his fists, he struggled to contain his rising fury. This woman is indeed infuriating. Shin Bing trembled with fear. If Jiang Yun lost control of his emotions, her situation would become dire indeed. She swallowed hard, her eyes darting about nervously, and quickly spoke, "Mr. Jiang, there must be some misunderstanding. I am not the person you think I am. Everything was orchestrated by Gao Meiwei, but rest assured, I have severed ties with her and will never conspire with her again. Shifting blame, are we?" Jiang Yun shot her a disdainful glance. Even at this juncture, she still attempted to deflect responsibility onto Gao Meiwei. "I have just come from the Gao family. Everything has been thoroughly investigated. Spare me your clever tricks." Jiang Yun spoke coolly, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Observing Shin Bing's trembling figure, he exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "Rest assured, I will not engage in any outrageous behavior. However, I know you have imprisoned Lin Mu here. How could you betray his trust like this? I will ensure you are brought to justice. To let Shin Bing off so easily would be a disservice to justice. Gao Meiwei has received her due punishment. Shin Bing must not escape unscathed." Shin Bing was taken aback, hastily kneeling before Jiang Yun, grasping his leg and pleading, "Mr. Jiang, I have realized my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I do not wish to go to prison." Regrettably, Jiang Yun's expression remained unchanged as he kicked Shin Bing aside. He brushed off the dust from his trousers, clearly repulsed by her. Shin Bing witnessed it all. Though her heart was filled with bitterness, she dared not show it to Do as I say. Take her away. Jiang Yun waved his hand at Jiang Qingying, issuing a terse command. Shin Bing's face turned ashen. Despite her desperate pleas, they fell on deaf ears, and she could only allow Jiang Qingying and the others to drag her away. The man who had been in the driver's seat now stepped out, standing rigidly before Jiang Yun, not daring to breathe. Jiang Yun's arrival was foreboding, and the sheer number of his companions amplified his menacing aura, instilling fear in him. Though Jiang Yun would not resort to violence against a woman who could predict his actions towards him, with a sharp slap, Jiang Yun struck the man across the face. It was merely an outlet for his pent-up anger. The situation with Lin Mu had adversely affected Lin Xue's mental state, straining their relationship. Simply imprisoning Shin Bing was not nearly sufficient to alleviate his frustrations. This man, too closely entwined with Shin Bing, was clearly no good. Jiang Yun felt no need to hold back. Speak. What have you done to assist Shin Bing? Jiang Yun expelled a smoke ring towards the man's face. His tone icy. The man lowered his head, hesitating for a long moment before continuing. Mr. Jiang, I have not done anything extreme, that I am merely a pawn in Shin Bing's game. Ridiculous. While Jiang Yun conversed with Shin Bing, he kept a wary eye on the man before him. The man's eyes darted about, revealing a cunning nature, yet he feigned innocence. Truly disgusting. What is your relationship with Shin Bing? Jiang Yun inquired again. This time he casually picked up a stick nearby. While he did not strike the man, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. The man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not hide the truth any longer. Mr. Jiang, I am Shin Bing's boyfriend. However, I am unaware of her dealings with Lin Mu. I merely came to assist her with a minor task. Although this was indeed the truth, the man harbored his own ulterior motives. He was reasonably handsome, and it was precisely his looks that facilitated his connection with Shin Bing, enabling him to enjoy a life of luxury. Shin Bing, accustomed to the nightlife and a friend of Gao Meiwei, was not short on funds and had attracted numerous suitors, making her utterly loathsome. The man merely sought to benefit from her presence, agreeing to help teach Lin Mu a lesson. Once Lin Mu arrived at the villa, he was subjected to inhumane treatment, confined in the basement. While this man frequently resorted to violence against him, yet he withheld this information from Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun scrutinized the man for a time before beckoning He, who with a gesture, commanding, I do not like this man. Have two people break his hands and feet, then toss him by the roadside. Let him fend for himself. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom the depths of Jiang Yun's cruelty. He who nodded, and the men promptly followed Jiang Yun's orders. Despite the man's incessant pleas for mercy, Jiang Yun remained unyielding. He had brought this upon himself. Adults must bear the consequences of their actions. Once He who dealt with the man, he returned to Jiang Yun's side, indicating the villa. I have sent people in to investigate. Lin Mu is inside. Chapter 386. The situation of the master, however. Lin Mu's current condition is rather poor, and he bears multiple bruises, though fortunately, none are severe. He merely requires time to recuperate. As Jiang Yun walked toward the car, he casually remarked, have someone go in and release Lin Mu. And what about you? Won't you take a look? He who quickly inquired. They were merely Jiang Yun's subordinates, executing his commands, and any accomplishments were rightfully attributed to him. Moreover, since Jiang Yun and Lin Mu were at odds, rescuing Lin Mu at this moment could potentially mend their rift. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun offered no further elaboration. Do as I say. Just rescue him. Let him decide how to proceed from there. Jiang Yun spoke briefly before entering the car. He had done all he could. If Lin Mu remained unrepentant, that was his own affair. There can be no second chances, let alone third or fourth. This time, Jiang Yun had genuinely been hurt. He who, not daring to hesitate, swiftly led the others into the villa. While Jiang Yun departed in haste and on the road, Jiang Yun's countenance was grim. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. Lin Mu possessed solid professional knowledge, yet his emotional intelligence was alarmingly low, making him vulnerable to deception that a naive perfectionist like him would find it difficult to survive in society. Jiang Yun understood this, which is why he had always looked after Lin Mu, hoping he would mature swiftly. However, Lin Mu's recent actions had truly disappointed him. Perhaps this incident would serve as a lesson, but whether he could grow from it was ultimately Lin Mu's own responsibility. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had returned to the Jiang family estate, yet he found no sign of Dong Yunji that in a brief moment. Jiang Yun had located Jiang Shan and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Father, where is Mr. Dong? Did I not ask you to accompany him for a meal?" Jiang Shan, sipping his tea, chuckled reassuringly. "You need not fret that Mr. Dong did not depart out of anger towards you. It is said that an unexpected matter arose, necessitating a postponement of our gathering. Dong Yunji, a distinguished guest of the Jiang family, found himself in the company of Jiang Shan due to Jiang Yun's pressing matters. However, given Dong Yunji's status, it was inevitable for him to harbor some thoughts. Yet, being a man of experience, Jiang Shan would certainly assist his son in navigating the situation smoothly." Jiang Yun lit a cigarette. Exhaling slowly, "Now that the raw rice has been cooked, the bank has been established, and I have fully collaborated with Dong's associates, there is no need for trepidation that if he chooses to leave, so be it. I shall not compel him to stay." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and soon after, Catherine approached from a distance. Upon locking eyes, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. The household was indeed lively. Dong Yunji had just departed. And yet Catherine had returned so swiftly. "Miss Catherine, it has been quite some time," Jiang Yun greeted with a faint smile, hurrying to her side and taking her hand. "That Mr. Jiang, there is no need for such formality. I came to discuss a few matters with you. That is now a convenient time." As she spoke, Catherine's gaze fell upon Jiang Shan. With just a glance, Jiang Shan chuckled softly, rising to his feet. "Jiang Yun, you may converse with Miss Catherine at length. I shall ascend to check on your mother." Jiang Yun nodded, gesturing for Catherine to take a seat as he moved to a nearby chair. Once the staff brought forth tea and refreshments, the hall grew considerably quieter. All extraneous individuals had been dismissed, leaving only Jiang Yun, Catherine, and the bodyguard who accompanied Catherine. Yet, Jiang Yun was well aware that Catherine's bodyguard was a constant presence, likely privy to her significant secrets. Thus he felt no need to conceal anything from him. "That Mr. Jiang, I have heard that Dong Yunji sought you out." Catherine broached the subject directly. Jiang Yun nodded, replying straightforwardly. "Indeed, was that not your intention? He came to discuss collaboration, specifically regarding the management of the bank." He disclosed this without any hesitation. That Catherine's brow furrowed slightly, her fingers tapping lightly on the table, her expression darkening considerably. "What troubles you?" Jiang Yun noticed her discomfort and inquired further. "I fear you may encounter difficulties," Catherine stated bluntly. This revelation left Jiang Yun somewhat perplexed. At present, all matters had been settled, and the banking project had officially launched. How could there possibly be any complications? Was it conceivable that Dong's associates were still harboring ulterior motives? Yet, Jiang Yun remained confident. He possessed numerous enterprises and was not easily manipulated by others. Furthermore, the Chun family's resources were entirely at his disposal, serving as his trump card. Not only would it be challenging for Dong's associates to control him, but even should he sever ties with them, he would not find himself in a predicament. From a generational perspective, Dong Yunji is my uncle. Yet he has perpetually opposed my father, driven by insatiable ambition. He has always sought to seize control of the Dong family. His sudden visit here is likely a mere pretext. He may intend to use you as a pawn in his quest for power. This unexpected pronouncement left Jiang Yun astounded, yet it all seemed plausible. In a family as large as the Dongs, internal strife was inevitable. Everyone was looking out for their own interests, eager to line their pockets, which was the crux of the issue. Where there are people, there are disputes, and once money is involved, matters become increasingly convoluted. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Catherine continued, "The reason I share this with you is to caution you. When making choices, be sure to deliberate thoroughly. Do not allow certain individuals to manipulate you, lest you find yourself in an irretrievable situation. Though her tone was gentle, it was unmistakably a warning. Jiang Yun was no fool. He understood the implications woven into her words. Miss Catherine, your concern is appreciated that I am not well acquainted with Dong's associates, and my ability to collaborate with them is largely due to your considerable efforts. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always stand by your side as a close ally. Chapter 387. The heartfelt concerns of elder parents. While Jiang Yun appeared to establish his position within the realm of commerce, who would genuinely reveal their cards? There are no everlasting friends in this world. Only enduring interests. This is an unchanging truth in the business arena. Jiang Yun was well aware of this. He had a family and a career, thus he held no desire for Catherine's beauty, especially since she had lost her utility, that he needed to contemplate carefully what role he intended to play. However, he must maintain a facade of amicability to avoid becoming adversaries with Catherine. The gravity on Catherine's face gradually faded, replaced by a satisfied smile as she spoke. I knew Mr. Jiang was undoubtedly a wise man. Now that we have exchanged the necessary words, I shall not prolong your time any further. I have heard you are currently occupied with many trivial matters that I wish you success in resolving them swiftly. Catherine left a few parting words before departing with her bodyguard. Observing her retreating figure, Jiang Yun felt his lips twitch involuntarily, instinctively lighting another cigarette as he sank in a deep contemplation. It was evident that Dong's associates were covertly monitoring him. How infuriating! The surface calm was merely an illusion. Before long, a storm was bound to descend upon the city. Jiang Yun rubbed his temple, which throbbed faintly, exhaling a puff of smoke before muttering to himself. I had thought all matters had settled. Yet I find myself at the vortex of a storm that appears I must prepare diligently. I cannot allow myself to be led astray, nor can I be manipulated. Jiang Yun aspired to be the chess player, not merely a pawn in another's game, subject to their whims. Just as he pondered these thoughts, he heard footsteps descending from upstairs. Jiang Yun turned towards the sound, his earlier distress dissipating, replaced by a faint smile. Father, were you not with Mother? By the way, how is her condition? Since returning from the Qin family, Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with business matters and had not spent quality time with Qin Juga. Jiang Shan waved his hand, smiling as he replied, Juga has come to terms with everything. Death is irreversible. Since the situation has reached this point, let us allow the past to remain in the past. If you genuinely care for us, expedite your important affairs so we can find peace of mind. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, filled with confusion. How had he caused his parents any worry? Even he could sense that he was becoming increasingly accomplished. No one could point out any faults in him. In front of Lin Shui, he was a devoted husband, and in the eyes of Jiang Shan and Qin Juga, he was a dutiful son. He was undeniably honorable in his dealings with those around him. When it comes to business matters, you are quite organized. But how is it you remain oblivious to our feelings? Or is it that you are deliberately stalling? Jiang Shan's words left Jiang Yun even more bewildered. What was going on? Had he done something out of line that displeased Jiang Shan and Qin Juga? But he had not disclosed his dealings with Dong's associates to them. What could they be concerned about? All right, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Your mother and I share a common worry that we both wish to embrace a grandchild soon, Jiang Shan stated plainly. Jiang Yun coughed awkwardly, realizing that this was the reason for their wait. This matter had indeed slipped his mind. Yet Jiang Yun had long been prepared and was eager to fulfill his parents' wish for a grandchild. However, certain matters cannot be forced. Even if he and Lin Shui took no precautions, her condition remained unchanged, which was the most troublesome aspect. Father, I will prioritize this matter and work swiftly to fulfill your wish. Jiang Yun replied, smiling in agreement. Our desire for a grandchild is merely one aspect that if you and Lin Shui were younger, we would not rush you. While we may yearn for it, your careers are of utmost importance. However, You and Lin Shui are on the brink of turning 30, and as a mature man, you should comprehend a fundamental truth. After reaching the age of 30, regardless of how well a woman maintains herself, her body will gradually enter a phase of decline. Furthermore, the process of childbirth can introduce additional risks, a reality you are undoubtedly aware of, Jiang Shan patiently elucidated. Yet, Jiang Yun was not oblivious to these facts either. Though Lin Shui still appeared radiant and youthful, and with just a little embellishment, she surpassed even those fresh graduates from university in both beauty and grace, be it in temperament, visage, or figure. Lin Shui could effortlessly overshadow them all. Nevertheless, the inexorable truth of age loomed, and her bodily functions were inevitably deteriorating. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun smiled and said, "Dad, actually, Lin Shui and I have already contemplated this matter. You needn't worry. It won't be long before you and Mom can hold your grandchild." Jiang Shan's face lit up with satisfaction, resembling a delighted child. After Jiang Shan ascended the stairs, Jiang Yun gestured to the butler and lowered his voice to inquire. "By the way, how is my father's health?" Jiang Shan suffers from severe schizophrenia, a fact that has ceased to be a secret. Jiang Yun, burdened by numerous responsibilities, had entrusted the matter of Jiang Shan's treatment to Jiang Qingying and the butler. On ordinary days, if Jiang Qingying was unavailable to accompany Jiang Shan to the psychological clinic, the butler would step in to assist. Rest assured, he has nearly recovered that it won't be long before he is completely healed. The butler promptly replied. Jiang Yin let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The family's matters were finally being resolved. Qin Zhuge had reconciled with the Qin family, and it appeared that Jiang Shan's health was also on the mend. Naturally, Jiang Yun felt he need not worry excessively. It seemed imperative to hasten the arrival of a child, allowing the elderly couple to enjoy their twilight years. Outside, He Hu and Jiang Qingying had returned. The butler hurried to prepare tea. "Brother, everything has been taken care of. This time, Xin Bing is undoubtedly in for a reckoning. However, she hasn't inflicted any tangible harm on Lin Mu. I believe she won't suffer for too long. Truly, she has gotten off lightly." Jiang Shan gritted his teeth in anger and plopped down nearby. Such a woman is not worthy of sympathy, even if she were to sit on a cold bench. Chapter 388. Unaware of blessings, Jiang Yun waved his hand, refraining from further discussing Xin Bing. He had never regarded her with any seriousness. She was merely a petty clown. Even Gao Meihui's actions had failed to elicit a significant emotional response from Jiang Yun. His confrontation with the Gao family was merely an attempt to assert his authority, to demonstrate to the people of the capital that Jiang Yun was not someone to be trifled with. What angered Jiang Yun the most was Lin Mu's utter ingratitude, acting like a white-eyed wolf. Yet despite this, Jiang Yun felt compelled to restrain his frustration. After all, he was his brother Dash in Dash Law. By the way, where is Lin Mu? Jiang Yun suddenly inquired. Logically, Lin Mu should have already been freed, yet his absence was conspicuous that I came here to discuss this matter with you. He Hu quickly responded. After rescuing Lin Mu, I worried he might take a drastic step. So, I had someone follow him discreetly. His mental state is not very stable, but he hasn't done anything extreme, that he has merely rented a house in the suburbs, stocked it with numerous items, and shut himself in. That it seems he has been deeply affected. After providing a brief overview, He Hu fell silent, awaiting Jiang Yun's response. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. Could it be that Lin Mu sought to reflect on his actions? Jiang Qingying remained silent. While he also disapproved of Lin Mu's behavior, he recognized that Lin Mu was Lin Shui's younger brother and thus enjoyed certain privileges. Moreover, he dared not interfere too much, lest he provoke Jiang Yun's displeasure. "Let us do this." After a moment, Jiang Yun said coolly, "Continue to monitor Lin Mu discreetly, that if there are any signs of unusual behavior, inform me immediately. Everyone should put in a little extra effort over the next couple of days to keep an eye on him. This fellow tends to fixate on trivial matters, and his perspective differs from that of an average person. Therefore, I need you all to be vigilant." Hu nodded eagerly. He would unconditionally comply with Jiang Yun's directives. However, Jiang Yun still felt somewhat troubled. He had yet to devise an explanation to offer Lin Shui regarding the events of the morning, which had unfolded so unexpectedly, and Lin Shui remained unaware of Lin Mu's predicament. In her eyes, Xin Bing was merely drawn to the Jiang family's influence, hence her pursuit of Lin Mu. Yet, regardless, she would only face financial losses. Lin Mu was bound to be safe. But Lin Shui was oblivious to the fact that Lin Mu had narrowly escaped death. Had Jiang Yun and the others not arrived in time, even if Xin Bing had not taken his life, Lin Mu would have ultimately succumbed to starvation in that underground chamber. The mere thought of this darkened Jiang Yun's expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying and He, who exchanged glances, both intrigued by Jiang Yun's demeanor, yet hesitant to inquire further, that if there is nothing else, you may leave for now, that I'm feeling somewhat fatigued and would like to rest in my room for a while. Jiang Yun said softly, preparing to ascend the stairs. He, who bid farewell and quickly departed, needing to properly manage Lin Mu's affairs to prevent any mishaps. Jiang Qingying shrugged helplessly. He too was rather busy, as the Gao family's enterprises now rested heavily on his shoulders. Although it was somewhat demanding, he found joy in it. Once a mere young master of the Jiang family, without any real power, he was now experiencing the role of a true boss, all thanks to Jiang Yun. That on the other side, after returning to his room, Jiang Yun lay down on the bed. His previous words were no mere pretense. He was genuinely fatigued. He had been in constant motion for days, unable to enjoy a proper rest, compounded by numerous worries that necessitated a good recuperation. Without a sound state of mind, how could he effectively address all matters? When he awoke, the sky had darkened considerably, and the room was devoid of any presence. Jiang Yun turned over and murmured to himself, "Has my wife not returned yet?" Just as he stepped out of the room, he heard laughter emanating from the adjacent chamber, and he approached the door, where he found Chen Jiuge and Lin Shui engaged in cheerful conversation, as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Lin Shui rose with a smile, saying, "I noticed you were sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you, and thought I'd keep Mom company instead, that I assumed you would be working late again tonight, leaving me to face a lonely pillow." Jiang Yun jested, making his way towards the two, that noticing that Chen Jiuge appeared to be in good spirits, his previously anxious heart finally found solace to be by the way. "The bank has officially been established. That I've arranged for some personnel to take up positions there. Would you like to go and take a look tomorrow? After all, you're one of the shareholders, and it's only right that you meet with everyone." Due to Jiang Yun's prior preoccupations with matters concerning the Chen family, he had entrusted all business affairs to Lin Shui. He tenderly sat beside her, disregarding Chen Jiuge's presence, and wrapped Lin Shui in his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Wife, you have truly worked hard during this time. That I will handle the bank affairs. You only need to manage the Yunxue group." Jiang Yun had his own considerations. After all, the bank was a joint venture with the Dong family, and given the current enigmatic circumstances, no one knew what schemes the Dong family might be plotting. Naturally, he wished to keep Lin Shui from becoming ensnared in the turmoil. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, evidently taken aback by Jiang Yun's affectionate display in front of others. Even though it was her own mother, one ought to be mindful of appearances, right? Yet, being inherently gentle and agreeable, although her face resembled a ripe apple, she remained silent. Ahem. Chen Jiuge coughed lightly, and upon catching Jiang Yun's gaze, she added, "If you wish to be intimate, you should hurry back to your room and let me hold my grandchild soon. Spare me the display of affection in front of me." Jiang Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, she was his own mother. Who else would speak so explicitly? "All right, then I shall take my daughter-in-law back to conceive," Jiang Yun declared, lifting Lin Shui by the waist and striding towards their room. Lin Shui had already buried her face in Jiang Yun's chest, feeling her cheeks ablaze. Behind them, Chen Jiuge erupted into laughter. "Son, go for it." Chapter 389. The young master of the host family upon returning to his room. Jiang Yun did not disturb Lin Shui. Instead, his eyes were filled with compassion, but he gently laid the delicate figure in his arms onto the bed. Over the past few days, Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with his own affairs, with both company and family matters weighing heavily on Lin Shui's shoulders. Although Lin Shui wore a carefree smile, Jiang Yun knew her well enough to discern her exhaustion. At this moment, he had placed Lin Shui on the bed and stood beside it, gazing tenderly at her. Lin Shui had her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed like ripe red apples, and she bit her lower lip as if waiting for something. Jiang Yun's hand softly caressed her face, his fingers gliding over her cheek before encircling her neck. And he spoke gently, "It's getting late. I won't trouble you any further today. Sleep well." Lin Shui responded softly, her furrowed brow finally relaxing as she turned over and gradually tucked herself under the covers. In the blink of an eye, she had drifted into a deep slumber. Observing her, Jiang Yun felt a pang of heartache. Lin Shui always considered his needs, often neglecting her own. Even in her fatigue, she was preoccupied with thoughts of having children. How fortunate he was to have such a virtuous and gentle wife. Perhaps he had been a savior in a past life. After a brief shower in the bathroom, Jiang Yun joined her in bed. The following morning, when he awoke, the sun had already risen, and Lin Shui was sprawled across him like a little octopus, a truly adorable little piglet. The sun is practically shining on your backside, and yet you're still not awake. Jiang Yun remarked to himself. That it seemed his voice stirred the slumbering beauty as Lin Shui slowly opened her eyes. After glancing at Jiang Yun, she rubbed her eyes and asked, "What time is it? Why did you wake up so early?" "I need to make a trip to the bank," Jiang Yun replied, already getting out of bed. As Lin Shui had pointed out, he was a significant shareholder in the bank, and it was essential for him to make an appearance to ensure the staff were aware of his presence. Otherwise, allowing the host family to monopolize the bank would be detrimental. "That sounds good." Lin Shui nodded. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Since Lin Shui managed the bank affairs, many employees were familiar with her, while Jiang Yun remained relatively unknown. "No need. There are matters at the company that require my attention." "You can attend to your own affairs," Jiang Yun said, ruffling her hair before heading towards the bathroom. After both had refreshed themselves, they went downstairs for breakfast, and then each departed in their respective vehicles to different destinations. On the road, Jiang Yun glanced at his arm, still wrapped in bandages, and cautiously squeezed his arm. Though the cast had been removed and he could move his arm freely, the bandage remained. Given his status, even a minor cut required careful attention. However, Jiang Yun was unconcerned. He was not so fragile. He unwrapped the bandage and examined his injury, smiling as he remarked, "It's healing quite well. After we finish at the bank, we'll head to the hospital for one last checkup. If there are no major issues, I want Teeny to keep at bandage point. One might think I'm an invalid." Dong Taizhan, who was driving, shook his head and chuckled. Typically, Jiang Yun was quite approachable. Before long, they had arrived at the bank. Standing outside the towering building, Jiang Yun's smile broadened as he took in the grand skyscraper and the bustling lobby, muttering to himself, "Everything truly feels like a dream." Back when he was in Ningxing, he had only the Lin Corporation. Despite his aspirations, he never imagined he would become the president of a bank. "Mr. Jiang, this is all very real." Dong Taizhan replied with a grin. "All right, let us not waste any more time here. Let us head inside and see my bank," Jiang Yun said with a smile, making his way into the bank. Just then, a mocking laughter echoed from behind them. "Your bank? How brazen!" A man in a suit stood behind them, looking somewhat handsome, yet younger than Jiang Yun. However, a sinister glint lingered in his eyes. "This bank is indeed Mr. Zhang's property. He is one of the major shareholders. What are you to speak here?" Dong Taizhan stepped forward, coldly addressing the in Jiang Yun's presence. He was quite submissive, but he was far from meek with others. Jiang Yun scrutinized the man, his expression darkening slightly. The man snorted dismissively. "Let me introduce myself. I am the young master of the host family, visiting from abroad, far above your local lot, and my father is Dong Yunji. I doubt you've even heard of him. but before long, his name will echo throughout the capital, as he is the owner of this bank. Hearing this, Jiang Yun frowned slightly, and no wonder this man was so arrogant. He was the son of Dong Yunji. It was said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Indeed, the offspring of a mouse will dig a hole. Jiang Yun had previously met Dong Yunji, a shrewd man who left no room for error in his words, and who even competed with Catherine's father. It was clear he was no ordinary person. Yet, the man before him was foolish, a typical rich heir. Jiang Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, it wouldn't be wise to sever ties with Dong Yunji, that he got straight to the point, asking, "By the way, where is your father now?" "What is it to you?" The man retorted coldly. In an instant, Dong Tieshan's expression changed. He could no longer endure it. He seized the man's wrist, speaking in a low voice, "You'd better watch your attitude. Or don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 390. The true power player's Dong Tieshan's grip was firm, causing the man to wince in pain. Jiang Yun did not intervene. This man needed a lesson to understand the limits of his arrogance. It would serve him well to remember this encounter in the future. "Where are the security guards? Get out here now! Can't you see someone is bullying me?" the man shouted, ignoring Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan. Given the proximity to the bank's entrance, a few security guards quickly approached, surrounding Jiang Yun and his companion. Since Jiang Yun had never been to this bank before, the staff were unfamiliar with him. However, they recognized the man before them, Dong Penghua, the illustrious young master of the host family, who could walk around the capital with impunity. Although he had just arrived in the capital, every wealthy heir had to give Dong Penghua some respect. Yet Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan dared to lay hands on Dong Penghua. Wasn't he that inviting trouble? The head of security quickly brandished his baton, pointing it at Dong Taizhan. "You there, release him. Apologize to young Master Dong, and we can let this go. Otherwise, we'll break your legs, and you won't be able to walk for the rest of your life." Such audacity. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. A mere security guard had become so arrogant. It seemed the atmosphere at the bank needed significant reform. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of many. Meanwhile, Dong Penghua, enduring the pain, continued to hurl insults. Clearly, his mood was far from pleasant. Dong Taizhan, however, paid no heed to their words. His gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Yun, as long as Jiang Yun gave the word. Even if his legs weren't in the best condition, he would confront these security guards. Just then, a sleek black car pulled up to the curb. Out stepped Dong Yunji, and upon seeing him, everyone's eyes widened, their earlier bravado evaporating instantly. Dong Penghua swallowed hard, his face paling as he whispered to Dong Taizhan, "Hurry up and let me go. The person arriving is none other than Dong Yunji." However, Dong Penghua wishes to conceal his current state from his father to avoid a scolding from Dong Yunji. Typically, Dong Yunji is quite strict with him. Any misstep on Dong Penghua's part would result in a severe reprimand. Given the current situation, where he is engaged in a brawl in front of the bank, it is unlikely that Dong Yunji would let him off lightly. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" Dong Yunji inquires, his face a mask of confusion as he approaches Jiang Yun. The two have met once before, and Dong Yunji has a vivid impression of Jiang Yun that if only his son were as capable as Jiang Yun, he would be able to smile even in the confines of a coffin. Seeing their familiarity, Dong Penghua's face betrays his bewilderment, while the security guards stare in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Has the flood swept away the Dragon King's temple, resulting in family members failing to recognize one another? "Mr. Dong, as a shareholder of the bank, it is only natural for me to inspect the operations here. However, I never anticipated being stopped upon my arrival. Moreover, to think that the security personnel of my own bank would dare to lay hands on me? If this were to get out, my reputation would be utterly tarnished," Jiang Yun states, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Dong Penghua, the true instigator of this entire debacle, that he has never provoked anyone. It is Dong Penghua who sought trouble, even planning to have someone attack him. This score must be settled. Even if Dong Penghua is the heir of the Dong family, Jiang Yun is not one to easily let things slide. With a sudden shift, Dong Yunji's expression darkens as he focuses his attention on Dong Pengbo, finally noticing his son being restrained. Observing Dong Pengbo's twitching lips, he swiftly strides forward and delivers a resounding slap to his face, causing Dong Pengbo to grimace in pain. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth, yet he keeps his head bowed, too terrified to speak. This clearly illustrates the depth of his fear towards Dong Yunji. Meanwhile, Dong Taizan has released his grip and returned to stand behind Jiang Yun. Mr. Dong, we were unaware that this gentleman was also a bank owner. You never mentioned that there were other shareholders. The head of security hurriedly explains, wiping the cold sweat from his brow while stealing fearful glances at Jiang Yun. Securing a position in a bank owned by the Dong family is a tremendous honor for them. However, if today's incident is mishandled, they risk not only a severe reprimand from the Dong family, but also potential expulsion from the bank, a loss that is simply unacceptable, even if I am not the bank's owner. Does that justify your attitude towards me? You would break my legs without even inquiring into the matter. Who gave you, a mere security captain, the audacity? Jiang Yun interjects sharply, challenging the security captain coldly. The captain's face pales in fear, and he quickly bows to Jiang Yun, saying, Sir, I am but a minor figure. That it was young Master Dong who instructed me to intervene, which is why I spoke as I did. But I believed it was for your own good. I thought you were merely a bystander, and offending young Master Dong would not benefit you. This is clearly a flimsy excuse. Jiang Yun has no desire to waste further time with the captain. He understands their motivations all too well. They are merely looking out for their own interest. Mr. Dong, I am still unfamiliar with the bank's operations. Please assist me in contacting the Human Resources Department to dismiss all these security personnel. I am acquainted with a security company and can arrange for them to send a replacement for this group. The security system of the bank is of utmost importance and must not be compromised. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Dong, Jiang Yun states, his gaze steady upon Dong Yunji, conveying his words with a blend of respect and authority. The crowd is once again taken aback. Who in the bank would dare to speak to Dong Yunji in such a manner? At this moment, they fully comprehend the gravity of the individual they have offended. Yet despair settles in their hearts, and regret begins to creep in. Not only have they crossed Jiang Yun, but they may also lose their jobs, rendering their future in the capital exceedingly difficult. Chapter 391. Hidden Agendas. Dong Yunji offers a sheepish smile before responding. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, that I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Upon finishing his words, he kicks Dong Pengbo in the rear and sternly commands, What are you still doing here? Hurry up and return home. Dong Pengbo's face pales, and he inwardly thinks it is all over, yet he dares not utter a word. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from Jiang Yun's sight, while Jiang Yun and his companions proceed into the bank. Jiang Yun's presence immediately stirs a commotion within the bank that can truly be described as a grand entrance. The employees had assumed there was only one owner, only to discover that there is another shareholder, and one who is not easily trifled with. In the office, Jiang Yun sits cross-legged on the sofa, his face betraying no emotional fluctuations, yet his heart brims with joy. He cannot deny that his visit today has proven worthwhile, that he even contemplates expressing his gratitude to Dong Pengbo. He harbors no resentment toward Dong Pengbo. Rather, he feels a sense of appreciation. Had it not been for Dong Pengbo's disturbance, he would not have attained such prominence within the bank. Future endeavors within the bank will undoubtedly become much easier. However, Dong Yunji remains oblivious to Jiang Yun's thoughts. After taking a seat beside Jiang Yun, he shakes his head and says, Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the turmoil caused today. Despite Dong Yunji's usual haughty demeanor, he recognizes the need to win Jiang Yun over, thus adopting a more courteous approach. Furthermore, since Dong Pengbo is at fault, it is only reasonable to lower his stance. Jiang Yun, sensing the gesture, decides not to maintain an arrogant facade. Since the other party has extended an olive branch, it is only fitting to reciprocate. Mr. Dong, there is no need for such formality. Now that we jointly control the bank, We are partners. There will be numerous matters requiring our collaboration in the future. Let today's events be bygones. However, I do hope you will properly discipline your son to prevent him from suffering greater losses down the line. Throughout his speech, Jiang Yun maintains a smile, while Dong Yunji repeatedly nods, his demeanor notably amicable. After briefly discussing Dong Penghua's situation, Jiang Yun transitions to the main topic that Mr. Dong, my visit today was not solely to observe the bank. I also wish to discuss our respective roles. The bank is not the dominion of a single individual, but rather a joint venture. Initially, I invested a substantial sum, acquiring half of the bank's shares, although I relinquished some control during the contract signing. This does not grant you superiority over me. Indeed, the Dong family's representatives are astute. When dividing the bank's shares, both Jiang Yun and Dong Yunji hold equal stakes, with Catherine also possessing a portion. In significant decisions, it is imperative for the three to convene and deliberate. Although Catherine is merely a minor shareholder, her shares hold decisive power. Thus, Jiang Yun will not be easily swayed by either of them. You make a valid point, Mr. Jiang. Collaboration can indeed enhance our efficiency. How about this? You may choose any department you wish to manage, and I will relinquish it entirely to you. Dong Yunji responds readily, without attempting to negotiate. His unexpected willingness takes Jiang Yun aback. That in Jiang Yun's mind, Dong Yunji is not someone to be easily appeased. Nevertheless, given the current offer, Jiang Yun cannot refuse such goodwill that a faint smile graces his lips as he replies. There is but one department I desire, and that is the credit department. Very well. The company's loan operation shall be entrusted entirely to Mr. Jiang, that I will convene a meeting shortly to clarify matters with everyone. Dong Yunji responds cheerfully. Then I am grateful for your assistance, Mr. Dong. Jiang Yun replies with a smile, choosing not to delve deeper into work-related discussions that he had prepared extensively before arriving, yet he had not anticipated such smooth proceedings. The credit department is the bank's core division, highly regarded by families and business magnates alike. That in today's world, cash flow is no longer the sole focus. Many initiate new projects even before recovering funds, which underscores the credit department's significance. If Jiang Yun gains control over the credit department, he will undoubtedly win the hearts of many. Dong Yunji, while aware of this, realizes that the incident involving Dong Penghua has created a rift between him and Jiang Yun. To win Jiang Yun's favor, he must make sacrifices. One cannot expect to catch wolves without parting with their young. After a brief and casual conversation between the two, Jiang Yun finally departed from the office, while Dong Yunji accompanied him all the way. The employees in the office area exchanged astonished glances, knowing well that Jiang Yun was not an ordinary individual, yet they were taken aback by the level of courtesy Dong Yunji extended towards him. It was evident to everyone that in future disputes between Jiang Yun and Dong Yunji, they would unconditionally side with Jiang Yun. Although the Dong family wielded considerable influence, Dong Yunji did not represent the entirety of the family. A few minutes later, Jiang Yun and his companion arrived outside the bank. The security personnel had already dispersed, but Jiang Yun had contacted Heihu, confident that it would not be long before Heihu's associates arrived to take over. With his own people positioned within the bank, Jiang Yun felt a sense of relief. Back in the car, Dong Taizong glanced at Jiang Yun through the rearview mirror and excitedly remarked, Mr. Jiang, today has been quite exhilarating. I never expected Dong Yunji to show you such respect. It was well known that the Dong family had established itself decades ago, with few rivals in the capital, although the reasons for their subsequent international expansion remained unclear. They had become a prominent family abroad. Hence, the members of the Dong family were accustomed to a certain prestige. How could such individuals possibly display humility towards others? Jiang Yun shook his head with a wry smile, a hint of resignation appearing at the corners of his mouth, and then spoke slowly. Things are not as simple as you think. The reason Dong Yunji was so accommodating is largely due to his son being rather exceptional. When the opportunity arises, I genuinely wish to share a drink with Dong Penghua to express my gratitude. After all, Isn't that merely a form of psychological warfare? I trust that Dong Yunji will not easily let Dong Pengbo off the hook. While Jiang Yun and his companions were on their way home, Dong Yunji, seated in his office at the bank, wore a grim expression. Immediately summon Dong Pengbo to my office. If he doesn't appear within half an hour, he can consider himself no longer my son. Chapter 392. Traffic accident. In just a matter of minutes, Dong Pengbo rushed into the office. Noticing his father's displeased expression, he quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly approached. He had only just returned home and had barely settled in when he was called out again. Although Dong Pengbo was known as a bit of a wastrel, he was not entirely devoid of intelligence. On his way there, he had surmised that something must have gone awry, prompting Dong Yunji's urgency to take this moment. Dong Pengbo felt a pang of anxiety, lowering his head and daring not to speak. Even his breathing became slow and cautious. Suddenly, Dong Yunji slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face contorted with a terrifying anger, his gaze penetrating. He pointed at Dong Pengbo, his teeth clenched as he finally spoke. You useless waste. All you do is indulge in pleasure, never lifting a finger for anything serious. In the past, I could overlook your antics, but this time you have managed to offend Jiang Yun. Dong Pengbo felt a deep sense of helplessness. How could he have known that the individual in question was Jiang Yun? Though he often acted arrogantly, he could discern right from wrong. Had he been aware of Jiang Yun's true identity, he would not have dared to confront him head-on, even if given 100 chances. It was absurd. In an instant, Dong Yunji was standing before him, his face a mask of fury. He clenched his fists tightly, causing Dong Pengbo to nearly collapse in fear. Yet Dong Yunji refrained from striking him. For now, let's set this incident aside that I am giving you an opportunity. You must maintain a good relationship with Jiang Yun. It would be best if you could be on brotherly terms. After all, you are both young. Even if animosity is formed, it can likely be resolved swiftly. After issuing his instructions, Dong Yunji sank into a nearby sofa and lit a cigarette, leaving Dong Pengbo utterly perplexed. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Considering that his father treated Jiang Yun with such deference, how was he supposed to approach him? After a moment of hesitation, Dong Pengbo noticed a slight shift in his father's demeanor and seized the opportunity to speak. Dad, I understand who he is. Although we have a partnership, it is evidently an opportunity granted to him by our Dong family. How many people in the capital would wish to collaborate with us if we simply beckoned? Why should we coddle him so? It was clear that Dong Pengbo was seething with indignation. As the legitimate heir of the Dong family, he had never been publicly humiliated in such a manner. Yet, Jiang Yun not only disregarded Dong Yunji, but also openly assaulted him right in front of the bank's entrance. A blatant affront to the Dong family's dignity. Even if Dong Yunji forgave him, he could not allow Jiang Yun to continue associating with him, lest he be covertly undermined. With that thought lingering, Dong Yunji swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Dong Pengbo's face. Why are you hitting me? I was speaking the truth. Dong Pengbo muttered to himself, though he dared not voice his grievances. What do you know? We indeed have a cooperative relationship with Jiang Yun. However, Catherine has a good rapport with Jiang Yun, and it is rumored that many within the Dong family are quite interested in him. Even the one who opposes me has prepared to take Jiang Yun as a partner. Dong Yunji spoke coldly, his mind filled with concern. The current situation was precarious, and Jiang Yun's presence might disrupt the delicate balance within the Dong family. For years, the Dong family appeared to thrive, yet internally, chaos reigned as various factions vied for power. Each sought to secure their own interests. Dong Yunji was no exception. This underscored Jiang Yun's significance. Stop wasting my time. Immediately do as I say. I do not care how you manage it. If you cannot reconcile with Jiang Yun, do not blame me for being unkind. With a few parting words, Dong Yunji waved his hand dismissively. Clearly unwilling to engage further with Dong Pengbo, he understood his son well enough. He was nothing but a fool. Fortunately, this task was straightforward, as indulging in pleasure was Dong Pengbo's forte. Who knew, perhaps he might unexpectedly find common ground with Jiang Yun? Sighing, Dong Pengbo cast a lingering glance at his father before walking toward the exit with a resigned expression. Just as he stepped out the door, he spotted a man of similar age swiftly approaching. Although Dong Pengbo wielded no real authority, he was accompanied by a driver and an assistant. The man before him was his assistant. "Young Master Dong, what did the sir say? From my perspective, since he cares for you so much. Surely the matter has been resolved by now." A cold smirk crept across Dong Pengbo's lips. Recalling his father's earlier remarks only heightened his frustration. After a moment of hesitation, he glared at his assistant and spoke deliberately. "Do I need to report my conversation with my father to you? Scram." The assistant promptly complied, refraining from uttering another word. Dong Pengbo was brimming with anger, though he dared not confront Dong Yunji. He was no pushover. On the way back, Dong Pengbo contemplated how to approach Jiang Yun, but his limited intellect prevented him from formulating a coherent plan. Meanwhile, after leaving the bank, Jiang Yun and his party headed straight onto the city expressway. However, not long after, their vehicle grazed against a luxury sportsy AR-AT that moment. Dong Taizan stood outside, conversing with the owner of the sports car. The young owner, though not very old, displayed an irritable demeanor, appearing ready to engage in a confrontation with Dong Taizan. The presence of two luxury vehicles attracted quite a few onlookers. "Let me say this one last time. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Then repaint my car, otherwise I assure you, you will regret it and your entire family will struggle to survive in the capital." The young car owner glared at Dong Taizan and barked a few harsh words, his attitude exceedingly arrogant. The crowd murmured in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, yet no one dared to intervene. After all, both vehicles were luxury automobiles, and those who could afford such cars were unlikely to be trifled with. "They were merely spectators that I haven't even sought compensation from you. Yet you have the audacity to demand a repaint." Dong Taizan spoke in a low voice. "It is clearly your reckless lane change that caused this traffic accident. Therefore, you bear full responsibility." Chapter 393. Your father means nothing were at a quieter setting. Dong Taizan would have opted for a more straightforward resolution. Facing such obstinate individuals, a few well-placed blows could easily quell the matter. However, with so many onlookers present, engaging in a physical altercation would undoubtedly impact Jiang Yun's reputation, potentially escalating the situation further. As the two continued to shift blame, a car quietly approached the crowd. Inside was Dong Pengbo. He was already in a foul mood when the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Coldly, he uttered, "What now?" "Young master, it seems there has been an accident ahead. The vehicle cannot proceed. If you are in a hurry to return home, I can turn around now, and we can take a different route," the driver suggested, mindful not to provoke Dong Pengbo further. What a stroke of bad luck. Did no one consult the almanac before stepping out today? Why do so many troublesome events have to converge in a single day? Dong Pengbo grumbled, stepping out of the car, cursing under his breath. Though his words were unintelligible to the crowd, the young driver remained in front of Dong Taizan. Growing impatient after fruitless arguments, he pointed at Dong Taizan, gritting his teeth, and declared, "You wait. I'm calling someone over, so we can have a proper discussion." What could have been a simple resolution had turned into a confrontation. He would not let this young master off easily. Dong Taizan furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, then returned to the car. Tapping on the rear window, when Jiang Yun rolled it down, he quickly said, "Mr. Jiang, perhaps you should leave first. This person is overly persistent and unreasonable. It would waste considerable time to call for assistance." Dong Taizan, a rough man with little regard for time, contrasted sharply with Jiang Yun, whose time was invaluable and should be spent on more pressing matters. Once Jiang Yun departed, he would be at liberty to handle the young driver as he saw fit, even if it meant resorting to violence to teach him a lesson. "What is his background?" Jiang Yun inquired, frowning. Although it was an accident, it appeared minor, a mere scrape. Regardless of fault, a monetary settlement could resolve it without unnecessary complications. "I am not certain, but he seems rather arrogant. He likely has some standing in the capital, Dong Taizan replied. Having encountered his share of such pampered youths, he surmised the young man was leveraging his family's influence. Believing that wealth could solve all problems. A most irksome attitude, that I should go down and have a look, Jiang Yun said nonchalantly, preparing to exit the vehicle. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Neither of you is leaving. My friend is on the way. Soon you'll wish you hadn't crossed me. The young driver exuded arrogance, yet Jiang Yun regarded him with indifference. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion arose from the crowd, and a group of individuals, similar in age to the young driver, approached. They were a mix of men and women, all clad in luxury brands, exuding an air of affluence. What is going on? We were nearby and rushed over after receiving your call. Who scratched your car? Make him step forward. I'll teach him a lesson. A man in a limited edition Armani suit emerged. His expression cool and haughty, no wonder it was said that like attracts like. These individuals matched the young driver's arrogance perfectly. Its them. The young driver pointed at Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan. Speaking icily, that I initially wanted them to kneel and apologize, then repaint my car, and we could have put this behind us. But since they're so obstinate, I'll ensure they pay dearly for this. The young driver's entourage nodded in agreement, some even applauding, clearly supportive of his aggressive stance. Jiang Yun's expression darkened, realizing the odds were stacked against him, with only Dong Taizan by his side. Engaging in a dispute now could be detrimental, possibly leading to a loss. Weighing the situation, Jiang Yun reached into his pocket, retrieving a business card, which he tossed to the group. What's this? Are you trying to assert your identity? The crowd erupted in laughter, while the young driver scoffed. I don't care who you are. I don't need to see your card. Just mentioning my father's name will scare you into submission. His followers mirrored his arrogance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. My father is. He began, deliberately elongating his words, but was interrupted by an impatient shout from the crowd. Your father is nothing. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. And the young driver clenched his fists in rage, his teeth grinding. It was one thing to insult him, but to demean his father was intolerable. Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to see Dong Pingbua stepping forward from the throng. How fortuitous! Dong Pingbua is passing by and has run into Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun thought, surprised yet curious. What brings you here? Jiang Yun pondered, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Dong Pingbua approached, gesturing toward the young driver. Let me introduce you. Standing before you is Mr. Jiang Yun, our esteemed partner. In his eyes, your father is inconsequential. The young driver fell silent, instinctively swallowing hard, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yun in disbelief. How could this be? The young driver, though unfamiliar with Jiang Yun, had ingratiated himself with Dong Pingbua, largely due to his awareness of Dong Pingbua's status, which he sought to exploit for personal gain. Those following the young driver shared the same motivations. Though prominent signs of wealth, they paled in comparison to Dong Pingbua. But Jiang Yun is so young. How could he possibly be a partner of Dong's family? The young driver thought, his skepticism evident. Dong Pingbua's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Mr. Jiang, he stammered, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Let me rectify this. I'll take care of your vehicle and ensure you reach your destination. The young driver's tone transformed dramatically. His previous arrogance evaporated. I truly regret today's incident. Allow me to handle the repairs and return your vehicle once it's ready. The young driver, now relieved that he hadn't revealed his identity earlier, felt fortunate to have avoided implicating his father. You just said you wouldn't let us off easily. Dong Taizan glared at the young driver, unimpressed. Even without Dong Pingbua's intervention, he held no regard for the young driver, viewing him merely as an inconsequential nuisance. Bro, I didn't recognize your stature earlier. If you're still upset, feel free to slap me. I won't protest. The young driver grinned, though inwardly he cursed the situation. It was clear that Jiang Yun was the one of significance, while Dong Taizan was merely a driver or bodyguard, someone he wouldn't typically acknowledge. Enough of this. Don't stoop to his level. Since the issue is resolved, let us head back, Jiang Yun stated, uninterested in lingering any longer. The crowd was still watching, and he had no desire to remain a spectacle. Dong Taizhan said nothing further, throwing a dismissive punch at the young driver before getting back into the car with Jiang Yun. Dong Pengbo had hoped to use this opportunity to converse with Jiang Yun, but he found himself ignored as the young driver and his entourage exchanged farewells with Dong Pengbo. They departed, leaving the scene behind. It seems he still hasn't forgiven me. Dong Pengbo watched as Jiang Yun's car gradually disappeared from view. Shaking his head as he remarked, I must prepare some gifts to personally apologize. Why should the young master bother with someone so ungrateful? Today is not the day for the young master to appear. I suspect he and his associates would end up battered and bruised. The assistant, noticing Dong Pengbo's good mood, hurriedly showered him with compliments. Yet in the next moment, Dong Pengbo's expression shifted once more. What do you understand? He possesses status and standing. Of course, he wouldn't regard me highly. Enough of this pointless chatter. Quickly take me to a nearby gift shop, and let us procure some items to apologize to Mr. Jiang in person, Dong Pengbo coldly commanded, already making his way to the car, that he had not yet devised a plan to meet Jiang Yun, but an opportunity had indeed arisen. Although Jiang Yun's demeanor remained somewhat frosty, he had, after all, lent a helping hand. Presenting gifts at this moment should not seem too abrupt. Having made up his mind, Dong Pengbo was set off with his driver. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun sat in his car, eyes closed as he lit a cigarette, slowly stating, I never anticipated that today I would be rescued by Dong Pengbo, that I thought I would never see this prodigal son again. Jiang Yun held no favorable impression of Dong Pengbo. Were it not for Dong Yunji intervening, he likely would not have spared Dong Pengbo a glance at Mr. Jiang. Should I prepare something to send to the Dong family? Dong Taizhan promptly inquired, that in no need for such trouble. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. For Dong Pengbo, it was merely a trifling matter. Moreover, Dong Pengbo's actions today were merely embellishments. Even if matters escalated, he could manage. Yet this precisely highlighted a concern, his lack of prominence in the capital city. It had emboldened some nameless juniors to tread upon him. I shall follow your orders, Mr. Jiang, Dong Taizhan replied quickly, refraining from further comment. Soon, Jiang Yun and his companion returned to the estate. However, upon entering, they were greeted by Lin Mu standing at the entrance. Lin Mu's expression was dire. His hair disheveled, and a thick stubble adorned his face, making him appear quite haggard. Yet, Jiang Yun paid him no heed and drove straight into the estate. Noticing Jiang Yun's return, Lin Mu hastily approached, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, I have come to apologize. Over the past few days, Lin Mu had been reflecting on his actions. After much contemplation, he realized that Jiang Yun had always been considerate of him, and that Jiang Yun had done no wrong. He could only blame his own capriciousness. The previous troubles with the studio had already caused Jiang Yun enough inconvenience, even after losing crucial materials and facing a situation of abandonment. He had failed to apologize. However, this time the matter had escalated too far. He had not only hurt Jiang Yun's feelings, but also greatly distressed Lin Shui. Is there something you wish to discuss? Jiang Yun inquired coolly, not even glancing at Lin Mu. With repeated offenses, Lin Mu had demonstrated a consistent lack of growth, inciting exasperation. Were it not for Lin Mu's connection to Lin Shui, Jiang Yun would have ignored him entirely, or perhaps even reprimanded him to instill some sense into him. Brother-in-law, I know you are still angry with me, but this time I am truly remorseful that I beg for your forgiveness if I err again in the future. I shall accept any consequences you deem fit. Lin Mu declared his stance directly. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, then slowly lit a cigarette, frowning as he asked, Are you speaking the truth? Absolutely. If I speak falsely, may the heavens strike me down. Lin Mu raised 3 fingers, hastily swearing. Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile, finding Lin Mu's demeanor rather childish. Very well. I forgive you, but we must draft a contract to ensure accountability. Should you repeat such mistakes, I shall seize all your assets, leaving you destitute. During his tenure as project director at Yunxue Group, Lin Mu had earned a considerable amount of money. Jiang Yun found it difficult to threaten him otherwise, thus resorting to this method of constraint. After all, having navigated the business world for many years, Jiang Yun did not place faith in oaths. Rather, he valued legally binding contracts. Clear terms written in black and white served as true evidence. Agreed. I shall comply with all your arrangements, brother-in-law, Lin Mu quickly affirmed. Just as they were about to enter, Dong Pengbo arrived, carrying several red gift boxes as he approached Jiang Yun, a flattering smile adorning his face. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for this morning's incident. I have brought these gifts to express my sincere apologies that I hope you will overlook my transgressions and not let this affect your relationship with my father. Lin Mu was taken aback by Dong Pengbo's demeanor, glancing at Jiang Yun with a newfound respect. Yet, Jiang Yun offered no explanation, instead smiling and replying, "Very well. You have assisted me a bit earlier. So let us consider our matters settled. I never intended to hold a grudge against you." Dong Pengbo let out a sigh of relief, having completed the task assigned by Dong Yunji, that Mr. Jiang. I have also prepared a feast at the hotel. Would you do me the honor of joining? Dong Pengbo inquired once more. He, accustomed to a life of indulgence, understood that the simplest way for men to strengthen their camaraderie was over drinks. He aimed to seize the opportunity and quickly solidify his bond with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily. Just as he was about to decline, a recent memory flashed through his mind. The people of the capital were not particularly familiar with him. Although Jiang Yun had gained control over the Chun family's enterprises and had established himself as a formidable figure in business, his identity remained largely unknown. While Jiang Yun was indifferent to such matters, a higher profile would certainly mitigate potential troubles. With a sudden shift in thought, Jiang Yun spoke again. "Fine, but you must assist me with a small favor. Gather all those individuals we encountered on the street today. Let us have a gathering." Although Dong Pengbo was somewhat puzzled, he nodded in agreement. This was a simple task. With a mere command, none would dare disobey. After making the necessary arrangements, Jiang Yun prepared to follow Dong Pengbo out. "Are you coming?" Before getting into the car, he glanced at Lin Mu and inquired, "To Jiang Yun." It seemed that Lin Mu was so engrossed in programming that he had dulled his senses. His emotional intelligence appeared lacking, and he was oblivious to social nuances. Given the occasion, it would be prudent to offer Lin Mu an opportunity. "That I'm going." Lin Mu eagerly nodded, quickly affirming his decision. "Very well. Then let us get in the car." With that, Jiang Yun entered the vehicle. The two cars soon departed from the estate, with Dong Pengbo leading the way. As they traveled, Dong Pengbo contacted his friends, who were already en route to the hotel. Yet, anxiety loomed within them. None could fathom Jiang Yun's intentions and feared he might seek retribution. However, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, and what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. Half an hour later, the hotel lobby was bustling with people. Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his party emerge from their vehicles, the crowd rushed forward. The young driver who had previously clashed with Jiang Yun stepped forward first, stating, "Mr. Jiang, this evening's gathering provides the perfect opportunity for me to sincerely apologize that my earlier actions were inexcusable. Please do not hold it against me." Despite having previously apologized, the young driver now felt a profound respect for Jiang Yun and even a hint of trepidation. He had contacted his father earlier, subtly inquiring about Jiang Yun, and upon hearing just the name, his father's face had drained of color. Furthermore, he had learned of several of Jiang Yun's exploits. This time, he was earnestly seeking to apologize to Jiang Yun to avoid further complications for himself and his family. The others gathered behind him lowered their heads, none daring to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. "Let bygones be bygones," Jiang Yun replied coolly, waving his hand dismissively. "And no wonder Mr. Jiang's business is so prosperous. It seems your vision is truly commendable." The crowd continued to flatter him, but Jiang Yun could only scoff in disbelief. Indeed, in every circle, there are always those who indulge in sycophancy. Clearly, these individuals are the affluent second-generation heirs from the capital. Yet upon seeing themselves, they behave like mice encountering a cat, now displaying such subservience. How amusing! Upon entering the hotel lobby, I noticed the hotel manager hastily approaching, casting a respectful glance at the young driver before exclaiming, "Young Master Chin, what an unexpected pleasure to see you here." This establishment, of course, belongs to young Master Chin, a mere continuation of his father's legacy. Although he may appear timid in front of Jiang Yun, he still exudes authority within his own domain. Did you not see the multitude of friends present? Coming to the hotel without dining, could it be that you intend to play cards? Young Master Chin retorted with a hint of irritation. The hotel manager truly lacks wit. It seems he requires a re-evaluation of his personnel. "Allow me to prepare a table for you," he hurriedly offered, only to be interrupted by Dong Pengbo. "Did I not already reserve a table?" The manager finally regained his composure, realizing he had been so fixated on young Master Chin that he had overlooked Dong Pengbo standing beside him. "I shall add 2 more dishes for you and provide a couple of fine bottles of wine," the manager quickly assured before making his way aside. Dong Pengbo paid him no heed and approached Jiang Yun, saying, "Mr. Jiang, please, after you." Chapter 396. Friends from Ning City. Just as Jiang Yun was about to enter, a commotion erupted from the lobby. Following the sound, he was taken aback to discover a familiar face within the hotel. Dong Pengbo also noticed Jiang Yun's gaze and swiftly pulled the manager closer, gritting his teeth as he said, "Did I not instruct you that today we only accommodate Mr. Jiang? How could anyone else intrude?" The hotel manager awkwardly chuckled, quickly responding, "There must be a misunderstanding. I shall investigate this matter at once." As the manager prepared to address the situation, he noticed a man standing at the entrance fixating his gaze on Jiang Yun. "Jiang Yun, what brings you here?" The man furrowed his brow, instinctively adjusting his collar. His attention did not linger on Jiang Yun for long as he pointed at the attendant before him, saying, "Did you not inform me that the establishment was closed for business tonight? What is the meaning of their presence?" The attendant promptly explained, "These are esteemed guests of our general manager, and we are not open to the public tonight to accommodate them." "Esteemed guests?" The man's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to glance at Jiang Yun. What a farce! Did he not realize Jiang Yun's true worth? The man had spent some time in Ning City and was naturally acquainted with Jiang Yun, having often frequented similar establishments together. Yet, he regarded Jiang Yun with disdain. Although Jiang Yun was the eldest son of the Jiang family, at that time, he was hardly more than a mere lapdog to the family. They only kept him around for the sake of having an additional driver. Later, the man followed his parents to the capital, severing all ties with Jiang Yun. Despite the years apart, he still recognized Jiang Yun's face. Who would have thought he could become someone else's esteemed guest? This was nothing short of an international joke. Or perhaps he was simply engaging in deception here. The manager, feeling uneasy, licked his lips, casting a glance at Dong Pengbo, that if the man before him were unfamiliar with Jiang Yun, regardless of his status, he could simply be expelled. However, given their apparent familiarity, this posed a dilemma. Jiang Yun and Dong Pengbo had approached the man. "Jiang Yun, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself." The man's sentence trailed off as his gaze fell upon Dong Pengbo. In an instant, he gasped in surprise. "You are the young Master Dong from the Dong family, correct?" "I am Cui Liang." "You must know my father." Cui Liang hurriedly brushed off the dust from his clothes, shedding any semblance of arrogance, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Indeed, even his father would need to bow and scrape before Dong Pengbo. After all, he was none other than the illustrious young master of the Dong family. Far beyond their comparison, Cui Liang completely ignored Jiang Yun standing beside him. Dong Pengbo, noticing Jiang Yun's silence and uncertain of his relationship with Cui Liang, merely nodded casually, waving his hand toward the hotel manager. "Take young Master Cui to a private room. Make an exception for them to dine here tonight." The manager nodded vigorously, and the attendant's demeanor underwent a significant transformation. Cui Liang was accompanied by several friends, all of whom were his companions. It is said that a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Since arriving in the capital, Chui Liang had indulged in revelry daily, consistently surrounded by his dubious companions. Thus, wherever he went, there were always followers and entourage at his heels. Upon hearing Dong Pengbo grant them special treatment, excitement sparkled in their eyes as they plotted to maintain a favorable relationship with Chui Liang in the future. After all, he was acquainted with the esteemed young Master Dong. They had no inkling that Dong Pengbo was merely showing favor to Jiang Yun. Otherwise, Chui Liang would be of no consequence. After all, he scarcely knew Chui Liang's true worth. Young Master Dong, please continue your business, that I shall not take up more of your time, that we can catch up properly another day, Chui Liang said, bowing slightly as he hurriedly spoke. Dong Pengbo responded lightly before following Jiang Yun toward their designated private room. Jiang Yun, indifferent to their exchange, remained focused on the task at hand, that it was imperative to integrate himself into Dong Pengbo's circle and cultivate favorable relations with these affluent heirs, as it would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. As he pushed open the door to the private room, the guests who had been waiting rose in unison, respectfully bowing to Jiang Yun. Their faces adorned with smiles, though their demeanor appeared somewhat disingenuous. Jiang Yun nonetheless reaped the benefits. Everyone, there is no need for such formality. Please take a seat. After all, we are of similar age, so let us keep it casual, Jiang Yun said with a warm smile. The guests nodded in agreement and promptly took their seats. Prior to arriving, they had been quite apprehensive, even worried about Jiang Yun's intentions. However, it became clear that he simply wished for a relaxed meal. Their concerns dissipated instantly, revealing a bright outlook. The guests were considerate, readily yielding the seat of honor. Jiang Yun, accompanied by Lin Mu and another, settled at the side, while Dong Pengbo naturally took his place beside Jiang Yun. I have gathered here today merely to make friends with everyone, that we might as well say we are acquaintances now. From this day forward, let bygones be bygones, that I trust no one has any objections. Jiang Yun inquired directly, that in truth, he harbored his own intentions. These individuals hailed from illustrious backgrounds and could potentially become valuable allies. Although these wealthy heirs appeared frivolous, their family influence was formidable, and many would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. Once they inherited their family businesses, they would soar to great heights. While Jiang Yun had his own standing in the capital, it was simply not enough. The tides of time favor the new over the old. To avoid being surpassed by future generations, one must constantly strive forward. As long as Mr. Jiang does not hold past grievances against us, we are entirely agreeable. A young man stood up, smiling as he proposed. Let us raise a toast to Mr. Jiang. The entire assembly rose, glasses raised high, regardless of gender. Atio Mr. Jiang. Chapter 397. An intoxicated evening before arriving, the guests had conducted thorough background checks on Jiang Yun. They were undoubtedly aware of his significant standing. They had even learned that their own fathers dared not provoke Jiang Yun lightly. Now, having the opportunity to share a table with him filled them with a sense of honor. Observing that Jiang Yun bore no ill will towards them, they relaxed considerably, gathering in small groups to converse. Occasionally, someone would raise a glass in Jiang Yun's honor. Lin Mu, seated nearby, showed little interest in the gathering. He crossed his arms and glanced at Jiang Yun before shaking his head, saying that fellow was Chui Liang, right? Having lived in Ning City, Lin Mu was well aware of Chui Liang's background. Jiang Yun nodded. Despite the change in appearance and the passage of time, it was indeed Chui Liang. Moreover, I did not expect that he would venture to the capital. From the looks of it, he seems to be doing quite well. However, Jiang Yun also comprehended the underlying truth. Although Chui Liang was a seasoned libertine, whose daily thoughts revolved around indulgence and revelry, he nonetheless had the fortune of a commendable father. His father was significantly superior to Jiang Tingfei. Not only a shrewd businessman, but also adept at recognizing and utilizing talents, that it is often said that a tiger father begets no dog son. Yet Chui Liang seemed to have inherited none of his father's virtues. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun was disinclined to concern himself with such matters. Despite their previous minor altercations and his disdain for Chui Liang's mannerisms, Jiang Yun now occupied a position far superior to that of Chui Liang. Even if Chui Liang's father were present, Jiang Yun felt no obligation to extend any courtesy, let alone to a mere Chui Liang. Perhaps due to a shift in temperament, Jiang Yun chose to disregard Chui Liang's antics. In another private room, the hotel manager gently knocked on the door, his face adorned with a perpetual smile of flattery. Just before Dong Pengbu's departure, he had been instructed to provide Chui Liang and his companions with 2 bottles of fine wine. Having prepared the order, he now personally delivered it. Young Master Chui, this is the exquisite wine that young Master Dong specifically requested I present to you. The hotel manager approached enthusiastically, respectfully placing the bottles on the table. Chui Liang felt a surge of pride, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leaned back in his chair, raising 2 fingers toward the manager. By the way, which room is young Master Dong in? I must personally go toast him. Chui Liang's heart swelled with joy, believing that his father's reputation had indeed intimidated Dong Pengbu. If he could cultivate a closer relationship with Dong Pengbu in the future, it would not be long before he emerged as a prominent figure in the capital. Wherever he went, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by admirers. The hotel manager quickly responded, "Young Master Dong is in the adjacent room." "Good. I shall head over immediately." After pouring himself a glass of wine, Chui Liang turned his gaze to the others present. "You all stay here and enjoy your drinks that I will go greet young Master Dong. If the opportunity arises, I shall invite him to join us at this table." The group cheered, raising their thumbs in approval, although they too indulged in daily hedonism and had a modicum of wealth. They felt like mere mortals in the presence of Dong Pengbu, a figure of immense stature. If they could truly befriend someone of such caliber, would they not soar to great heights in the future? Chui Liang, dismissing any further conversation, stumbled to his feet and followed the hotel manager toward the neighboring private room that in no time, they arrived at the door. Chui Liang pushed it open, yet no one inside acknowledged his presence. Dong Pengbu was engrossed in conversation with Jiang Yun, seemingly treating Chui Liang as nothing more than a servant. However, Chui Liang felt no embarrassment. Instead, he walked confidently to Dong Pengbu's side, with a subtle smile. He addressed him, "Young Master Dong, thank you for the fine wine. If it's convenient for you, might you join us in the next room for a moment? My friends are eager to meet you and have a good chat." The patrons, who had been drinking, turned their attention to Chui Liang, puzzled as they had never seen him before and could not discern his identity. Was he yet another affluent heir from the capital? Jiang Yun, however, paid Chui Liang little heed, preoccupied with his tea. Dong Pengbu glanced at Jiang Yun before his gaze returned to Chui Liang, sensing something amiss. The only reason he had shown Chui Liang any deference was due to Jiang Yun's standing. Yet Jiang Yun did not reciprocate the enthusiasm, leading Dong Pengbu to wonder if there was a misunderstanding. "Young Master Dong, if you find it inconvenient, I shall raise a toast to you here as a token of my gratitude." As he spoke, Chui Liang downed his drink in one go. Dong Pengbu merely touched his lips to the wine, saying nothing further that moment. Lin Mu could no longer contain his laughter. What a shameful display. The man clearly wishes to ignore you, yet you follow him like a lapdog. Though Lin Mu's voice was not loud, the silence in the room amplified his words, making them impossible for Chui Liang and the others to miss. The affluent heirs seated nearby erupted in laughter. However, Chui Liang's expression soured, his face contorting in displeasure as he slammed his glass down on the table and approached Lin Mu. "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? If you have the guts, repeat what you just said." Chui Liang was seething with anger. If Dong Pengbu had said such a thing, he might have brushed it off, but to hear it from Lin Mu, whom he regarded as an inconsequential waste, was intolerable. Just as Lin Mu opened his mouth to respond, Jiang Yun pressed down on his leg, and his gaze shifted back to Chui Liang. "Get out." Jiang Yun uttered those 3 words with chilling detachment. Chui Liang's expression shifted abruptly. The alcohol had heightened his emotions, and believing Dong Pengbu to be an ally, He dismissed Jiang Yun entirely. "What do you think you are? How dare you reprimand me? Jiang Yun, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Chui Liang's arrogance was palpable. Yet before Jiang Yun could respond, Dong Pengbo stood up, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Chui Liang's face. "How dare you speak to Mr. Jiang in such a manner?" Chapter 398. I am but a fool. The force of the slap left Chui Liang disoriented, sobering him considerably. What was happening? Wasn't Dong Pengbo the one who had just offered him wine? Why was Jiang Yun suddenly striking him? In that instant, Chui Liang grasped the situation and quickly turned to Dong Pengbo with a smile, adopting a fawning demeanor. "Young Master Dong, surely you are unaware of this person's true nature beside you. I do not know how he has duped you with his sweet words, but he is nothing but a useless wastrel." Before he could finish, Dong Pengbo delivered a swift kick to Chui Liang's stomach, causing him to double over in pain, clutching his abdomen as he crumpled to the ground, his handsome face paling substantially. Yet, even in agony, he gritted his teeth and hastily insisted, "Young Master Dong, I speak nothing but the truth." When he was in Ningqing, he was merely a soft-handed parasite. His entire family are leeches, living off the generosity of the general manager of Lin's group. This is common knowledge. You can verify it yourself. Chui Liang was bewildered as to why Dong Pengbo would strike him on behalf of Jiang Yun. Surely, there was some misunderstanding. After all, his father held a degree of influence in the capital. Though he would not dare provoke members of the Dong family, Dong Pengbo was merely a young master. Surely he would extend some courtesy to his father. The others in the room exchanged glances, their faces reflecting confusion and disbelief, not fully grasping the truth of Chui Liang's claims. However, Dong Pengbo was no fool. He understood that a hero's merit is not defined by his lineage. Furthermore, he had conducted a comprehensive investigation into Jiang Yun. And with Jiang Yun's ability to summon vast resources, how could he possibly be a mere parasite? If one could casually acquire a fortune of 1,000 billion, then everyone would wish to live off the fat of the land. Even Dong Pengbo, as a young master of the Dong family, would desire a life of ease. "I do not care what transpired in Mr. Jiang's past. That is of no consequence to me. From this day forth, Mr. Jiang is my elder brother. Should anyone dare to slander him, they will be opposing me." Dong Pengbo's declaration was not merely for the audience. It was primarily directed at Jiang Yun. Chui Liang's face drained of color, and he instinctively licked his parched lips, feeling as if a heavy stone weighed upon his chest, making it exceedingly uncomfortable that he had initially perceived Jiang Yun as merely a sycophant of Dong Pengbo, someone who merely scraped by for a few coins. Yet he never anticipated that Dong Pengbo would regard Jiang Yun as an elder brother. How absurd! If they truly became sworn brothers, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Little did Chui Liang know that the Jiang Yun of today was no longer the same individual he had known in Ningqing. "You immediately summon security," Dong Pengbo pointed at the hotel manager standing nearby, issuing a furious command: "Expel this fool and his companions. Furthermore, they are henceforth banned from entering this hotel. Otherwise, I shall break their legs." The hotel manager, not daring to hesitate, swiftly contacted security and had Chui Liang forcibly removed. Once the commotion had subsided, Dong Pengbo's gaze returned to Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. Originally, I had intended to share a delightful meal with you. However, I never anticipated that such an incident would transpire. But rest assured, I will ensure that this scoundrel pays dearly." Beating a drowning dog. Jiang Yun shook his head and chuckled, yet chose to say little more. That it sufficed for him to clarify his position. As long as everyone was aware that he and Chui Liang were not friends, merely acquaintances, that would be adequate. After all, Chui Liang is the sort who climbs the ladder opportunistically. He must not be afforded any chance. This course of action is indeed correct. That fellow's very appearance is repugnant, Lin Mu remarked as he crossed his arms, before resuming his meal. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yun and the others engaged in jovial conversation, Chui Liang and his companions had been entirely expelled from the private room. They now stood across from the hotel, lingering without any intention of leaving. However, they were not there to cause trouble. After all, Dong Pengbo was inside. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to provoke him. Chui Liang made several phone calls, his face quickly becoming one of despair. He repeatedly verified the information relayed to him over the phone. Is this truly the case? Chui Liang felt his breath quickening, instinctively tightening his grip on his phone. Absolutely true. The voice on the other end hurriedly responded. It's over. Chui Liang sank hopelessly to the ground, casting his phone aside. The onlookers were filled with confusion, their gazes all directed towards him. Though they too were second-generation wealthy, their families merely lacked a bit of money. If they were left to squander it freely, they would hardly live to old age before becoming destitute. Naturally, they aspired to connect with individuals from broader circles, hoping to become sycophants to others. Not only could they engage with more prominent figures, but perhaps they could also benefit their family businesses. Alas, their efforts were in vain. Not only had they failed to befriend Dong Pengbo, but they had also been unceremoniously expelled. Chui Liang lit a cigarette, exhaling a few smoke rings before frowning and saying, I never would have imagined that Jiang Yun, whom I once found displeasing, is actually the mastermind behind Yunxue Group. Moreover, he is also the major shareholder of the newly established private bank. It now dawned on him that, and no wonder Dong Pengbo was so close to Jiang Yun. That private bank is a property of the Dong family. And it is said that there exists a mysterious domestic collaborator, and that person is none other than Jiang Yun. With matters reaching this point, Chui Liang finally comprehended. Presumably, Dong Pengbo mistakenly believed he and Jiang Yun were friends, which is why he had extended a green light to him. Yet he himself had failed to cherish it. After slapping himself a few times in frustration, Chui Liang tossed his cigarette but aside and waved dismissively at the others. Grumbling, what are you all still doing here? Are you planning to keep vigil for me? Get lost. The crowd exchanged glances before dispersing. Chui Liang, however, remained rooted in place, determined to apologize to Jiang Yun in person. Half an hour later, inside the hotel room, that Mr. Jiang, if you are not in a hurry to return home, why not change venues and continue drinking? Dong Pengbo spoke with enthusiasm that their relationship with Jiang Yun continued to deepen. He naturally sought to seize the opportunity to grow even closer. This could be beneficial for future developments. He might even gain favor in front of his father. Never mind. Jiang Yun glanced at the time and smiled, saying, My wife is about to finish work, that I need to return home for a meal with her. The others exchanged glances, each giving Jiang Yun a thumbs up, that in their perception, wealthy and powerful individuals are seldom devoted. As long as their family's banner remains unscathed, they can indulge in affairs outside. Even many of the fathers present behaved in such a manner. Yet, to their surprise, Jiang Yun was not only accomplished at a young age, but also a devoted romantic. Many women began to envy him. Why had they not encountered a man as exceptional as Jiang Yun? Very well. You may change venues now that we can gather again another time when it suits. Jiang Yun said with a smile. His attitude towards Dong Pengbo had shifted. Although Dong Pengbo was somewhat arrogant in his daily conduct, at that moment, he appeared as docile as a well-behaved kitten before Jiang Yun. While Jiang Yun understood the underlying reasons, he was nonetheless pleased. Moreover, he might need Dong Pengbo's assistance in the future, so it was only natural for him to don a smile, in that case. I shall not delay Mr. Jiang any further. You and your friends have had a drink, I will arrange a driver to take you home. Dong Pengbo gestured to a nearby waiter, giving a few instructions before accompanying Jiang Yun and his companion out. After watching Jiang Yun depart, Dong Pengbo led the others towards the clubhouse, his spirits high. He could report his achievements to his father that evening. The task of establishing a good relationship with Jiang Yun had been thoroughly accomplished. And beautifully so. There was not a single flaw to be found. A few minutes later, Jiang Yun remained with his eyes closed in repose, while Lin Mu sat in the front passenger seat. Engrossed in his laptop, even when attending gatherings, he never parted with his computer. To Jiang Yun, the laptop seemed to hold more significance than Lin Mu's wife. It was likely that after marriage, Lin Mu spent more nights clutching his laptop than he did his spouse. Mr. Jiang, there's a car following us closely. What should we do? Should I contact young Master Dong and have him intervene? The driver respectfully inquired through the rearview mirror after glancing at Jiang Yun. Now that everyone in the hotel was aware that Jiang Yun was a distinguished guest of Dong Pingbua, no one dared to slight him. If anything were to happen while escorting Jiang Yun home, he would have no way to explain himself to Dong Pingbua. He might even face punishment. Being followed, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow slightly, while Lin Mu turned to glance back. After noting the license plate number, he quickly began typing on his computer. Moments later, Lin Mu spoke up. The person tailing us is Chui Liang. That I wonder what this scoundrel is planning. Chui Liang. How do you know? Jiang Yun had just turned to look as well. But due to the distance, he could barely make out the occupants of the car. Could it be that Lin Mu possessed some sort of X-ray vision? Isn't it all just a matter of checking the license plate number? Lin Mu retorted, somewhat exasperated, that we are in an information age. And to him, Jiang Yun seemed like an illiterate. I see. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers, a faint smile appearing on his face. Let us do this. Let us pull over for a moment, that I'm curious to see what this fellow is up to. The driver did not dare to ask further, and promptly pulled the car over to the side of the road. Lin Mu frowned, saying we still don't know how many people are in that car. Besides, this guy likely harbors a deep grudge against you. Aren't you worried about retaliation? Although the earlier incident in the hotel room was quite satisfying. Chui Liang had received a thorough lesson. Even though those punches hadn't landed on Lin Mu, he could still feel the pain. Jiang Yun shook his head and chuckled, casually lighting a cigarette as he said, if it were someone else, we might genuinely need to hurry home. But since the one tailing me is Chui Liang, there's no need for concern. When we were in Ningqing, that fellow was timid as a mouse. I suspect he is no different here in Jingqing. Jiang Yun had a keen understanding of Chui Liang. He was the quintessential bully who preyed on the weak. This visit was probably meant for him to grovel. Wasn't it? Just as the two were conversing, they noticed Chui Liang's car had also pulled over. He quickly exited the vehicle and approached Jiang Yun's car, after respectfully tapping on the window. Despite the bruises still visible on his face, he managed to muster a smile. That Mr. Jiang, are you available at the moment? There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Yun slowly began to exit the vehicle, and Chui Liang's heart leaped with joy. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Jiang Yun toss his cigarette but out the window. Fortunately, Chui Liang dodged in time. Otherwise, the cigarette would have struck him on the head. Nevertheless, he dared not display any anger, maintaining a humble smile. Those who insult others often find themselves insulted in return. Jiang Yun merely intended to give him a lesson. What is it? Jiang Yun inquired nonchalantly, his voice tinged with impatience. Brother Jiang, it was my failure to recognize the situation and my verbal misstep earlier. I have come to apologize. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and let it slide. Chui Liang implored repeatedly. He had just carefully considered that he must maintain a cordial relationship with Jiang Yun. Only in this way could he navigate the complexities of the capital with ease. However, Jiang Yun paid him no heed and swiftly delivered a slap to Chui Liang's face before stepping out of the car. Despite being struck, Chui Liang kept his head bowed, a flattering smile plastered on his face. How dare you bring up the past? If memory serves me right, you were hardly kind to me back then. How can you still have the audacity to utter such words? And weren't you looking down on me as a mere leech? Why should I apologize? Jiang Yun had no fondness for bullying others, yet Chui Liang's predicament was entirely of his own making. Such individuals deserved a thorough lesson. Otherwise, they would never learn that Chui Liang chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Ge, I merely had a bit too much to drink and misspoke. Chapter 400. The Wheel of Fortune turns all right, that if there's nothing else, please do not waste my time here. Jiang Yun did not even spare Chui Liang a glance as he prepared to roll up the car window. Those who insult others shall always be insulted in return. The situation had escalated to this point entirely due to Chui Liang's own actions. He could not blame anyone else. Chui Liang hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting around before he hastily spoke again. Jiang Ge, considering our past camaraderie in Ningqing, could you perhaps introduce me to young Master Dong? Rest assured, the benefits will certainly not be lacking for you. As Jiang Yin showed no intention of making things difficult for him, Chui Liang felt emboldened to speak more freely than if he could leverage Jiang Yun to connect with the Dong family. His future would undoubtedly be bright, allowing him to thrive in the capital effortlessly. Jiang Yun paused for a brief moment, a meaningful smile gracing his lips that he had initially not intended to hold any grudges against Chui Liang. For their status disparity was vast. In his eyes, Chui Liang was scarcely worth considering. Yet since Chui Liang had presented himself so readily, he would make use of him to pass the time. Get in the car. I'll take you somewhere. Jiang Yin spoke nonchalantly, then closed his eyes to rest. Chui Liang nodded eagerly, quickly climbing into Jiang Yun's vehicle. Although Lin Mu in the front passenger seat felt some dissatisfaction and was unclear about Jiang Yun's intentions, he chose not to voice his concerns. After rolling his eyes at Chui Liang, he dismissed him entirely. Before long, they arrived at a villa that as Jiang Yun exited the vehicle, Chui Liang and Lin Mu followed suit. Lin Mu, puzzled by the sight of the villa, turned to Jiang Yun and inquired, "Brother-in-law, where is this?" "This is a place where I used to conduct business," Jiang Yun explained as he led them inside. "The basement here houses a considerable collection of fine wines. When I first arrived in the capital, I used it as a secret base to win over influential figures. However, I no longer need to engage in business myself. And since your sister disapproves of my drinking, my visits have become infrequent." As they spoke, they entered the villa. Although Jiang Yun did not frequent the place, it was still staffed. "Sir." A servant approached respectfully and bowed. Jiang Yun acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded towards the wine cellar with the two men in tow. Lin Mu remained curious about the room's layout, noting that while this villa was not as grand as their estate, its elegant decor suggested that Jiang Yun had invested a significant amount of money into it. Meanwhile, Chui Liang felt a sense of trepidation. The villa's European architectural style gave it a foreboding atmosphere. Uncertain of Jiang Yun's plans, he felt uneasy. However, having come this far, he knew he had to see it through, lest he offend Jiang Yun and endanger his family standing in the capital at that point. Even if Jiang Yun chose not to retaliate, his father would not easily forgive him. Before long, they entered the wine cellar. Jiang Yun inhaled the rich aroma of grapes, savoring it before breaking into a satisfied smile. "These are truly fine wines. Just the scent alone is intoxicating." Chui Liang quickly chimed in, attempting to curry favor. After taking a seat at the head of the table, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Chui Liang, his fingers lightly tapping the surface as a cryptic smile appeared on his lips. "I recall that during our time in Ningqing, you imparted a lesson to me. For a man to thrive, he must first master the art of drinking, and he must know his limits. Surely, you remember this?" Jiang Yun clapped his hands, prompting a servant to present him with a glass of wine. He swirled the deep red liquid. "Reflecting on past events, it was because of your advice that I found myself inebriated that night, to the point of being hospitalized. Had it not been for timely medical intervention, I might not have survived." While memories of Ningqing flooded back, they were far from pleasant. Although Jiang Yun did not wish to dwell on them, he also did not intend to forget. Chui Liang swallowed hard, wishing he could slap himself. Had he known Jiang Yun would rise to prominence in the capital, he would never have made things difficult for him. In truth, he had viewed Jiang Yun as beneath contempt, never considering the tides of fortune could shift. After all, Jiang Yun had been merely a leech back then, a mere leech, incapable of causing any upheaval. Yet now he realized the gravity of his blunder. Chui Liang was lost in thought. Applause suddenly echoed in his ears that a servant approached, carrying an assortment of bottles and respectfully placing them on the table before Jiang Yun. Chui Liang was utterly bewildered. "Brother-in-law, you've already had a drink. Perhaps you should refrain from having more. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain yourself to my sister later." That moment, Lin Mu hurried over to Jiang Yun's side, eagerly interjecting. Jiang Yun regarded him with a more attentive gaze. It was evident that this experience had fostered a significant transformation in Lin Mu. He had evidently matured, as he now showed genuine concern for others, something he had previously failed to do while harboring animosity toward Jiang Yun. Rest assured, I have no intention of drinking. Instead, I want Chui Liang to sample these fine wines and provide his opinion. Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Chui Liang, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Since Chui Liang had presented himself so conveniently, it was only fitting that he be given a thorough lesson to ensure he learned his lesson well. Chui Liang's face turned ashen. He fully grasped that he had stumbled into a trap. Jiang Yun was undoubtedly holding a grudge against the past bullying he had endured, and this was a form of retribution. Though he felt a wave of discomfort, he maintained a facade of flattery. Whatever you say, Jiang Ge. However you wish to drink, I shall comply. Chapter 401. A satisfying turn of events. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction, casually grabbing a bottle of baijiu and opening it before presenting it to Chui Liang. Without hesitation, Chui Liang understood that he must not allow Jiang Yun to perceive him as weak while seeking his assistance. Moreover, he was well aware that he had previously insulted Jiang Yun, and this predicament was of his own making. He seized the bottle of baijiu and began to drink directly from it. The servants exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They had never witnessed such a scene. This was high-proof liquor. After consuming an entire bottle, Chui Liang would likely be rendered incapable of coherent thought. Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to intervene. Chui Liang was not worthy of sympathy. He was merely a bully who thrived on the power of others, just as he had been in Ningxing, and now in the capital. He deserved a thorough reprimand. Jiang Yun's actions were undeniably gratifying. After finishing the bottle, Chui Liang leaned on the table, grinning at Jiang Yun. Jiang Ge, are you satisfied now? Jiang Yun clapped his hands, his smile deepening. Indeed, I am satisfied. Since you have sampled the baijiu, I happen to have a fine bottle of red wine as well. You should try it too. Jiang Yun commanded a servant to open another bottle of red wine, handing it directly to Chui Liang without decanting it. Chui Liang, steeling himself, accepted the bottle without hesitation and proceeded to down the entire contents once more. It must be said that Chui Liang possesses a remarkable talent for drinking. However, this alone is insufficient. In the ensuing hour, Jiang Yun continuously poured drinks for Chui Liang, who in turn consumed bottle after bottle without restraint. Although he made several trips to the restroom and appeared quite unsteady, Jiang Yun showed no intention of relenting. That it was only when Chui Liang drunkenly collapsed to the ground that Lin Mu, who had been seated nearby, hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, perhaps we should call it a night. Although this fellow is rather irritating, if he continues drinking like this, he might very well drink himself to death. Should anything happen here, it would be impossible to explain that in truth." Jiang Yun merely aimed to teach him a lesson. He had no desire to take Chui Liang's life, but he approached Chui Liang, gave his face a gentle kick, and upon confirming that he had indeed passed out, gestured to the servants behind him, instructing them, "Take this useless fool to the hospital. Even if he is to perish, let it not be here." With a couple of parting words, he made his way outside, with Lin Mu trailing closely behind. Standing in the expansive courtyard of the villa, Jiang Yun lazily stretched his limbs, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Though only a few years had passed, he was no longer the Jiang Yun of yesteryear. He had transformed entirely, now commanding respect and influence in the capital. Even those so-called eminent families were obliged to bow before him. "Brother-in-law, it is getting late. My sister should have returned by now, that if there is nothing pressing, shall we head back?" Ever since the incident with Shun Bing, Lin Mu had refrained from contacting Lin Shui. Although he had already apologized to Jiang Yun today, he had yet to meet Lin Shui in person. That he understood the urgency of reuniting with her to offer a proper explanation. After all, he had come to recognize his mistakes. Furthermore, he vowed never to repeat them. "All right, let us return at once. But let me make this clear. Regardless of what your sister says to you, Do not lose your temper. If you do, I shall not spare you. Jiang Yun issued a swift warning. Being Lin Shue's confidant, he was well aware that her mood had not been particularly good of late, all due to Lin Mu's actions. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I was indeed at fault from the outset. Even if my sister were to take a knife to me, I would not dare utter a single word of protest, Lin Mu hastily pledged. With a chuckle, Jiang Yun shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. How could Lin Shui possibly harm Lin Mu? Their sibling bond was profound, and at times he even felt a twinge of jealousy. Just as the two were about to get into the car to return, Jiang Yun's phone rang. Almost immediately, Lu Qianqian's anxious voice emerged from the receiver that Mr. Jiang, there seems to be a problem at Yunxue Group. I heard that you hold a degree of influence in the capital. Could you possibly arrange for a skilled IT expert to come quickly? Otherwise, the company's network will face a complete shutdown. Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively glanced at Lin Mu beside him. That wasn't there a ready-made IT expert right here? All right, I will head over immediately. Jiang Yun promptly agreed and instructed the driver to change direction. Lin Mu, puzzled, turned to Jiang Yun and inquired, "What has happened?" "Well," Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before frowning and saying, "It appears that someone has attacked the company's network. Since you are with me, you shall accompany me to the company. This should be a trivial matter for you, correct?" Jiang Yun could glean from Lu Qianqian's tone that the situation had escalated to a critical juncture. With Lin Shui overseeing the company and Lu Qianqian reaching out to him, it was clear that the matter was significant. Should Lin Mu falter, it would indeed be a considerable embarrassment. You need not worry. Brother-in-law, this is precisely my area of expertise. Let us proceed directly. It will be foolproof, Lin Mu declared confidently. Were it any other issue, he would not dare make such assurances, but when it came to matters involving computers, he would confidently assert his superiority. In no time, the two arrived at the base of Yunxue Group. Upon entering the lobby, they spotted Lu Qianqian, who had been waiting anxiously. "Lin Mu, how is it that you are with Mr. Jiang? I thought you had already." As she began to speak, Lu Qianqian caught herself, for Lin Mu had once been a prominent figure within Yunxue Group, and his circumstances had caused quite a stir. Despite Lin Shui and others' efforts to suppress the news, it was impossible to keep everything under wraps. People were aware of Lin Mu's misdeeds. Lin Mu cleared his throat, quickly offering an explanation. "I sincerely apologize. The previous issues were my fault. However, I have reconciled with my brother-in-law, and I am here to assist the company in overcoming this crisis, as well as to apologize to my sister." Lu Qianqian refrained from pressing further, recognizing it was a private matter. However, with Lin Mu's presence, the situation at the company became significantly more manageable. It was well known that Lin Mu excelled in the realm of computers. "All right then, let us not waste any more time here. We must head upstairs promptly. You can explain to me what exactly transpired," Jiang Yun instructed, leading the duo upstairs. "That I end the elevator." Lu Qianqian wasted no time in providing an explanation. "Mr. Jiang, the situation is that our network is under malicious attack. However, due to Lin Mu's departure, the company lacks competent IT personnel, allowing others to exploit the vulnerability. Lin Shui has already summoned several temporary IT experts, but they seem to be..." As she reached the end of her sentence, Lu Qianqian hesitated, adopting a look of uncertainty. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous premonition. "What is it?" "If it concerns Lin Shui, we need to address every detail. It must all be resolved properly." After a brief pause, Lu Qianqian continued, "Those individuals, emboldened by their superior skills, are demanding exorbitant fees. Lin Shui finds herself in a stalemate with them, which is why I discreetly called you to take charge." Lu Qianqian had always been by Lin Shui's side, acting not only as her assistant, but also as her close friend. The two were nearly inseparable. Initially, Lu Qianqian harbored significant animosity towards Jiang Yun. However, after observing his actions over time, her perspective gradually shifted. Yet, Zhang Yun understood that Lu Qianqian remained loyal to Lin Shui. The sudden outreach suggested that the matter was far from simple. As they conversed, the elevator reached the upper floor. Upon stepping out, they were met with a cacophony of angry shouts. "Are you taking advantage of your position? Fine. Let me make myself clear. Unless you produce 5 million today, we will not involve ourselves in this matter. Surely you can do the math. The losses incurred overnight far exceed 5 million. The crowd was taken aback by this declaration. 0.5 million. That seemed excessive for merely restoring the company's network. Were they not making a mockery of the situation? Lin Shui's brow furrowed as she clenched her fists. With nightfall approaching, she struggled to find IT talent. Furthermore, since Lin Mu had previously handled network maintenance, she had seldom engaged in such matters, leaving her unprepared for the current predicament. While the 5 million quote was indeed steep, the company's network was entirely incapacitated, and the internal network housed numerous vital documents and files, some of which contained trade secrets. If the network issues were not resolved swiftly, the potential losses could be astronomical. Although Yunshui Group could afford the sum, should word of today's debacle spread, it would undoubtedly be a source of great shame. Yunshui Group was already a renowned enterprise in the capital, and Zhang Yun was a figure of considerable repute. Yet the company's network faced such a catastrophic failure. It was indeed a farce of epic proportions. Lin Shui, have you made a decision? Are you truly unwilling to part with even 5 million? A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Shui. The employees present exchanged worried glances. Though they felt a twinge of frustration, they dared not voice their opinions at such a critical juncture. They understood the importance of network security. Moreover, for every minute the network remained down, the losses would only compound. Even though 5 million was an astronomical sum for them, it barely scratched the surface for Yunshui Group. Sometimes, spending money to avert disaster was simply a pragmatic solution. Just as Lin Shui was about to speak, a commotion erupted from the crowd behind her, and she saw Zhang Yun slowly making his way forward. "What brings you here?" The moment Lin Shui laid eyes on Zhang Yun, she hurriedly ran to his side and, under the gaze of many, embraced him directly. Although Lin Shui was a formidable businesswoman, she was still a woman, and there were times when she felt vulnerable. Zhang Yun gently stroked her hair, his gaze shifting to the few individuals before him. 5 million? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The men exchanged glances. Although they were unaware of Zhang Yun's true identity, the man at the forefront retorted gruffly, "Either pay up or we walk. I assure you, only we can help you rebuild your corporate intranet in a short time. Compared to your losses, a mere few million is nothing." Such audacity. Yet Zhang Yun paid no heed to their words. Instead, he snapped his fingers and Lin Mu walked in with a smile. "Sister, I'm back to assist you." His gaze fell upon Lin Shui as he spoke directly. The reunion of siblings brought tears to Lin Shui's eyes once more. In her heart felt a sudden sense of clarity. With Lin Mu at the helm, the company would face no issues regarding network security. "Sister, I'll apologize to you properly later. For now, I need to fix the company's network to ensure normal operations." Lin Mu left those words behind and made his way to the office he had previously occupied. Although there was now an additional head of the IT department, his former subordinates remained. Under Lin Mu's meticulous arrangements, the team quickly began to busy themselves. Meanwhile, the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. In the entire office area, only the crisp, melodious sound of keyboard typing resonated. The men who had just been demanding exorbitant prices exchanged glances and prepared to slip away amidst the chaos. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they found Zhang Yun blocking their path, with the employees standing resolutely behind him. Suddenly, they were caught in a predicament. Despite the unfavorable situation, the man at the forefront persisted. "We may be IT elites, but we are also businessmen, that if you don't like our offer, we can leave." "But what does your sudden appearance mean?" Lin Shui, equally perplexed, looked at Zhang Yun with curiosity, but refrained from questioning further. She trusted that whatever Zhang Yun was doing, He surely had his reasons. Indeed, the next moment saw Jiang Yun grasping the collar of the speaking man, his voice icy as he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you?" Chapter 403. It turns out to be Black-Hearted Prophet. I don't understand what you mean. The man's gaze flickered, and his complexion paled as he instinctively replied. Jiang Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Shaking his head, he gestured to the security personnel behind him. Since these men were so obstinate, it would be prudent to teach them a lesson. At Jiang Yun's command, the security quickly advanced. One of the men shouted hoarsely. "On what grounds do you assault people? This is indeed Yunxue Group, but it is not a place where you can act with impunity." Huh. Jiang Yun scoffed internally. If he did not have sufficient evidence in hand, how could he dare to take such outrageous actions? This was all a consequence of their own misdeeds. He had noticed one of them secretly texting, seemingly reporting the situation to someone. Jiang Yun quickly pieced it together. Someone was undoubtedly exploiting the company's network security issues for their own gain. Hence, it was imperative to uncover the mastermind behind it. I just took a glance in the office, and the golden Buddha I had on my desk suddenly vanished. I have always trusted my employees. The only outsiders here are you, so a thorough investigation is necessary. Furthermore, I now have reason to suspect that you are the ones who stole the Buddha, Jiang Yun asserted convincingly. Yet where was there any golden Buddha? He had even forgotten where his office was, let alone check if anything was missing. This was merely a ruse he employed. You're talking nonsense. One of them finally could not bear it any longer, pointing a finger at Jiang Yun's nose and coldly retorting, "Slap." The next moment, a security guard raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. "How dare you speak to Mr. Jiang like that? Teach this scoundrel a lesson." The security guards clamored, raising their fists and launching them towards the men. The assailants found themselves on the ground, begging for mercy. In less than 10 minutes, they had all surrendered. One of them curled up on the floor, clutching Jiang Yun's leg tightly as he hastily confessed, "Mr. Jiang, it was my boss who instructed us to do this. But he didn't intend to target you. Rather." The man hesitated, but just as the security guards prepared to strike again, he raised his hand and continued, "Mr. Jiang, my boss's business involves attacking other companies' networks. After sabotaging their systems, we step in to offer rescue, thus earning hefty commissions. But this has nothing to do with us. We are merely laborers." The others who had been beaten nodded in agreement. They only wished to leave Yunxue Group as soon as possible. After years of doing this, it was the first time they encountered such a setback, although they were aware of Jiang Yun's reputation and understood Yunxue Group's standing. It was precisely for that reason they had targeted this place, that in their eyes, Yunxue Group would hardly care about a mere few million. Yet, they never anticipated they had truly miscalculated this time. "Brother-in-law, everything is settled." Lin Mu emerged from the crowd wearing a calm smile. Jiang Yun smiled back in satisfaction. Though his brother-in-law's temperament left much to be desired, his skills were commendable. "Good lad, you've truly made a significant contribution this time. Let us consider your previous mistakes settled." Jiang Yun praised him warmly. Lin Shui, standing nearby, could only shake her head helplessly that a harmonious family leads to prosperity, as long as Lin Mu could find his way back. Everything else was inconsequential. "All right, just this once. It won't happen again, that I promise. I won't trouble my brother-in-law and sister any further." However, Jiang Yun paid no heed to Lin Mu's words, although he had indeed changed somewhat this time. Had he not done so previously as well? Therefore, his words were to be taken with a grain of salt. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Yun looked at the men kneeling on the ground, and his expression grew darker. The men exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a loss of courage. They had no idea what Jiang Yun intended to do. They were merely ordinary workers. How could they withstand Jiang Yun's wrath? "I have no interest in wasting words with you. You are merely tools for someone else. Take me to meet your boss, and you will have no further involvement." Jiang Yun spoke calmly. "There are debts to be settled with the rightful party. Resolving a few small fry holds no significance." The men nodded eagerly. They only wished to preserve their lives, and any thoughts beyond that were long gone. They would not hesitate to betray their boss if necessary. In the blink of an eye, the men were escorted out by the security personnel. Lin Shui grasped Jiang Yun's arm, urging him with concern, "Please be cautious. The fact that they dare engage in such dealings suggests they are not benevolent." Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, his eyes betraying no hint of worry. "Rest assured, I am well aware. Since arriving in the capital, Jiang Yun had faced numerous life-threatening situations. What was this small matter in comparison?" "Very well, that I shall await your news." With the company's network just restored and numerous matters still at hand, Lin Shui could not leave easily. Lin Mu also bid farewell to Jiang Yun before heading to his office. It seemed this company truly could not function without him. Perhaps this was where his value lay. In no time, Jiang Yun and the others had reached the ground floor. Just moments ago, Jiang Yun had contacted He Hu and others. As the location of their adversary remained uncertain, it was crucial to be thoroughly prepared to avoid being caught off guard. He Hu, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, quickly approached and respectfully bowed to Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, you summoned me urgently. Is there something you need to arrange?" Jiang Yun pointed to the computer elites pinned to the ground and replied nonchalantly, "These individuals attempted to extort me that I intend to pay a visit to their company. Then demand an explanation. You should immediately put them in the car. We are departing." Once Jiang Yun had made all the arrangements, he led the way towards the vehicle. The long procession of cars then set off with great momentum, racing down the streets. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt before an office building. Is this the place? Chapter 404. Only two paths. Jiang Yun and the others had already disembarked and were now standing before the office building. His gaze fell upon the man beside him, and he coldly inquired. The man had already been subdued by Black Tiger and dared not play any tricks. He quickly lowered his head and stammered, Yes. Our company is on the 3rd floor." Jiang Yun remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Black Tiger, who then proceeded up towards the office building with his companions, with someone leading the way. Jiang Yun and the others swiftly arrived at the 3rd floor. As they exited the elevator, the rhythmic sound of fingers striking keyboards filled the air. The man, grasped by Black Tiger by the collar, trembled slightly but dared not utter a word. Although offending one's boss is no trivial matter, he believed that failing to comply with Jiang Yun's wishes would surely cost him his life. After all, Black Tiger and his associates appeared quite menacing. While they hailed from a legitimate security company, who could discern the truth? The man before them had never been to Black Tiger's firm and was oblivious to his character. He merely felt that this hulking figure exuded a sense of intimidation. Bang! Two men swiftly kicked open the door to the office area, startling those diligently typing away at their keyboards within the office. The young men and women clad in suits rose in unison, all eyes fixed on Jiang Yun and his party. Some even prepared to express their indignation. Programmers, when deeply engrossed in their work, are highly focused. Any interruption can disrupt their rhythm and lead to significant delays. However, upon seeing Jiang Yun and his entourage, those who were ready to be confrontational immediately wilted like frostbitten eggplants, lowering their heads in fear, deterred from speaking out. After all, Jiang Yun's group was numerous and evidently not to be trifled with. Only a fool would dare to stick their neck out at such a moment. Black Tiger casually tossed the man he had subdued aside. Due to Black Tiger's immense strength, the man crashed heavily against the wall, feeling unbearable pain in both his chest and back. Nevertheless, he did not dare to curse or speak harshly to Black Tiger. The pressing matter was to ensure Jiang Yun and his companions were accommodated. Only then could he protect his own life. "You do not know where the boss is?" Black Tiger asked directly. The man instinctively glanced down the corridor and quietly replied, "The boss's office is over there. You can meet him soon after passing through the hallway." He could no longer afford to hesitate. Faced with a choice, he knew he must unconditionally comply with Jiang Yun's directives. After issuing a few commands to his bodyguards, Black Tiger, along with Jiang Yun and the others, proceeded towards the office. With someone blocking the entrance, the crowd in the office area could only stand still, their hearts racing with fear. Yet none dared to flee. After all, they were unaware of Jiang Yun's true intentions or the purpose of his visit. Meanwhile, accompanied by Black Tiger, Jiang Yun and the others arrived at the office door. Black Tiger rudely kicked the door open. Yet before he could utter a word, a voice from within the office erupted in impatient curses. "Who is so blind? Do you not know I am busy? Get out immediately." Black Tiger paid no heed to the man's words and stepped into the office first, with Jiang Yun and the others following closely behind. However, the scene that unfolded before them left everyone in shock. Inside the office were a man and a woman entwined in a compromising position, and an unusual scent permeated the air. The woman was the first to exclaim in surprise, jolting everyone back to reality. In an instant, she dashed to the side, hastily attempting to put on her clothes. Jiang Yun, however, merely smirked internally, not bothering to glance at the woman, his gaze fixed solely on the man before him. Quite the libertine, indeed. To think they were engaging in such activities in the office. At that moment, the man slowly rose, casting a cold glance towards Black Tiger, evidently perceiving him as the leader of the group. "Who are you? Why have you barged into my office? I do not recall meeting you before. Surely there must be some misunderstanding." The man, accustomed to the ways of the world, quickly discerned that Black Tiger was not to be trifled with. He dared not completely sever ties with him, nor offend him at that moment. Yet Black Tiger ignored the man, standing respectfully to the side, his gaze directed at Jiang Yun. He was merely a subordinate to Jiang Yun, carrying out his orders. "You are," in that instant. The man comprehended the situation fully. Though he did not recognize Black Tiger, Jiang Yun had become a prominent figure in the capital. How many could claim to have never seen him? Moreover, he had just been plotting against Jiang Yun, preparing to execute his schemes. Little did he expect Jiang Yun to arrive at this moment, which could only mean the man dared not think further. Feeling his legs weaken and consciously avoiding Jiang Yun's gaze, in a flash, Jiang Yun approached him, taking a seat in a nearby chair, and casually lit a cigarette. "Surely we have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in the present. Yet you resort to such despicable means. First, you paralyzed our company's network, then had your people come to repair it, all while charging exorbitant fees. You truly are cunning." One could not deny that the man was quite intelligent and possessed a keen business acumen. Yet it was applied in the wrong context. The man swallowed hard, a sheepish grin on his face, and rushed to Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands nervously as he said, "Mr. Jiang, there must be some misunderstanding. How could I possibly engage in such actions?" "Ha!" Jiang Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. "Now that I have found you here, do you think I lack evidence?" He leaned forward slightly, his tone calm but laced with lethal intent. "Enough of your futile attempts at denial before me. Otherwise, your fate will be far more tragic." The man felt his body grow unsteady. Deep down, he understood that Jiang Yun's arrival signified the failure of his plans. "I present you with two paths. First, you must take responsibility for the losses incurred by Yunxue Group. Second, I will sue you." Chapter 405. Attracting talent. The man felt a thunderous ringing in his head. He had intended to profit handsomely from Yunxue Group, yet he had ultimately shot himself in the foot. How infuriating! But this was not the time for such thoughts. He had to resolve the immediate issue. "I forgot to mention," Jiang Yun continued, "although the network outage was brief, the company incurred losses amounting to several billion that someone must be held accountable. So, will you sit idly by, or will you compensate for my losses?" Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the desk, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the man, awaiting his answer. Regardless of the outcome, Jiang Yun stood to gain. To him, money was merely a number. He now possessed both wealth and power, rendering him indifferent to such a trivial compensation. "Mr. Jiang, I implore you to show mercy. Spare me this time, and in the future, I will unconditionally fulfill any of your requests, even if it means walking through fire or facing a blade." The man fell to his knees, hurriedly entreating that he was merely the owner of a small company. Even if he sold it and liquidated all his assets, He could not possibly scrape together $1 billion. Yet Jiang Yun demanded that he compensate several billion. Was he jesting? Jiang Yun slowly lifted his foot and placed it on the man's shoulder, speaking with a dispassionate tone. But I have only offered you these 2 paths. Moreover, a despicable person like you, even if willing to work for free in my company, I would not accept, for I despise individuals like you the most. Your actions lack any moral compass, and you are utterly repugnant. The man's face fell into despair. Was this truly the end for him? Should he fail to produce the money, his only fate would be incarceration. Once the relevant authorities conducted an investigation, they would easily uncover the illegitimate origins of his bank deposits. Mr. Jiang, I truly realize my mistakes. The man was resolute in his determination to fight for himself. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun's stance was exceedingly firm. He shook his head and tossed the cigarette but at the man's feet. Had he known it would come to this, why had he acted so recklessly in the first place, since he was aware of his wrongdoings? He might as well accept the consequences with grace. Rest assured, I shall not strike a drowning dog. The forthcoming prison life will be quite easy for you. Such was clearly nonsense. The man inwardly cursed Jiang Yun several times. Who would willingly choose to live in a prison? It appeared he was no longer inclined to offer compensation. In that case, the subsequent matters would be left to you to handle. You ought to know what to do. Correct? Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Black Tiger, a smile dancing on his lips as he uttered a few words. Black Tiger quickly nodded. Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured I will handle everything appropriately. Although he was unaware of the precise events that transpired within the company, he grasped the general trajectory of the situation. The instigator of it all was the man standing before them. It was said he appeared quite refined, yet his earnings were all ill-gotten gains. The man's face turned ashen, and he finally sighed in despair, choosing not to say anything further. With matters having escalated to this point, he could only submit to Jiang Yun's judgment. After all, the fault lay with him. The woman, who had been quietly observing from the side, instinctively glanced at Jiang Yun, her thoughts swirling. She recognized the man's identity. He was a person of immense wealth. Yet before Jiang Yun, he resembled a mouse before a cat, lacking even the courage to speak. And what of Jiang Yun's identity? This left the woman perplexed, but she chose not to ponder further as she approached Jiang Yun. Sir, I have no connection to this matter. May I leave now? To her, this place felt akin to a hellish purgatory. While there were no visible traces of blood, she could still sense the heavy scent of violence in the air. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a cool tone. You may go. The woman exhaled a sigh of relief, making her way toward the office exit. Meanwhile, the man pinned to the ground shook his head in resignation. He had treated the woman exceedingly well, spending a considerable sum on her. Thus, he had the opportunity to bring her to his office, seeking a thrill. Yet he had never anticipated Jiang Yun's sudden intrusion, which had completely derailed his plans. Nonetheless, he dared not vent his frustration at Jiang Yun in the blink of an eye. The woman had exited the office, while Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed on the man before him. Stating flatly, Black Tiger, it is your turn. Black Tiger nodded, a chilling smile creeping across his lips. He had made up his mind. Since the man dared to conspire against Jiang Yun, he was now his enemy. He would ensure the man faced dire consequences. No matter how the man protested, Jiang Yun left the office without a backward glance. Upon returning to the office area, the employees remained in place, visibly anxious. The woman who had just exited the office was also among them, not daring to meet Jiang Yun's gaze, keeping her head down. However, Jiang Yun paid her no heed, his eyes scanning the faces of those present. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am the chairman of Yunxue Group. Surely you are aware of the dubious activities your boss has engaged in. Given that this matter does not concern you, I have no desire to make things difficult for you. Moreover, I am prepared to offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with hope. Clearly, they were unable to decipher Jiang Yun's intentions. Even the woman looked on, her gaze fixated on Jiang Yun, uncertain of his motives. Our company is in need of a batch of talented individuals in network technology, since you have proven incapable of crippling our network. It stands to reason you possess the requisite skills. Should you wish to join me at Yunxue Group, I can extend an invitation for an interview. This would allow you to prove your worth and determine if you can remain with the company. With a ready pool of talent before him, Jiang Yun was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd lit up with excitement. Gaining entry to Yunxue Group was a dream come true for them. Chapter 406. Encountering injustice. Jiang Yun observed their expressions, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, such trifling matters did not require his direct involvement. That as the chairman of Yunxue Group, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Jiang Yun gestured to a nearby man, instructing him, "Go and coordinate with Black Tiger. Convey my intentions to him. Let him handle all arrangements." Black Tiger was also Jiang Yun's right-hand man, although he solely managed the security company. It was inevitable that he would also address various minor issues as needed. The man acknowledged with a nod and proceeded toward the office. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun waved to the crowd, casually stating, "Very well. I am no bandit or brigand, that if you do not wish to join Yunxue Group, there is no need for an interview. You may leave at once." The crowd exchanged glances, yet none chose to depart. Who would not desire to ascend to a higher platform? Jiang Yun chose not to dwell on their hesitation, issuing a couple more directives before making his way downstairs. That in no time, he was back in his car, heading straight for his estate. Despite the abrupt turn of events, things were ultimately progressing in a positive direction. Most importantly, Lin Mu had recognized his mistakes. The siblings had reconciled, which brought Jiang Yun great comfort. On the way home, Jiang Yun gazed out the window, his thoughts consumed by matters concerning Yunxue Group. Although he had become a formidable force in the business realm, he could not afford to become complacent. He must strive for even greater heights. Although rivals were scarce in the capital, and prominent families hesitated to challenge him, there remained one adversary lurking in the shadows, not to be underestimated. As he contemplated these matters, his gaze fell upon a nearby alley. Though it was a fleeting glance, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening considerably, that he instructed the driver, "Stop." The driver, puzzled yet obedient, promptly hit the brakes. The bodyguard in the passenger seat respectfully glanced at Jiang Yun and quickly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, is there something amiss?" Jiang Yun responded coolly, waving his hand at the man. The individual before him was also from the security company, muscular and well-trained, a capable aide to Black Tiger. In an instant, several men had exited the vehicle, while Jiang Yun strode purposefully toward the alley. As he passed by, he noticed a group of men surrounding a woman, speaking to her with malicious intent. Jiang Yun was not one to meddle in others' affairs. But upon witnessing a woman being bullied, he felt an irresistible urge to intervene. After all, his own wife was a woman, and he could not stand by as another was mistreated. "I tell you, even if someone witnesses us making things difficult for you, I doubt anyone would dare to intervene. After all, who would willingly provoke a group of strong men like us? You'd better come home with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." One man within the alley spoke coldly, his voice chilling. All eyes were fixed on the woman before them. She was quite young, seemingly just past her teenage years, her face still bearing traces of youth. Yet her gaze was resolute. She clenched her fists tightly, her voice steady as she replied, "Why should I go back? When I left the village, I made it abundantly clear to them. From that point forward, I would not spend a single penny of their money, nor would they be allowed to trouble me. Now that I have achieved this, relying on my own efforts, I have enrolled in a technical school. So why disrupt my life?" Tears brimmed in her eyes. Though her voice was fierce, a hint of helplessness lingered. Slap. The man closest to her raised his hand and struck her across the face. He then pointed a finger at her nose, declaring, "Li Xiu Xiu, do not test my patience. Were it not for your parents paying us to come here, would we have bothered? Hurry up and come with us. Otherwise, we'll resort to force." Li Xiuxiu's face drained of color, her fists clenched in despair. She had believed that leaving the village would free her from that family. Yet, she never expected the nightmare would find her once more. As Li Xiuxiu was preparing to leave with a few men, she noticed Zhang Yun and another individual gracefully walking towards her. The bodyguard standing beside Zhang Yun began to murmur, wondering if Zhang Yun knew this woman. Yet he dared not speculate further. The men, however, paid no heed to Zhang Yun and prepared to bypass him, intending to take the woman away. Just as they brushed past, Zhang Yun extended his hand, blocking their path. The bodyguard's expression grew significantly more serious, his fists clenched tightly, clearly ready to confront the group to prevent Zhang Yun from suffering any harm, as that would leave him unable to explain himself to Heihu. "Kid, are you planning to meddle? Get out of the way, or don't blame us for being ruthless." The man at the forefront cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yun, clearly underestimating both him and his companion. Li Xiuxiu, perceiving a glimmer of hope, hurriedly shouted, "Sir, please save me. I don't know them. They are all bad people." Zhang Yun responded nonchalantly, taking a couple of steps back and turning his gaze towards his bodyguard. "Can you handle this?" The bodyguard, rubbing his fists, nodded firmly. "Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Just stand back a bit. Give me 2 minutes, and I will ensure they surrender obediently." The group of men erupted in laughter. What a ridiculous joke! Their arrogance stemmed from their numerical superiority, and how dare they speak so boldly? Were they not merely inviting trouble upon themselves? However, before they could react, the bodyguard charged at them with astonishing speed. The security personnel had undergone professional training, and their strength should not be underestimated. In mere moments, several men lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Li Xiuxiu watched in shock as the scene unfolded. But she quickly regained her composure. She rushed to Zhang Yun's side, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for saving me." "There's no need for pleasantries." Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding coolly. After subduing the men, the bodyguard returned to Zhang Yun's side, his gaze vigilant upon Li Xiuxiu. A professional bodyguard, he was duty-bound to ensure Zhang Yun's safety. Although standing before them was merely a woman, he could not afford to be careless. "You should leave now, to avoid any further trouble from these individuals. Next time, you may not be so fortunate," Zhang Yun advised with a smile before turning to get into his vehicle. His reasons for assisting Li Xiuxiu were not solely driven by a sense of justice. Rather, he found it difficult to witness someone of similar age to Chen Pingping suffer injustice. Li Xiuxiu hesitated for a moment before hastily approaching Zhang Yun once more to Zhang Yun's astonishment. She knelt beside him. This action drew the attention of numerous passers-by, who immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is happening? Kneeling in the street. How shameless is this man? What era are we in? Still adhering to such archaic customs?" The remarks cut deep, and Zhang Yun frowned slightly. After lighting a cigarette, he spoke in a low voice. "Are you repaying kindness with enmity? Get up, speak plainly." It was clear that Li Xiuxiu would not kneel without reason. There must be something more to her predicament. Li Xiuxiu quickly rose, her gaze shifting to the onlookers. "You don't understand, so refrain from speaking. This gentleman and I are strangers, yet he saved my life. I must express my gratitude." The crowd began to comprehend, casting approving glances at Zhang Yun. In this day and age, few dared to act with kindness, fearing the repercussions. Individuals like Zhang Yun were truly rare. Once the situation was clarified, the spectators dispersed, and just as Zhang Yun was about to enter his vehicle, Li Xiuxiu approached him again, eager to speak. "Sir, to truly help someone, one must see it through to the end. May I request another small favor?" Zhang Yun's lips curled into a knowing smile. She was indeed audacious. However, after assessing Li Xiuxiu, he gestured to the car, saying, "In that case, let us discuss this inside." Without hesitation, she climbed into the vehicle, while the bodyguard shook his head in resignation. It seemed that all men were the same. He had thought Zhang Yun a paragon of virtue, only to discover he was also one to take advantage of a situation. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yun had no intention of exploiting Li Xiuxiu. As the car began to move, Jiang Yun gazed out the window, barely acknowledging Li Xiuxiu. Speak plainly. What else do you wish for my assistance with? While it is commendable to help a stranger, it is also proper to refrain from doing so. Li Xiuxiu, undeterred, quickly explained, I just received word that my brother is getting married, and our family is short on money. So my mother intends to sell me off to raise the bride price. I thought escaping would solve my problems. Yet my mother has hired so many people to find me that if I do not resolve this, they will undoubtedly return like persistent flies. Her expression grew increasingly grim as she spoke. While other children were cherished by their parents, her life was akin to a fugitive's. Had she not encountered Jiang Yun, she would likely be on her way back home now, facing a dismal fate. Sold? In this day and age, even if your parents intend to sell you, who would dare buy you? Jiang Yun inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette. They don't mean to sell me to traffickers. Rather, in an instant, tears welled in Li Xiuxiu's eyes, and she began to sob. They intend to marry me off to an old man from another village. This old man has no children or family. His spouse passed away long ago. Yet he has amassed considerable savings throughout his life. In my eyes, my mother's actions are nothing less than selling me for money. With that, Li Xiuxiu broke down into loud sobs. Jiang Yun felt a pang of sympathy and handed her a couple of tissues. Sir, I can tell you are a wealthy and powerful man. If you can help me escape this situation, I will become your mistress. I promise to be obedient and cause you no trouble. Li Xiuxiu wiped her tears and spoke through her sobs. Mistress? Jiang Yun nearly laughed aloud. What an absurd proposition. Setting aside the fact that Li Xiuxiu was of a similar age to his sister, he shared a close bond with Lin Shui, and their relationship was well known. He would never allow any woman to disrupt their harmonious life together. Thus, this notion was utterly ludicrous. Sir, I know that city folks often keep mistresses that I believe I'm quite decent looking, so I implore you to help me. Is that too much to ask? Li Xiuxiu pressed on, her intentions clear. Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed upon her, studying her eyes. They were clear and devoid of the greed typically seen in those seeking gain. It was evident she was driven to desperation, thus making such a decision. However, this was entirely understandable. How could a young woman bear the thought of marrying an old man? She could not allow such a fate to ruin her life. Jiang Yun gently tapped his forehead with his fingers before responding calmly. Very well. First, tell me how you wish for me to assist you, and then we can discuss the other matters, without hesitation. Li Xiuxiu replied, Please gather some people, and I will take you to my home. Then, have your men intimidate my family. As long as they are frightened enough, they will refrain from any further outrageous actions. And I will naturally become yours. How intriguing. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Yun's face. Despite her youth, Li Xiuxiu's cunning was indeed remarkable. Chapter 408. Could you treat me to a meal? If Chen Pingping possessed even half of her intelligence, she could undoubtedly assist Lin Shui significantly. Alas, only Jiang Yun truly understands the nature of his own sister. Just her not interfering in Lin Shui's affairs is already tantamount to a great blessing. Sir, I beseech you, Li Xiuxiu implored. I know that those mistresses in the city are merely after money, but my intentions are purely to repay a debt of gratitude. I assure you, I am not like them. Seemingly concerned that Jiang Yun might refuse her request, Li Xiuxiu pressed on. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yun chuckled and replied, Meeting is a stroke of fate. Besides, you are of a similar age to my sister. I wouldn't want to see you becoming a mistress. Allow me to handle your family matters. Li Xiuxiu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Gratitude shone in her eyes as she nodded eagerly. What serendipity it was to encounter a man as kind-hearted as Jiang Yun. Sir, there is one more thing I wish to ask, though I am uncertain if I should. Speak freely, Jiang Yun said, his half-closed eyes emanating an aura of quiet authority. I haven't eaten all day. Could you possibly take me for a bowl of noodles? Li Xiuxiu uttered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her stomach audibly protesting her hunger. After all, she was but a young girl with scarcely any money. She had left home with nothing but fervor, believing she would never face hunger in the city. Little did she know, the city was a harsh mistress. And without funds, one could hardly move an inch. Though she trusted Jiang Yun, that trust stemmed from his amiable nature. She did not extend the same courtesy to others. Of course, Jiang Yun chuckled, nearly amused by her earnestness. As anticipated, Li Xiuxiu was indeed a delightful character. Before long, they were on their way to the nearest restaurant. Upon stepping out of the car, Li Xiuxiu's eyes widened with excitement. "Thank you," she exclaimed. Jiang Yun merely smiled and retrieved his phone to call Chen Pingping. Given their similar ages, it was likely they would get along well. Although he harbored no ulterior motives towards Li Xiuxiu, he was aware that others might misconstrue their relationship. Thus, it was prudent to have a woman accompany them. The bodyguard remained steadfastly at Jiang Yun's side, never straying as they entered the restaurant. They noticed several suspicious men lurking in a corner. Whispering among themselves, one man, cigarette dangling from his lips, frowned and said, "This fellow is no ordinary person. His bodyguard is formidable as well. Quick, call Li Xiuxiu's mother. We have no justification to abduct her. We can only rely on her mother now." Indeed, these were the very men who had harassed Li Xiuxiu earlier. After Jiang Yun had driven away, they had followed him persistently. Fortunate that they were in a new district of the city, where traffic lights allowed them to stay behind Jiang Yun's vehicle. Inside the restaurant, after ordering a lavish spread of dishes, Jiang Yun casually lit a cigarette and glanced at his bodyguard, saying, "You need not stand so rigidly by my side. Feel free to relax and join us for a meal if you grow hungry." The bodyguard quickly waved his hand. "Boss, this is my duty, that I am not hungry. You all enjoy your meal." Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, choosing not to press further, when Dong Taizhan had been by his side. The atmosphere had not been as tense as it was now. This bodyguard resembled a statue, always standing at attention, yet his skills were reassuring. However, this demeanor made him an anomaly among the others. Who dines with a bodyguard in tow? Moreover, Jiang Yun noticed other patrons discreetly stealing glances at them, whispering amongst themselves. Yet he paid them little mind, his attention quickly returning to Li Xiuxiu. "Shall I begin eating?" Li Xiuxiu asked, licking her lips, her mouth watering at the sight of the delectable dishes. "The food in the city is simply exquisite. All of this is for you. Feel free to indulge," Jiang Yun replied with a warm smile, treating Li Xiuxiu as if she were his own sister. Without hesitation, she grabbed a pair of chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, eagerly devouring her meal, observing her ravenous appetite. Jiang Yun felt somewhat sated himself. How long had it been since she last ate to be so famished? "Sir, you ought to smoke less," Li Xiuxiu spoke through mouthfuls, a hint of concern in her voice. "Though we've only just met, I've noticed you've already smoked several cigarettes. Continuing this way can't be good for your health. In my village, there was a man who developed lung cancer from smoking. Tobacco is no friend." Before Jiang Yun could respond, the other tables began to eye them curiously, their conversations turning into a murmur. What was their relationship? From the girl's words, it seemed they had only just met. Furthermore, she was a simple girl from the countryside, likely quite naive. Could that man be a fraud? Although the whispers were hushed, Jiang Yun could hear them distinctly, and the bodyguard beside him frowned slightly, yet remained silent. Standing resolutely by Jiang Yun's side, it truly was challenging to be a good person. No wonder few wished to engage in noble deeds. Jiang Yun inwardly grumbled, his expression darkening considerably. "Sir, are you really not going to eat anything?" Li Xiuxiu inquired again, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Her fondness for Jiang Yun had grown immensely. Only Jiang Yun could be considered a true gentleman, upright and honorable. Before Jiang Yun could reply, a loud crash startled everyone as the restaurant's door was kicked open. A burly woman stormed in, scanning the room before fixing her gaze on Li Xiuxiu. Like a whirlwind, she charged towards her. shouting, "You wretched girl! How can you still be here indulging? Do you not know that trouble has befallen your family? Your father is lying in the hospital, clinging to life." Chapter 409. The malicious woman. The abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, including Jiang Yun, whose attention shifted to the woman. The moment Li Xiuxiu saw the woman, all appetite vanished. She hastily discarded her utensils and rushed to Jiang Yun's side, swallowing hard before pleading, "Sir, please help me." She had come to see Jiang Yun as her lifeline, that if he were to disregard her, she feared she would face dire consequences today. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and patted Li Xiuxiu's shoulder, offering a calm smile that "Do not worry, that if what you say is true, I will not allow her to take you away, and I will seek justice for you." Jiang Yun's stance was clear. Having only recently met Li Xiuxiu, he needed to ascertain the situation's intricacies. While he trusted her, one could never be too careful. "What do you mean?" The woman scrutinized Jiang Yun for a moment, then furrowed her brow. "Who are you?" "Oh, I see." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and pointed at Li Xiuxiu, exclaiming, "You truly are a born wretch. How could I have given birth to someone like you? You've only been in the city for a couple of days and have already found yourself a man." The patrons, oblivious to the backstory, scoffed at Li Xiuxiu's predicament, whispering derisive comments. Such a young girl, yet she behaves so poorly. Clearly, her heart is wild, always thinking of men. If I had a daughter like that, I would break her legs. The comments grew increasingly harsh, and Jiang Yun frowned, recognizing the absurdity of their judgments. The woman, sensing the crowd's support, grew emboldened and shouted, "Li Xiuxiu, come here at once. We are going to the hospital to see your father." "You ungrateful wretch!" The bystanders echoed her sentiments, rallying around her. Yet Li Xiuxiu clung tightly to Jiang Yun's sleeve, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Stop spouting this useless nonsense. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. My father is in good health, and he is just as unscrupulous as you. You merely wish to trick me into returning home and then marry me off to some decrepit old man." The woman's anger flared, and she lunged at Li Xiuxiu. The bodyguard was swift to intervene, but he refrained from striking the woman, merely pushing her aside to maintain as much distance as possible from Jiang Yun. He had to ensure Jiang Yun's safety. No threats to her well-being would be tolerated. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They were perplexed by the unfolding drama. After all, each party had their own rationale. "Step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," the bodyguard coldly warned the woman, who was clearly a typical bully, glaring at him for a moment before instinctively backing away. Despite her brash demeanor in the village, she was merely a paper tiger. Once outside, she resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. Jiang Yun, however, ignored the woman and, after glancing at Li Xiuxiu, spoke calmly, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can trouble you." Li Xiuxiu felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The onlookers were equally mystified. "Since you are here, I might as well ask you a few questions." Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the woman standing aside, and he inquired directly, "According to Li Xiuxiu, you intend to marry her off to a decrepit old man from the neighboring village?" The woman hesitated for a moment before defiantly replying, "This is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you outsiders. From your words, it seems you tacitly agree." Jiang Yun countered without acknowledging her retort. The woman faltered momentarily and continued, "What of it? She is my daughter. She must do as I say. Had I known she would be so ungrateful, I should never have brought her into this world." Jiang Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. What absurd logic! What era is this, that one still dares to engage in arranged marriages? The assembled crowd began to comprehend that there was more to this story than met the eye. How can such a repugnant person exist in the world? Jiang Yun uttered icily, grasping Li Xiuxiu's hand and declaring, "She is now an adult, with her own agency. If she does not wish to marry that old man, no one can impose their will upon her." As he spoke, Jiang Yun prepared to lead Li Xiuxiu out, unwilling to entangle himself further with the woman, He was now a notable figure in the capital. The chairman of Yinxue Group. If an unscrupulous individual captured this scene on camera, it could be sensationalized into a scandal. Jiang Yun was anxious to avoid complications that could exacerbate the situation. The bodyguard remained firmly in front of the woman, preventing her from making any rash moves. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced around and hastily proposed, "I see you care for her. How about this? If you give me a sum of money, I won't trouble Li Xiuxiu anymore. Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me." In her eyes, Jiang Yun was evidently a wealthy man, surely not short of cash. After all, he had bodyguards accompanying him. She presumed that any money he might offer would far surpass that of the old man from the neighboring village. Her motives were simple: to exchange Li Xiuxiu for money. Jiang Yun halted, a dismissive smirk appearing on his face. Could there truly be such heartless parents who treat their daughter as a mere commodity? "Sir, you need not concern yourself with her. There is no need to pay her," Li Xiuxiu interjected fiercely, gritting her teeth. The woman frowned slightly. "You insolent girl. Shut your mouth." Just then, a sharp voice echoed from outside. "The one who should be quiet is you." In the next moment, everyone turned to see Qin Pingping striding in with a ghastly expression. She had been standing by, having overheard the entire exchange. Although she had not experienced what Li Xiuxiu had endured, their ages were similar, allowing her to empathize with Li Xiuxiu's helplessness. In her urgency, she rushed into the crowd, intent on seeking justice for Li Xiuxiu. The woman narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Qin Pingping for a moment before coldly asking, "Who are you?" "That is none of your concern," Qin Pingping retorted, pushing past the woman to stand beside Jiang Yun, casting him an admiring look in her eyes. Jiang Yun was a cold and ruthless individual, save for those close to him. Thus, she had managed to remain by his side and even secure a position within Yinxue Group. Little did she expect that he would extend such kindness to outsiders as well. "Welcome," Jiang Yun smiled approvingly, patting Qin Pingping on the shoulder. "After all, I am a man. It wouldn't be proper to have her alone with me. I called you over to keep her company, of course." Jiang Yun wished to avoid misunderstandings. While he was indifferent to gossip, he did not want to cultivate too many rumors that might embarrass Lin Shui. Yuvi thought this through well. "Rest assured, both my sister-in-law and I will look after her. From now on, I will treat her as my own sister and ensure that no one dares to bully her." Qin Pingping instinctively glanced at the woman, her words dripping with implication. Li Xiuxiu felt a warm current surge within her. She had indeed encountered kind-hearted individuals. Jiang Yun responded nonchalantly and began to lead the group toward the exit, while the woman clenched her fists tightly. After much hesitation, she ultimately lacked the courage to advance. With the bodyguard beside Jiang Yun, any confrontation would certainly result in her being at a disadvantage. Yet this matter was far from over. In her eyes, Li Xiuxiu represented a fortune that could not be relinquished. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his party had already departed the restaurant. Once back in the car, Jiang Yun turned to Qin Pingping with a smile. "You really are quite reckless. With that attitude, you were nearly ready to brawl with that woman." Qin Pingping scoffed, a fire igniting within her at the thought of the woman's demeanor. How can such a mother exist in the world? Not only does she neglect her child, but she even intends to push her own daughter into the fire pit. She is truly worse than a beast. "Bro, I have changed a lot now. If it had been my old self, I would have taught that woman a lesson and left her searching for her teeth." Jiang Yin shook his head and chuckled. If anyone else had said such a thing, he might not have believed it, but recalling how Qin Pingping had been when she first came to his side, he couldn't help but accept it. Back then, she had been like a little wild child, often opposing him. Fortunately, she had been influenced by Lin Shui and had become more obedient and manageable. Otherwise, Jiang Yun would have long since expelled her. "By the way, how do you plan to arrange for her?" Qin Pingping's gaze fell upon Li Xiuxiu. They were not related, so it wouldn't be appropriate to keep Li Xiuxiu close. Although Jiang Yun had the means to support her, he had no obligation to do so. Besides, who could assist whom for a lifetime? "There is no need to arrange anything for me. Just provide me with a place to eat and sleep." At that moment, Li Xiuxiu quickly interjected that I have made plans. Since I wish to sever ties with them, I must first establish my own means of livelihood. I intend to find a job, although I lack qualifications. I can still serve tea and water. If all else fails, I'll work on a construction site. Li Xiuxiu's determination was unmistakable, her demeanor serious and resolute. Zhang Yun had been observing her closely. The reason he had fought so hard to protect Li Xiuxiu was largely due to the clarity in her eyes. Those eyes were pure and innocent, indicative of a girl who had yet to experience the harshness of the world. "I own a company that I will have Ping Ping arrange a position for you. You should first work and learn within the company. As for your future plans, that will be your own affair. However, until you have saved some money, I sincerely hope you can remain with the company for the time being. It serves as a form of protection for you." Zhang Yun lit a cigarette, smiling as he added a few more words. Clearly, he had arranged everything meticulously. Li Xiuxiu was overwhelmed with gratitude, unable to suppress her emotions any longer, and began to cry. Throughout her life, not even her biological parents had treated her with such kindness. Yet, despite their brief acquaintance, Zhang Yun cared for her as if she were his own sister. Such benevolence was truly hard to repay. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Yun seemed to read her thoughts and waved his hand, saying, "You need not be so formal with me. Moreover, keep your thoughts to yourself. That my wife and I share a loving relationship, and I shall never do anything to betray her. That if you continue to speak out of turn, do not blame me for showing you the door." Although Li Xiuxiu was quite innocent, Zhang Yun felt it necessary to give her a gentle admonition to prevent any future misunderstandings. Li Xiuxiu quickly nodded and replied, "I too long for my own love, so I certainly would not do anything inappropriate. My previous remarks were merely a reflection of my admiration for you, seeking your protection. But since you disapprove, I shall not bring it up again." Zhang Yun smiled in satisfaction. She was indeed teachable, that in comparison to Chen Pingping, Li Xiuxiu was not only obedient, but also exceptionally clever, that if nurtured properly, she might truly become his right hand in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Pingping was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what Zhang Yun and Li Xiuxiu were discussing. Could it be that there were secrets between them that she did not know? In the blink of an eye, the car had arrived at the estate. Jiang Shan approached, his gaze settling on Li Xiuxiu. "Zhang Yun, who is this?" Chapter 411. Bad news arrives. "This is Li Xiuxiu. She is currently facing some difficulties and will be staying with us for a while." Zhang Yun spoke cheerfully but offered little explanation. Chen Pingying, however, enthusiastically led Li Xiuxiu into the estate. Just as Zhang Yun prepared to leave, Jiang Shan hurried over, licking his dry lips and glancing at Li Xiuxiu's retreating figure. Pulled Zhang Yun aside, whispering, "Zhang Yun, you must not act recklessly." Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed and unsure of Jiang Shan's meaning. "That I know you are quite capable now, having become a prominent figure in the capital. But you cannot disdain your humble wife." Jiang Shan spoke earnestly, a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes. Realization dawned upon Zhang Yun. His father mistakenly believed he had taken another woman. How amusing. Nonetheless, Lin Shui could hardly be deemed a humble wife, could she? Although they had been married for many years, Lin Shui still radiated elegance, a stunning presence on the streets. Time had left no trace upon her visage. Even those fresh out of university could not compare to Lin Shui's grace. To Zhang Yun, heavenly beings could scarcely rival her beauty. "Dad, you needn't worry. That my relationship with Li Xiuxiu is not what you think." Zhang Yun lit another cigarette, a faint smile playing on his lips, as he briefly introduced Li Xiuxiu's family background. After hearing the full story, Jiang Shan finally felt at ease. Both he and Qin Zhouge were quite satisfied with Lin Shui, recognizing her as their only daughter-in-law. As long as you know what's in your heart. They say when a man has wealth, he can easily stray. Who knows if you were one of those? Jiang Shan's concern was palpable. After all, Many who toiled their entire lives never achieved what Jiang Yun had. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin forming on his face as he leaned closer to Jiang Shan and whispered, "Dad, tell me, have you ever wronged Mom?" Jiang Shan's expression shifted, and he shoved Jiang Yun aside, pointing at him in exasperation. "You little rascal! How dare you tease your father like that? Just because you've established your own family. Doesn't mean you can get away with it. If you keep talking nonsense, I can still teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Jiang Shan lunged at Jiang Yun. Fortunately, Jiang Yun reacted swiftly, dodging aside and exclaiming, "You're getting anxious. It seems my guess was correct. You definitely have secrets." The two chased each other, creating a rather amusing scene that filled the estate with lively energy. Ever since reuniting with Chen Jiuge, Jiang Yun's demeanor had noticeably brightened, revealing a significant transformation. As night fell, Lin Shui and the others returned from the company. Inside the room, Lin Shui changed out of her professional attire and headed straight for the bathroom. "My dear, do you not have anything you wish to ask?" Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yun hastily set aside his tablet and approached Lin Shui. "Are you referring to Li Xiuxiu? I am already aware of the situation and trust you completely. I know you would never act inappropriately." Lin Shui replied with a smile. Already in the bathroom, that a generous wife indeed. With such a partner, what more could a husband desire? Jiang Yun smiled warmly, feeling immensely grateful. Everything had finally fallen into place, and his remarkable achievements were wholly attributable to having a supportive spouse by his side. Without Lin Shui, he couldn't fathom how he would have navigated those dark times. Listening to the gentle sound of water from the bathroom and gazing at the hazy figure, Jiang Yun swallowed hard. Just as he prepared to sneak into the bathroom, an untimely knock interrupted. "Damn, why must it ruin my moment?" Jiang Yun grumbled, but still went to answer the door. Upon seeing Jiang Qingying standing there, he impatiently asked, "What is it?" He had promised Jiang Shan and the others that he would prioritize starting a family in the near future, so his parents could enjoy their twilight years. Yet, Jiang Qingying chose this moment to intrude. Noting Jiang Yun's unfriendly tone, Jiang Qingying did not beat around the bush and quickly replied, "Brother, something has happened with Uncle. Do you have time to talk?" Jiang Yun's expression changed instantly, his lips twitching in shock. Their family had only just reunited, so how could something go wrong with Jiang Shan now? What in the world? Jiang Yun quickly exited the room, frowning as he asked, "What happened?" Jiang Qingying glanced down the hallway to ensure no one was watching before lowering his voice to speak, "That I've been with Uncle for treatment these past few days. His mental state has been relatively stable, and everything was going smoothly. However, during a comprehensive examination a few days ago, I discovered..." As he spoke, Jiang Qingying's voice became choked, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The more he hesitated, the more Jiang Yun's heart ached. Could it be that something truly terrible had occurred? Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow as he pressed. "What exactly is going on?" "We found a tumor in Uncle's brain that I consulted a team of specialists regarding his medical history. Given the tumor's precarious location, the surgery will be highly complex, so I needed to discuss with you how to proceed." Jiang Yun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, his hand trembling around the cigarette. How could this happen so suddenly? Jiang Yun stammered, "Brother, the human body is inherently fragile. We hadn't conducted a full examination on Uncle before, so we were unaware of his condition. But rest assured, the surgery is still feasible. Uncle is a good man, and surely he will be all right." By the end, Jiang Qingying's voice lacked conviction. Although a tumor was not a death sentence, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim, especially with it being located in the brain. Chapter 412, Treatment Abroad. Jiang Qingying spoke this way merely to help Jiang Yun feel more at ease. Bang! Jiang Yun clenched his fist tightly and struck the wall beside him with a resounding punch. Jiang Qingying was instantly startled. His hand had only just been freed from stitches, and it could hardly endure any further strain. Witnessing Jiang Yun's distress, Jiang Qingying felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yet such emotional turmoil was a natural reaction. Anyone would find it unbearable to learn that their father had a tumor in his brain. Brother, I have another approach that should mitigate the risks of a surgery. Jiang Qingying quickly supported Jiang Yun, hastily uttering a few words. However, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun's hand, which was already seeping with blood, a sight that tugged painfully at the heartstrings that it was truly heart-wrenching. Jiang Qingying had known Jiang Yun long before he arrived in the capital, and he was well aware of the hardships they had endured together. Now, as everything seemed to be progressing positively, with the family enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, it was utterly unexpected for fate to play such a cruel jest on Jiang Yun. "Speak." Jiang Yun spat the word through clenched teeth, his voice still chillingly cold. "Brother, there is a hospital abroad that gathers the world's foremost neurosurgeons, and they have been researching solutions for brain tumors. If we can send Uncle there, perhaps he can recover." In fact, Jiang Qingying had obtained Jiang Shan's medical report days earlier. However, due to Jiang Yun's persistent worries, he had not found the opportunity to share the news. Nevertheless, he had diligently prepared during these past few days, determined to save his uncle. After all, his parents had already left the capital, and he had severed ties with them, while the Jiang family remained. He felt no emotional connection to them. The family of Jiang Yun had long been regarded as his own kin. "All right, then you should make the arrangements quickly. We need to send my father abroad for treatment. And my mother must not know about this." After making the decision, Jiang Yun quickly added another reminder. He could hardly accept this grim reality. How could Chen Jioge bear it? Over the years, both Chen Jioge and Jiang Shan had endured numerous trials. Their once fervent spirits had been worn down, rendering them incapable of withstanding any further blow. Jiang Yun even worried that if Chen Jioge discovered the truth, she might crumble under the pressure and fall gravely ill. That would be truly disastrous. "Rest assured, I haven't disclosed this matter to Annie, nor to anyone else," Jiang Qingying replied, his demeanor always cautious and meticulous. Naturally, the concerns Jiang Yun harbored were also those Jiang Qingying shared. "Well done." Jiang Yun patted his shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Yet his spirits remained low. "Brother, however, the truth cannot be hidden indefinitely, so you should prepare in advance for how to explain things to Annie later," Jiang Qingying reminded him once more. Jiang Yun nodded, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, unwilling to dwell on such matters that as long as he could see Jiang Shan recover, he would pay any price. At that moment, Jiang Yun realized a profound truth. Money was indeed not omnipotent. In the face of life and death, what good would vast wealth do? "Right, brother, do we have no connections abroad? Could you please reach out to our contacts there? Have them arrange the hospital matters for us?" As Jiang Qingying prepared to leave, he suddenly halted and voiced his thoughts that "I'll contact Catherine right away. You focus on preparing for our trip abroad, that I'll update you shortly." Jiang Yun said a few words before striding towards his room. Just as he opened the door, he was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Lin Shui stood not far away, gazing intently at him. "You heard everything." Jiang Yun snapped back to reality, and after sitting on the sofa, casually inquired that I did, Lin Shui admitted, nodding without reservation. "Relax. Medical advancements are continually improving. Although cancer is a formidable challenge, it is not necessarily incurable. Dad will surely turn this crisis into safety." After sitting beside Jiang Yun, Lin Shui nestled into his embrace, her eyes filled with concern. "Fate truly is unfair, often playing cruel jokes on us." Jiang Yun sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he remained silent for a while. His enthusiasm had dissipated entirely. Before long, Jiang Yun rose, donning a well-fitted suit. "Wife, I need to meet Catherine and discuss the arrangements for the treatment abroad that I'm unsure when I'll return, so you should rest early." After leaving a few words, he swiftly exited to end the room. Lin Shui shook her head, her expression growing increasingly bitter. Though she wished to help, she could think of no way to assist Jiang Yun. For now, all hope rested on that hospital abroad. Half an hour later, at a restaurant in the city center, Jiang Yun sat by the window, his expression grim, and his cigarette remained unceasing, one after another. With no restraint, Dadae's footsteps approached. Jiang Yun finally lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Catherine, who stood before him. Dressed in a long gown with a warm smile, Catherine took a seat opposite Jiang Yun, observing his face for a while before asking with curiosity, "Did you call me here for something urgent?" The words unhappy were evident on Jiang Yun's face, easily readable to anyone. Without reservation, Jiang Yun recounted the situation regarding Jiang Shan to Catherine. "Got it. Did I know the tumor hospital you're referring to? I'll contact my family right away and have them make the necessary arrangements. You just need to have someone escort your father abroad. Once there, he will be met by dedicated personnel." Catherine responded promptly, her demeanor straightforward. Jiang Yun cast her a grateful glance. "Thank you. We are partners. From a certain perspective, your matters are my matters, so there's no need for such formality." Catherine smiled, then returned her gaze to Jiang Yun. "Just don't be too anxious. I believe everything will unfold positively." Chapter 413. "My father, Li Guangmao." Jiang Yun sighed, yet chose not to elaborate further that a brain tumor was no trifling matter. No one could predict what tomorrow might bring or what unforeseen events might occur. "Well, if it isn't Miss Catherine, no wonder you act so high and mighty at school. It turns out you found a wealthy benefactor outside." The sudden voice left both Jiang Yun and Catherine stunned. Instinctively turning to face the man who spoke, that a man, dressed in ostentatious attire, approached them, his gaze fixated on Catherine. Given Jiang Yun's current stature, his wardrobe was filled with high-end attire. Although he wore it modestly, its value was unmistakable, easily discernible to those with an eye for fashion. The man before them seemed to be just such an individual. "Li Xinping, you'd best watch your tongue. Do you not know that calamity often arises from careless words?" Catherine frowned slightly, her expression darkening significantly. Jiang Yun felt similarly. His anger was already simmering, and now this individual had come to provoke him. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Li Xinping casually pulled a chair over and sat down beside them, his gaze landing on Jiang Yun and Catherine. "All right, we're all classmates here. As the saying goes, the bonds of classmates run deep. Don't act as if you see me as an enemy. Besides, I'm still your loyal admirer. Even if you don't fancy me, you shouldn't shut me out completely, admirer." Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, his eyes darting back and forth over Li Xinping. This clarified their relationship. But upon reflection, it made sense. Catherine was not only the princess of the Dong family, but also stunningly beautiful. Surely, she attracted her fair share of admirers. "Brother, I don't care who you are, but you need to give me some face that I've bought this spot. Hurry up and leave. You're just an eyesore here." Li Xinping elegantly produced a wallet from his pocket, casually pulling out a stack of $100 bills and tossing them onto the table in front of Jiang Yun. Clearly, he did not regard Jiang Yun as a threat, despite his apparent wealth. Moreover, given that Jiang Yun is of a similar age, he is likely just another rich second generation relying on his parents' wealth. Jiang Yun glanced at the banknotes, ready to speak, when he noticed a business card nestled among them, but he paused for a moment and pulled out the card, which was precisely what Li Xinping intended. He wanted Jiang Yun to see his father's name. Then he would take the money and leave. He held absolute confidence in his father. At least in the capital, no one dared to provoke him or his father. "Li Guangmao?" Jiang Yun toyed with the business card in his hand, feeling an odd familiarity with the name. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. I inadvertently took out my father's business card." Li Xinping cleared his throat twice and slowly extended his hand to retrieve the card. However, such a trivial ploy could hardly escape the keen eyes of Jiang Yun and Catherine. Although Catherine merely appeared as a student in the country, Jiang Yun knew full well that she was backed by the Dong family and was the pride of her lineage. Such thoughts were far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing the name Li Guangmao, the other diners in the restaurant exchanged glances, their attention now fixed on Li Xinping. He is the young master of the Li family? No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he is such a formidable father. Who is this Li Guangmao? Although Li Guangmao is a prominent figure in the capital, he is not universally known. One diner interjected, explaining, Are you aware of the newly established Jia Bank? It is said that the bank was formed by a collaboration of renowned domestic entrepreneurs and a prominent foreign family. And Li Guangmao is a senior executive there. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could they not be aware of the uproar surrounding the bank? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun and Catherine exchanged knowing smiles. So, it turns out that Li Guangmao is one of their subordinates. Li Xinpeng, oblivious to the implications, stood tall and puffed out his chest, exuding an air of unwarranted superiority. Take your money and get lost. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Jiang Yin retorted impatiently, and oh wonder, he felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the name Li Guangmao. Isn't Li Guangmao the talented individual he had hired at great expense? Yet, while Li Guangmao was indeed shrewd and adept in business, he was never overly arrogant and maintained a low profile in the company. Little did he expect that a tiger father would have a son like this. Li Xinpeng, with his deplorable demeanor. What did you say? Li Xinpeng's face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table, abruptly standing up. His lips twitched in anger. Observing his reaction, Jiang Yun shook his head and smirked. Truly, he was just a child who had not matured. Call your father, Jiang Yun said nonchalantly. Li Xinpeng furrowed his brow, realizing that the onlookers were pointing and whispering, and he was determined not to comply with Jiang Yun's request. Surely, this was mere bluster. Li Xinpeng pointed a finger at Jiang Yun, declaring, "Don't pretend to be a big shot here. Who do you think you are? If my father were truly in front of you, you would probably be so frightened that you couldn't stand." The other diners watched the spectacle with bemused expressions, their faces a mix of confusion and intrigue. Meanwhile, Catherine continued sipping her water, hardly sparing Li Xinpeng a glance. He was merely a jumping clown, not going to fight. Then I'll take matters into my own hands. That a cold smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he retrieved his phone and dialed Li Guangmao's number. Whether he connected the call or Li Xinpeng experienced it, the outcome would be the same. However, for Li Xinpeng, the implications were vastly different. Yet Li Xinpeng remained unaware. "It's me, Daddy," as soon as the call connected. Jiang Yun got straight to the point. "I'm sending you a location. Come here immediately. No matter what you're doing, cancel it." Before Li Guangmao could respond, the call ended abruptly. Sitting in his office, Li Guangmao was momentarily taken aback as he walked toward the door. Muttering to himself, what could be the matter with Boss Jiang? Chapter 414. A tiger father has a dog son. Since the bank's establishment, he and Jiang Yun had hardly met, yet he had heard some things about Jiang Yun. Although he was considered a notable figure in the capital, in front of Jiang Yun, he felt like a child in the presence of a parent. Receiving a call from Jiang Yun, he certainly dared not slack off. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, it was truly a full performance. "Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare speak to my father like that." Li Xinpeng crossed his arms, looking down at Jiang Yun with disdain. He was increasingly convinced that Jiang Yun was just posturing. Who in the capital would dare speak to his father in such a manner? Wasn't that absurd? Moreover, how could a young man like Jiang Yun presume to command his father? The onlookers, too, echoed this sentiment. Yet, Jiang Yun paid them no mind. But by the way, don't you have a habit of keeping bodyguards with you? Where have they gone? Jiang Yun inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Catherine. "I'm not a public figure that I only hire bodyguards for certain specific occasions," Catherine replied coolly. The implication was clear. Jiang Yun, not being naive, quickly deduced that Catherine likely wished to conceal her identity. Hence her evasive response, he refrained from probing further, considering the dangers of attracting unwanted attention, especially since Catherine lived alone in a foreign country, that if her identity were revealed, she could attract the attention of some unsavory individuals. That would indeed be disastrous. Witnessing the two engaged in casual conversation, Li Xinpeng's expression grew increasingly grim, his fists clenched tightly as he slammed them down onto the table once more. Bang! He could no longer contain himself. All that needed to be said had been said, yet Jiang Yun remained unyielding. "Brat, you better get lost. Don't test this young master's patience and limits." Jiang Yun acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to chat amiably with Catherine. "You bastard!" Li Xinping seethed with rage. Just as he was about to call his friends, the restaurant doors suddenly swung open. Upon seeing the man striding in, Li Xinping felt a tightening in his throat. "What on earth, Dad?" The newcomer was none other than Li Guangmao. Li Xinping rushed toward him, his mind racing with doubts. Could it be mere coincidence that Jiang Yun had just called, and now his father appeared? In an instant, Li Xinping felt uncertain. Meanwhile, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, beginning to speculate about Jiang Yun's identity. President Jiang, Li Guangmao, ignored Li Xinping, pushing past him to stand beside Jiang Yun, bowing respectfully as if he were a mouse before a cat. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. Buzz! Li Xinping felt as if struck by lightning. His legs weakened, and his breath became labored. "President Jiang, you summoned me here for something?" Li Guangmao inquired hastily. Jiang Yun didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed solely on Catherine. "Let your son explain it to you," Jiang Yun said, dismissing any further conversation with Li Guangmao. Although it was Li Guangmao who had sought out the headhunting firm and was subsequently recruited at great expense. It was also an opportunity for Li Guangmao. While Jiang Yun might not be the sovereign of the business world in the capital, he was certainly a significant player. To be in his orbit was a stroke of fortune for Li Guangmao. The question remained whether he would cherish it. Li Guangmao's face turned ashen as he swiftly turned to glare at Li Xinping, then slapped him hard across the face. Anyone could see that Jiang Yun was displeased. It was undoubtedly his wayward son who had caused Jiang Yun's irritation. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Li Xinping covered his face, his eyes brimming with tears. The onlookers shook their heads, confirming the stereotype of wealthy young masters lacking grit. "What on earth happened?" Li Guangmao demanded coldly to Li Xinping, wishing to negotiate, hesitated but ultimately relayed the events to Li Guangmao, embellishing the tale and shifting the blame entirely onto Jiang Yun. He portrayed himself as a paragon of virtue. Unfortunately, with so many eyes upon them and Li Guangmao's knowledge of his son's character, it was evident who was in the right. The next moment, Li Guangmao delivered a sharp kick to Li Xinping's knee, causing him to wince in pain. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Xinping crumpled to the floor, kneeling before Jiang Yun. "President Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in parenting that has led my child to offend you. You may strike or punish him as you see fit. Even if you wish to take his life, I shall not utter a word of dissent." Li Guangmao spoke directly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In his daily endeavors at the bank, he tirelessly worked to establish his presence before Jiang Yun. Aspiring to swiftly become his right hand and at such a time, he envisioned himself as a prominent figure in the capital. However, he never anticipated that his own son would be so foolish as to offend Jiang Yun. That wasn't this akin to placing him on a spit over a fire. "I harbor no intention of harming anyone. I merely wish to inform you that it would be prudent to keep a close watch on your son in the future, lest he finds himself embroiled in further troubles," Jiang Yun remarked with indifference. Li Guangmao nodded vigorously, his gaze shifting to Li Xinping, hastily adding, "What are you still doing there? Hurry and apologize to Mr. Jiang." Li Xinping, fearing to defy his father, scrambled before Jiang Yun and promptly bowed his head in several hasty gestures of contrition, looking quite the sight in his disarray. Jiang Yun, however, paid him no heed, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "Maintain a low profile. It will serve you well. Furthermore, Catherine is my friend. Do not trouble her in the future, or you will find yourself at odds with me." Although Li Xinping was not particularly astute, Li Guangmao was a different matter entirely. After Jiang Yun's admonition, how could Li Xinping dare to cause further trouble? Yes, I will absolutely adhere to your instructions," he quickly replied, refraining from any further comment. Anyone capable of instilling such fear in his father was undoubtedly a figure of considerable stature. Chapter 415. This encounter may be our last farewell, Mr. Jiang. We shall take our leave now, Li Guangmao respectfully stated, leading his son toward the exit. The diners in the restaurant were left in shock, some even pulling out their phones to search for information online, hoping to uncover Jiang Yun's identity. This was a true figure of significance. You truly wield great influence, Catherine remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Though her face betrayed little emotional fluctuation, that it was evident she was confident in her abilities. Even without Li Guangmao's intervention, she believed she could manage the situation effectively. Yet, if it had come to that, Li Xinping might not have been so fortunate. What influence is there to speak of? It is merely my duty to serve you. After today, it was certain that Li Xinping would not dare to provoke her again, that in the future, should she require assistance, he would undoubtedly be the first to step forward. Perhaps this was how the universe balanced itself. Catherine smiled with satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further, that if that were indeed the case, then Zhang Yun had aided her significantly, due to her inability to reveal her identity. She had garnered considerable attention from various men at school. It seemed that being beautiful was a burden in itself. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun and Catherine had departed the restaurant. Suddenly, a diner stood abruptly, slapping his forehead as he exclaimed, "I remember now. That man was Zhang Yun. No wonder he looked so familiar." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The name carried weight. The restaurant buzzed with excitement as patrons contemplated the significance of the encounter. Regrettably, they had failed to capture a photograph of Zhang Yun. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun had escorted Catherine to her car and was now making his way back to the manor. After parting ways with her, his expression darkened considerably, his mind preoccupied with thoughts regarding Jiang Shan. Upon returning home, he found Chun Joga seated in the hall, her countenance marked with displeasure. "Mother, what troubles you?" Zhang Yun approached with a cheerful demeanor, striving to mask any signs of distress. Should she learn of Jiang Shan's grave illness, it could potentially incapacitate her as well. Zhang Yun was determined to prevent that from occurring. Chun Joga clenched her teeth, casting a glance toward the upper floor before speaking irritably. "It's all because of your father. He insists on going abroad for a vacation. Does he think I've grown old and undesirable?" Going abroad. He is clearly seeking medical treatment. Jiang Yun realized there was a misunderstanding brewing. An idea sparked in his mind, and he smiled as he said, "Mother, I'll arrange everything for you, including a young and handsome male guide to accompany you." Though Jiang Shan and Chun Joga were of considerable age, they behaved like children, squabbling over such trivial matters. Chun Joga snorted, "Fine. I'll take plenty of photos to send to your father, just to provoke him. Even if he doesn't take care for me, there are plenty of others eager to flatter me." Jiang Yun chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After calming Chun Joga's spirits, he ascended the stairs. In the room, Jiang Shan and Jiang Qingying were busy packing their bags. "Brother, the tickets have been purchased that we will depart for abroad shortly," Jiang Qingying announced as Jiang Yun entered. However, his gaze fell upon Jiang Shan, who appeared significantly aged, with strands of gray creeping into his hair. "You are already aware." Jiang Yun's voice was low and somber, casting a shadow over the room's atmosphere. Jiang Shan nodded, forcing a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Nothing to worry about. It's merely a tumor. There's no cause for alarm." Jiang Yun let out a self-deprecating laugh. If it were truly as simple as Jiang Shan claimed, he would not be so consumed with worry. "By the way, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately," Jiang Shan suddenly interjected. "Very well." In an instant, Jiang Qingying exited the room, closing the door behind him. "Son, hand me a cigarette." Jiang Shan, who did not usually smoke, extended his hand toward Jiang Yun. After both lit their cigarettes, Jiang Shan continued, "While I do not fear whether I will survive the surgery, should it come to that, you must take good care of your mother. Just tell her I found someone I love more and have chosen to leave with her. That way, she can harbor some resentment toward me and will not be so heartbroken." As those words fell, Jiang Yun felt a pang in his chest. He frowned, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists tightly, his breathing becoming uneven. Bang! He suddenly raised his hand and struck the wall with a fierce punch. "Xiaoyun," Jiang Shan moved behind him, patting his shoulder, his own heart heavy. "Who wishes to part with their loved ones?" The three of them had only recently reunited, yet such devastating news had struck him like a thunderbolt. Jiang Shan could only muster a semblance of good spirits, hoping to spare those around him from excessive worry. "Father, do not speak such despondent words that I have already spoken with the people at Dongjia. They have made all the necessary arrangements abroad. You need only focus on your treatment, that I will handle everything at home." Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. For years, he had never shed a tear. Yet this moment brought genuine heartache. Money, it turned out, was not omnipotent. It could not buy life. "Good up, my son has grown up." Jiang Shan chuckled, saying, "Your brother and I will head to the airport now. Contact me anytime if anything arises." Jiang Yun nodded, assisting Jiang Shan with his luggage as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found no sign of Chen Jioga. Jiang Yun waved to a nearby security guard, inquiring, "Where is my mother?" "Madam has gone shopping," the guard promptly replied with respect. Jiang Yun sighed helplessly. This encounter might very well be their last farewell, yet Chen Jioga had not afforded Jiang Shan the chance to see her off. "Not to worry, that I have long since grown weary of her," Jiang Shan remarked with a smile. "It's better for me without her seeing me off." Chapter 416. A bold demand. Jiang Yun's heart felt heavy. Yet he chose to remain silent. After watching Jiang Shan and his brother depart, he returned to the hall, his mind still replaying the scene of their departure, a sense of loneliness enveloping him. No one knows whether misfortune or tomorrow will arrive first. Even Jiang Yun found himself pondering the same, that in the ensuing days. Jiang Yun's mental state remained persistently low. Yet he maintained constant contact with Jiang Qingying, vigilantly monitoring every move from abroad, all in hopes of swiftly ascertaining news regarding Jiang Shan. Fortunately, the people from the east were relatively courteous, not creating any difficulties for the two, and had even arranged for Jiang Shan to be admitted to the finest neurosurgery hospital. However, owing to Jiang Shan's physical condition being far worse than he had anticipated, even reaching the hospital posed a significant challenge for treatment. As night fell, Lin Shui nestled in Jiang Yun's embrace, already aware of Jiang Shan's predicament. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to comfort him, her only recourse being to offer companionship. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the silence. "Sir, are you asleep?" Jiang Yun rose from the bed to open the door, his gaze landing upon the nurse stationed outside. "There's something amiss." The nurse hastily replied, "A young man is waiting outside that he claims to be a friend of your wife, and insists that he must meet with you, where you will undoubtedly regret it." With a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, Jiang Yun scoffed, "In the entire capital, how many dare to speak to me in such a manner?" "Take me to see him," he instructed. After exchanging a few words with Lin Shui, he descended the stairs at the front entrance. A red sedan was parked nearby. The driver, a man, was idly fiddling with his phone while a cigarette dangled from his fingers. Exuding an air of arrogance, "That's the one." The nurse pointed at the man, uncertain of his identity, but aware of his confidence in speech, making him reluctant to offend him, lest he turned out to be a figure of considerable importance, leading to complications. While working as a nurse in Jiang Yun's household was a respectable job, it did carry its own risks. Poor handling of interpersonal dynamics could lead to unnecessary trouble. Jiang Yun shifted his gaze to scrutinize the man before him, but he found himself with no recollection of him. "Who are you?" Jiang Yun inquired. "Please introduce yourself, that I am a fashion model," the man replied, his gaze locking onto Jiang Yun, instantly recognizing his identity, given Jiang Yun's expanding business. He had long since become the face of numerous magazine covers. It was rare for anyone in the capital to be unaware of who he was. "Your identity is of no concern to me." Jiang Yun's mood was already soured by Jiang Shan's situation, and his disdain for the man before him left no room for courtesy. Yet the man remained unperturbed, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and releasing a puff of smoke before tossing his phone to Jiang Yun. The screen displayed a video where the male protagonist was none other than the man himself. And to Jiang Yun's astonishment, the female lead was my mother. What absurdity is this? How could my mother associate with someone like him? Although the video did not depict any overtly inappropriate behavior, The two engaged in several intimate gestures that were unmistakably suggestive. However, Jiang Yun knew his mother's character well. She would never stoop to such depths. Furthermore, while Qin Zhuge had not elaborated on her feelings for Jiang Shan, Jiang Yun was aware of their profound love for one another, a bond that had reached a point of inseparability. Yet, the video was undeniably authentic. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Jiang Yun. The man before him was rather presentable. Just days prior, Qin Zhuge had seemed somewhat downcast, likely due to a misunderstanding regarding Jiang Shan, even going as far as to claim she would seek out younger men. Jiang Yun had initially dismissed her words as jest, but now it seemed clear that his mother had deliberately exploited this man, merely to provoke Jiang Shan by taking a few photographs together. While Qin Zhuge appeared unfazed, the man was using these images to extort. With a cold smile gracing his lips, Jiang Yun hurled the phone to the ground, shattering the screen beneath his foot. The nurses behind him swiftly moved to encircle the car, their eyes narrowed in a predatory glare directed at the man. That it was evident to all that Jiang Yun was livid. And thus, there was no need for them to extend any courtesy to him. He was undoubtedly an adversary. Not to worry. While this is indeed the original, I have backups if I do not return home safely within the hour. My friend will upload the backups online to Mr. Jiang. As a well-known entrepreneur in the capital, I believe you would not wish for any blemish on your reputation, would you? Though this matter does not directly concern you. The individual in the video is your mother, which might still impact you, the man declared with an air of confidence, clearly having anticipated Jiang Yun's reaction. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Despite the man's appealing appearance, he was filled with malice. Truly detestable. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Yun let a chilling smile creep onto his face as he slowly asked, I presume you did not come here for a trivial exchange of words. Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? The man smiled in satisfaction. I knew Mr. Jiang would not be indifferent to matters concerning your mother. Jiang Yun, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, spare me the pleasantries. Just get to the point. Everyone understood that the man had evidently leveraged Jiang Yun's vulnerabilities to extort him. It was merely a matter of how much he sought. 100 million, that he raised a finger, stating his demand outright. In disbelief, the security personnel present widened their eyes, staring at the man in astonishment. Such audacity. Although 100 million was not an insurmountable amount for Jiang Yun, it remained an exorbitant sum, and they could sense the fury radiating from him. Very well, 100 million it is. Leave your contact details. I shall reach out to you tomorrow to that time. You will hand over all backups, and the money will be yours, Jiang Yun replied coolly, already having formulated his plan. The man promptly produced a business card, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Ignoring him, Jiang Yun turned and made his way toward the entrance, and the man, having achieved his objective, saw no reason to linger. One of the nurses hurriedly remarked, Mr. Jiang, this man is clearly a scoundrel, that it would be better to let us deal with him. You need not part with such a large sum. Jiang Yun waved his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. No need for such trouble. I will ensure he receives his due punishment. Attempting to blackmail me. He is merely courting disaster. His ill will has led him to this encounter. He has no one to blame but himself. The nurse, sensing Jiang Yun's rising ire, chose not to press further and promptly retreated to the security office. As the night passed and noon approached, Jiang Yun contacted the model. During this time, he refrained from inquiring about Qin Zhuge. He harbored unwavering trust in his mother, believing she would never betray Jiang Shan, should the matter become public knowledge. It would bring shame upon Qin Zhuge. Upon reaching the car, he headed straight to a hotel. Half an hour prior, he had arranged a meeting with a model over the phone. Everything was in place. He simply awaited the right moment. Accompanied only by Dong Taizhan, he clearly did not regard the model as a significant threat. Before long, they arrived at the hotel, and upon entering the private room, the man who had been waiting eagerly approached Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands together. Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. In his mind, The man understood that since Jiang Yun had agreed to pay, his goal had been achieved. And there was no need to turn Jiang Yun into an enemy, which could lead to future complications. After all, Jiang Yun was a prominent figure in the capital, and the man was not foolish enough to antagonize him without reason. However, for the sake of 100 million, it was a gamble worth taking. Jiang Yun acknowledged him with a casual nod before taking a seat. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he gestured for Dong Taizhan to proceed. Dong Taizhan retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and tossed them onto the table in front of the man. "What is this?" the man inquired, confusion etched on his face as he began to sift through the pages. However, after only a few flips, he felt his breath grow heavy. Clenching his teeth, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yun. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as he glared at Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, as a well-known entrepreneur in the capital, how could you engage in such despicable actions? Though investigations into my family and social connections have been conducted behind my back, the documents before me are comprehensive, detailing matters concerning his family. They even include specifics such as the exact home address and blood type. Some distant relatives, with whom there has been no contact for years, are also mentioned, not to mention the immediate family. This is merely an appetizer. It won't be long before you receive a court summons. You are extorting me. While you may not face dire consequences, you will likely endure a few years of hardship." Jiang Yun's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, a confident smile ever present on his face. In fact, since last night, Jiang Yun had been orchestrating his moves. Fortunately, this man does indeed have a vulnerability, making him not too difficult to handle. Moreover, this predicament is entirely of his own making. If it weren't for his reckless actions, how could things have escalated to this point? Money is a valuable asset, but it must be earned through proper means. Should one stray from the righteous path, they must bear the consequences of their actions. The man's teeth nearly ground to dust as he perused the information regarding his daughter, a sharp pain shooting through his heart. He had long been prepared. Once he obtained money from Jiang Yun, he intended to whisk his family away without delay, yet he never anticipated that a misstep would occur at this juncture. How tragic. "I tell you, do not attempt to intimidate me. Are you not afraid I might expose the video to the public? Even if you are unconcerned, have you considered your mother's feelings?" The man continued to assert himself, evidently oblivious to his own missteps. Suddenly, before he could finish, Dong Taizhan stood before him and struck him across the face. "Mind your tone," Dong Taizhan warned coldly. Jiang Yun is a prominent figure in the capital, while the man before him is merely a lowly pawn, utterly inconsequential. How dare such a person challenge Jiang Yun? Is he not playing with fire? The man shot a cold glance at Dong Taizhan, his fists clenching in response. However, he recognized the significant height difference and the muscular build of Dong Taizhan, which deterred him from provoking him further. He realized he could end up losing both his life and his fortune. Contemplating this, the man's lips twitched as he coldly declared, "Very well, that I have suddenly changed my mind. If you want this fellow to kneel and beg for mercy, I will hand over the video to you. What do you think?" Kneeling in apology. That is clearly a jest. Jiang Yun had already regarded Dong Taizhan as both a friend and a brother. Under any circumstance, he would not allow Dong Taizhan to suffer even the slightest indignity. This was all due to the fact that Dong Taizhan was injured because of him, and Jiang Yun would not let Dong Taizhan be wronged. Unwilling, the man's lips twitched again as he coldly inquired. Jiang Yun then approached him and delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen. He had already resolved to pursue legal action. The reason for confronting the man was to thoroughly torment him, so he could understand the absurdity of his actions. The man doubled over in pain, clutching his abdomen as he hastily retreated. However, Dong Taizhan did not grant him the opportunity to escape. Quick as lightning, he seized the man's collar and lifted him high. "Let me go. Do you even understand the nature of your actions? You must pay the price for your behavior." Chapter 418. The living Yama of business, the man bellowed with rage. his face a picture of utter despair. He was consumed by a singular thought: to extricate himself from Jiang Yun as swiftly as possible to prevent matters from spiraling out of control. Yet Jiang Yun ignored his words, once more stepping closer and delivering several sharp slaps. "You should never have dared to threaten me, while my mother may have used you to take numerous photographs. Is that not your role as a model? Besides, I doubt my mother has treated you poorly. Chun Jioga is quite generous, after all. Although she has faced hardships, various signs indicate that even during their most challenging times, they still managed a decent existence, possessing ample funds. Delete all the videos you hold, that if they were to surface, I may not harm your family, but those around me might not be so restrained. Your daughter is still so young. I advise you to consider this carefully, that a heartless act is nothing less. Parents across the world care deeply for their children. Even the most heinous of criminals reveal a tender side when confronted with their offspring." Jiang Yun seized upon this point to compel the man to yield. The man's face drained of color. He had believed he had crafted an infallible plan, one that would allow him to escape the country with the money and live a life of bliss. Yet, he had miscalculated. Bang! Dong Taizhan cast the man aside and returned to stand respectfully behind Jiang Yun. The man grimaced in pain, yet managed to rise, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, let today's events be settled. You have already struck me. Consider it a release of your anger. Does this mean I can avoid further punishment?" It was evident that the man was desperate to leave. Too bad there is no remedy for regret in this world. "Why should I?" Jiang Yun retorted. "You extorted me first. Should you not face the consequences? Considering the time, my lawyer should be arriving shortly, that I hope you will cooperate and not bring trouble upon yourself and your family." Jiang Yun issued another warning that in truth, even if the video were to leak, the impact on Jiang Yun would be minimal. Chun Jioga could simply step forward to explain, and the public would likely calm down. Jiang Yun had intended to settle matters amicably, recognizing the difficulties faced by all. However, he never expected the man to charge headfirst into trouble. The man was nearly in tears. He had come to realize the terrifying nature of Jiang Yun. Yet, he was unsure whether Jiang Yun was merely bluffing or genuinely intended to harm his family. Nevertheless, he dared not take the risk. After all, his daughter was merely a child. He could never wager her safety. Ultimately, the man knelt down, bowing deeply to Jiang Yun multiple times before saying, "Mr. Jiang, I recognize my mistakes. I only hope you can show mercy and not hold my family accountable, that I will accept my rightful punishment." Jiang Yun, however, paid him no heed and walked towards the exit. Dong Taizhan delivered a final kick to the man's face before hastily following Jiang Yun. On the way back, Jiang Yun occupied himself with his phone while in the car. The subsequent matters required no input from him. All would be managed by the company's lawyers. The man had brought this upon himself and would surely reap no rewards. But this was entirely his own doing. He had no one to blame. The living Yama? A faint smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he murmured. Dong Taizhan, who was driving, promptly inquired, "Sir, what are you saying?" "I was merely commenting on how amusing it is that people online have bestowed upon me a nickname." Jiang Yun chuckled lightly. The internet is rife with opinions about him, and the actions he previously undertook have become a topic of conversation, both good and bad. Jiang Yun had become a figure of significant public interest, garnering a new moniker, the living Yama of business. As the name implies, in the realm of commerce, Jiang Yun is akin to the king of hell, showing no leniency to anyone. He dominates the business world with unparalleled audacity, far surpassing others. However, Jiang Yun paid little mind to this. His smile grew more solemn as he spoke. "Very well. There is nothing pressing at home. Please take me back to the company first. I wish to check on Lin Shui's situation." Only by immersing himself in work could he temporarily forget the pains plaguing his mind. Jiang Yun did not wish to dwell on the matters concerning Jiang Shan. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate, that he had already arranged all pertinent affairs. As for what would transpire next, that was beyond his control. Dong Taizhan acknowledged with a nod and swiftly turned the vehicle around. However, upon arriving at the foot of the company building, he was met with a throng of onlookers, seemingly gathered to witness some commotion. Has something transpired at the company? Jiang Yun inquired, perplexed. Beside him, Dong Taizhan shook his head. He was utterly oblivious to the affairs of the market, merely shadowing Jiang Yun each day. Let us approach and see, Jiang Yun remarked nonchalantly, already heading towards the company entrance that they navigated through the crowd. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon a woman kneeling before the main entrance, weeping profusely as she recounted her plight. A mere glance, Jiang Yun felt an unsettling sense of familiarity towards her, as though he had encountered her before. Perhaps the memory was too vague, leaving him unable to discern her identity. Mr. Jiang is here, someone in the crowd suddenly called out. The woman swiftly turned, her gaze locking onto Jiang Yun, and she hurried towards him. Mr. Jiang, I implore you, please show mercy. Just let my husband go. He was merely momentarily misguided. You cannot pursue such ruthless vengeance. As she wept, she clung to Jiang Yun's leg, presenting a most pitiful sight. Jiang Yun scrutinized her closely and immediately grasped the situation. Your husband is a male model, is he not? He surmised. The woman nodded fervently. The response was astonishingly swift. Jiang Yun chuckled coldly within, though his eyes betrayed no hint of compassion. You must be more aware than I of your husband's transgressions. Extortion is hardly a commendable act. Thus, the events of today are merely his own doing, and he bears the blame alone if you wish to lead a peaceful life. I suggest you return home and refrain from causing me further trouble. Jiang Yun's tone was laced with impatience as he withdrew his leg, clearly disinterested in the woman before him. The onlookers exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. What is the nature of this situation? What has Mr. Jiang done to them? From his words, it seems that the woman's husband provoked him first. The crowd was left bewildered, yet Jiang Yun felt no obligation to clarify matters. The woman, despairing, called after Jiang Yun as he began to walk away. Mr. Jiang, my husband has his reasons. He works diligently. It was merely a financial desperation that led him to take such risks. Please, spare him this once. Is financial hardship a justification for committing vile acts? There are countless individuals in the world who struggle financially. Should they all adopt such a mindset? What would society become? Jiang Yun thought, horrified at the implications. He did not halt his stride or acknowledge the woman further. Making his way directly to the company entrance, he gestured to the security personnel, instructing them to disperse the crowd and to remove the woman, warning them to inform her that if she persisted in her unreasonable behavior, he would not hesitate to respond harshly. The head of security nodded and promptly moved to execute Jiang Yun's orders. Though he seldom visited Yinxue Group, everyone knew Jiang Yun's status and dared not to be lax. Once matters were arranged, Jiang Yun ascended to the upper floors in the general manager's office. Lin Shui was engrossed in her documents when she heard the door open. Her gaze quickly fell upon Jiang Yun. What brings you to the company today? Upon seeing Jiang Yun, a gentle smile graced Lin Shui's lips. What a rare visitor. Although Jiang Yun is the proprietor of several companies, he remains the unseen force, with all decisions resting upon Lin Shui's shoulders, managing every affair within the company. Whenever a significant issue arises, Jiang Yun is there to steer the ship. I encountered a minor issue and resolved it swiftly. So, I thought I would stop by to see you, Jiang Yun replied. The recent events had underscored the fragility of life, prompting him to cherish the limited time available with those dear to him, such as Lin Shui. Over the past 20 years, Jiang Shan and Chun Zhuge had not been part of his life. It was Lin Shui's unwavering presence that had helped him navigate through his darkest days. The memories of Ningqing were indeed painful to revisit. I didn't expect you to be thinking of me, Lin Shui said with a soft smile, and Jiang Yun enveloped her in an embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. You are my wife, the most significant person in my life. You are ever on my mind. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with warmth. By the way, I have a business banquet to attend tonight. How about you accompany me, my dear? Lin Shui suddenly shifted the topic. Sure. Jiang Yin readily agreed. He had felt increasingly disconnected from the world lately, living within his own bubble. That it was high time he ventured out. The next moment, Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as it landed back on Lin Xu at my dear. How do you know that title? He asked, slightly embarrassed. Isn't it because your reputation precedes you? Lin Shui chuckled wryly. There is quite a bit of news about you circulating online that it would be hard to remain oblivious. She continued, did you not notice how the employees' gazes shifted when you walked in? The happenings surrounding Jiang Yun had become a topic of gossip among the staff. However, Lin Shui chose not to intervene. As long as work was being accomplished, the rest was inconsequential. Damn it, no wonder they seem to fear me. It appears I am truly becoming the king of hell, Jiang Yun lamented, shaking his head in resignation as he approached the window and lit a cigarette. I wonder which wretched soul is mocking me behind my back, even bestowing me with such a title. It is utterly infuriating. If I ever find out who it is, they shall not escape unscathed. Jiang Yun vented his frustration. All right, you ought to prepare yourself. The afternoon is nearly upon us. We must not delay the banquet. That I have heard that several prominent families will be in attendance, that if we can forge connections with them, it would significantly enhance our overseas business prospects, an endeavor of utmost importance for the company's growth. Lin Shui promptly outlined the stakes involved, expressing her disinterest in socializing unless absolutely necessary. Fear not. Even without any adornment, I shall be the brightest star of the evening, Jiang Yun confidently declared, his innate charm shining through. Such arrogance, Lin Shui chuckled, shaking her head, deciding not to press further. Given that the office was equipped with a bedroom and a dressing room, Lin Shui merely needed to change her attire. Most importantly, she wished to free Jiang Yun so she could attend to her work without distraction. Indeed, beauty can be a double-edged sword, but men are not exempt from the perils it brings. Very well. You focus on your tasks, that I will return to collect you later, Jiang Yun said with a smile, making his way out of the office alongside Dong Taizhan, heading directly to the nearest styling studio. Since he would be attending the business banquet as Lin Shui's companion, he could not afford to diminish her stature. Half an hour later at the styling studio, brother, what are we doing here? We have a banquet with Lin Shui this evening. I cannot let her lose face that I need to look my best, Jiang Yun replied, confident in his appearance. Yet one must dress the part. Donning appropriate attire would ensure he commanded attention that night. Lin Shui was indeed perceived as a fortunate woman. Having achieved financial independence and wielding considerable power, with few rivals in the capital. This was not solely due to her business acumen, but also because of Jiang Yun's support. Their partnership was a formidable force. I see. Then I shall accompany Mr. Jiang tonight and remain outside on standby. Should you require anything, simply reach out to me, Dong Taizhan promptly offered. Jiang Yun surrounds himself only with the capable. He must emphasize his worth as much as possible. With a satisfied smile gracing his lips, he stepped out towards the styling studio. Sir, may I inquire what kind of service you require? A tall receptionist approached with a warm smile. Please find me an outfit suitable for a business banquet. And then assist me with my hairstyle, Jiang Yun replied. Generally, he did not place much importance on such matters. To him, as long as the attire was appropriate, that sufficed. There was no need for external adornments to convey an air of affluence, as those around him were already well aware of his exceptional qualities. Certainly, sir, the receptionist responded cheerfully, leading Jiang Yun further inside, that I will fetch Tony, our most esteemed stylist in the studio. Is that agreeable? This was Jiang Yun's first visit to such a place, and he nodded in agreement, trusting the receptionist's recommendation. As for the pricing, I trust you have no particular demands. Having encountered numerous individuals, the receptionist could easily discern that Jiang Yun was clad entirely in high-end attire. Clearly not an ordinary person. To them, money was merely a figure. Ordinary folks like themselves were simply incomparable. Not at all, Jiang Yun replied with a hearty laugh, following the receptionist's lead. Meanwhile, in another room, Tony, what are you up to? Doing this will surely make her shy. a woman exclaimed coquettishly, half-heartedly reclining in a man's embrace. That man, of course, was the most renowned designer in the studio. "Tony, enough, stop pretending in front of me. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? You flaunt your curves in front of me every day, just to entice me, don't you?" Tony licked his lips with a mischievous grin, playfully squeezing the woman's waist. She pouted, playfully hitting his chest with her small fist. "That you're incorrigible. Why speak so bluntly? It's not my fault that I have a good figure. I just enjoy swaying my hips when I walk." "How can that be interpreted as seduction?" the woman retorted, her fox-like eyes narrowing into a line, clearly not someone to be underestimated. Tony appeared fair-skinned and, from a distance, resembled a woman. His features weren't particularly refined, but his complexion made up for it, placing him in the category of not unattractive. As the chief designer of the styling studio, he was accustomed to being surrounded by the wealthy and powerful. Youthful and affluent, with a touch of talent, his looks hardly mattered. Suddenly, as Tony's hand was about to slip under the woman's clothing, a loud knock interrupted them. Both froze, exchanging irritated glances, just when they were about to engage in some serious business. Their enthusiasm was dashed by an unexpected visitor. "Who is it?" Tony asked curtly, not bothering to turn around. With a click, the door swung open, and the receptionist entered, accompanied by Jiang Yun. "You didn't lock the door?" the woman beside Tony instinctively queried, but her voice was too soft to attract Jiang Yun's attention. Tony ignored her, his gaze fixed on the receptionist, frowning as he said, "Did I not inform you that I was discussing work matters with Zio?" The woman, referred to as Zio, shot the receptionist an exasperated glance. She had thought she was on the verge of securing Tony's affections, ensuring her future, only to have this woman ruin her plans. The receptionist hurriedly pointed to Jiang Yun beside her, explaining, "This gentleman requires a styling session, and I needed to consult you about it. He is in a bit of a hurry. Perhaps you could style him first, and then continue your discussion with Miss He." She spoke softly, aware of the dynamics at play. Having worked in the studio for a long time, she understood Tony's character well. Discussions of work often masked other intentions. Although Zio was relatively new, the receptionist knew she was not the first woman to attract Tony's interest. "Very well. I shall style him first," Tony said, straightening his collar before casting a serious glance at Zio. "You may step out for now. Once I finish here, we can delve deeper into our conversation." Zio smiled seductively and made her way out. Watching her sway as she walked, Tony felt a stirring in his heart, but forced himself to suppress his impulses. "Prioritizing work. Sir, if you have any specific requests, feel free to share them with Tony. Rest assured, he is a fashion expert and will undoubtedly transform you into the center of attention at tonight's business banquet." The receptionist quickly added before exiting the room. Once seated before the mirror, Jiang Yun calmly stated, "My requirements are simple. Just tidy my hair and find me an appropriate outfit." Chapter 421. The beauty of asymmetry. Tony acknowledged him and began his work with delicate precision. Noticing Jiang Yun's somewhat disheveled hair, he performed a brief trim. After all, a man's hairstyle is his calling card, and an appealing look is crucial. Jiang Yun quietly played with his phone, never lifting his gaze to the mirror. As the chief designer, Tony was expected to deliver flawless results. Little did he realize that his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Zio, especially her enticing movements as she exited. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Tony misjudged a snip of the scissors, resulting in a significant portion of Jiang Yun's hair being cut too short. Although his scalp remained concealed, the flaw was painfully evident. "What on earth?" Tony exclaimed, while Jiang Yun instinctively raised his head, his expression darkening upon seeing the state of his hair. "Is this how a dog's chew looks? How can it be so hideous? Is this truly the work of a chief designer?" Jiang Yun coldly inquired. Tony awkwardly chuckled, hastily attempting to explain, "Sir, you likely do not follow fashion shows or similar events, so you may not be familiar with contemporary design philosophies. The current trend embraces the beauty of asymmetry. That is why piece garments are so popular. The hairstyle I have given you also follows this asymmetrical concept. How absurd! Jiang Yun's lips curled into a derisive smile, although his hair was indeed uneven. Did he truly believe this was the essence of asymmetrical beauty? Clothing could be styled in such a manner, but hair, with a forceful kick, Jiang Yun stood up, kicking the door behind him open, his anger boiling over. If Tony were to rectify the situation, perhaps he could accept it, but only if Tony admitted his mistake. It was outrageous to dismiss his error with such nonsense about asymmetry. As if he were a fool. Sir, what are you doing? Tony's expression soured, discarding the scissors as the chief designer. He was accustomed to being revered, and a mere customer held little significance that I demand an explanation. Jiang Yun's voice was cold, as I see an explanation. Spare me. Tony's expression darkened. Although he was in the wrong, he refused to regard Jiang Yun with any respect. I am offering you two choices. Either I redesign your hairstyle, or you can leave immediately. I have no desire to earn your patronage. Jiang Yun's intrusion had disrupted his plans with Zio. While earning money was important, he was equally eager to enjoy the company of the alluring woman. His temper flared as a result. Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh. How could Tony be so arrogant despite his blunder? Rather than engage further, he simply turned and walked towards the exit. The sooner I leave, the better. Do you think I wish to serve you? Such a young individual sporting such fine clothing must undoubtedly be a wealthy second generation, living off easy money without your father. You probably wouldn't even be able to afford a meal. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had returned to the reception hall. Dong Taizhan, seated on the sofa, hastily rose to his feet. Glancing at Jiang Yun's hair, torn between laughter and restraint at Mr. Jiang, what is the situation here? Is this the completed hairstyle? Jiang Yun had yet to change his attire. Only his hairstyle had undergone a significant transformation. Yet he could not discern what was so remarkable about it. Was it simply that he lacked an appreciation for the aesthetics of the affluent? Jiang Yun disregarded him, beckoning the attendant beside him with a flick of his finger before plopping down onto the sofa. Sir, may I inquire if you need assistance? The attendant asked with utmost respect. Summon your boss immediately, Jiang Yun replied coldly, instinctively lighting a cigarette. Nearby, Xiaoyi also cast a curious glance in their direction. Clearly bewildered. You wish to see our boss? Who exactly are you? Our boss is exceedingly busy. Do you think you can just summon him at will? Tony, the stylist, emerged from the room, casting a frosty glare at Jiang Yun as he spoke sharply. It was evident to all that a dispute had unfolded between Jiang Yun and Tony. The attendant's complexion shifted. With both parties being formidable figures, she dared not dismiss this lightly. She hurried to Jiang Yun's side and quickly added, Sir, if you have any requests, please convey them to me directly. I will relay your message to our boss. Jiang Yun scrutinized the attendant for a prolonged moment, causing her heart to race. It was her first encounter with such an intimidating gaze. She felt as though a chill was running down her spine. Jiang Yun's eyes were akin to two razor-sharp swords, and during their prolonged exchange, she felt a stinging heat across her cheeks. Not going to speak, Jiang Yun retorted. The attendant forced a few nervous laughs, but dared not utter another word. Jiang Yun surveyed the surroundings, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, Jiang Qingying's voice resonated from the other end. Brother, there's no need for concern. Uncle's condition is stable, and the specialists have proposed a plan. Surgery will commence shortly. I will remain by Uncle's side, ensuring that nothing untoward occurs. Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, though his inquiry was not about Jiang Shan's ailment, that I've sent you a location. Contact the owner of this design studio and instruct him to come here immediately. I am currently within this design studio. Jiang Qingying, bewildered, glanced at the message before promptly complying. The call was swiftly terminated. After Jiang Yun had resolved issues with Gao Meiwei, he forcefully acquired the Gao family's assets. The Gao family, a real estate magnate, had their holdings now under Jiang Qingying's management. The design studio in question was situated within an office building, presumably a tenant of the premises. Thus, a simple investigation by Jiang Qingying would reveal the owner behind the scenes. Observing Jiang Yun's calm demeanor, The attendant's face grew pale, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Tony wore an expression of disdain, sizing Jiang Yun up before scoffing. Who do you think you're scaring here? Do you really believe a phone call can summon the boss? How laughable. Tony grumbled, pouring himself a glass of water. I will wait right here. I genuinely want to see if your boss can actually show up. His audacity stemmed from his elevated status. Even if the boss arrived, what difference would it make? Mr. Jiang, allow me to tear this brat's mouth apart for you. Dong Taizhan twisted his neck, his face visibly darkening. It was his first encounter with such a repugnant man. No need. Jiang Yun waved his hand, not even sparing a glance at Tony. Engaging with such a person would merely tarnish one's hands. Dong Taizhan halted, refraining from further words, yet still struggling to suppress his rage. Should Jiang Yun give the command, he would ensure Tony would be left searching for his teeth. Standing nearby, Tony snorted derisively. Maintaining his arrogant demeanor, seconds ticked by. After glancing at his watch, Tony finally huffed, Kid, half an hour has passed. Has our boss arrived? Just a bunch of bluster. Xiaoyi stepped closer to Tony, joining in on the derision of Jiang Yun. They both exuded the glee of petty triumph. Only the attendant stood anxiously by, too intimidated to speak. Try saying that again. Dong Taizhan could no longer contain himself to ask someone from a security background. He had mastered the art of remaining unflappable in the face of adversity. Protecting his employer's safety was paramount. However, Tony's bullying had pushed Dong Taizhan to the brink. He now yearned to unleash his frustration through sheer physicality. What? You want to bite me? Tony provocatively extended his neck, pointing to his own face that if you dare to touch me today, I'll leave you in your underwear. Crack. Dong Taizhan clenched his fist, preparing to act when the door of the design studio was abruptly kicked open. All eyes converged on the newcomer. Boss, the attendant exclaimed, rushing towards the man who had just entered. The shop owner ignored her, striding directly to Jiang Yun, assessing him from head to toe before swiftly wiping the cold sweat from his brow and respectfully stating, Mr. Jiang, had I known you were visiting, I would have come to welcome you much sooner. The attendant and Xiaoyi were momentarily taken aback. Witnessing the owner's demeanor, Tony felt a foreboding sense of dread. Could this young man truly be someone of significance? He was aware of the owner's connections, having dealt with numerous affluent and powerful individuals over the years. Even the offspring of wealthy families had to show the owner respect. Yet, why was the owner so deferential to Jiang Yun, who was still so young? I presume Cheng has contacted you. Jiang Yun inquired calmly. Yes, indeed. I just received the call and rushed over immediately, the shop owner affirmed. Mr. Jiang, if you have any instructions, please let me know. Your presence here brings great honor to our establishment. The owner, a seasoned individual, maintained a smile throughout. However, Jiang Yun did not reciprocate with any warmth. Instead, he pointed to his hair and stated, Take a good look. This is the hairstyle your chief designer crafted for me, so artfully termed asymmetrical beauty. What do you think? The shop owner swallowed hard. Years ago, his design studio had not enjoyed such prominence. Nor did it have numerous designers that he had once managed everything himself and was indeed a fashion aficionado. He could immediately discern that this hairstyle was a blatant mishap. Utter nonsense about asymmetrical beauty. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the unsatisfactory service. It is the fault of our establishment. Allow me to provide you with an unlimited membership card. In the future, both you and your friends can visit our shop at any time, and all expenses will be waived. The shop owner hastily responded. Those present gasped in astonishment. An unlimited membership. While the shop did have membership cards, and the owner was accustomed to offering them to esteemed guests, an unlimited card had never been issued before. Who exactly was Jiang Yun? No need. Jiang Yun replied dismissively, regarding the membership card with little regard. His gaze shifted to Tony, coldly stating, The entire situation stems from him. I had no intention of pursuing any grievances, but his foul mouth is exceedingly irksome. How shall we proceed? The shop owner glanced at Tony, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Tony was a pillar of the shop, and the owner was reluctant to expel him. However, with Tony offending Jiang Yun, the owner found himself in a difficult position to protect him. It was a choice between the lesser of two evils. Mr. Jiang, I will have him removed immediately. He will never set foot in our establishment again. Teacher Tony furrowed his brow slightly. Though he was indeed curious about Jiang Yun's identity, he was filled with seething anger. How could the shop owner dismiss him so casually? Bang. After kicking a chair over, Teacher Tony coldly snorted, "Do you think I wish to remain here? If this place does not welcome me, there are certainly other places that will. Once I leave, your business will undoubtedly plummet. Just wait and see. You'll come to regret this. Even if you kneel and beg for my return, I won't even bother to acknowledge you." With that, Teacher Tony turned to leave. The shop owner, flustered and anxious, resembled an ant on a hot pan. Although Teacher Tony's temper was notoriously foul, he possessed a unique insight and considerable skills. Naturally, the shop owner felt reluctant to let him go in such a manner. Yet he dared not offend Jiang Yun. The next moment, Jiang Yun casually flicked away his cigarette, and remarked coolly, "You may be overestimating yourself. Rest assured, once you step out of this establishment, no design studio will dare to employ you. Otherwise, you would be making an enemy of me." Jiang Yun, upon hearing this name, Xiao He's eyes suddenly brightened. Having long been associated with the wealthy, she was well aware of Jiang Yun's status, a prominent figure in the capital. At this moment, Xiao He comprehended everything, and oh wonder, even the shop owner treated Jiang Yun with such courtesy. It turned out he was the legendary living Yama of the marketplace. "What do you think you are? Do you truly believe yourself to be a deity?" Teacher Tony retorted coldly, dismissing Jiang Yun's words entirely as he headed for the door. He could not believe that Jiang Yun would actually blacklist him. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed Dong Taizan standing behind him, firmly grasping his shoulder. "Let go!" Teacher Tony frowned slightly and muttered under his breath, "You have yet to apologize to Mr. Jiang." Dong Taizan replied sternly, "I apologize to your grandpa." Teacher Tony, already brimming with rage, erupted when Dong Taizan blocked his path. But this time, he had kicked against a steel plate. Before he could react, Dong Taizan swung his fist, striking him squarely in the face. With a howl of anguish, Teacher Tony was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Two of his front teeth were knocked out, and blood streamed from his nose, leaving him in a most undignified state. Yet there was no trace of sympathy in Dong Taizan's eyes. Instead, he stepped forward and placed a foot firmly on Teacher Tony's chest. "Apologize." Dong Tieshan's tone was incredibly firm, his voice chillingly cold, while Jiang Yun sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, appearing utterly nonchalant. "I apologize." Teacher Tony had not anticipated Dong Tieshan's brutal nature, striking without warning. As Dong Taizan lifted his foot, Teacher Tony scrambled to Jiang Yun's feet, hastily exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, it was all my fault. I sincerely apologize for my attitude." Yet Jiang Yun continued to ignore him. "Your attitude isn't sincere enough." Dong Taizan kicked Teacher Tony's back again. Teacher Tony, on the verge of tears, quickly knelt before Jiang Yun, bowing his head repeatedly. "Mr. Jiang, I truly realize my mistake. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Teacher Tony pleaded desperately, devoid of the earlier bravado. Internally, he had cursed Jiang Yun countless times. Yet this incident was far from over. "Get out." Jiang Yun coldly uttered two words. Teacher Tony heaved a sigh of relief and dashed towards the exit. Later, contact Qianqian and have her spread the word that anyone daring to hire that man just now will be opposing me. Jiang Yun stated casually. The shop owner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Once the news was released, Teacher Tony's career would be effectively over. In the field of design, it seemed there would be no place for him anymore. After all, Jiang Yun's influence was undeniable. Who would dare to challenge Jiang Yun? "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," Dong Taizan replied promptly. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Yun then looked at the shop owner and pointed to his own head, saying, "What about this? Not only is there an upcoming business gala tonight, but I also cannot appear with this hairstyle in public. It's a complete insult to my image. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we have other designers here. I will arrange for them to come and ensure your needs are met." The shop owner quickly responded. Jiang Yin gave a casual and followed the staff to another room. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi remained rooted in place, gazing at Jiang Yun's retreating figure for quite some time, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh no! This was the feeling of infatuation. Jiang Yun exuded confidence, was young and wealthy, and was incredibly handsome. Truly the ideal husband. Yet, she had no idea how to approach Jiang Yun. It seemed she would need to devise a long-term plan. An hour later, Jiang Yun looked at his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although his hair was considerably shorter, the style was quite appealing. Solemn, yet aesthetically pleasing. It perfectly matched his identity and temperament. "Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied?" The designer standing behind him inquired hastily. The commotion earlier had spread throughout the design studio, and he certainly did not wish to offend Jiang Yun. "It's quite good," Jiang Yun replied with a satisfied smile, adding, "You are far better than that previous individual that I believe you would be more suited for the position of chief designer." The designer scratched his head and chuckled. As long as Mr. Jiang is satisfied. Soon, Jiang Yun exited the room. Dong Taizan had handled everything and was waiting there. Upon seeing Jiang Yun with a new hairstyle and a well-fitted outfit, he exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang, you look incredibly handsome. Tonight, you will surely be the most dashing man." Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head. Has this fellow also learned to flatter? The shop owner hurriedly approached to agree, trying to enhance his presence before Jiang Yun. "It is getting late, that let's go pick up Lin Shui from the company and then head to the gala," Jiang Yun instructed. He then exited with Dong Taizan. Soon, they met up with Lin Shui. Noticing Jiang Yun's new hairstyle, she smiled and asked, "What made you suddenly cut your hair so short? It actually looks quite nice." Jiang Yun sighed helplessly and recounted the earlier events to Lin Shui. What a roller coaster! Fortunately, someone had altered his hairstyle in the end, sparing him from utter embarrassment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to face Lin Shui and those around her. The dog-chewed hairstyle had been utterly disastrous. While they conversed, the vehicle arrived at an estate. Looking around, they saw that the roads outside the estate were lined with luxury cars, and the interior was ablaze with lights and bustling with people. The owner of this estate was Su Jianye, the head of the Su family, who had long been engaged in domestic and international export trade, a person of significance. If we can establish a good relationship with Su Jianye, we can expand our overseas business. Lin Shui offered a brief introduction as they stepped out of the car. Su Jianye. The name sounds familiar, Jiang Yun mused, tapping his head before suddenly recalling, "I remember now. The president of the Overseas Chamber of Commerce, Su Jianye. I once read a report about him, that as he spoke, Jiang Yun fell into a reverie that Su Jianye had been famous for quite some time, with a reputation that even surpassed his own. Not only was he well known in the capital, but he also garnered international acclaim. Indeed, this is the primary reason for bringing you here, to facilitate your interaction with Su Jianye, which may prove beneficial for you in the future." Being Jiang Yun's closest confidant, Lin Shui understood his character very well, that a golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Although Jiang Yun had already gained considerable fame in the capital, there was still a long road ahead. The domestic market had not been fully tapped, and the international market was even more so. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's lips as his gaze fell upon Lin Shui. He embraced her gently and pressed a soft kiss on her forehead. He couldn't help but feel grateful. She was incredibly understanding, having secretly arranged so much for him with such a wife. What more could he desire? As they spoke, they entered the Su family estate. As I cast my gaze around, I observed that the estate was already brimming with people. Jiang Yun quickly spotted several familiar figures amidst the crowd. All of them were either affluent or noble individuals from the capital. Some were even beyond his reach. It seemed that Su Jianya's influence was truly substantial. However, as the president of the Overseas Chamber of Commerce, Su Jianya naturally possessed a certain network of connections. Jiang Yun stroked his chin, already contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Jianya. Jiang Yun? Suddenly, a voice cried out from behind him. What are you doing here? Do you know Boss Su as well? Following the voice, he turned to see Dong Pengbo standing behind him. At that moment, Dong Pengbo was dressed in a sharply tailored suit, looking exceptionally splendid. Even his hair had been meticulously styled. Ah, it's young Master Dong, Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. Though he had previously harbored a less than favorable impression of Dong Pengbo, he could not deny that Dong Pengbo was indeed a clever individual. Given his family ties and the stature of Dong Yunji, even if Jiang Yun felt averse to him, he had to maintain a semblance of civility. I merely came to take a look around. Not very acquainted with Boss Su, Jiang Yun responded. However, after tonight, it would be uncertain what his relationship with Boss Su would become. Jiang Yun had already made up his mind. He must not leave empty-handed. It was imperative to establish a good rapport with Su Jianya in preparation for his future ascent onto the international stage. I see. Dong Pengbo nodded, refraining from pursuing the previous topic. Instead, he gestured towards a distant direction and said, Mr. Jiang, we are of similar age, and I believe we share many common interests that I see you have few friends here. Would you allow me to introduce you to some acquaintances? As far as he knew, those individuals were renowned second-generation rich in the capital. Not only were they extraordinarily wealthy, but their family connections were also deeply entrenched in the city. Jiang Yun followed his pointing finger, but did not recognize the identities of those individuals, clearly unfamiliar with them. Yet one thing was evident. Their attire exuded opulence. They were evidently not ordinary folks. Jiang Yun scanned the surrounding situation and nodded. All right, let us go join them. The more friends one had, the more paths opened up. Although these second-generation wealthy individuals appeared frivolous, they might very well become the heads of their families in the future. Their family businesses could potentially fall into their hands. Moreover, with no friends around, it was hardly appropriate for him and Lin Shui to stand here alone. Dong Pengbo stepped forward to lead the way, quickly guiding Jiang Yun and Lin Shui to join the group. At that moment, the individuals were seated on a sofa, and upon seeing Dong Pengbo approach, smiles spread across their faces to as the young master of the Dong family. Dong Pengbo naturally held a notable position in the capital. The members of various families felt compelled to show him some respect. These individuals naturally looked up to Dong Pengbo. Young Master Dong. Who are these two? One asked. Could they be distinguished guests returning from abroad? Absolutely. Another chimed in. What status young Master Dong holds? Those accompanying him must surely not be ordinary people. The group busied themselves with flattery. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun frowned slightly. That it seemed he had indeed overestimated them. Once seated on the sofa, Jiang Yun pulled Lin Shui close to him while the others engaged in casual conversation. However, their topics did not revolve around business matters at all. Rather, they were discussing the women at the banquet. Dong Pengbo had already introduced Jiang Yun, and only then did the group realize that the man beside them was a formidable figure in the business realm. Naturally, they refrained from making light of Lin Shui. Dear, have you seen Su Jianya? Jiang Yun inquired with confusion that he was disinclined to continue mingling with the group of wealthy heirs, as it felt like a degradation of his intellect. No, he is probably still upstairs. With such a mix of people here, he wouldn't easily make an appearance, Lin Shui replied earnestly. What a figure Su Jianya was! Although Jiang Yun and his companions could all be classified as businessmen, there were indeed distinctions among them. Su Jianya, while not exactly at the pinnacle of the business hierarchy, was nonetheless a figure of admiration. Once Su Jianya emerges, we must find an opportunity to converse with him. Jiang Yun resolved firmly that he needed to make an impression before Su Jianya. It would not do to attend this business banquet without purpose. I'll step out to the restroom. Please wait for me here, Jiang Yun said, patting Lin Shui's hand before rising and walking away. with Dong Pungbua and others present. He felt no need for excessive concern that a few minutes later at the restroom, Jiang Yun had strolled around the estate but found no breakthrough opportunities. Without a way to make a significant entrance, how could Su Jinya possibly take notice of him? This dilemma left Jiang Yun in a quandary. Soon, he entered the restroom. Mr. Jiang? I didn't expect you to attend Mr. Su's banquet as well. Xiaohe emerged from the restroom, colliding directly with Jiang Yun, that he glanced at her with disdain, feeling a flicker of repulsion within. Wasn't this the woman who had been frolicking with Tony in the styling room? Yet, he was surprised that such a woman could attend a banquet of this scale. Surely, she must have employed considerable means. Otherwise, she would never have had the chance to be here. Mr. Jiang, it's fate that we meet. I was waiting outside for you. Let us share a drink later. Xiaohe flashed a coy smile, even winking at Jiang Yun, adopting a flirtatious demeanor. In no time, Jiang Yun coldly rejected, dismissing her words entirely. What a ridiculous notion to suggest drinking with someone like her. Xiaohe was left standing there, watching Jiang Yun's retreating figure, gritting her teeth as she muttered to herself, "A man whom he merely sets her sights on will never escape my grasp. He merely wishes to put on airs before me. I've seen plenty of people like him." After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. Indeed, everything unfolded as Jiang Yun had surmised. Her presence at the banquet was due to her association with a wealthy businessman. The security at the entrance had naturally assumed she was the companion of that affluent individual, hence allowing her entry without obstruction. He merely had come here specifically to await Jiang Yun. She vividly recalled their encounter in the styling room. Jiang Yun not only exuded masculinity, but also wielded power and influence. Most importantly, he was young and affluent. Having interacted with several wealthy individuals previously, she found them all far too aged, some even old enough to be her grandfather. Now, encountering a man of similar age who was also exceptionally accomplished, she certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. Moreover, having leveraged her connections to learn of today's Su family banquet, she had ensured her presence here. He merely glanced around furtively in front of the restroom, noticing no one entering or exiting. She then stealthily slipped into the men's restroom. Mr. Jiang. Having just finished up, Jiang Yun turned around only to find him merely standing there. His expression soured immediately. "Mr. Jiang, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. Could you help alleviate my distress?" Jiang Yun's face darkened, and a wave of disdain washed over him. This woman truly was relentless, to make such a distasteful proposition in broad daylight. Get lost. Since she had no regard for her own dignity, Jiang Yun felt no need to extend her any courtesy. He merely was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, that eye in her eyes. Jiang Yun was merely putting on an act. How could there be a cat that did not steal? After hesitating for a moment, seeing Jiang Yun about to leave, she lunged toward him. "Mr. Jiang, do you believe in love at first sight? The moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. I cannot fathom why." Jiang Yun's expression turned even more grim, his fists clenching in response. He had encountered many women, yet this was his first experience with someone so brazen. "Mr. Jiang." He merely clung tightly to his waist, resting her head against his back as she continued, "I know you have a family and a career. I would never disrupt your relationship with your wife. Just to experience a moment of warmth with you would be sufficient. My requests are truly modest." "Huh." Jiang Yun scoffed inwardly. She had indeed laid out a clever plan. Once entangled with such a woman, how could one hope to extricate themselves easily? Though young, Jiang Yun had navigated the business world for some time, and he was no naive fool. He could see through Himeli's intentions with clarity. "How dare you speak such nonsense? Leave at once." With a sudden motion, Jiang Yun raised his hand and forcefully threw Himeli aside. Stumbling back, she barely managed to brace herself against the wall. Had she not done so in time, she might have found herself face first in the toilet. "Disappear from my sight at once. If you dare utter another word to me, the stylist in your establishment shall meet the same fate as you." Jiang Yun coldly uttered a few words before turning on her heel, and striding towards the restroom exit. Meanwhile, Himeili clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at Jiang Yun's retreating figure. Was I not beautiful enough? For all these years, any man I set my sights on has never escaped my grasp. Those older men are all the same. What makes you a mere Jiang Yun? Any different? Clearly, Jiang Yun's words posed no threat to her. After muttering a few disgruntled phrases, she made her way towards the restroom exit, but her gaze was soon drawn to a nearby trash bin. What is this? Jiang Yun's clothing. She was taken aback to see the suit Jiang Yun had just worn tossed carelessly into the bin. It was worth hundreds of thousands. Jiang Yun could simply discard it. Was it because I had touched it? Himeili's anger flared. Jiang Yun was evidently humiliating her on purpose. Was she truly so filthy? Damn it! As Himeili glared in Jiang Yun's direction, she seethed. You wait. One day, you will kneel beneath my pomegranate skirt. You will pay for your actions today. On the other side, Jiang Yun had returned to his seat, noticing he was clad only in a white shirt. Lin Shui quickly inquired, "Where is your suit? Did it vanish while you were in the restroom? Could it be soiled? I encountered a repulsive woman, and when she brushed against my sleeve, I simply discarded the garment." Jiang Yun was candid, as both he and Lin Shui had complete trust in one another. Concealing the truth would only complicate matters further. Lin Shui nodded, though curiosity bubbled within her. What sort of woman could provoke such disdain from Jiang Yun? Yet she refrained from probing further, wishing to avoid upsetting him. As they conversed, a commotion arose in the manor as guests began moving towards the main hall. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Boss Su has arrived." Jiang Yun's eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly grasped Lin Shui's hand, rising with urgency. "Let us join the festivities." Lin Shui hastily followed, deftly weaving through the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Himeili, standing not far away, scrutinized their every interaction. Upon witnessing their closeness, she realized Jiang Yun had not been jesting or feigning superiority. He genuinely cared for Lin Shui, unwilling to do anything that might betray her trust. The more she understood, the more uncomfortable Himeili felt. She had already cast aside her dignity as a woman, yet Jiang Yun remained indifferent to her. And why did Lin Shui deserve such a worthy man? "Wait, you two halt." As Jiang Yun and Lin Shui took a few steps forward, they were blocked by two imposing bodyguards clad in black. Their expressions were grim as they regarded Jiang Yun and Lin Shui with cold eyes. "I need to discuss a business matter with Boss Su. May I proceed?" Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Su Jianye, eager to seize the opportunity that if he could establish a connection with Su Jianye, his future endeavors would surely flourish. Discuss business? Su Jianye turned to glance at Jiang Yun, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as he shook his head. "You should let your parents handle that." To Su Jianye, Jiang Yun appeared merely as a spoiled youth. After all, what business could a young man like him possibly have? Even if Jiang Yun were to venture into entrepreneurship, he likely sought investment rather than a genuine partnership. "I believe you are acquainted with Dong Yunji and are familiar with the Dong family." Just as the bodyguards prepared to dismiss Jiang Yun, he hastily added a few more words. Su Jianye's eyes narrowed slightly. Curiosity piqued. The Dong family was a name that still resonated internationally. Yet in the capital, few were aware of its existence, especially among the youth. Jiang Yun's mention of the Dong family had certainly captured his interest. "You know the Dong family?" Su Jianye instinctively inquired. "Indeed. I was just sitting with young Master Dong. I am certain Dong Yunji is present at the banquet." Although Jiang Yun had yet to meet Dong Yunji, such a prestigious gathering would undoubtedly include members of the Dong family. Interesting. "Who is your father?" Su Jianye suddenly countered, "Do you still see me as a child? Despite the significant age difference, one should never judge a book by its cover." Even if Jiang Yun was young, he had already achieved considerable success in the business realm. "Boss Su, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yun. I am not certain if you have heard of me. But I was not joking earlier. If we could sit down together, you might find unexpected gains in our conversation." Jiang Yun spoke with unwavering confidence, his words resonating with assurance. Su Jianya scrutinized Jiang Yun for a considerable time before signaling to the nearby bodyguards. Shortly after, they led Jiang Yun and Lin Shui to the back courtyard. That moment, Su Jianya was quietly preparing tea, not even glancing up as he heard footsteps approach. "That I have heard of you. No wonder you are aware of the Dong family's existence. You are the one who partnered with them to establish a bank. That I had intended to pay you a visit. Yet here we are meeting by chance," Su Jianya remarked while preparing the tea. Though he had only heard Jiang Yun's name, he had never met him in person. In his mind, Jiang Yun should have been of a similar age to him. Otherwise, how could he have connections with the Dong family? "So, what is it you wish to discuss?" Su Jianya indeed harbors a keen interest in him, that a prodigy who achieved fame at a young age, yet remains neither arrogant nor impetuous, possessing a remarkably composed demeanor, to the extent that even he cannot decipher Jiang Yun's intentions. Such individuals are indeed rare. Jiang Yun, without a hint of hesitation, promptly added, "You are the president of the Overseas Chamber of Commerce. While the Dong family conducts business abroad, that I am uncertain whether there exists any friction between you. However, I possess a method that would enable Mr. Su to effortlessly absorb the Dong family's assets." For the past 2 hours, Jiang Yun had been contemplating how to impress Su Jianya. This man is akin to a cunning old fox. To persuade him, one must present some bargaining chips. "Ha!" Su Jianya shook his head with a smile, casually remarking, "You truly do not know the gravity of your words. Should this reach the ears of the Dong family, you might not witness the sun rise tomorrow. Businessmen are driven by profit. The members of the Dong family are even more so. Once their interests are threatened, they would stop at nothing to eliminate Jiang Yun." Chapter 427. Taking the first step towards internationalization. Nevertheless, I believe Mr. Su is a wise man, that he should be willing to listen to my plan and not be foolish enough to hand me over to the Dong family. Jiang Yun spoke with a smile. Since he dared to sit here, he had clearly prepared thoroughly. "Pray, tell me your plan." Su Jianya extended his teacup towards Jiang Yun, calmly uttering a single phrase, just as Jiang Yun had anticipated. There indeed existed some entanglements between Su Jianya and the Dong family. Both originated from the same domestic roots before venturing into international development. Logically, these merchants who expanded abroad ought to unite as one. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. After all, both parties are prominent figures on the international stage, naturally leading to some friction. Jiang Yun had foreseen this, which is precisely why he sought a partnership with Su Jianya. Though I have had limited contact with the Dong family, Dong Yunji has covertly approached me and provided insights regarding the Dong family's affairs. The internal dynamics of the Dong family are far more intricate than I had imagined. If I were to incite Dong Yunji to instigate a family upheaval, the Dong family would be preoccupied with their own troubles, at which point we could capitalize on this and swiftly seize their assets. The corners of Su Jianya's mouth lifted slightly. Your plan does seem sound, yet it still harbors certain risks. Who can ascertain whether Jiang Yun is truly aligned with the Dong family, or if he is merely scheming against me here? In the world of business, there is no shortage of those who play a double game. Indeed, that is the very purpose of my approach to you, Mr. Su, should I manage to persuade Dong Yunji to instigate a family upheaval. I hope you will assist me in expanding internationally. Jiang Yun plainly stated his intentions. Su Jianya hesitated for a moment. Then a subtle smile graced his lips as he directly replied, "Very well. You may proceed with your plan. If it indeed meets my expectations, I shall certainly honor our agreement and not disappoint you." Jiang Yun promptly nodded, his heart swelling with joy, a sentiment mirrored by Lin Shui beside him. They had not anticipated such smooth progress. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had exited the rear courtyard. Observing their retreating figures, a man respectfully approached Su Jianya, hurriedly inquiring, "Sir, are you truly prepared to acquiesce to that young man's request? Do you not fear that he may be plotting against you?" A hint of a smile appeared on Su Jianya's face. Seemingly already confident in his decision, I can see that the young man possesses great ambition, which I find quite appealing. He merely requires a guide to navigate the international waters. I doubt he would deceive me. Let us observe his subsequent actions before contemplating our next step. After imparting a few words, Su Jinya resumed sipping his tea, while the man refrained from further inquiries that in no time, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had returned to the front courtyard. With the matters progressing so smoothly, Jiang Yun's spirits were naturally elevated. Well then, the pressing matters have been addressed that we should not linger here any longer. Jiang Yun was disinclined to engage in pleasantries with these individuals, as he felt utterly inconsequential in this setting. Yet he possessed absolute confidence that given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a figure of great renown. All right. Lin Shui nodded obediently, smiling. Soon, the duo exited the Su family estate. However, after just a few steps, they encountered Mei approaching them. Mr. Jiang, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. This woman again? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, clearly growing impatient. He had already issued his ultimatum. Yet this woman still dared to seek him out. Truly repugnant. Lin Shui, standing beside him, appeared puzzled, unaware of the woman's identity. Isn't this Mrs. Jiang? Allow me to introduce myself. I am. Before Mei could complete her sentence, Jiang Yun interrupted with a wave of his hand, coldly stating, Disappear from my sight this instant. Mr. Jiang, I harbor no ill intentions. Mei attempted to continue speaking. Leave. Jiang Yun coldly uttered a single word, forcefully brushing past Mei and pulling Lin Shui towards the car. Dong Taizan had been waiting for some time. He promptly opened the door with respect and, after glancing in Mei's direction, quickly inquired, Sir, who is that woman? Do you need me to deal with her? Though Dong Taizan had remained inside the vehicle and had not overheard the conversation between Jiang Yun and the others, he could discern from Jiang Yun's expression that he harbored considerable disdain for Mei. No need. Such women are like flies. The more you engage with them, the more they swarm around you. Should they truly cross my bottom line, I will make her regret ever stepping foot in this world. Jiang Yun coolly stated a few words before entering the vehicle. Dong Taizan refrained from further discussion and hastily drove the two away. During the journey, Jiang Yun recounted the events regarding Mei to Lin Shui, intending to prevent her from overthinking. There must be no secrets between spouses. Only in this manner can their bond endure. As the car arrived in the city center, Jiang Yun glanced at his watch and declared, I need to meet with Catherine. Please drop me off at Jingqing University and then take Lin Shui home. Dong Taizan promptly agreed and carried out the request, while Lin Shui remained silent. Although it was now late, Jiang Yun was always measured in his actions and would undoubtedly refrain from any indiscretions. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of Jingqing University's main entrance. It was not class time. Despite the late hour, the campus remained lively with movement. After waiting a moment, Jiang Yun spotted Catherine emerging from the campus, a smile gracing her face. Mr. Jiang, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? I heard you just attended Su Jinya's banquet. Has it concluded so soon? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. How had Catherine acquired such information in such a short span? This woman was indeed no ordinary character. His eyes twinkled as he smiled and waved his hand, saying, before attending the banquet, I wasn't even aware of who Su Jinya was. However, it was my wife's suggestion that compelled me to accompany him. The banquet was terribly dull, which is why I returned early. Catherine smiled charmingly, yet she did not press for further details, just as the two were engaged in light-hearted banter. Mei had crossed to the opposite side of the road, coldly observing Jiang Yun and Catherine. Damn it. They truly are putting on airs in front of me. Chapter 428. The stalker, it turned out that after watching Jiang Yun and Catherine depart, Mei had been following them in her car, intending to discover where Jiang Yun resided, thus creating opportunities for chance encounters. Yet, she had stumbled upon the scene before her. Initially, she had believed Jiang Yun to be an exceptionally rare gentleman. But now it seemed she had overestimated him. The saying all crows are black rang true. However, Jiang Yun's attention remained solely on Catherine. Unaware of Mei's presence behind him, I have already met with Su Jinya. Do you not wish to know what we discussed? Upon hearing this, Catherine paused, scrutinizing Jiang Yun with a keen eye, her mind racing with thoughts that Su Jianya is a renowned entrepreneur in the country. Not to mention the president of the Overseas Chamber of Commerce. Holding dual titles, he may not be the leader of domestic commerce, but he is indeed a formidable figure, given Jiang Yun's youth. How could he possibly have garnered Su Jianya's favor? Mr. Jiang, are you jesting with me? A faint smile graced Catherine's lips, resembling the bloom of a peach blossom, rendering one momentarily entranced. I am aware of your thoughts. However, the truth remains that I have indeed met with Su Jianya. As for the details of our conversation, I trust you must be quite intrigued. Perhaps we should relocate to a quieter setting for a more profound discussion? Jiang Yun spoke with a radiant smile. The Dong family and Su Jianya are colossal entities on the international stage. How could Jiang Yun possibly engage in a mere collaboration with Su Jianya? Should the matter come to light, he would inevitably become the foremost adversary of the Dong family. Moreover, he possesses billions in the bank. A fallout with the Dong family at this juncture would mean losing it all. Additionally, the business empire he has painstakingly built would crumble in an instant. Very well. Catherine replied with keen interest, ultimately nodding in agreement. That I in the blink of an eye, the two had entered a vehicle, heading straight for a private club, with Emaili trailing behind them, visibly excited. If she could seize upon Jiang Yun's vulnerabilities, even if she could not ascend to a higher position, she could still extract significant benefits from him. Soon, Jiang Yun and Catherine arrived at the club, arranged for a private room, and stepped inside. Since she was accompanying Jiang Yun, Catherine had not brought any bodyguards that in the country. She was merely an international student. Being overly conspicuous would only raise suspicions about her identity. As the server set down drinks and fruit platters on the table, the room fell into a profound silence. Jiang Yun swirled his glass of red wine and promptly delved into the subject matter. Miss Catherine, Su Jianya wishes to collaborate with me to instigate internal strife within the Dong family, thereby allowing him to reap the benefits, and I too could gain something from this arrangement. Jiang Yun spoke candidly, revealing everything without concealment. Catherine squinted, clearly perplexed by Jiang Yun's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Why have you chosen to disclose this to me?" Although Catherine was of a similar age to Jiang Yun, as a princess of the Dong family, she was certainly not a simpleton. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jiang Yun must have his own schemes. Jiang Yun took a delicate sip of wine before continuing. I merely wish to establish a collaboration with you. More specifically, I seek to partner with your father. While Jiang Yun was uncertain whether Catherine would eventually take control of the Dong family, he was certain of one thing. Her father was the head of the Dong family, wielding absolute power. This was the very aspect that Jiang Yun valued the most. Collaboration? Catherine's eyes darted, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, "How do you propose we collaborate?" Well, Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the table, but the words seemed to elude him. "How about this? Could you assist in setting up a video call with your father? I wish to speak with him directly. Would that be convenient?" After a moment's contemplation, Catherine eventually nodded. She too was eager to discern Jiang Yun's true intentions. Just as Catherine was establishing the video connection, Emaili had stealthily infiltrated the club. She made her way to the door of Jiang Yun and Catherine's private room and craned her neck to peer through the window. However, the window had long been obscured by curtains, rendering the interior invisible. Damn it! They are indeed engaged in clandestine dealings. Emaili clenched her teeth in frustration, her fists tightening in anger. In broad daylight, the drawn curtains indicated that the individuals inside were undoubtedly up to no good. The memory of Jiang Yun's prior insults during the banquet ignited her fury. She had initially believed Jiang Yun to be a gentleman, but it was now clear that he had no interest in her. Yet, she had just noticed Catherine from afar. While Catherine's appearance was certainly pleasant, she was merely an ordinary person. Emaili prided herself on her own looks. Furthermore, she had absolute confidence in her figure. "Fine, if you do not see my worth, then I shall not harbor any feelings for you. Once I record everything, I'll ensure you pay dearly for this. He merely resolved, gathering her strength, and kicked the door with force. Due to the noise in the club, her actions went unnoticed by anyone. However, the expressions of Jong Yun and Catherine in the room darkened considerably, their gazes fixated upon her. At this moment, Catherine had already communicated everything to her father, and the video connection was established. But then, an unexpected intruder appeared. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, a cold smirk crept across Jong Yun's face, his eyes filled with disdain. "You know her?" Catherine queried, glancing at Jong Yun while swiftly typing a message on her phone. "You were not supposed to be in this room." He merely was taken aback, wondering if her early arrival had interrupted Jong Yun and Catherine's business. However, their demeanor suggested they were engaged in work, devoid of any romantic undertones. Misunderstanding. In an instant, he merely found herself at a loss. Chapter 429. Reaping what one sows. The atmosphere in the room was awkward and tense. All three harbored their own thoughts. "That I sincerely apologize. I must have entered the wrong room." He merely hastily waved her hands, a forced smile gracing her face. She was no longer focused on how to handle the aftermath, but rather on managing the immediate situation. If she provoked Jong Yun's ire, the consequences would be dire. The incident with Tony in the design studio served as a cautionary tale. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as he merely was unceremoniously kicked out. She felt a sharp pain in her back, her body collapsing onto the club floor. Before she could utter a curse, several security personnel rushed in, swiftly surrounding her. The individual who had just kicked her was now pressing their foot against her back, causing her features to contort in agony. The door to the private room was swiftly shut, and all eyes fell upon Catherine. "Miss, is this the person you mentioned in your message just moments prior?" The club security had received Catherine's alert about a disturbance in the private room, prompting their rapid arrival. Indeed, Catherine had brought Jong Yun to this club because it is also part of the Dong family's assets, a secret liaison point. However, she had refrained from mentioning this to Jong Yun. Catherine approached him merely, scrutinizing her for a moment before a cold smile graced her lips. Turning to Jong Yun, she remarked, "Mr. Jong, you wouldn't have any connection with this sort of person, would you?" He merely's expression darkened instantly. "This sort of person? What does that imply?" It was important to note that wherever she went, she was always a striking presence, with numerous men vying for her attention. Yet Catherine dared to disregard her, even insult her. Though he merely felt a surge of resentment, she dared not speak out. That it was evident to all that Catherine was no ordinary figure. She was someone of considerable standing. Naturally, she did not wish to offend her. However, a gentleman may bide his time for revenge. She would certainly investigate Catherine thoroughly later and exact retribution for today's humiliation. "I am not familiar with her." Jong Yun lit a cigarette, positioning himself beside Catherine, casting a condescending glance at him merely before speaking coolly. "She is merely an employee from a design studio that I have only encountered her twice. Thus, whatever action you take is entirely at your discretion. My opinions need not be considered." Jong Yun held no fondness for him merely. Her repeated appearances in his vicinity, coupled with her attempts to orchestrate encounters, suggested she harbored ulterior motives. Jong Yun was not prepared to grant such a woman any opportunities. "If that is the case, I shall proceed according to the rules." That a cold smile played upon Catherine's lips as she instructed the security personnel. "I am unaware of how long she has been eavesdropping outside, nor do I know what she might have overheard. Such a woman cannot be allowed to remain. Send her overseas to ensure she vanishes forever." Given that Jong Yun and her father had established the video connection, there must be no room for errors. Moreover, her identity must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, it would invite numerous complications, regardless of how much he merely knew. For the sake of safety, she needed to be erased from existence. An overseas destination would serve as the most suitable solution. He merely was taken aback. Disregarding the pain in her back, she urgently pleaded, "Mr. Jong, I implore you to speak on my behalf with this young lady. I had no intention of prying into any commercial secrets. I merely wish to observe what you and this young lady were engaged in." and then acquire a bit of money from you. At this juncture, Himeili only desires to preserve her own life. She has no intention of going abroad. Once she boards a plane to leave the country, she may very well become prey for others. Thus, she can only disclose the truth to Jiang Yun, hoping to obtain his and Catherine's forgiveness. Aha! Jiang Yun scoffed coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the woman before him was Himeili, he would genuinely relish the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Such a woman is indeed quite revolting. Jiang Yun suppressed the anger bubbling within him, and after a long moment, he replied, I have long warned you not to attempt to approach me, nor to engage in those base tricks. Yet you obstinately disregarded my counsel and even dared to escalate your stalking. All of this is merely the consequence of your own actions. Catherine instantly grasped Jiang Yun's implication and gestured to several security personnel nearby. They had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to squander time. Take her away and carry out my instructions. The security personnel quickly complied, forcibly escorting Himeili out of the private room. Despite her incessant pleas for mercy, they fell on deaf ears. Those who engage in wrongful deeds inevitably meet their demise. This was all the result of Himeili's own making, and she could blame no one else. As silence once again enveloped the room, Jiang Yun and his companion resumed their seats. That I truly did not expect you to be so assertive while conducting business. Even I felt a twinge of fear. Jiang Yun jested. Catherine chuckled softly and shook her head. This is merely standard procedure. Given her position, she must act with utmost caution, extinguishing all risks in their infancy. Well then, you should first discuss your plans with my father. Do I need to excuse myself? The video connection had been established. Despite the recent interruption, the other party had not hung up. Jiang Yun regained his composure and quickly responded. No need that I in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun was once again seated on the sofa, facing a laptop. The screen displayed the visage of a middle-aged man clad in casual attire, exuding an air of vigor. Behind him hung a scroll depicting a coiling dragon, and a tea set was arranged before him. Judging by the decor, he must be at home. Otherwise, he would not be dressed so casually. Jiang Yun scrutinized the middle-aged man on the screen for a considerable time before inquiring with uncertainty. Is this truly your father? Why else would it be? Catherine settled beside Jiang Yun, waving at the man on the screen. Dad, it's been a while. Jiang Yun offered an awkward smile. The middle-aged man appeared exceptionally well-preserved, had Catherine not clarified their relationship. He might have mistaken the man for her brother. Chapter 430. The infernal affairs. As the middle-aged man nodded at Catherine, Jiang Yun promptly delved into the matter at hand, succinctly outlining his plan. His intentions were straightforward. During the forthcoming period, he would actively persuade Dong Yun's, aiming to facilitate a collaboration between Dong Yun's and Su Jianye. This would allow Dong Yun's to garner Su Jianye support, instigating internal strife within the Dong family. If executed discreetly, this would undoubtedly inflict significant turmoil upon the Dong family. However, since Jiang Yun had laid out the entire plan, the man before him could prepare accordingly. The situation was not as complex as it seemed. What makes you think Dong Yun's would betray me? We are brothers, that as the saying goes, in battle brothers unite, and sons fight alongside their fathers. That I have treated him well. How could he possibly commit such an egregious act? Once internal discord arises within the Dong family, it transcends mere control over the clan. The it could impose substantial economic strain on the region. After all, the Dong family wields immense influence and controls a significant portion of local enterprises. Should the Dong family experience upheaval, many would face unemployment, and the consequences would be dire. Mr. Dong, we are all intelligent individuals. There is no need for pretense between us. It is common knowledge that discord exists within the Dong family. Let us speak plainly. Do you believe my plan is feasible? Jiang Yun inquired directly, displaying no trepidation before the formidable patriarch of the Dong family, maintaining his composed demeanor. The middle-aged man studied Jiang Yun for a considerable time before erupting into laughter. I never anticipated there to be such talent within the country. Very well. I am willing to collaborate with you. But I must know, what exactly do you wish to attain? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and both Su Jianye and Dong Yun's possess their own power. Should today's events become public knowledge, Jiang Yun's situation would deteriorate dramatically. Matters would become exceedingly complicated. Thus, how could he possibly assist someone without expectation? My desires are quite simple, that I merely wish to penetrate the international market and ascend to a higher platform. Jiang Yun candidly articulated his thoughts. While the comforts of home and family are delightful, his experiences have made him acutely aware that mere domestic acclaim is insufficient. One must venture onto the international stage. Only then can one adeptly navigate any challenges that arise. Very well that I can acquiesce to your request. However, it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability to genuinely persuade Dong Yun's and Su Jianye. I shall begin my preparations that I look forward to your favorable news. After exchanging a few more words, the middle-aged man's image gradually faded from the screen. With the business concluded, Jiang Yun saw no reason to linger further. A man and woman alone in a room could easily invite misunderstandings. Catherine, still a young maiden, and he a married man, naturally needed to avoid any appearance of impropriety, to prevent a recurrence of events akin to those involving Mei Li. As they exited, Jiang Yun curiously asked, "By the way, what will you do with Mei Li? Surely, you won't take her life." While Mei Li is indeed loathsome, her crimes do not warrant death. Moreover, even if she were guilty, it is not Catherine's place to enact judgment. Catherine pondered for a moment before smiling and responding, "I have no intention of committing murder. I shall simply arrange for her visa through legal channels and send her abroad. Then I will have her engage in work suited to her abilities." Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. Work suited to her abilities? Clearly. Even he found it somewhat perplexing. Indeed, Catherine continued, the matter is quite simple. Does she not favor men? Then I shall have her serve men well. Although Catherine's words were somewhat euphemistic, Jiang Yun discerned the underlying implication. This woman is indeed vindictive. Yet Jiang Yun found himself rather amused. Evil begets evil. All of this is merely the consequence of Mei Li's own actions, and she can blame no one but herself. After leaving the venue, the two were escorted home by dedicated personnel. Jiang Yun spent the night recuperating at home, and early the next morning, he set out to address matters concerning Su Jianye. He had no desire to sever ties with Su Jianye, nor did he wish to offend the Dong family. He merely aimed to use Dong Yun's as a pawn, for regardless of which side he aligned with, Dong Yun's would ultimately be a tool to be exploited. Jiang Yun needed to orchestrate an elaborate charade, presenting a flawless persona before both the Dong family and Su Jianye. Thus, he could seamlessly gain their support and swiftly enter the international market. As for the scapegoat, let Dong Yun's bear that burden. After all, he is not a particularly virtuous individual, always engaging in behind-the-scenes schemes. Even if Jiang Yun did not plot against him, it was likely that Dong Yun's would find ways to create trouble for him. Before long, Jiang Yun had arranged to meet with Dong Yun's, and they were now en route to a resort point. One could not help but admire Dong Yun's carefree lifestyle, that he delegated all banking matters to department managers, reaping dividends daily while enjoying a high status, all the while indulging in the pleasures of life. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the resort, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan stepped out of the vehicle. Observing the resort before them, Dong Taizhan could not help but exclaim, "It is truly wonderful to be wealthy. Each day, aside from eating and drinking, one can travel wherever they please. That I wonder when I shall achieve financial freedom." Jiang Yun patted Dong Taizhan on the shoulder, smiling as he offered reassurance. Everyone defines happiness differently. Wealth is not the sole measure of happiness. You have a loving father and a life free of want. Is that not enough to consider yourself fortunate? Achieving financial independence is no easy feat. In the end, Jiang Yun could only shake his head in resignation that To attain complete financial freedom in the country. One would need at least 400 million to ensure a desired lifestyle and the comfort to live well for a lifetime. However, how many individuals in the country can truly afford such a life? 400 million is likely a sum that many families would never accumulate in a lifetime. Mr. Jiang's words held much truth. Dong Taizan scratched his head and chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. Had he not encountered Zhang Yun, his current situation would likely be far worse. One must learn to be content in life. Chapter 431. Patience is a virtue. As the two conversed, they had already made their way towards the villa. Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. The ever-polite Dong Pengwa stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Zhang Yun. Despite the slight age difference, their social standings were worlds apart. Zhang Yun and Dong Yunji were on equal footing, and in some respects, Zhang Yun could even be considered Dong Yunji's junior. "Where is your father?" Zhang Yun inquired directly. "My father has been waiting inside for quite some time, that I will take you there right away." Dong Pengbo replied with a smile, leading the way. Upon reaching the villa's backyard, Zhang Yun finally spotted Dong Yunji seated in a pavilion. That he glanced at Dong Taizan beside him and whispered, "You can wander around here for a bit. I need to have a serious discussion with him. Should anything arise, just contact me." Zhang Yun was not distrustful of Dong Taizan. Rather, the conversation he was about to have with Dong Yunji involved numerous confidential matters. The fewer who knew, the better. This was also a means of safeguarding Dong Taizan. Dong Taizan nodded in agreement. "Mr. Jiang, I will wait here." With a nod from Zhang Yun, Dong Taizan moved aside in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yun followed Dong Pengbo into the pavilion. Although only Dong Yunji sat within, several individuals stood around, including a few bodyguards clad in black, their expressions grim and imposing. To an unknowing observer, one might think Dong Yunji was a figure of international stature. Zhang Yun smirked inwardly. Even Su Jinya did not command such an entourage. Dong Yunji truly was unaware of his own limitations. Yet it would not be long before he found his opportunity to flaunt such grandeur slipping away. "Mr. Jiang, please come and sit. You are a rare guest." Dong Yunji gestured for Zhang Yun to join him, indicating the teacup on the table. "This is tea I freshly brewed. Come, taste it and see how it is." Zhang Yun accepted without hesitation. In business, one typically either drank alcohol or tea. After arriving in the capital, Zhang Yun had grown more knowledgeable about the art of tea. That he lifted the cup, inhaling the fragrant aroma, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent. Indeed, this ancient tree tea is worth thousands per tale. Had I not known you were coming, I would have been reluctant to indulge." Dong Yunji declared with pride. Ancient tree tea? Zhang Yun had heard of it. It was indeed a rare treasure, highly valued. It seemed Dong Yunji had truly invested significantly. "Mr. Jiang, I heard you mention wanting to engage in a significant business venture with me?" Dong Yunji directly inquired. Zhang Yun nodded, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Precisely did I understand your ambition, Mr. Dong. You aspire to become the leading figure of the Dong family. That I met with Su Jianya yesterday, and we have reached a consensus that if you could collaborate with him, we might achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." Upon hearing this, Dong Yunji's hand trembled slightly, and his expression grew serious. That he scanned the faces of those around him and signaled for them to leave. Soon, the black-clad bodyguards retreated, while Dong Pengbo remained in place. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave," Dong Yunji commanded sharply. Although Dong Pengbo was of a similar age to Zhang Yun, their temperaments and abilities were leagues apart. Dong Pengbo quickly nodded, feeling somewhat disgruntled but obliged to comply. Once everyone had exited, Dong Yunji turned his attention back to Zhang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, I do not comprehend your words. My intention is merely to manage the bank well and fulfill my obligations to the Dong family." "How, what a crafty old fox. Even at this juncture, you still wish to play coy." Zhang Yun shook his head, smiling as he said, "Mr. Dong, we are all intelligent individuals here. Rest assured, I am not trying to manipulate you. I have my own needs. That if you and Su Jianya can join forces, I too can step onto the international stage. That I trust that once you become the head of the Dong family, you will not forget about me, correct?" Understanding dawned upon Dong Yunji that if Jiang Yun were merely extending a benevolent hand, it would naturally be suspect and require cautious consideration. However, since Jiang Yun had clear motives, the matter could certainly be approached with greater ease. His eyes glimmered as he smiled and asked, "What is your confidence level in persuading Mr. Su? Moreover, how can you be certain that if I vie for power, I will indeed secure the position of family head?" Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, determination shining within. "This is indeed a gamble on my part. However, fortune favors the bold if we do not take a chance. How shall we ever know the outcome?" Dong Yunji hesitated. As a member of the Dong family, he was well aware of the formidable nature of the family. Thus, this matter required careful deliberation. Jiang Yun, however, was not anxious. Pressing him too hard might lead Dong Yunji to overthink the situation, complicating matters further. Patience is key. Ultimately, a satisfactory response would surely come. "Mr. Jiang, it is getting late. Shall we have a simple meal and discuss further?" Dong Yunji's gaze sought Jiang Yun's. "Whatever you prefer," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Just as the two were about to rise, a commotion erupted in the distance. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice. Taizhan. In an instant, Jiang Yun quickened his pace, rushing towards the source of the noise, with Dong Yunji closely following. Before long, they arrived at the crowd's edge, where Dong Taizhan stood, his expression grave, with shards of pottery scattered at his feet. The man confronting him pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "This is blue and white porcelain. Do you have any idea how much this bowl is worth? Even if I sold you, it wouldn't cover the cost of this bowl. You worthless scoundrel, can't you watch where you're going?" The man's words grew increasingly offensive, while Dong Taizhan's expression darkened, and the onlookers multiplied, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Chapter 432. The True Heavyweights by the Looks of You. "You must be a pauper. How unfortunate. Hurry and gather money from your friends and family. If you don't compensate me today, don't blame me for being rude." The man's attitude was brazen. Flanked by several companions who clearly held Dong Taizhan in disdain, that it was akin to kicking someone when they were down. Dong Taizhan frowned slightly. While he did bear some responsibility for the incident, it was not intentional, nor did he mean to knock over the man's precious blue and white porcelain. Yet the other party continued to berate him, which was undoubtedly infuriating. Just as Dong Taizhan was at a loss for how to respond, he noticed Jiang Yun emerging from the crowd, stepping directly onto the shards of porcelain. With a sharp, piercing sound, all eyes turned to Jiang Yun, and the man who had been arguing with Dong Taizhan scowled anew. He had yet to resolve his issue with Dong Taizhan, and now another fool had appeared. Today truly had not been auspicious. The man's lips twitched in irritation as he strode towards Jiang Yun. "You damned fool! Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Do you know who I am? I am Slap." As the man's words hung in the air, Dong Taizhan swiftly advanced, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face. While the man's insult towards himself could be tolerated, he would never permit anyone to speak to Jiang Yun in such a manner. The man, clutching his face in disbelief, twitched his lips and pointed at Dong Taizhan, exclaiming, "You little brat, it was clearly your fault first. How dare you lay a hand on me here? You truly are an ignorant wretch. Today, I shall teach both of you a proper lesson," with a host of friends backing him. He felt secure in his numerical superiority and dismissed Jiang Yun and his companion entirely. Should a brawl erupt here, who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. However, Dong Taizhan ignored him, swiftly moving to Jiang Yun's side, and said, "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize that I seem to have caused you trouble again." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, clearly unperturbed by the incident, that a faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "I believe the fault does not lie with you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Besides, this fellow's words are indeed quite offensive. He deserves a good thrashing. It is important for him to understand the vastness of the sky and the thickness of the earth." Jiang Yun's stance was unwavering. He refused to allow anyone in his presence to be bullied. That was his ultimate boundary. The man who had just been slapped sneered coldly, "This is the first time I've seen someone as audacious as you. Do you know who I am? If I were to reveal my name, you would soil your trousers in fear." The crowd behind him echoed his bravado. In the next moment, Dong Yunji emerged from the throng, his expression darker than ever. Although it was Jiang Yun who had summoned him, the meeting place had been of his own choosing. Now, such an incident had unfolded within the villa, leaving him utterly embarrassed to face Jiang Yun. While the onlookers were unaware of Jiang Yun's identity, they recognized Dong Yunji. Furthermore, Dong Pengwa had arrived with a group, heightening the already oppressive atmosphere. The security guards, alerted to the situation, hurriedly dispersed the curious crowd. The villa's owner had long instructed them never to offend Dong Yunji. Otherwise, the entire establishment could face dire consequences. In an instant, the security personnel had formed a one-sided stance. "You are Mr. Dong Yunji?" the man who had been struck inquired, his face paling at the realization. The mere mention of this name sent the crowd scurrying for cover, no one daring to stand forth. Although the Dong family had long departed from the capital, the rise of the banking sector had revived many tales of their legacy. The Dong family was a veritable myth in the business realm, a titan of the capital's commercial landscape. To think that the man before them hailed from the Dong clan signified an entity they could not afford to offend. Dong Yunji paid no heed to the murmurs around him, but gestured towards Dong Pengwa, stating coolly, "Investigate their backgrounds immediately, that I want them permanently expelled from the capital. Regardless of their enterprises, dismantle them all. Ensure they are erased from the business scene. Anyone who dares to collaborate with them or assist them in secret will find themselves at odds with me." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Were such words uttered by another, they would surely be met with ridicule. After all, how much power would one need to dare speak so boldly? Yet, with Dong Yunji at the helm, his authority was unquestionable. In an instant, the man who had been struck found himself kneeling before Dong Yunji, slapping his own face repeatedly. Gone was his earlier bravado. He no longer cared about the blue and white porcelain vase. Its value was a mere few $100,000, insignificant compared to his family's wealth. Now that he had offended Dong Yunji, his future in business was in jeopardy. It was a matter of choosing the lesser evil. He needed to placate Dong Yunji's wrath quickly, lest the situation escalate further. However, Dong Yunji spared him but a glance, shifting his focus to Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, I must admit this was my oversight. I did not anticipate such an incident. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Jiang Yun responded with a calm affirmation. Meanwhile, the kneeling man was filled with dread. Dong Yunji's presence was enough to intimidate everyone present. Yet, why did he exhibit such deference towards Jiang Yun? What was Jiang Yun's true identity? Jiang Yun approached the prostrate man, looking down upon him with a measured gaze before speaking. "I have grasped the full context of this matter, while the fault lies with my friend. Compensating you should suffice. However, why resort to verbal insults? We are all human, with 2 arms and 2 legs. Though your achievements may surpass those of my friend, it does not grant you superiority, for there exist many who are even more capable than you." Chapter 433. I entreat you to show mercy. Dong Taizhan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Ever since his leg had been rendered useless, he had considered himself a burden. Remaining by Jiang Yun's side was perhaps a reflection of Jiang Yun's compassion. Yet, he had never anticipated that Jiang Yun would always regard him as a friend. In that moment, the tough exterior of Dong Taizhan softened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yes, sir, I now understand my errors. I implore you to forgive my transgressions and allow me to leave." The man kneeling on the ground pleaded earnestly that he yearned to escape this place quickly, fearing further retribution. Jiang Yun, however, retorted with a cold laugh. "You are free to leave at any time. Moreover, Mr. Dong has no intention of taking your life." The man's lips curled into a bitter smile. Dong Yunji's unwavering stance, coupled with his impending downfall, stripped him of any courage to depart, that he now sought to appease Jiang Yun. hoping to restore his position in the business world and avoid a total collapse. After all, a whole family depended on him for sustenance. If his company were to fail, he could not fathom how he would face his relatives. "Mr. Jiang, I do not require your friend to compensate me for the porcelain vase. If you could merely show mercy and refrain from complicating matters for me and my company, I would consider this incident resolved. What do you think?" As Jiang Yun and his companions prepared to depart, the man hastily began to negotiate. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Dongpeng stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the man's back. He fell forward, face first into the ground, the contact rendering him utterly humiliated. The crowd watched in a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude, none daring to plead on his behalf. Many were aware of the incident's background, and the man's words had indeed been appallingly offensive. "Why do you ramble so much? Just a moment ago, you sought to make us suffer, did you not? We have shown you mercy by sparing your life. That is already more than generous. Should you continue to speak, not only will your company be taken from you, but you may also find yourself unable to see the light of tomorrow." Dongpeng's voice was a notorious scion of wealth. He had countless acquaintances spanning all walks of life, equipped with myriad methods to deal with the man before them. The man, overwhelmed with despair, dared not utter another word, resigning himself to his fate. Soon, Jiang Yun and his companions returned to the pavilion. With business concluded, Dong Taizhan and Dongpeng stood at opposite sides. Several bodyguards and villa security remained at a distance, clearly anxious to avoid further trouble for Jiang Yun and his companion, fully aware of their stature in the capital. After enjoying a few cups of tea, Jiang Yun finally rose, stating with a smile, "Since our business has concluded, we shall take our leave. That I hope Mr. Dong will carefully consider our earlier discussion, that if needed, I can assist you in contacting Su Jianya." Although Dong Yunji had already appeared at Su Jianya's banquet, no connection had been forged between them. In contrast, Jiang Yun maintained a cordial relationship with Su Jianya. Dong Yunji nodded in acknowledgement and promptly stood to escort them out. After watching Jiang Yun and his companion depart, he cast a sidelong glance at Dongpeng and playfully kicked him in the rear. "Why did you kick me?" Dongpeng shot back, rolling his eyes and responding with irritation. "How can you still have the audacity to speak to me? Just take a look at yourself. Jiang Yun is merely a few years your senior, yet the accomplishments he has achieved in the business world far surpass yours. You are truly a disgrace." Dong Yunji, filled with exasperation at the disappointing state of his offspring, lamented, "With a son like this, what more could one desire?" He even found himself envious of Jiang Shan and Chen Zhuge. What kind of fortune must one have accumulated in a past life to be blessed with such an exceptional son in this lifetime? Although Dongpeng felt a sense of injustice within, he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, what basis is there for comparison among individuals? Intelligence is innate. Lacking the intellect of Jiang Yun is not his fault, but rather a consequence of his own inferior genetics. And now he finds himself being blamed for it. As Dong Yunji was burdened with heavy thoughts, he chose not to linger in the villa any longer and departed swiftly. Just as everyone else was leaving, a figure appeared gradually at the front entrance. This man was, of course, the one who had recently clashed with Dong Taizhan. The Dong family's efficiency was remarkable. They had already discerned his background. Furthermore, he had just received word that the Dong family had spread the word, and those who had previously collaborated with him were hastily severing ties. Clearly, no one dared to offend the Dong family or Jiang Yun. Although he was not entirely destitute, the events of the last half hour had irrevocably determined his impending fate. Even aspiring to lead an ordinary life in the future would be a challenge. While he had not lost everything, he could no longer indulge in a carefree and affluent lifestyle. All of this was due to Jiang Yun. The man clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This matter cannot be left unresolved. After all, I am now utterly alone. What is one more life to lose? Since you have pushed me to this extremity, I will not allow you to escape unscathed." The man tightened his grip on his phone, which displayed a photograph of Jiang Yun along with various related information. Jiang Yun had already become a prominent figure in the capital, making it easy to investigate him. "Tonight, I will send you to meet the King of Hell," he vowed, "and leave all the money for my family. I shall fight you to the bitter end," with a determined bite of his teeth. The man made his way towards the villa, clearly plotting something sinister. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion had returned to the estate. The atmosphere within the villa remained vibrant, undeterred by Jiang Shan's departure. As no one was yet aware of his situation, after contacting Jiang Qingying, Jiang Yun entered the study and began formulating plans for the future that he held absolute confidence that Dong Yunji would indeed cooperate with him. Though his interactions with Dong Yunji had been limited, it was clear that Dong Yunji was an ambitious individual. Thus, he needed to prepare everything in advance for future endeavors in the ensuing half-day. Jiang Yun remained ensconced within the study, as if he had taken root there. When he finally emerged from his deep concentration, he realized night had fallen. Having previously informed everyone, no one dared to disturb him. Stretching languidly, he glanced at his watch and shook his head in disbelief. Is it truly this late? It was now deep into the night, and he had been so engrossed that he had lost track of time. Fortunately, the upcoming plans were already set. All that remained was to execute them. Just as Jiang Yun was preparing to step outside, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. "Mr. Jiang," before he could respond. A loud crash resounded. Bang! The door was kicked open, slamming painfully against Jiang Yun's chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. Glaring at the intruder, Dong Taizan, he irritably exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? If you had exerted any more force, you might have sent me flying." Dong Taizan, visibly anxious, grasped Jiang Yun's hand and dragged him outside. "The house is on fire," he exclaimed, "and the flames are spreading rapidly. I was worried you might fall asleep in the study and get trapped in the inferno, which is why I had to act impulsively." Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, and upon stepping out of the study, he was met with a scene of thick smoke billowing outside. Flames were already raging below, presenting a perilous situation. Due to special treatments in his study, it was not only soundproof, but also capable of blocking various odors, a design choice made to prevent cooking smells from infiltrating the room. However, this very design nearly cost him his life. Observing the encroaching flames, he realized that if he delayed any longer, he might truly perish in the fire. "What about Lin Shui? Are there others? Has everyone evacuated?" Jiang Yun covered his mouth and nose with his clothing as he rushed towards the exit, urgently inquiring, "Madam and the others have already made it out. They thought you had gone out for socializing, which is why they overlooked you. Fortunately, I reacted in time and came to find you." Dong Taizan explained hastily that I in the chaos of the fire, he had been somewhat disoriented and had not rushed to the study immediately. Jiang Yun bore no grudge against him. Instead, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. So long as everyone was safe, that was all that mattered. "Then let us hurry outside. The house is merely a material possession. Even if it collapses, we can rebuild anew as long as we are together. We have a home." Dong Taizan nodded vigorously, moving swiftly. Yet as they reached the grand hall on the first floor, they were confronted by a wall of flames. Though the exit lay just ahead, they dared not take a step forward. The ground was engulfed in flames, and the heat was immense. The air was thick with the scent of gasoline, indicating that this fire had been premeditated. "Sir, the way on the first floor is completely blocked. It seems we can only find an escape from the second floor," Dong Taizan decisively declared. As a top-tier bodyguard, he possessed formidable adaptability without hesitation. He led Jiang Yun up the stairs. Fortunately, the villa was only 3 stories high. Even a leap from the top floor would likely only result in minor injuries. Moreover, there were already many people waiting below, who would surely take appropriate measures. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan were trapped amid the flames, Lin Shui was in a state of frantic distress. She stood outside the villa, repeatedly tempted to rush into the fiery chaos. The estate was now enveloped in flames, yet Jiang Yun had yet to make an appearance. Where is Jiang Yun? What is the situation inside? Has Dong Taizhan found him? Lin Shui anxiously inquired, having endured so much together. Their journey had not been easy, especially now that they had established a thriving business and gained recognition, with Jiang Yun having reunited with his parents, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. Yet just at this moment, such calamity had struck. Lu Qianqian and Chen Pingping hurriedly grasped Lin Shui to prevent her from rushing in and risking harm. After pulling Lin Shui a safe distance away, Chen Pingping spoke. Sister-in-law, Dong Taizhan is highly experienced. He should have found my brother by now. They must be devising a way to escape. Trust that my brother has a guardian angel watching over him. He will be fine. Lu Qianqian chimed in to reassure her. However, despite their comforting words, how could Lin Shui not worry? Jiang Yun regarded her as his life, and she felt the same way. Lin Shui paced anxiously, surveying her surroundings, only to realize that very few people remained by her side. She then inquired, by the way, what about the bodyguards? They are paid such high wages. Where have they all gone during this sudden crisis? In that moment, Lin Shui set aside her concerns for the Yunxue group, focusing instead on her family matters. After all, she could not afford to be overwhelmed. Chen Pingping quickly explained, Sister-in-law, today happens to be the end of the month, and according to protocol, all the bodyguards have been given their monthly leave. They want to be back until tomorrow. Indeed, it seemed that misfortune had struck all at once. Lin Shui's heart raced with anxiety as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, declaring, have you contacted the fire department? We've already reached out. If we calculate the time, they should arrive shortly. Chen Pingping responded promptly. Having spent time alongside Lin Shui, she had grown increasingly cautious in her actions. Yet even so, worry still etched Lin Shui's face. After stamping her feet a few times, she finally gazed at the fire before her and quietly murmured, Jiang Yun, you must not come to harm. Meanwhile, amidst the raging inferno, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan had swiftly made their way to the second floor. Dong Taizhan seized a chair and smashed open a window, hastily declaring, Sir, the fire is spreading too rapidly. It seems our only option is to escape this way. Although jumping from the building carries its risks, as long as we can survive, that is what matters. Remaining in this sea of flames would surely lead to our demise. Chapter 435. The leap to safety. Jiang Yun approached the window, glanced down at the ground below, gritted his teeth firmly, and steeled his resolve. Let us go. His thoughts aligned with Dong Tieshan's when faced with two harmful choices. One must choose the lesser evil. The immediate priority was to extricate themselves as quickly as possible, even if it meant taking on some risk. This was entirely reasonable. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun leaped from the window, with Dong Taizhan following closely behind. Boom! The moment they jumped, a thunderous explosion echoed behind them. The kitchen's gas canister had erupted. A scorching wave of heat surged forth. Fortunately, Jiang Yun and his companion managed to drop to the ground in time, avoiding any serious injury. Additionally, below the window lay a small garden, filled with soft earth, allowing them to land safely. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? Dong Taizhan was the first to rise, quickly helping Jiang Yun to his feet. Jiang Yun shook his head, disregarding the dust on his clothes as he and Dong Taizhan supported each other. Making their way away from the scene, striving to put as much distance between themselves and the chaos as possible. That's my brother. Chen Pingping was the first to react, urgently calling out to the two men nearby before rushing towards Jiang Yun. Lin Shui and the others soon regained their senses, hastening to follow her lead. They had initially expected Jiang Yun to exit through the front door, which is why their gaze had been fixed there. Failing to notice him immediately, as Lin Shui approached, she threw herself into Jiang Yun's embrace, weeping as she clung to his neck, her tear-streaked face resembling a delicate flower caught in the rain. As if she had suffered great injustice. It's all right, that I'm perfectly fine, see? A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he gently patted Lin Shui's shoulder, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Shui remained silent, her sobs conveying her emotions. Meanwhile, the firefighting personnel had arrived, and Zhang Yun and the others retreated to a safe area. With everyone's collective effort, the fire was swiftly brought under control. However, the estate lay in ruins. Outside the estate, a crowd had gathered, all drawn to the spectacle. Conversations buzzed through the throng. What a pity! Such a grand house, reduced to ashes. Surely, they must have offended someone. I heard this fire was caused by gasoline, not some other factor. The crowd was rife with speculation, as no one truly understood the situation. Jiang Yun, however, had no desire to clarify matters. His gaze turned to Dong Taizhan as he calmly commanded, "Immediately investigate what transpired tonight, though we must uncover the mastermind behind this." The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt gasoline, confirming that this was indeed a deliberate act, although the household guards had all been on leave. Leading to the inability to control the flames, there was a silver lining. It would facilitate the identification of any internal traitors. The estate was as secure as a fortress. It was not a place one could simply enter or exit at will. Dong Taizhan promptly acknowledged the order and turned to head outside. As the firefighting team departed, Zhang Yun and the others cautiously approached the estate. Observing the devastated hall, Zhang Yun crossed his arms and remarked, "It seems the heavens wish for me to renovate this house properly. Since that is the case, I might as well take this opportunity to refurbish it." That he mused to himself, displaying no trace of discontent. Despite narrowly escaping with his life, his spirits remained high. After all, this fire had resulted in no casualties, merely the loss of a house. And money could resolve such matters. Where shall we stay tonight? Lin Shui snapped back to reality and quickly inquired. "This house is no longer habitable, though we'll find a nearby hotel." Zhang Yin replied with a smile, a rather amicable conclusion to the ordeal. "All right, just remember to inform our mother. She is unaware of the fire at home," Lin Shui urged. Zhang Yun's brow furrowed in confusion. Where is Mom? Since Zhang Shan had gone abroad, he often found himself unaware of Chen Jioga's whereabouts, which struck him as odd. Coupled with his own multitude of worries, he had little time to consider Chen Jioga. "That I heard she has been spending time with friends, playing cards and shopping. Don't fret about her," Lin Shui quickly explained. Indeed, she was a good daughter-in-law, more attuned to her mother-in-law's activities than her own son. In no time, Zhang Yun and his companions made their way out of the estate, leaving the matters concerning it to Dong Taizhan. Upon arriving at the hotel, a figure gradually emerged outside the estate. This man was none other than the one Zhang Yun had previously dealt with. And this fire had been instigated by him. He had intended to burn Zhang Yun alive. Yet, he had not anticipated his failure. Lighting a cigarette in the shadows, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, a fire of such magnitude, and it couldn't claim Zhang Yun's life. Is he made of iron? But burning down his estate serves as a warning." While the man still harbored thoughts of retaliating against Zhang Yun, he dared not take further action. Given the recent events, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly be on high alert. He needed to tread carefully, lest he leave behind any trace. As he extinguished his cigarette, the man slipped away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun and his companions had settled into the hotel, each retreating to their respective rooms. Following the incident at the estate, the security personnel had canceled their leave and rushed to Zhang Yun's side. The hotel's security system was promptly upgraded. Given the events that had transpired, it served as a wake-up call for everyone. They needed to remain vigilant to prevent any further threats to Zhang Yun's life. The next morning, before Zhang Yun had fully awoken, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Moments later, Dong Taizhan entered briskly, his expression grave at Mr. Zhang. "Everything has been investigated thoroughly. It turns out the culprit is him." As he spoke, he produced a stack of documents and quickly handed them to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun took a drag from a cigarette to clear his head, his gaze falling upon the documents. Qiyong. The name held little significance for him, but the face in the photograph seemed familiar. It was indeed him. This specter from the past refused to fade away. Chapter 436. Squeezing out the last drop of blood, the man named Chi Yong was the one they had encountered at the estate. He had insulted Dong Taizhan, which led to Zhang Yun and the others punishing him. Yet, Zhang Yun had spared his life. Little did he know, this man still harbored malice, even plotting to set fire to him. There was no way he could be allowed to remain. Zhang Yun's expression grew increasingly grim as he directly inquired, "Have you found him?" "Yes, we have located him." Dong Tieshan's efficiency was commendable. Everything had been arranged. "Where is he? I want to see him first before handing him over to the authorities to face the consequences he deserves." Zhang Yun was not a judge, although he harbored resentment towards Chi Yong. He could not simply take his life. "Mr. Zhang, he is in the basement. Please follow me," Dong Taizhan stated, leading the way. Thanks to the numerous hidden cameras throughout the Zhang estate, even the street outside the front door had been monitored. Thus, Dong Taizhan had effortlessly tracked down the arsonist. Following the clues, they quickly found Chi Yong. He should still have some remaining assets, right? He hasn't transferred everything yet. Zhang Yun inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Yes. Although Chi Yong's company has declared bankruptcy, he still possesses some savings." Dong Taizhan quickly responded that he had thoroughly investigated all aspects of Chi Yong's affairs. Zhang Yun smiled in satisfaction, then casually remarked, "Very well." He chose not to walk the path to heaven and instead found his way to hell. Since that is the case, we need not show him any mercy. Let us strip him of everything he has left. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun and his companion had already arrived downstairs. The basement of the hotel was utilized for the storage of miscellaneous items. Yet all the staff were well aware of Zhang Yun's identity and naturally dared not interfere in his affairs. Soon, the duo made their way to the basement, where a line of bodyguards stood respectfully at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Yun's arrival, they all bowed, their faces reflecting a hint of guilt. Had it not been for their shift change the previous day, how could they have given Chi Yong an opportunity? Zhang Yun nodded and smiled at the assembled crowd before stepping into the basement. That moment, Chi Yong was huddled in a corner, his body drenched in blood. Appearing quite wretched, 2 bodyguards flanked him, coldly scrutinizing his every move. Upon hearing the door open, Chi Yong slowly lifted his head and, upon encountering Zhang Yun, hurriedly swallowed hard, summoning all his strength to rise with great difficulty. "Mr. Zhang, I realize my mistakes. No matter how you choose to treat me, I implore you to spare my family." A cold smirk crept across Zhang Yun's lips. "Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? I had already shown you mercy, yet you insisted on courting trouble." Dong Taizhan brought a chair for Zhang Yun. After sitting down, Zhang Yun lit a cigarette and casually remarked, "Rest assured, harm will not befall your wife and children. Our matters are unrelated to your family." That Chi Yong heaved a sigh of relief, fully aware of Zhang Yun's methods. He knew he was trapped with little hope of escape from retribution. As long as he could ensure his wife's and children's safety, that was sufficient for him for what awaited him. He chose not to concern himself. After all, it would merely amount to death. "By the way, my estate has been entirely consumed by flames, and someone must bear the cost of its restoration. That I forgot to mention that this estate carries significant historical value, worth at least several hundred million." Zhang Yun exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking languidly. That Chi Yong's complexion shifted once more, his breathing becoming noticeably rapid, unable to believe Zhang Yun's words. What an international joke, several hundred million. He had already suffered a significant blow in the business realm. With his company on the brink of bankruptcy, the value of his assets had vanished. Thankfully, he managed to offload them at a low price, though he incurred devastating losses. However, that was a form of damage control. But when it came down to it, he had little left. Most of it was meant for his wife and children to live comfortably, ensuring they would not suffer without him, that if he were to compensate Zhang Yun for the estate, he would truly be left destitute. Bang. Chi Yong hastily knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to Zhang Yun, pleading, "Mr. Zhang, I beg you to spare me this time. You may do as you wish, but please do not take away my last remaining assets." He understood that since Jiang Yun was able to collaborate with powerful individuals, he was not lacking in wealth that a mere few hundred million was but a drop in the bucket for him. Yet it represented Qi Yong's lifeline. I am merely following procedure. The estate was destroyed by fire, and someone must step forward to mitigate my losses. Jiang Yun stated indifferently that I have no intention of bullying you. Rest assured, I will engage industry professionals for an evaluation and subsequently pursue legal action to liquidate your assets to see if I can recover my losses. This was clearly an attempt to extract every last drop of blood from him. Qi Yong's face fell into despair. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the silence that he now regretted his actions. Had he known Jiang Yun was so formidable, he would never have dared to provoke him. This was akin to playing with fire. Now he was filled with fear. Dong Taizan approached Qi Yong, crossing his arms. What happened to that arrogant demeanor you once had? I recall you were quite boastful. Were you not? And so dismissive of others. Qi Yong paid no heed to Dong Taizan, viewing him as merely a biting dog. Without Jiang Yun, Dong Taizan was nothing of consequence to Mr. Jiang. I implore you to show mercy. My child has just been born. If you truly pursue compensation, how are we to live? Qi Yong spoke with righteous indignation, seemingly attempting to impart some wisdom to Jiang Yun. Slap? In just a few strides. Jiang Yun reached Qi Yong's side, seizing his collar and delivering a resounding slap to his face. Though Qi Yong grimaced in pain, he bit his lip and remained silent. That I in his mind. Perhaps letting Jiang Yun vent his frustrations would lead to a possible turn of events once Jiang Yun calmed down. Chapter 437. An encounter with Jiang Xian, and how shall we account for my losses? Jiang Yun coldly regarded Qi Yong, directly posing the question that he had initially intended to let Qi Yong off the hook and had no desire to take advantage of him. However, he was taken aback by Qi Yong's persistent clinging to him, even resorting to such heinous actions. This was akin to playing with fire and burning oneself. He could hardly blame anyone else. Now, how could Qi Yong have the audacity to speak before him? You may imprison me or kill me. I have no complaints, Qi Yong exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency that it was evident he held his family in high regard. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would go to great lengths to protect them. This was unexpected for Jiang Yun, that he had assumed such a man would be arrogant and self-centered, likely indulging in a life of luxury. After all, many influential figures in Jiang Yun's circle behaved similarly. Yet this time, he had misjudged. Regrettably, Qi Yong's transgressions were unforgivable. Jiang Yun was no saint. We are all adults that if one commits a wrong, one must pay the price for their actions. Jiang Yun stated coldly. He then gestured to Dong Taizan, instructing, immediately notify the lawyer to initiate proceedings against Qi Yong. Then have him taken away. Dong Taizan complied, roughly grasping Qi Yong's collar and forcefully dragging him out of the room. Though Qi Yong continued to plead for mercy, Jiang Yun feigned ignorance to his words that he was reaping what he had sown. No sympathy was warranted. After dealing with Qi Yong's matter, Jiang Yun decided not to return to his room for further rest. Lin Shui had likely risen and would be busy at the company. Even if he returned to the room, it would be to a solitary bed, only serving to heighten his boredom. After a simple meal in the dining hall, Jiang Yun prepared to head back to the estate. With no pressing matters at hand, he could engage in discussions with the renovation workers regarding the estate's reconstruction that he aimed to restore it to its former glory. Even if it couldn't be identical, it should at least be satisfactory. As Dong Taizan was preoccupied with urgent matters, Jiang Yun drove himself home. However, not long after setting off, he spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. The woman was clad in professional attire, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, clutching a briefcase, and sporting a light touch of makeup. Jiang Yun recognized her instantly. It was Jiang Xian. What was this woman doing here? Curiosity piqued within him as he parked the car by the road. As he stepped out and approached Jiang Xian, he reflected on how she had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth since being expelled from the Jiang family. He had not made a concerted effort to inquire about her whereabouts, yet fate had allowed their paths to cross once more. Jiang Yun. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Jiang Xian's expression shifted. Her eyes narrowing instinctively, filled with wariness. She held no favorable impression of him. Had it not been for Jiang Yun, she would still be the esteemed head of the Jiang family, commanding respect wherever she went. Instead, she was stripped of her privileged life. All because of Jiang Yun. I was merely passing by. What brings you here? Jiang Yun inquired, feigning curiosity that it's none of your business. Jiang Xian retorted coldly, turning to leave. Very well, that I shall return and inquire further. I am certain it won't be long before I obtain information regarding you. Jiang Yun shrugged indifferently. After all, with the power he wielded, investigating someone as trivial as Jiang Xian was hardly a challenge. Jiang Xian's face turned pale with anger, her breath quickening as she clenched her fists, resembling someone who had encountered a bitter enemy. Jiang Yun, do you truly wish to push me to the brink? Her expression bore the weight of pain. She had been living a life that felt neither human nor ghostly, and all of it was due to Jiang Yun. Originally, she believed that Jiang Yun had faded from her life. But to her utter astonishment, fate proved to be exceedingly unfair, reuniting her with Jiang Yun once more. When she departed from the Jiang family, she had resolutely vowed that she would one day seek justice from Jiang Yun. However, as the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Ever since she ceased to be the head of the Jiang family, no one took her seriously. Moreover, upon learning of the friction between her and Jiang Yun, everyone became even more hesitant to associate with Jiang Xian. Over time, she had also heard numerous rumors regarding Jiang Yun, ultimately leading her to confront the harsh reality. The chasm between her and Jiang Yun was akin to an insurmountable divide. Thus, no matter how hard she tried, it seemed that she would never have the opportunity to exact revenge on Jiang Yun in this lifetime. Perhaps this was her fate. Regardless, there still existed a thread of blood relation between them. After all, you are still my blood-related sister. Jiang Yun waved his hand at her and pointed towards the nearby restaurant, saying, I happen to have not eaten yet. Why don't we have lunch together? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xian ultimately nodded in agreement. It is said that what is meant to be will always find a way. After all, having lost everything, what was there to fear? So, she decided to go. After agreeing, Jiang Xian followed in Jiang Yun's footsteps towards the adjacent restaurant. Once their orders were placed, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xian. So, tell me, what have you been busy with lately? Do you still harbor resentment towards me? Having endured so much, Jiang Yun's mindset had shifted considerably. In life, if one is willing to put in the effort, most things can be attained. A better life, a loving partner, understanding children, and so forth. Yet, the only things that are irrevocably lost are the various forms of relationships, with familial bonds being one of them. Although Jiang Yun had reunited with his parents and had Lin Shui by his side, the absence of familial affection from his childhood left him increasingly yearning for it. Despite having been the one to force Jiang Xian out of the Jiang family, thereby allowing Jiang Qingying to rise, all of his actions were born of necessity. Jiang Xian had engaged in numerous underhanded schemes, even attempting to establish her own independence, which naturally crossed Jiang Yun's bottom line. So how could he possibly allow her to remain? Just find a place to work, he said. A bitter smile crept onto Jiang Xian's lips. So, how does it feel to hear me say that? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Chapter 438. Differential treatment. Is that really the kind of person I am? Jiang Yun shook his head with a wry smile. That you're making me sound like a petty person. Jiang Xian chose to ignore his words, focused solely on her meal. Although she no longer regarded Jiang Yun as her enemy, she did not see him as family either. They were merely a shade more familiar than strangers. All right then, I want to beat around the bush. Pack your things and report back to the Jiang family as soon as possible. For the time being, you will manage the affairs of the Jiang family until Qingying returns, at which point you two can divide the responsibilities. I will inform him of the situation here. Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying were brothers, and during this time, Jiang Yun had been looking after Jiang Qingying. understanding him well, that he believed that Jiang Qingying would not undermine him and would certainly not dismiss his intentions. "Where has he gone?" Jiang Xian did not rush to respond, instead countering with a question, her expression betraying no emotional change, maintaining a demeanor of calm indifference. Indeed, people can change. Jiang Xian had matured significantly. Now was truly the time for her to return to his side, that my father's health has been deteriorating. He is currently receiving treatment abroad. The surgery is still in the preparatory stage, and the future remains uncertain. As he spoke, Jiang Yun lit another cigarette, his expression darkening slightly. "That I haven't told my mother about this, so I hope you keep it to yourself." With a slight shake of her teacup, Jiang Xian revealed a cold smile and extended her hand. "Then you must give me a sum for my silence. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will keep my promise." How amusing. Jiang Yun could see that Jiang Xian was joking. She was not the type to lack propriety. Having grasped the seriousness of the situation, how could she act out of line? However, upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, the atmosphere between them lightened significantly. It seemed that Jiang Xian had changed her mind and was likely to return to the Jiang family with him. Just then, a waiter approached their table, wearing an irritated expression. The waiter frowned at the cigarette but in Jiang Yun's hand and said, "Smoking is not allowed in the restaurant. Did you not see the sign on the wall?" Only then did Jiang Yun notice the prominent words on the sign. No smoking. To be honest, he had indeed overlooked it. His mind was preoccupied with too many matters to pay attention to his surroundings. But since he had made a mistake, he quickly extinguished the cigarette and apologized. "I truly apologize that I did not notice this earlier. Rest assured, I will not smoke again." The waiter scoffed and walked away, adopting an attitude that was quite bothersome. "Long time no see, and your temperament has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? Have you really been cowed by a waiter?" Jiang Xian teased. "Everyone has their struggles. Those working in service are not having it easy either. Besides, since I was in the wrong, it's only fair for them to call me out," Jiang Yun replied, exhibiting a rather laid-back attitude. Although he was now a prominent figure in the capital, having carved out a niche for himself in the business world, he remained remarkably humble, never using his status to bully others. This humility was part of Jiang Yun's charm. He understood that his current position was a result of having been granted a second chance by fate, allowing him to lead an extraordinarily successful life. If not for that, he might not even measure up to the waiter he had just encountered. "Recently, I've been smoking more frequently. How about this? If you're full, shall we head back and pack up? Then I can take you to the Jiang family," Jiang Yun asked straightforwardly. "Returning to my own home, doesn't he require your guidance?" Jiang Xian shook her head with a smile. Though she hesitated to speak further, "Do you still have any reservations?" Jiang Yun, perceptive as ever, noticed the subtle changes in Jiang Xian, which could not escape his keen observation. They had opened their hearts to each other. And Jiang Xian, without any hesitation, continued, "Back when I was driven out of the Jiang family by you, everyone witnessed it. Thus, even if I were to return, it would likely be difficult to win their approval." During this time, Jiang Xian had thoroughly reflected on her actions. Although she had been forced out by Jiang Yun, the fault lay with her. If it hadn't been for her obstinacy and the scheme she had plotted behind the scenes coming to light, how could she have found herself in this position? Thus, she bore no resentment towards anyone and did not care about the cold indifference of the Jiang family members at that time. If the roles were reversed, she might have behaved similarly. It is an unchanging rule. If it doesn't concern you, keep your distance to do not worry. They wouldn't dare speak ill of you. And with me by your side, if anyone dares to make things difficult for you, I will ensure they pay the price." Jiang Yun reassured her casually, instinctively reaching for his cigarette case, only to halt his motion. He then shook his head with a resigned smile, nearly forgetting the waiter's warning. "All right, since you've said so, I will grant you this favor. I understand all too well. It's merely because I am exceptional." Jiang Xian spoke with a bright smile. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yun felt compelled to tease her. This woman was truly amusing. When had she become such a narcissist? As Jiang Yun's business flourished, he found himself surrounded by numerous capable individuals. Even Zhang Qingying and Chun Pingping were gradually enhancing their business acumen, that he believed that it would not be long before they both became adept in their own right. Yet, all of this was thanks to Jiang Yun. Without him providing them with a platform, how could they have had the opportunity to showcase their talents? Having settled the matter at hand, Zhang Xian felt quite satisfied, casually picking up her bag and preparing to leave. Jiang Yun, too, stretched lazily and made to exit. However, just before they stepped out of the restaurant, Jiang Yun noticed a diner at a nearby table smoking nonchalantly, with a waiter completely ignoring him. Was this preferential treatment? Jiang Yun despised this above all else. Chapter 439. A self-inflicted predicament. Noticing Jiang Yun suddenly halt in his tracks, Zhang Xian inquired with a hint of confusion. "What is the matter?" Jiang Yun offered no explanation, swiftly making his way toward the waiter. Upon approaching, he pointed at the man smoking and exclaimed, "Didn't you say that smoking is prohibited in this restaurant? What is this situation? You clearly see him smoking. Why haven't you stepped forward to remind him?" The waiter didn't even bother to look up, remaining preoccupied at the front desk, tidying up his belongings. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Yun asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Respect begets respect, while insult begets insult. This is an unchanging law since time immemorial. He had already shown considerable restraint, refraining from deliberately making things difficult for the waiter or leveraging his status against him. Regardless of who the owner of this establishment might be, upon learning of his identity, not only would the owner hesitate to confront Jiang Yun about smoking, but he would likely refrain from uttering a single word even if Jiang Yun were to demolish the restaurant. "Sir, it would be best if you engage your brain before speaking. Please refrain from expecting pearls from a dog's mouth." The waiter retorted sourly. As Jiang Yun's expression darkened further, the waiter displayed no sign of concern. Instead, gesturing toward the smoking man and stating, "Do you know why he can smoke? It's because he tipped me. That's the privilege in this restaurant. If you wish to smoke, you can do so as well. Just hand me 100 yuan as a tip, and I'll let you smoke to your heart's content. Even if you smoke yourself to death, no one will care." Such words were indeed distasteful. It seemed the waiter was so accustomed to arrogance that he dared to treat customers in this manner. Jiang Yun surveyed the layout of the restaurant and had to admit that it appeared quite impressive. The owner must be a person of some standing, which likely fed the waiter's sense of superiority. If the waiter treated others with such discrimination, perhaps the worst that would happen is that the offended parties would simply avoid returning to this establishment. However, today, he had mentioned steel plates. Jiang Yun was no soft target. Nor was he someone easily manipulated. "Call your manager over," Jiang Yun stated coldly. The waiter scoffed. "There is no manager here. Furthermore, everything that happens in this restaurant is at my discretion. Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here." The waiter had completely lost his patience. It was the first time he encountered someone as obstinate as Jiang Yun. Regular patrons of this restaurant knew the rules. If one wished to smoke, a tip was required. Moreover, the restaurant's prices were exorbitant. A mere 100 yuan tip was nothing to those with wealth. Thus, he had profited handsomely from collecting tips. What is the situation? Why not call your bodyguards? There is no need to engage with this sort of person. Just then, as Jiang Yun was speaking to the waiter, Zhang Xian had approached them and interjected, "No need." Jiang Yun replied icily, clearly growing impatient. "Get your boss over here." Jiang Yun's gaze once again fixed on the waiter. "Tell him my name is Jiang Yun. If I do not see him within 10 minutes, he can consider his restaurant closed." Jiang Yun spoke coldly. He had numerous real estate projects in hand and acquaintances among contractors. The location of this establishment was exceedingly prime, and its price was astronomical. It was highly likely that the owner was merely renting this space. However, this made things much simpler. If the owner could not provide an explanation, Jiang Yun would ensure the restaurant's removal from the capital. "Who are you? Just a young brat full of hot air?" The waiter retorted dismissively, "I don't have time for you. Hurry up and get lost." He stepped out from behind the counter, aggressively pushing Jiang Yun and Zhang Xian, attempting to force them out of the restaurant. All of his actions were conducted in secrecy, unbeknownst to the restaurant owner. If this incident were to alarm the owner, Wu Ti's job be at risk. "Don't touch me. Get away," Jiang Xian seethed. And when the waiter dared to push her, she retaliated with a slap. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin took out his phone and dialed Hey Hu. Just as he was briefing Hey Hu, he overheard murmurs around him. "Is that really Jiang Yin? The renowned figure in the business world? I'd love to take a picture with him." Various comments floated about, but it was evident that some were beginning to recognize Jiang Yun's identity. Everything suddenly made sense. They had been wondering who could be so audacious. But upon learning Jiang Yun's identity, it became abundantly clear. He was the infamous business mogul. The waiter, too, caught wind of the murmurs and ceased his attempts to shove Jiang Xian. After glancing around Jiang Yun, doubts began to stir within him. Could he truly be a big shot? Coughing to clear his throat, he quickly added, "Mr. Jiang Yun, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. How about this? I'll give you a 20% discount on your meal. As for what happened earlier, let us just forget it, and there is no need to trouble our boss." Before Jiang Yun could respond, Jiang Xian had already stepped back up to the waiter. A disdainful smile gracing her lips. "What a fair-weather friend. Now that you know Jiang Yun's identity, you've turned into a sycophant. Haven to you, too bad. It's all too late." Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian, however, chose to ignore the waiter, too weary to engage in further dialogue. Soon enough, they returned to their original seats. The waiter, now in a state of turmoil, felt his confidence wane, utterly uncertain about how to proceed. He stood anxiously at the counter, clutching his phone, wavering. He wanted to contact the owner but lacked the courage. Bang! Minutes later, the restaurant door was kicked open, and Hey Hu, accompanied by bodyguards, stormed in after scanning the hall. Hey Hu's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, sorry for the delay. The traffic was quite congested." Jiang Yun nodded indifferently, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Not too late. Now that Hey Hu has arrived, it has time to deal with the matter at hand. The sudden influx of people caused the waiter to panic. Just as he was about to speak, the restaurant owner entered. The waiter was perplexed. "I haven't even called. How did the owner arrive?" Chapter 440. Even a cornered dog will bite as Hey Hu and the others entered. The other waiters, fearing the situation might escalate, hastily contacted the owner. Upon learning that trouble had erupted in the restaurant, the owner rushed over immediately. "Where is Mr. Jiang? I am the owner of this establishment. My name is Chun Ji." The owner quickly maneuvered through the crowd, reaching Jiang Yun, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly began to explain that "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in management that allowed my staff to offend you. I hope you can overlook this matter. I assure you a satisfactory resolution." Chun Ji was exceedingly anxious. Upon realizing that his staff had offended Jiang Yun, he felt as though he could die of fright. Jiang Yun was a well-known entrepreneur in the capital. How could they dare to offend him? Even standing before Jiang Yun, he felt he lacked the right to speak. The waiter stood frozen, witnessing Chun Ji's palpable fear. This was the first time he had seen his boss so intimidated by someone. The man before him appeared considerably younger than Chun Ji. Could he truly be a figure of significant stature? For a moment, the waiter felt a surge of panic that I despise being treated differently. Previously, I hadn't noticed the no-smoking sign, which led me to smoke inadvertently. However, upon being reminded by your staff, I extinguished my cigarette. But to my surprise, your restaurant has such an unwritten rule that one must pay to smoke? Jiang Yun's lips curled into a scornful smile that he had dined at many upscale restaurants, but had never encountered such a regulation. Hey Hu and the others stood firmly behind Jiang Yun, unconsciously exuding an air of pressure. The patrons, too, dared not continue watching the spectacle, fearing they would be caught in the fallout. In the blink of an eye, everyone began to disperse. The vast restaurant was left with only Jiang Yun and Chun Ji's respective groups. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Chun Ji's forehead like raindrops, uncontrollably splattering onto the floor, his shirt's back soaked with perspiration, although he wished to find an opportunity to introduce himself to Jiang Yun. He had never anticipated that their first encounter would be under such dire circumstances. Mr. Jiang, I am completely in the dark regarding this matter, and was unaware that our restaurant practiced such discrimination. Furthermore, it has long been established within the restaurant that smoking is strictly prohibited for anyone. Allow me to investigate this matter, after which I shall provide you with a response, if that is agreeable to you." Chunji's voice was subdued, and his demeanor exceedingly humble, as he feared that a single misstep in his words might irrevocably offend Jiang Yun, thereby cornering himself into a dire situation. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated in the ears of the crowd. They observed the waiter who had previously quarreled with Jiang Yun kneeling on the floor, his legs betraying him, as he felt as though all strength had been drained from his body. After licking his lips, he looked at Chunji with terror, hurriedly exclaiming, "Boss, I am merely striving to enhance the restaurant's performance. Everything I have done has been in the interest of the establishment." With a resounding slap, Chunji, realizing Jiang Yun's silence indicated tacit approval, swiftly approached the waiter and struck him hard across the face. The act of unauthorized charging in the restaurant was a minor offense, but offending Jiang Yun was a grave matter. If this situation could not be resolved satisfactorily, he would face catastrophic repercussions. One slap seemed insufficient to assuage his anger, and Chunji lifted his leg to stomp down forcefully on the waiter several times. After venting his frustration, Chunji pointed at the waiter, declaring, "Who gave you the audacity to impose extra charges in my restaurant?" "I." The waiter, on the verge of tears, stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. "Since you have broken the rules, you must face the consequences of your actions. I shall sue you. You will find yourself languishing in a cell," Chunji stated coldly, his chest heaving with evident rage. This truly was a double blow. Had the waiter merely offended Jiang Yun, Chunji might not have reacted so vehemently. Yet, the audacity of the waiter to engage in such underhanded tactics right before his eyes, without even realizing how often he had committed similar transgressions, was utterly detestable. The waiter, his face ashen, clutched Chunji's leg, pleading desperately, "Boss, I have an elderly mother and a baby to care for. You cannot send me to languish in a cell. My entire family relies on me for support. Are you resorting to moral coercion?" "Ha!" Jiang Yun, seated on the couch, sneered coldly, clearly unmoved by the plight of the waiter. Given the circumstances, how could he still seek sympathy? Jiang Yun slowly set down his teacup, his gaze fixed upon the waiter. "If your family truly needs your support, then you ought to work tenfold harder than others. Rather than seeking shortcuts, since you have erred, you must face the ramifications of your actions." The waiter's face drained of color, and at that moment, he comprehended fully that attempting to appease Jiang Yun and Chunji was utterly futile. Yet he could not simply resign himself to imprisonment. Even if the severity of the situation was questionable, he had illicitly pocketed tens of thousands of yuan, a sum sufficient to imprison him for years. In a sudden surge of desperation, the waiter's pupils turned bloodshot, and he began to mutter, "No, I absolutely cannot go to prison." In an instant, he charged at Jiang Yun, frantically grabbing a dining knife from the table. "Mr. Jiang, watch out." Chunji was the first to react. Yet, Jiang Yun's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotional turbulence, maintaining an air of calm indifference. With a resounding thud, just as the knife was about to pierce Jiang Yun's chest, a swift kick connected with the waiter's knee. The waiter collapsed in agony, and the imposing figure known as Black Tiger swiftly disarmed him, sending him sprawling across the floor. The waiter crashed heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise again. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving many present momentarily stunned. Chunji swallowed hard, realizing that Jiang Yun had such formidable allies by his side. It was crucial to note that Black Tiger and his associates were professional bodyguards, dedicated to ensuring the safety of their employer. And one must not underestimate the profession of a bodyguard. They continually undergo training to hone their skills. Chapter 441. Regaining control of the Jiang family. adding another charge against him. He even harbored murderous intent towards me. Everyone present can attest to this. Can they not? Jiang Yun stated, lighting a cigarette and speaking nonchalantly. With 2 charges combined, even if he does not end up behind bars, it is likely he will spend several years in confinement. Chen Ji quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement that as the dust settled. Jiang Yun chose not to linger further, waving to those around him before leading the way outside. Chen Ji accompanied him, watching as Jiang Yun and his companions entered their vehicle, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this incident did not bring him any trouble. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to resolve it. Inside the car, Jiang Yun glanced at Black Tiger, seated in the passenger seat, and remarked with a smile, "I owe you my gratitude for this incident. Had it not been for your quick reflexes, I might have found myself hospitalized once again." His arm had only just begun to heal, and the thought of returning to the hospital would surely make him a target of ridicule. "It was merely my duty," Black Tiger promptly replied. Since aligning himself with Jiang Yun, he had reaped numerous benefits. Jiang Yun's generous nature and his kindness towards those around him had not gone unnoticed. It was precisely for these reasons that Black Tiger remained steadfastly loyal to Jiang Yun. Changing the subject, Black Tiger inquired eagerly, "Mr. Jiang, where do you plan to go now?" "Take me to the Jiang residence. I have matters to attend to," Jiang Yun responded, closing his eyes to rest while uttering a few words that a warm feeling surged within Jiang Xian as she realized Jiang Yun intended to assist her with her affairs. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as they drew nearer to the Jiang residence, she felt increasingly anxious. "Could I trouble you for a cigarette?" As they approached the Jiang residence, Jiang Xian asked hesitantly, "When did you start smoking?" Jiang Yun queried with a smile, retrieving a cigarette pack. It seemed that during this time, Jiang Xian had indeed undergone significant changes. Yet these transformations were likely a result of her experiences. She had undoubtedly faced her share of hardships. However, adversity often breeds resilience, and for Jiang Xian, this was not necessarily a negative development. For many years, she had remained within the confines of the Jiang family, engaging in a constant dance with the second master and the elder patriarch. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's unexpected emergence, it was likely that the Jiang family would still be under the control of the second master and Jiang Xian. Thus, it could be said that she had never truly faced any setbacks. It was essential for her to undergo some trials to develop further. Ever since leaving the Jiang family, I gradually began to smoke. Yet, it was primarily due to the emotional turmoil I experienced, leaving me with no choice but to seek solace in this manner. Jiang Xian gazed out the window, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Only she knew the struggle she had endured. One must heed the warnings. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. Jiang Yun gently patted Jiang Xian's shoulder, offering a light-hearted reminder. "Everyone is entitled to voice such sentiments, except for you," Jiang Xian retorted, rolling her eyes at Jiang Yun. The animosity between them had dissipated, allowing for a more relaxed conversation. Jiang Yun was taken aback. "Am I trying to offer you a friendly reminder, only for you to turn around and lecture me?" Jiang Xian shook her head. "Just moments ago, in the restaurant, you smoked several cigarettes. Your addiction is likely far greater than mine. You know smoking is harmful, yet you indulge while having the audacity to admonish others. If I were in your position, I would feel utterly embarrassed." Jiang Yun chuckled awkwardly, for there was indeed some truth to her words. However, he had his reasons for smoking. It provided him with mental support while contemplating matters. In reality, he did not possess a true addiction. He merely regarded smoking as a habit, and breaking a habit is no easy feat. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, even Black Tiger could not help but chuckle in resignation. While the delivery may have been rough, the essence held true. "I can't be bothered with you. I am not your parent. You may do as you please," Jiang Yun grumbled, choosing to ignore Jiang Xian further. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the Jiang residence. "Mr. Jiang, if you have no further plans, I shall take my leave." There are still numerous matters awaiting my attention at the security company. Black Tiger quickly interjected. Very well. Jiang Yin nodded with a smile, patting Black Tiger on the shoulder before stepping out of the sea. .ina flash. Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian made their way toward the Jiang residence. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a flurry of Jiang family members rushing toward them. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here today? Recently, Qingying has not been around. I trust there are no troubles afoot. Mr. Jiang, please feel free to express your needs directly. The collective attitude of the crowd was overwhelmingly unanimous. After all, Jiang Yun had already executed a significant reshuffle within the Jiang family, subsequently reorganizing its resources. Presently, everyone was entirely aligned with Jiang Yun, even hesitant to offend him, lest they jeopardize their livelihoods. Allow me to introduce someone. Jiang Yun disregarded their inquiries, his gaze settling upon Jiang Xian. It was only then that the crowd noticed Jiang Xian standing to the side. Instantly, many faces grew noticeably grim. How did Jiang Xian return? Mr. Jiang wouldn't consider reinstating her, would he? What a jest! Jiang Xian would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated resentment towards us. Should she ascend to power, we would certainly face dire consequences. When Jiang Yun expelled Jiang Xian, everyone present had lent their support, with no one standing by Jiang Xian's side. They were solely focused on self-preservation. If Jiang Xian were to reclaim her position in the Jiang family, wouldn't that spell disaster for them? Even if they weren't actively ostracized, it seemed unlikely they would find a place to stand. Ladies and gentlemen, do not regard her so poorly. Jiang Yun waved his hand to the crowd, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke. I have already had a discussion with Jiang Xian. Jiang Qingying has been preoccupied lately, thus requiring someone to take the helm of the Jiang family once more. After all, there are numerous family businesses that need to be managed, and Jiang Xian is the most suitable candidate that I hope everyone can set aside past grievances and collaborate harmoniously to create a better Jiang family. Although reluctance lingered in the hearts of the crowd, none dared to oppose Jiang Yun's intentions. After exchanging glances, they all nodded in agreement. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined. One cannot evade fate, since Jiang Yun had made arrangements. They had no choice but to comply. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yun's attention turned back to Jiang Xian. DOUC. It appears that everyone is quite resistant towards you. Chapter 442. Better seen than heard. Jiang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Prior to her return, she had anticipated such an outcome. However, since these Jiang family members felt a sense of guilt towards her, it might facilitate matters moving forward, preventing them from causing her trouble in the future. I hope you do not seek vengeance. Please do not complicate matters for me. This is my only request of you. Jiang Yun offered a few words of caution. Although he had noticed Jiang Xian's transformation and held an unwavering trust in her, a gentle admonition was still necessary. Jiang Xian nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Then I shall entrust you with the affairs here, that in the future, I will not interfere with the Jiang family's matters. Furthermore, it is unlikely that Qingying will return anytime soon. Feel free to act decisively." Jiang Yun gave a few more instructions before making his way towards the exit. In truth, he had long been ready to relinquish control over the Jiang family's business. His current aspiration was to secure a substantial piece of the international pie. After all, he had already gained a modicum of fame domestically, and with his reputation well established, it was time to ascend to a higher stage. One cannot remain stagnant. After all, the estate was still under construction. Jiang Yun had just returned to the hotel when he spotted a familiar figure in the lobby. Upon seeing Dong Yunji, a faint smile graced his lips. Surely, this old fox has come prepared. It seems he is gearing up to collaborate with Su Jianye, does it not? In truth, Jiang Yun had already surmised Dong Yunji's decision. It was merely a matter of time. Dong Yunji, a seasoned player in the business arena, surely understood the stakes involved. How could he possibly forfeit such a golden opportunity? A gentleman cannot linger beneath others for long. While Jiang Yun harbored such thoughts, he was certain that Dong Yunji felt similarly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had approached Dong Yunji, gently inquiring. "Mr. Dong, what brings you here?" Dong Yunji responded with a smile. "I am here to await your arrival. Please assist me in contacting Su Jianya, that if everything is indeed as you have described, I shall proceed to collaborate with Boss Su." Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction. "Excellent. I shall facilitate the connection for you." This way, Jiang Yun would garner the support of all three parties. Whether it be the Dong family or Su Jianya, they undoubtedly regarded him as a prized asset. After all, Jiang Yun's approach had not encroached upon anyone's interests, and regardless of who ultimately ascended to power, he would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. After a few phone calls, Jiang Yun had arranged everything, while Dong Yunji made his way to the meeting point. However, Jiang Yun did not follow. Whatever Dong Yunji and Su Jianya discussed held little relevance to him. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to return to his room for some rest, his phone began to ring. What now? Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. Ever since his stature had risen, he scarcely had a moment of leisure. Each day was filled with unending tasks. Indeed, with great benefits come great drawbacks. Glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Yun directly inquired, "Qianqian, what prompts your sudden call?" Following her arrival in the capital, Lu Qianqian's relationship with Jiang Yun had gradually thawed, no longer resembling the sharp conflicts they once endured in Ningqing. It is worth noting that Lu Qianqian had initially regarded Jiang Yun as her foremost adversary, constantly devising ways to trouble him. This had indeed caused Jiang Yun considerable vexation, that in truth, he did not regard Lu Qianqian as a significant threat. Eliminating her would be as simple as a mere flick of his finger, akin to squashing an ant. However, Jiang Yun felt a flicker of gratitude and guilt towards Lu Qianqian. Had she not assisted in retrieving the vehicle, Lin Shui might have faced dire consequences. Alas, that was all in the past. "Jiang Yun, I am in the Northwest expanding business for the company, but I have encountered some difficulties here. During this time, General Manager Lin has also been quite busy. Hence I was hoping you could lend a hand," that in Lu Qianqian's eyes. Jiang Yun was merely a figurehead, seemingly enjoying a leisurely life. In contrast, Lin Shui bore the brunt of all responsibilities, tirelessly juggling tasks both at home and work, earning considerable sympathy. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that had it not been for Jiang Yun's oversight and assistance in clearing obstacles for Lin Shui, her path would not have been so smooth. The business world resembles a battlefield. It is no easy feat for a woman to establish her name. Otherwise, why would so many individuals view female leaders with skepticism? Very well. I shall purchase a plane ticket and promptly make my way to the Northwest to meet you." Jiang Yun did not pry further. He could discern Lu Qianqian's tone was urgent, indicating she was not jesting. In any case, he was not keen on spending more nights in a hotel. Viewing it as an opportunity to clear his mind in no time, Jiang Yun had hung up the phone. After casually informing Lin Shui of his plans, he contacted Dong Taizhan, and the two promptly headed to the airport. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived in the Northwest. The landscape stretched out before them, stark and desolate. As soon as they disembarked from the plane, Jiang Yun felt the biting wind and sand against his face. "I had heard tales of the Northwest's ferocious wind and sand, but I never anticipated it to be this extreme." Jiang Yun quickly raised a hand to shield his face, murmuring complaints. What was Lin Shui thinking? Why venture into such a place for business expansion? Coastal cities are developing at a rapid pace, while many inland cities lag behind. The Northwest certainly falls into that category. Although mineral resources are abundant, they have largely been depleted. Fortunately, many cities have transitioned to tourism, allowing local livelihoods to improve gradually. Perhaps General Manager Lin has her own vision? Dong Taizhan chimed in with a smile. He was utterly oblivious to business matters. All he knew was to unconditionally follow Jiang Yun's lead. Wherever Jiang Yun pointed, he would follow. As they exited the airport, they spotted Lu Qianqian waiting eagerly. Her attire had undergone a transformation. She wore a windbreaker on top and sports pants below, with a transparent veil covering her face. "Here." Upon seeing Jiang Yun and his companion, she waved enthusiastically. Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan hurriedly approached her side, eager to board the vehicle. It was a welcome relief. That blasted wind felt like knives against my skin. Glancing into the rearview mirror, Jiang Yun noticed red welts forming on his face. Truly infuriating. Chapter 443. Tea instead of wine. If they lingered in the Northwest any longer, he would surely need to frequent a beauty salon upon returning to the capital. You needn't complain that I have already grown accustomed to it. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun, retorting, were it not for General Manager Lin's endeavors in the Northwest, I would never set foot in such a wretched place. However, things improve once we enter the city. After all, there are not many protective forests and structures near the airport, making the sandstorm somewhat unbearable. Jiang Yun chose not to dwell further on the issue of the sandstorm. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Even if the heavens were to rain blades, we must endure. By the way, why has Lin Shui come here to expand her business? As far as I know, the economy in the Northwest is not particularly robust, is it? Yet Jiang Yun held an unwavering trust in Lin Shui. He believed she possessed an exceptional acumen in the business world. Surely, her decision to venture into the Northwest is not without sound reasoning. Indeed, the economy of the Northwest is underdeveloped, but precisely because of this, few are willing to conduct business here. This presents us with an opportunity. We must first come and test the waters, Lu Qianqian explained with a smile. Ah, I see. Jiang Yun couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. His wife's audacity was truly remarkable. Testing the waters may seem easy, but it costs money. If anything were to go awry, the losses would not be trivial. However, since Lin Shui has been appointed as the company's general manager, Jiang Yun felt it inappropriate to voice too many concerns. He would leave everything in Lin Shui's capable hands and offer her the utmost support. So, tell me, what troubles have you encountered here? Jiang Yun directly broached the subject, inquiring them. Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment before slowly replying. It's really not a significant issue, that it's just that the Northwest has a culture of drinking at the table. And coupled with the somewhat difficult nature of the locals, I thought it best to have you come and oversee things. Jiang Yun nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Did I ask this what you want me to do? Shield you from drinking? What an absurd international joke. As the chairman of Yinshui Group, what status do they need to justify drinking with him? One must understand that even the big bosses from the capital require countless connections to meet him. What is this? You're not afraid, are you? Lu Qianqian retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips. It seemed Lu Qianqian was seeking a chance to settle old scores. She still remembered those past events. Regardless, since they had already arrived, it was essential to experience the local customs of the Northwest. Very well. Let us proceed, that I will undoubtedly help you secure this business deal in the Northwest. But remember, if I am involved, you must share a portion of your commission with me. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. Jiang Yun proclaimed assertively, lighting a cigarette. You have your clever schemes, and I have my own ways. Lu Qianqian gritted her teeth in frustration. Truly a mercenary who thinks only of profit. She clearly had more than enough money, yet here she was haggling with him. As they conversed, the vehicle arrived at the hotel. Despite their exhausting journey, Lu Qianqian still invited numerous guests for an evening gathering at the hotel. Although Jiang Yun wished a rest, he found himself forcibly pulled into the gathering by Lu Qianqian. Inside the private room, as Jiang Yun and the others entered, all eyes immediately fell upon him. Among the men present, none were anything less than physically imposing, though they appeared rough around the edges. Their eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence, clearly not to be underestimated. It appeared that these were the local tycoons of the Northwest. Let me introduce you to a few of the bosses. This is Jiang Yun, the chairman of Yinshui Group, Lu Qianqian exclaimed with a beaming smile, leading Jiang Yun to the seat of honor. Fortunately, these individuals were relatively polite, refraining from overshadowing their guest. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qianqian introduced Jiang Yun to the gathered crowd. It turned out that all of them were local business owners, each controlling substantial enterprises. Moreover, the people of the Northwest tend to be somewhat insular, so if Yinxue Group wished to establish a factory here, gaining their approval was essential. While they did not possess any formal authority, they were nonetheless leaders within the business community. Any conflict with them would certainly hinder Yinxue Group's operations in the Northwest. Ladies and gentlemen, as I am new here, I kindly ask for your guidance. Zhang Yun raised his teacup first, making a polite remark. However, Dong Taizhan remained steadfastly at his back, that in an instant, the atmosphere among the crowd darkened significantly, the smiles on their faces fading away. They had initially believed Zhang Yun's visit signified a level of respect, but to their surprise, he offered tea instead of wine. Was this a sign of disregard? Lu Qianqian sensed the awkwardness in the air and hurriedly leaned closer to Zhang Yun, whispering, "What are you joking about? Can't you see? This occasion absolutely requires drinking." Yet Zhang Yun paid her no heed. He set his teacup down and rolled up his sleeves. As the crowd turned to look, they noticed a ghastly scar on Zhang Yun's arm. Beside the scar, there was still some tender flesh, clearly not fully healed. Although Zhang Yun had been recuperating for over a month, the saying goes that healing from such injuries takes at least 100 days. That initial cut had penetrated deep into his arm, and full recovery would require several more months. He could hardly lift anything heavy and had only just removed the cast. Zhang Yun gestured towards the scar on his arm and then said, "My apologies. Everyone that I sustained an injury previously, and I am still in the recovery phase, thus I cannot drink. Otherwise, it might cost me my life." The crowd exchanged glances, their resentment dissipating considerably. Given the circumstances, they could hardly continue to press Zhang Yun. Soon after, they began to clink glasses and drink amongst themselves. "You truly have a way with things." Lu Qianqian gave Zhang Yun a thumbs up. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have prepared a scar in advance, and then I wouldn't have had to drink." "Don't spout nonsense. Do you think I'm pretending?" Zhang Yun replied irritably. Lu Qianqian shrugged nonchalantly. The past was behind them, and she could hardly be bothered with it. Moreover, the wound was far from the heart. What was there to worry about? Chapter 444, just a bottle of wine, of course. Her purpose in summoning Zhang Yun was not solely for this. The individuals before them were exceedingly difficult to deal with, and that was the crux of the matter. While the atmosphere appeared somewhat harmonious at present, each of them harbored ulterior motives. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Qianqian leaned closer to Zhang Yun and lowered her voice. "I will now discuss business with them. Remember to act accordingly. You must assist me in securing this project." Since arriving in the Northwest, Lu Qianqian had never mentioned anything about cooperation, leaving Zhang Yun rather uninformed. However, he was quite adept at following her lead, that he gradually understood that Lu Qianqian likely intended to leverage his identity to apply pressure on the others, thus facilitating the cooperation. After giving him a brief directive, Lu Qianqian turned her gaze to the individuals present and began, "Ladies and gentlemen, now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, let us discuss matters of cooperation." The crowd paused momentarily, but upon hearing her follow up, they all fell silent, ignoring Lu Qianqian altogether. Then, one individual, swaying slightly, stood up, pressing his hand against his temple. "I sincerely apologize. Having not drunk in a long time, I just had a bit, and now I feel rather dizzy. It seems I should head home and rest." Lu Qianqian frowned slightly. What a cunning old fox. Full and satisfied, he now planned to slip away. As one spoke, the others promptly stood up as well, preparing to leave. Zhang Yun nonchalantly lit a cigarette, a cold smirk playing on his lips. It seemed they truly had no respect for him. No wonder Lu Qianqian had insisted on his presence. The people of the Northwest were indeed difficult. Zhang Yun exchanged glances with Dong Taizhan, who swiftly moved to block the doorway. The first man to speak changed his expression upon seeing this, glaring coldly at Dong Taizhan. "Get out of the way!" The man's voice was frigid, and he spoke in a low tone. The others behind him shared the same attitude. They were all prominent figures in the Northwest, each with their own enterprises. A mere stomp of their feet could shake the entire region. Naturally, they would not regard Dong Taizhan as a threat. Yet Dong Taizhan stood firm like a statue, resolutely refusing to let anyone pass until he received Jiang Yun's command. Lu Qianqian noticed Dong Tieshan's unyielding stance and instinctively glanced at Jiang Yun, clearly aware this was all his doing. Ladies and gentlemen, our meal is not yet finished. To leave like this would seem a bit lacking in decorum, wouldn't it? Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone cheerful, yet laced with authority. His piercing gaze fell upon the crowd. They exchanged glances before turning their heads away. One individual spoke in a sarcastic tone, addressing Mr. Jiang. If we were to disregard your dignity, we wouldn't even have graced your banquet with our presence. Yet you, on the other hand, clearly hold no regard for us folks from the Northwest. The gazes of the others began to cool as well. Although they had conducted thorough investigations into Jiang Yun and were well aware of the industries he controlled as well as his identity, they were still in the Northwest. Even if a heavenly king were to arrive, he would have to obediently follow their arrangements. What do you mean by that? I have traveled a great distance to the Northwest. Am I not allowed to demonstrate my sincerity? Jiang Yun spoke calmly, his patience evidently wearing thin. Respect those who respect you. Insult those who insult you. He had never sought trouble, but that did not mean he was afraid of it. Despite having only Dong Taizhan by his side, he understood that these people would not dare to commit any outrageous acts, nor would they dare to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, they would have to face the wrath of the Yunxue group. It would undoubtedly lead to a mutually destructive situation. Mr. Jiang, we Northwest people value friendship through drink. And yet, you even use injury as an excuse, opting for tea instead of wine. Is that not a sign of disdain towards us? The man at the forefront abruptly pulled out a chair and sat down with a thud, and the others followed suit. It was evident that these individuals were united in their disdain. They must have conspired together before arriving here, which explained why they collectively turned their ire towards Jiang Yun. So it was. Using tea in place of wine had inadvertently become their talking point. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the bottle of liquor on the table, and he casually opened a bottle of baijiu. The eyes of the crowd remained fixed upon him, filled with an air of perplexed admiration. Does my drinking mean our cooperation can proceed? Jiang Yun inquired while observing the crowd. At worst, I shall accompany a gentleman to the death. In the world of business, akin to a battlefield, one must showcase their true capabilities. Indeed, if you can consume this entire bottle of baijiu today, then all that we previously discussed with them, as to how you can proceed. Moreover, we will unconditionally support Ms. Liu. Whatever she needs, we shall do our utmost to fulfill. One among them spoke directly. With the conversation having reached such a point, Jiang Yun hesitated not at all. A cold smile crept across his lips as he lifted the bottle, back in Ningqing. He had been somewhat of a dandy. Though often timid and under the control of Jiang Tingfei, he frequently attended banquets. A mere bottle of baijiu was hardly a challenge. Mr. Jiang, Lu Qianqian's expression shifted, and she quickly grasped Jiang Yun's arm, shooting him a warning glance while shaking her head. One bottle of baijiu down, and even a deity would struggle to withstand it. If something were to happen to Jiang Yun in the Northwest, how could she explain it to Lin Shui? Not only would she fail to expand the Yunxue group's influence, but now she might also lose Jiang Yun, which would be adding insult to injury. I am well aware, Jiang Yun replied coolly, already starting to drink. The people of the Northwest were inherently fierce. To earn their respect, one must first command their fear. Within 2 minutes, Jiang Yun had emptied the entire bottle of baijiu. He turned the bottle upside down, casting a glance at the individuals seated nearby, before speaking casually. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything more to say? They exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. None of them had anticipated that Jiang Yun, the chairman of the Yunxue group, a person of considerable stature, would go to such lengths at the banquet. No wonder the Yunxue group had thrived. Chapter 445, The Assertive Jiang Yun. With such a leader, what concern could the company have about growth? Observing the silence from the crowd, Jiang Yun's expression grew more serious. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he lifted the bottle high, and smashed it to the ground. Glass shards flew everywhere, and the sharp, piercing sound echoed throughout the private room. The faces of the crowd involuntarily darkened, yet they remained silent. The door of the room was hastily pushed open by a waiter. "What is happening?" Dong Taizan, stationed at the door, shot a cold glance at the waiter and barked, "It's none of your concern. Get out. Unless summoned, anyone who dares to enter again shall find themselves with a broken leg." Zhang Yun was extraordinarily assertive, and so was Dong Taizan. The waiter turned pale with fright, not daring to linger any longer. Given the hotel's high standards, the clientele was either affluent or esteemed, and the waitstaff dared not provoke them. Even though Dong Taizan was merely a bodyguard, his status far surpassed theirs. Bang! As the door was forcefully shut by Dong Taizan, the seated individuals finally regained their senses. Zhang Yun had already approached them, a cigarette still in hand, though his complexion was slightly flushed. Baijiu is harmful to the body, a truth well understood by all. Additionally, the body's reactions after consuming Baijiu are swift. Ladies and gentlemen, since I have not disappointed you, I hope you will also honor your promises. Should anyone fail to comply with our previous discussions, they shall find themselves in opposition to me and the Yunxue group at that time. Do not blame me for being unkind. Since the other party had shown him no respect, Zhang Yun would not offer them his courtesy. That it is often said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, but that is only true if the dragon is not sufficiently strong. Now that he had arrived in the northwest, he would stir the waters of this region and initiate a significant reshuffle. The individuals instinctively nodded, and one of them spoke up, "Mr. Jiang, may we take our leave?" Zhang Yun responded with a casual affirmation, gesturing to Dong Taizan by the door. Dong Taizan stepped aside and opened the door for them. In an instant, the crowd hurriedly exited, their demeanor reflecting a palpable anxiety, as if fearing Zhang Yun might change his mind. How can someone like that still be a boss? He is quite imposing, yet lacks any spirit. After the crowd had distanced themselves, Dong Taizan remarked with irritation, his gaze filled with disdain. If they had been in greater numbers, their fear would have been understandable. But they were merely 3 people, and with Zhang Yun injured and Lu Qianqian being a woman, he could not fathom what they were afraid of. Perhaps wealth had made them timid. Zhang Yun sat down, took a bite of food, and then turned his gaze to Lu Qianqian. "Tell me, what do you intend for them to do?" Zhang Yun was somewhat at a loss, that he felt like a puppet on strings. Upon receiving Lu Qianqian's call, he had rushed over immediately, as if everything were merely a dream. Lu Qianqian had a significant change of heart regarding Zhang Yun. Previously, in Ningqing, she had viewed him as a mere idle individual, always scheming to exploit Lin Xu at that time. Zhang Yun hardly seemed like a man. Living off others was truly detestable. Thus, every time she encountered Zhang Yun, she felt a sense of revulsion. However, since arriving in the capital, she had observed that Zhang Yun seemed like a different person altogether, possessing a keen instinct in the business realm and consistently supporting Lin Shui. Were it not for Zhang Yun's silent contributions, the Yunxue group would not have reached its current stature, nor would it have grown so vast. Others may not have recognized this, but as a senior executive and Lin Shui's sister, she was well aware of all this. Yet even so, despite having set aside past grievances, their relationship remained distant, and most a superior-subordinate dynamic. Although the past was behind them, some matters still left scars in her heart. However, this time was markedly different. Zhang Yun had come for her, and just moments ago, he had displayed such commanding authority. For a fleeting moment, she even felt as though Zhang Yun radiated light. "Did you not hear me speaking?" Zhang Yun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Noticing that Lu Qianqian remained silent, her expression one of infatuation, he asked again, somewhat exasperated. Lu Qianqian cleared her throat a couple of times, quickly regaining her composure. She hastily replied, "I apologize. Before establishing the branch office, we need to acquire several factories in preparation for future development. Additionally, we require manpower, and these individuals are obstructing us, deliberately inflating all prices. including labor costs. Hence, we wish to negotiate with them to ease their demands. Oh, that was it. Jiang Yun immediately grasped the situation. However, this was indeed no trivial matter, although the Yunxue group possessed ample liquid assets. And Jiang Yun had considerable funds at his disposal. Money must be utilized wisely. One cannot simply become a fool throwing away money. However, the actions of these individuals can be understood. They are likely concerned about their share of the pie in the Northwest, fearing that their market could be usurped, hence their persistent harassment. Jiang Yun shifted his gaze and inquired, "By the way, what industry is the branch office planning to focus on?" Lu Qianqian promptly responded, "Pharmaceuticals and medical equipment." Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging Lin Shue's strategic foresight. As living standards gradually rise, longevity has become a coveted goal, with even the younger generation placing a premium on health maintenance. Thus, advanced pharmaceuticals and medical devices are bound to have a substantial market in the future. Very well, that I believe this path is viable. Proceed boldly. I have already issued a warning. Should they continue to be obstinate or dare to employ underhanded tactics behind my back, they should not blame me for being unmerciful. Jiang Yun was not jesting. In the capital, he was known as the living Yama of the marketplace. This title was not without merit. If they truly crossed his bottom line, he would not hesitate to act, even if it meant opposing the entire business community of the Northwest. The Yunxue group must adopt a more assertive stance. Only then can it swiftly establish itself in the region. All right, Lu Qianqian quickly acknowledged, nodding in agreement. The next moment, just as Jiang Yun rose to his feet, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 446. A drunken solace. Don Taizhan and Lu Qianqian were taken aback, hastily rushing forward to support Jiang Yun. "What is happening?" Lu Qianqian asked urgently. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yun managed an awkward smile, relieved that he had shielded his face with his hands. Otherwise, he would have been severely disfigured. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine, just a bit dazed. Perhaps I drank too much too quickly, and now I'm feeling a bit lightheaded." Indeed, he could not maintain his composure for more than a few minutes after consuming a pound of liquor in just 2 minutes. Who did he think he was, a god of wine? "All right, let us get you back to your room where you can rest properly. That a good sleep should suffice," Lu Qianqian suggested, with Don Tieshan's assistance. They swiftly made their way upstairs. The first floor of the hotel housed a restaurant, while the upper level contained leisure areas and accommodations, making it quite convenient. After completing the necessary formalities, they soon arrived at the door of the room. "Where's Lin Shui? I don't see her," Jiang Yun mumbled as he approached the door, his eyes already growing hazy, clearly inebriated. "They say good wine doesn't go to your head. That's nonsense." Lu Qianqian retorted, exasperated. Today's meal and drinks were the highest quality. A single bottle of liquor costs several thousand yuan. Their sincerity is evident. I had thought such fine wine wouldn't harm the body. But it appears I was mistaken. Point 1 can still get drunk and feel unwell. The best way to avoid such a situation was to abstain entirely. Here is the plan. After I unlock the door with the room card, you should head to the adjacent room to rest. You've accompanied Jiang Yun all this way, and it must have been exhausting. Tomorrow, there will be many matters to attend to, and you need to be in top form to ensure Jiang Yun's safety. Don Taizhan hesitated for a moment before pointing at Jiang Yun and saying, "What about Mr. Jiang? He is in no condition to care for himself, that if left alone in the room, he might even consider jumping out the window. Such incidents are not unheard of. I'll take care of him. Besides, women tend to be more meticulous than men," Lu Qianqian replied with a faint smile, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yun. Don Taizhan didn't dwell on it. He understood the relationship between Lu Qianqian and Jiang Yun. If there was absolute trust, how could Lu Qianqian reside in the manor? "Very well, that if there's anything you can't manage, just call for me. That a few hours of sleep will restore my energy. Regardless of the time, I will ensure Mr. Jiang's safety." That as he spoke, Don Taizhan instinctively glanced at his leg. Had it not been for his effort to protect Jiang Yun, he would not have sustained such a disability. Yet, perhaps this was his fate. Jiang Yun had treated him with great care, Had he not lost a leg, he would likely have remained merely Jiang Yun's bodyguard, never qualifying to be his friend. With a thud, both doors closed simultaneously. Don Taizhan took a shower early and soon lay comfortably in bed, succumbing to sleep after the tiring journey. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, after helping Jiang Yun onto the bed, Lu Qianqian, having exerted herself, was soon drenched in sweat. She collapsed into Jiang Yun's embrace, panting heavily. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she remarked, "You look so thin. Yet you're as heavy as a dead weight." Before she could finish her sentence, a large hand wrapped around her neck, pulling her into an embrace. Feeling the warm breath against her ear, Lu Qianqian's breathing quickened. Lin Shui, suddenly, a familiar voice called out, invoking a name she recognized. Clearly, in his drunken state, Jiang Yun had confused her for Lin Shui. Was he dreaming of her even in his sleep? President Lin is truly fortunate to encounter such an exceptional man who treats her well. A resigned smile crept across Lu Qianqian's face as she shook her head. Why had she not encountered such a commendable man herself? Finding a sense of belonging was proving to be exceedingly difficult. "Lin Shui, I love you. Let us hurry and have a baby, shall we? I'm worried that my father's surgery might fail, and he won't even get to see his grandchild." Under the influence of alcohol, Jiang Yun blurted out his innermost secret. Since Jiang Shan's illness, Jiang Yun had been under immense pressure, yet he had to maintain a facade of nonchalance to avoid arousing suspicion, particularly from Chen Jiuge. To this day, Chen Jiuge still believed Jiang Shan was on a trip abroad. This misunderstanding had persisted, resulting in Chen Jiuge not contacting Jiang Shan. Yet for Jiang Shan, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise, as he needed to shave his head entirely before surgery due to a tumor that if they had been in contact, how could Chen Jiuge fail to notice the anomaly? After all, she was meticulous. Jiang Yun had inherited this trait from her. His uncle Jiang Il, Lu Qianqian, still cradled in Jiang Yun's arms, looked astonished, and no wonder Uncle Jiang had suddenly gone abroad. It turned out he was undergoing surgery. Good people often don't live long, while scoundrels thrive for millennia, that Lu Qianqian muttered to herself. Sighing helplessly did I end that moment. She felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Yun. She gently lifted her head, scrutinizing his face for a while, before instinctively swallowing hard. Having always viewed Jiang Yun through colored glasses, she had never regarded him with proper attention. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Yun was indeed strikingly handsome. In an impulsive moment, Lu Qianqian leaned in and kissed Jiang Yun lightly on the cheek, her hand brushing against his chest. She felt her heart racing, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Yet, Jiang Yun remained blissfully unaware, his eyes still closed, continuing to call out Lin Shui's name. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian's expression shifted as she quickly stood up, pushing Jiang Yun aside, and slapped herself across the face. "Lu Qianqian, do you even know what you're doing?" Chapter 447. A difficult inner conflict. Lu Qianqian stood frozen, tightly clenching her fists, her heart in turmoil. The man before her was her sister and superior's husband. Yet in that fleeting moment, she had entertained such thoughts. "No, I absolutely cannot do this." Lu Qianqian struggled to suppress her impulses. Since leaving Ningxing, she had not sought out any man or engaged in any romantic pursuits, developing a certain aversion to men. Yet Jiang Yun sparked a fire within her. Especially in his current state, she found it increasingly difficult to control her body. After much internal conflict, Lu Qianqian took a step closer to Jiang Yun, muttering to herself, "I have no intention of threatening anyone, that I would never disrupt anyone's marriage, that I merely yearn to experience the joy of intimacy." Indeed, it appears she is engaging in self-hypnosis, and it does seem to yield some results. Slowly, Lu Qianqian raised her hand and unfastened her garments, gradually inching closer to Jiang Yun. By the time she reached the foot of the bed, her outer clothing had already been discarded, leaving her clad only in a snug camisole. I must admit, Lu Qianqian's figure is quite commendable, devoid of any excess flesh. Furthermore, her visage is of decent quality, particularly with the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes that could easily captivate numerous men. She undid her belt and slipped off her trousers, crawling towards the bed as her delicate hand made contact with Jiang Yun's body. He instinctively grasped her wrist, yet his lips continued to murmur Lin Shue's name. Wife, once I resolve matters here, I shall hasten back to meet you at this moment. I have come to a profound realization. Humanity is fragile, and one must seize the moment to relish life. Lu Qianqian was also moved. Each time Lin Shue's name graced her ears, it would chill her body, invoking an unprecedented sense of shame. For any man, hesitation would be unnecessary. They should simply follow their heart. However, the man before her is Lin Shue's husband. Had it not been for Lin Shue, she might not have this life today, even if it meant not sleeping on the streets, such as the reality in Ningqing. And the same holds true in the capital. One must naturally be grateful and reciprocate kindness. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian raised her hand and slapped her own face with considerable force, regaining much of her clarity. She resolutely decided that she could not betray Lin Shui. Soon after, she dressed herself and made her way to the sofa. Throughout the night, Lu Qianqian curled up on the sofa, her sleep far from restful. It hurt so much. The following morning, Jiang Yun rubbed his forehead and sat up in bed, involuntarily muttering, I mustn't drink so much in the future. Alcohol is truly harmful. Most importantly, it damages the kidneys. At that moment, Lu Qianqian, still reclining on the sofa, slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards the source of the sound that you're awake. Lu Qianqian maintained her frosty demeanor, doing her utmost to avoid Jiang Yun's gaze. Recollecting the events of the previous night, she felt as if it had all been a dream. She had been on the brink of intimacy with Jiang Yun, but faltered at the last moment. You didn't sleep on the sofa all night, did you? Jiang Yun inquired, perplexed, as he rose and approached Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian twisted her neck, feeling discomfort in her spine and a dull ache in her back. Although the hotel accommodations were acceptable, the sofa was excessively firm, making her slumber quite painful. What else could I do? Should I join you in bed? Lu Qianqian shot Jiang Yun an exasperated glance. Having watched numerous romantic dramas, she often found women to be the more alluring figures. Yet she was surprised to discover that men could be equally captivating, especially those exuding masculinity, which rendered her utterly spellbound. Her mind drifted back to the events of last night. Jiang Yun was not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented. Most importantly, he possessed a well-defined physique. That was what truly made it hard for her to resist. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to her thoughts, his own mind swirling with confusion. He distinctly felt that he had fallen asleep holding Lin Shui. But could it all have been a dream? Yet, judging by Lu Qianqian's demeanor, she seemed unlikely to have behaved improperly. Additionally, as sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lin Shui would never put Lin Shui in a difficult position. Discarding those thoughts, Jiang Yun headed towards the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Damn, you really don't treat me like an outsider. Are you deliberately tormenting me? Lu Qianqian grumbled, casting a glance towards the bathroom despite knowing she could see nothing. Just then, a knock echoed through the door, followed by Dong Tieshan's voice, Mr. Jiang, are you awake? Lu Qianqian snapped back to reality, walking to the door and opening it, gesturing towards the bathroom. Just woke up. He's taking a shower. Perfect timing. Lend me your room card. I need to freshen up in your room. Dong Taizan handed the room card to Lu Qianqian without hesitation and sat on the sofa, waiting patiently. Moments later, Jiang Yun emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and upon noticing Dong Taizan seated on the sofa, he asked while drying his hair, What's going on? Are we playing some sort of magic trick? One moment, it's Lu Qianqian here. And now it's you? Dong Taizan chuckled, scratching his head as he pointed towards the adjacent room. Miss Lu went to freshen up in my room, Mr. Jiang. You should be all right now, right? Jiang Yun shrugged nonchalantly, though his head still felt a bit heavy. It was nothing serious, that I only had a little to drink. That am I supposed to be completely incapacitated for 3 years? Dong Taizan instinctively replied, You might have forgotten what happened last night. If it weren't for Miss Lu and me, you'd probably still be sleeping in that private room, and you collapsed right onto the floor. We were both utterly alarmed. Jiang Yun's eyes widened in surprise. An embarrassment washed over his face. Damn it. Why do you have to bring that up? Jiang Yun coughed awkwardly, recalling fragments of the previous night. It seemed he had indeed overindulged, but there was no need for constant reminders. As footsteps approached, the door swung open, and a freshly groomed Lu Qianqian stepped back into the room. What are the plans for today? Jiang Yun's gaze settled on Lu Qianqian as he inquired. Lu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before responding. The site for the branch office has been confirmed. Our next step is to establish the factory that I brought a considerable number of talents from the headquarters. Once the factory is operational, everyone can dive into production. Our purpose for coming to the Northwest is essentially fulfilled. A satisfied smile crept across Jiang Yun's face as he acknowledged the progress. By the way, have we received any updates from the individuals we dined with yesterday? What are their plans moving forward? Jiang Yun asked, his tone gradually shifting that he had treated them with courtesy. Yet if they remained obstinate, he would have no choice but to employ more forceful measures. At worst, he would abandon the Northwest market, ensuring they face consequences. There hasn't been any activity yet, Lu Qianqian replied. Very well, then let us not concern ourselves with them. Proceed according to plan and commence construction of the factory, Jiang Yun declared, waving his hand dismissively at Lu Qianqian that he felt no need to interfere further. He entrusted everything to her, wishing to bolster her authority. If Jiang Yun remained by her side perpetually, it might lead the personnel at the Northwest branch to speculate. Given that the branch was just getting established, it was essential for Lu Qianqian to assert her influence. Facilitating future endeavors. Understood, Lu Qianqian agreed, appearing as though she had more to say before finally stepping out the door. Jiang Yun, stretching lazily, glanced at the weather after checking the forecast and turned his attention to Dong Taizhan. We find ourselves with some free time today. The weather is quite pleasant. Let us venture out and enjoy the scenery of the Northwest. With uncertainties looming over the Northwest, Jiang Yun preferred not to confine himself within a room day in and day out. Mr. Jiang, the sandstorms in the Northwest are quite fierce. Remember to dress warmly to avoid being battered by the wind, Dong Taizhan cautioned. Their first encounter with such a tempest had been nothing short of a nightmare. The gusts felt like blades slicing against their skin, an indescribable sensation. Soon, after changing into more suitable attire, the two men stepped outside. The Northwest proved to be far more vibrant than Jiang Yun had anticipated. The streets were lined with various shops, and a steady flow of people bustled about. The Northwest was not as impoverished as rumored. There are always the wealthy and the destitute everywhere, that we are currently in a flourishing city center, which is quite comparable to the capital, Dong Taizhan remarked, trailing closely behind Jiang Yun, that if you were to take a glance at the nearby village, you would likely grasp the situation and naturally discern the disparities that exist. Prior to arriving in the Northwest, Jiang Yun had perused a considerable amount of information regarding the region, thus possessing a certain level of understanding about it. Mr. Jiang, do you have any acquaintances here? Where shall we venture next? Given that we are amidst bustling streets, it seems that wherever one may wander, the scene remains unchanged. It is merely a matter of indulging in food and drink. Yet, the singular distinction between the Northwest and the capital is that the sun here appears significantly larger, and its rays are rather fierce. Prolonged exposure to the outdoors may likely result in ultraviolet sensitivity. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun noticed him scratching the back of his head, and suddenly his expression brightened. Indeed, he had no influential friends in the Northwest, but he did have an old classmate. Quickly, Jiang Yun retrieved his phone and navigated to the group chat with his classmates. Although he had not received a higher education, he had completed high school in Ningxing. With the passage of time, many of his classmates had scattered across the nation. Among them, there was one in the Northwest with whom Jiang Yun had maintained a relatively good relationship, despite not having been in contact for many years, leaving him uncertain about whether their friendship could endure the test of time. Wang Xian. That's him. A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he dialed the number. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan stood quietly to the side. Upon reflection, it had been a full decade since their high school days. It had been 10 years since they last met. Did I wonder if he still remembers this old classmate of his? As the call rang, Jiang Yun found himself muttering to himself. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came through the line. "Hello. May I ask who this is?" Given the length of time that had passed, Jiang Yun struggled to recognize the voice and quickly inquired. "Are you Wang Xian?" After a moment of hesitation, the other party responded, "Yes, what do you want?" "I am Jiang Yun. I wonder if you still remember me. We studied together in Ningxing. It must have been about 10 years ago. Right?" Jiang Yun spoke with a smile, recalling the deep bonds of friendship forged in their youth. Although years had passed with little contact, he still cherished that camaraderie. The voice on the other end fell silent once more. "Oh, it's you." There was a distinct lack of warmth and enthusiasm in his tone, replaced instead by a hint of indifference. "Why are you suddenly reaching out to me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm at work and it's not convenient for me to talk." Jiang Yun frowned slightly. They say that time changes a person, and it seems that saying holds true. Given the clear dismissal, Jiang Yun felt it inappropriate to linger further. "It's nothing urgent, that I happen to be in the Northwest for some business, and thought I would check in on you. If you're busy, perhaps we can reconnect another time." After exchanging a few parting words, Jiang Yun hung up the phone, that if he was not regarded as a friend, it would be foolish to press on with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Wang Xian sat in his cramped rental room, typing away at his keyboard. The small space appeared quite disheveled, littered with trash, and permeated by a musty odor. Having not opened the curtains, despite the daylight outside, the room remained shrouded in darkness, and on the bed lay a woman, clad only in her undergarments, who turned to glance at Wang Xian with annoyance, asking, "Did the landlord call you again?" "No," Wang Xian replied irritably from his gaming chair. He inhaled deeply from a cigarette, his eyes glued to the screen, one hand on the keyboard and the other maneuvering the mouse. Muttering curses under his breath, "Move left. Hurry up, come on. What bad luck to be matched with you." With a loud bang, Wang Xian slammed his fist onto the computer desk, then kicked his chair, furrowing his brow. "What a stroke of misfortune. Just when he was about to call me. I could have leveled up." The woman, now sitting up and clutching her blanket, ran her fingers through her disheveled hair and remarked, "Haven't you been up all night again? You're nearly 30. Why are you still obsessed with gaming? The landlord will definitely be contacting you again in the next few days if we can't pay the rent. We'll be kicked out. I'm warning you, if we end up homeless, I will not continue living with you." As she spoke, the woman groped in the dark until she found a cigarette pack on the bedside table, lighting one for herself. Both of them were engulfed in smoke, appearing quite carefree, yet little did they realize their lives were in utter disarray. Years ago, Wang Xian was not in such a predicament. While he was not particularly ambitious, he strove for progress, even running an esports studio, earning a decent income by taking on contracts and playing games. However, due to his addiction to gaming, he soon lost interest in managing the studio and succumbed to a downward spiral. His savings quickly dwindled, leading to an increasingly strained existence. "If the landlord dares to evict us, I'll fight back," Wang Xian said coldly, to which the woman scoffed. "Don't underestimate her just because she is a woman. I've heard she owns several properties. How could someone like that be trifling? You should focus on making money instead. Don't let things get so tense that there's no way to resolve them." She cursed inwardly, wondering how someone could be so brazen while owing rent. Wang Xian, however, paid her no mind, returning to his gaming chair and muttering, "Just one more game. I refuse to be unlucky. I can't possibly keep losing." Suddenly, the woman's voice reached his ears again. While smoking, she glanced at her phone and mumbled, "I was blind back then. Why did I follow you around like this? Look at what others have accomplished by 30. This Jiang Yun, who is of a similar age, has amassed a fortune of billions. Truly, comparison breeds envy." Due to Jiang Yun's rapid ascent, he had secured a notable position in the capital, and with numerous media outlets riding on his coattails. His face had become a common sight on the covers of financial news. Jiang Yun had thus become a household name, a significant portion of today, as headlines revolved around him. However, such circumstances were not uncommon. Before long, Jiang Yun's fame would likely fade, and how many would still remember him? What was that person's name again? Suddenly, Wang Xian turned sharply, his gaze fixed on the woman. Jiang Yun. You don't know him, do you? A smirk of derision graced her lips. They were worlds apart. You should look him up. Is this Jiang Yun someone who used to live in Ningxing? Is he around the same age as me? Wang Xian disregarded his game, tossing the mouse aside, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he looked at the woman. What? Are you planning to kidnap him? He recalled the comments he had seen online. I heard Jiang Yun has a security company. By the time you attempt to carry out a kidnapping, he would likely have you searching for your teeth. The woman remained unimpressed. Stop talking nonsense. Just look him up. Wang Xian coldly retorted, his mind racing back to the earlier call. Could such a coincidence exist? If the Jiang Yun from the internet was indeed the same Jiang Yun he knew, he might just have struck gold. Wow, he truly hails from Ningxing, but he is quite impressive. Just a few months in the capital, and he is already a renowned figure in the business world? How enviable. With Jiang Yun's information readily available online, Wang Xian quickly discovered some basic details about him. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slammed it down on the desk, leaping up in excitement. The woman was startled, nearly dropping her phone. What is wrong with you? She asked, frowning. Wang Xian dashed to the bed, enveloping her in his arms and planting a fervent kiss on her lips. This is amazing. We are certainly destined for a change of fate this time. Before the woman could inquire further, Wang Xian had already lunged at her, energetically engaging in his endeavors. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion strolled leisurely through the mall, eventually seeking respite at a cold beverage shop. Just as they were about to receive their drinks, Jiang Yun settled down nearby, shaking his head as he remarked, in this era of information, one encounters the same products wherever one goes. Had I known it would be like this, I might as well have stayed in my hotel room. Opposite him, Dong Taizhan managed a wry smile. Although Jiang Yun found the outing rather dull, he felt a certain joy in the company. Even though they were two grown men shopping, it was essential to procure some items. Jiang Yun lacked for nothing, which inadvertently benefited Dong Taizhan, who ended up with a few extra articles of clothing for no particular reason. Mr. Jiang, if you're feeling fatigued, shall we head back now? Dong Taizhan swiftly offered, his tone respectful. Jiang Yun sipped his fruit tea, preparing to contact Lu Qianqian for an update, when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Jiang Yun frowned slightly. The name Wang Xian stood out prominently. Upon answering, before Jiang Yun could speak, Wang Xian's enthusiastic voice burst forth that this Jiang Yun? I must apologize for earlier. My brother's demeanor was rather unbecoming. But do understand, I just had a rather unpleasant scolding from my boss. Chapter 450. A long-awaited name, Jiang Yun replied coolly. I bear you no ill will. Yet, despite his words, he could not shake his unfavorable impression of Wang Xian. Back in high school, although they were not the closest of friends, they shared the same circle, always seated at the back of the classroom. Over time, they had become comrades in the trenches, of course. They were also considered exemplary cases of what not to do in the eyes of their homeroom teacher. Jiang Yun, I just had a fierce argument with my boss and was promptly fired. How about we go out for a drink? It would be a great chance to catch up. Wang Xian continued eagerly, his tone filled with urgency and a hint of anticipation. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, glancing at the time. All right then, it happens to be mealtime now that I'm unfamiliar with the Northwest, so please provide me with a location, and I'll come find you. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Moreover, since Wang Xian had already explained the earlier incident, Jiang Yun was disinclined to hold a grudge. After all, not everyone possesses a life as privileged as his, where success comes effortlessly. Most people tread cautiously, advancing steadily. Yet even so, life often presents its share of chaos. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Just await my message, Wang Xian exclaimed excitedly before promptly hanging up. Jiang Yun shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling as he mused. I wonder what kind of job he has that allows him to dismiss his boss so casually. Dong Taizhan refrained from commenting. Soon after, Wang Xian sent a text message containing the coordinates of a restaurant. Let's go to this time for lunch with my classmate. Jiang Yun gestured to Dong Taizhan and made his way towards the mall's exit. He had already contacted Lu Qianqian, and things were progressing smoothly. Furthermore, Lu Qianqian had reached out to the construction team, and work on the factory would soon commence. Jiang Yun would not need to personally oversee these minor matters, nor would he have to worry about them. Once everything was on track, he could leave the Northwest at any moment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel. Have you lost your mind? We still can't be certain if that person is indeed the Jiang Yun mentioned online. How could you arrange to meet in such a hotel? Do you have any idea how much a meal costs here? Wang Xian stood before the hotel with his girlfriend, who incessantly chattered. Her tone filled with disbelief that we can hardly afford rent and are on the verge of being evicted, yet you dare to dine in a place like this? I've seen that Jiang Yun's photos online. Even though it has been years since we last met, I can still recognize him from his features. Isn't he supposed to have billions in funding? Why would a big boss dine with us? Wang Xian snorted dismissively, confident that everything was going according to his plan. Moreover, he had contingencies in place. His future depended entirely on Jiang Yun. Fine. Just know that I won't be footing the bill. If he doesn't pay, you might find yourself stuck here washing dishes, his girlfriend retorted, exasperated by his arrogance. Yet, Wang Xian appeared unfazed, completely indifferent to her concerns. Shortly thereafter, they boldly entered the hotel. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan arrived, gazing at the familiar hotel with a smile. What a coincidence! Have they been investigating me? Do they know we were staying at this hotel? The establishment before them was indeed where Jiang Yun had spent the night. The downstairs housed a fine dining restaurant, while the upper floors offered a blend of leisure and accommodation. Dong Taizhan remained silent, feeling that something was amiss, while Jiang Yun made those 2 phone calls. He had stood by Jiang Yun's side, and Jiang Yun had not made any effort to conceal the conversations, allowing Dong Taizhan to hear every word clearly. The rapid change in demeanor was too abrupt. Could it truly be a coincidence? Seeing Jiang Yun stride ahead into the hotel, Dong Taizhan snapped back to reality. Following closely behind, that AS Wang Xian had already sent the room number, the moment Jiang Yun pushed the door open. He was greeted by the sight of an old classmate he had not seen in ages. Wang Xian. Jiang Yun assessed him from head to toe, a faint smile gracing his lips, compared to their high school days. Wang Xian had indeed undergone a significant transformation. His physique noticeably less trim. Back in school, he had been a sprightly young man, but now he appeared as a middle-aged, portly figure, sporting a conspicuous belly and a pallid complexion. As if suffering from chronic malnutrition, Jiang Yun. It really is you. What a delightful reunion. Wang Xian exclaimed as he approached Jiang Yun, arms wide open for an embrace. That I've missed you terribly. Jiang Yun, however, did not reciprocate the enthusiasm. His gaze tinged with disdain. Wang Xian exuded an odd odor. Not quite body odor, but rather reminiscent of someone who hadn't bathed in quite some time, which was rather off-putting, although Wang Xian's hair and face appeared washed. His beard was unkempt, giving him a disheveled appearance. Jiang Yun nodded slightly and took a seat at the head of the table, his attention shifting to the woman beside Wang Xian. And this is... Wang Xian promptly stepped forward, eagerly taking the woman's hand to introduce her. This is my girlfriend, Su Lily. Su Lily regarded Jiang Yun with wide eyes, astonished to discover that he was indeed the Jiang Yun from online. It seemed Wang Xian was not entirely without merit, as he was in the presence of such an impressive figure. Mr. Jiang, I have long admired your reputation. Su Lily beamed, quickly grasping Jiang Yun's hand, her gaze lingering on his face. Despite being classmates, the two appeared to belong to different generations. Had they been seen walking down the street, passers-by might mistake Wang Xian for Jiang Yun's uncle. This stark contrast highlighted Jiang Yun's remarkable appearance. Jiang Yun also studied Su Lily for a moment. She was quite attractive, though not stunning, Yet she surpassed many women. It was evident that Su Lili and Wang Xian were an incongruous pair. Had Wang Xian truly become a successful entrepreneur over the years, thus attracting a woman like Su Lili? Just as Jiang Yun pondered this, Wang Xian's voice broke through his thoughts. Old classmate, do take a look at the menu and see if the dishes suit your palate. If not, we can certainly order something else. Chapter 451. A series of schemes. Upon hearing this, Su Lili smiled, though inwardly she was seething with disdain. Did he not know his own worth? How dare he act so grandiose? A meal at this restaurant would cost thousands, far exceeding their combined living expenses for half a year. How had she not noticed Wang Xian's pretentiousness before? Let's just have something light. The most important thing is to catch up, Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Yet he made no move to pick up his chopsticks. The sight of Wang Xian's disheveled appearance was enough to dampen his appetite, even causing a slight feeling of nausea. Perhaps exacerbated by last night's intoxication. Jiang Yun, what would you like to drink? Red or white wine, beer or spirits? Choose whatever you fancy. Wang Xian boasted, his chest puffed out as he added with a grin. No matter how much you drink today, I'll be right there with you. It is imperative to ensure that my old classmates feel utterly at home. Wang Xian truly embodies warmth and hospitality. I feel quite embarrassed as I indulged in a bit of drink last night and still find myself feeling somewhat unwell. Therefore, I shall abstain from any further alcohol. Jiang Yun outright declined. Had it not been for the circumstances of the previous night, he would not have touched a single drop. Moreover, early this morning, he felt a slight itch at the site of his wound, prompting him to consider a follow-up visit to the hospital. How could he possibly drink? No alcohol for him. Wang Xian appeared momentarily taken aback. His plans could only be executed after Jiang Yun had imbibed. This predicament left him somewhat perplexed that he then exchanged a glance with Su Lili. Took up a glass and confidently proclaimed, Very well. As you mentioned, our primary focus is on reminiscing, so there is no necessity to drink. I shall indulge in a couple of sips, while you may substitute tea for wine. Jiang Yun nodded slightly, politely raising his teacup to clink it with Wang Xian's. Before long, the two were engrossed in conversations about their school days. It is often said that those who have not attended school have missed out on the finest moments of life. And indeed, this holds true, especially the friendships forged during high school, some of which can endure for a lifetime. Once the trivialities of their high school days were broached, Jiang Yun and Wang Xian found themselves with an inexhaustible supply of topics to discuss. In a flash, Wang Xian appeared somewhat inebriated, and his chatter only increased. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan stood steadfastly behind Jiang Yun, resembling a statue, harboring a palpable disdain for the two in front of him, sensing their intentions were far from innocent. Although neither had acted inappropriately, a strong instinct told him otherwise. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Xian unsteadily rose, leaning against a nearby chair, and beckoned Dong Taizhan with a crooked finger, stating, Accompany me to the restroom. I feel a bit dizzy, Su Lili quickly interjected. I'll go with you. You stay here and keep my brother company. Wang Xian shot her a glare and muttered darkly. Dong Taizhan, however, seemed oblivious to Wang Xian's words. Maintaining his silent vigil, I said I need you to accompany me to the restroom. What's this? Are you disrespecting me? Wang Xian reiterated. Although Jiang Yun had not introduced Dong Tieshan's identity, he had already deduced the truth. A prominent figure would certainly have a driver or bodyguard, or perhaps a sycophant. It was clear that Dong Taizhan fit that description. Observing Wang Xian's inebriation, Jiang Yun gestured subtly to Dong Taizhan, calmly stating, Then you should accompany him, Mr. Jiang. Please take care that I will return shortly. Although Dong Taizhan could ignore Wang Xian, he had no choice but to comply with Jiang Yun's directive. Soon, Dong Taizhan was seen supporting Wang Xian as they made their way out the door. In an instant, only Jiang Yun and Su Lili remained in the private room. Having also indulged in a couple of drinks, Su Lili's complexion was slightly flushed, and her breathing had grown noticeably rapid. Particularly after hearing the door close, she felt as if her heart were racing to her throat. Having spent so much time beside Wang Xian, They could comprehend each other's thoughts with just a glance. After a moment's hesitation, Su Lily shifted her chair closer to Jiang Yun, letting her hand rest on his thigh. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so youthful. Those unaware might mistake you for a young heartthrob." Jiang Yun glanced down at her hand, crossing his legs in a manner that clearly denied Su Lily any proximity. His tone grew markedly indifferent. "You are quite young yourself." That Su Lily was momentarily taken aback. She held great confidence in her appearance. Back when Wang Xian opened his studio, it was her beauty that captivated him, allowing her to ascend to the position of the esports studio's matriarch. Yet Jiang Yun remained unfazed. Was he truly oblivious to her intentions? Su Lily's eyes darted, and she seized her drink, downing a hearty gulp. Liquid courage surged within her. Next, she circled behind Jiang Yun, draping her hand over his shoulder. Leaning in to whisper sultrily in his ear, "Mr. Jiang, are you free tonight?" Jiang Yun frowned slightly. Even a fool could discern Su Lily's implications. His expression shifted abruptly as he forcefully removed her hand and stood up. Distancing himself from her, his countenance darkened. "Please conduct yourself with propriety," Jiang Yun coldly cautioned. He had sensed something amiss between the two previously, but had failed to identify the nature of it until now. It was a ploy of seduction. "Mr. Jiang, please do not be so heartless. I am quite proficient in the arts of the bedroom. Should you experience it once, you will surely yearn for more," Su Lily hastily interjected, lunging once more towards Jiang Yun. Prior to their arrival at the hotel, she had conspired with Wang Xian to intoxicate Jiang Yun, then employ her charms to extort him handsomely, ensuring a life free of financial woes. However, Jiang Yun's refusal to drink had disrupted their plans. Yet they still had a backup strategy: coercion. Just as Su Lily leaped into Jiang Yun's embrace, before he could push her away, the door to the private room swung open. Dong Taizan and Wang Xian stood at the threshold, clearly astonished by the scene before them. Even Dong Taizan was bewildered. How could Jiang Yun be interested in such a woman? At that very moment, a cacophony of sobs rang out. Su Lily swiftly shoved Jiang Yun aside, rushing to Wang Xian, tears streaming down her face as she pointed accusingly at Jiang Yun, proclaiming, "He tried to take advantage of me. Had you not returned just in time, he would have surely stripped me of my clothes." Chapter 452. One scheme fails, another is launched. "Strip me of my clothes?" Wang Xian's expression darkened considerably, and he clenched his fists tightly. Dong Taizan, standing beside him, instinctively stepped in front of Wang Xian, clearly concerned that the man before him might take some rash action that could endanger Jiang Yun. "A divine presence watches over us. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your lies?" Jiang Yun shot a cold glare at Su Lily, his voice low and steady. Yet Su Lily ignored his words, continuing to sob. "How will I ever face anyone again? If word of today's events gets out, I might as well wish for death. I thought you were a big shot and would never act out of line, which is why I felt secure dining with you. But little did I know, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing." At that moment, Dong Tieshan's face turned pale, his teeth clenched tightly, his gaze turned fierce. Having been by Jiang Yun's side for over a year, he knew exactly what kind of man Jiang Yun was. And Su Lily before him did not seem virtuous at all. It was clear she was deliberately framing Jiang Yun. In an instant, Dong Taizan surged forward, seizing Su Lily's arm, glaring down at her with cold intensity, that "If you dare to continue slandering Mr. Jiang, do not blame me for being uncivil. Oh, really? You are the ones at fault. Yet you dare to threaten me. If you have the guts, kill me now. After all, my life is worth little. Do you think I fear death?" Su Lily defiantly thrust her neck forward towards Dong Taizan, adopting an attitude of fearless defiance. The most lethal affliction in this world is poverty, and both she and Wang Xian had sunk into dire straits. What did they have to lose? Dong Taizan was taken aback. He had never encountered such a difficult woman. Meanwhile, the inebriated Wang Xian lunged at Dong Taizan like a madman bang. Although he and Dong Taizan differed greatly in size, he still charged forward, headbutting Dong Taizan in the lower back. Caught off guard, Dong Taizhan stumbled back a few steps, his grip on Su Lily remaining firm, causing her to fall alongside him. A dull thud echoed as Su Lily collapsed beside him. Blood! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in everyone's ears. Wang Xian instinctively recoiled, his gaze fixated on Su Lily as he stammered. You killed her." Jiang Yun's attention shifted to Su Lily, his expression darkening further, as Su Lily had struck her head against a chair leg, causing a minor injury. There was some blood on the floor, but it was not excessive. Clearly, her injuries were not severe. Thud. Wang Xian, terrified, plopped down onto the floor, his condition exacerbated by the alcohol, making it difficult for him to remain upright even without the chaotic scene unfolding. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yun paid no heed to Su Lily. Instead, he approached Dong Taizhan and helped him to his feet. Dong Taizhan, rubbing his lower back where he had been inadvertently struck by Wang Xian, shook his head slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing, Mr. Jiang. Just a minor bruise, rest assured." Only then did Jiang Yun's anxious heart begin to settle. "Very well, we have no further business here, let's take our leave," he stated calmly, preparing to depart with Dong Taizhan, eager to avoid any further entanglement with Wang Xian and Su Lily. After years apart, the so-called bond of camaraderie among classmates had long since soured. Jiang Yun had little desire to engage in further futile conversation with the pair before him. "Trying to leave? Today's events are far from over. You must take my girlfriend to the hospital for an examination. Otherwise, I shall fight you." Wang Xian, snapping back to reality, swiftly rose from the ground and dashed towards the exit, shouting, "Murder! Someone come and see." He brazenly exaggerated the situation, seeking to draw attention to himself, as he presumed his status as a wealthy boss would shield him from consequences. Sure enough, his outcry prompted the doors of nearby private rooms to swing open, and numerous diners emerged to witness the commotion. The hotel staff hurriedly arrived on the scene, with the lobby manager at the forefront. He rushed to the door of the private room, assessed the situation within, and immediately focused his gaze on Su Lily, who was clutching her head, blood staining her hands and the floor. That it was unclear what her condition was. Noticing that Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan intended to leave, the lobby manager stepped forward, gesturing to several waitstaff, who promptly blocked the exit. "Sir, you cannot leave just yet," the lobby manager insisted, given the nature of the incident. The hotel could not absolve itself of responsibility, especially since Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan were deemed suspects. There was no justification for allowing them to depart without clarification. Jiang Yun frowned slightly and pointed at Wang Xian, stating in a low voice, "He was the one who attacked my friend, which led to his girlfriend being inadvertently harmed. Ultimately, they brought this upon themselves. They cannot blame anyone else." Jiang Yun had seen clearly the true natures of Wang Xian and Su Lily. It was evident that this gathering was nothing but a trap. "Was it not you who first assaulted my girlfriend? How else could I have reacted? Therefore, you have brought this upon yourself. You cannot blame anyone else," Wang Xian retorted, his tone self-righteous. There existed a stark social disparity between him and Jiang Yun, and he believed that in order to compel Jiang Yun to yield, he needed to attract more attention to the situation. The more chaotic it became, the harder it would be for Jiang Yun to resolve the matter, allowing Wang Xian to extract more money from him. Dong Taizhan, his expression darkening, stepped forward, known for his fiery temper. He could hardly tolerate Wang Xian's insults to Jiang Yun. "Cease your meaningless babble. Have you even looked at what your girlfriend looks like? Compared to Mrs. Jiang, she doesn't even measure up to a single toe. How could Mr. Jiang possibly spare her a second glance?" Upon hearing Dong Tieshan's words, the onlookers exchanged glances, clearly feeling the weight of his statement. Chapter 453. You must be hospitalized. There are always two sides to every story. And with only 4 individuals present in the private room, no one truly knew what had transpired inside. While one shouldn't blindly trust Dong Tieshan's account, neither should one accept Wang Xian's claims without skepticism. From any perspective, Jiang Yun did not strike one as a person prone to wrongdoing. To Su Lily, feeling a fiery sting in her cheeks, was not merely responding to the injury on her head. Rather, she felt deeply humiliated by Dong Tieshan's remarks that it was a blatant slap in the face, an affront to her dignity. She held an unwavering confidence in her appearance and figure, even if she could not rival Jiang Yun's wife. Surely she was at least comparable to a mere toe. In an instant, Su Lily sprang to her feet, deliberately smearing blood on herself to create the impression of a severe injury. She then declared, "No matter how you spin it, you were the ones who struck first. If you refuse to take me for treatment, then I might as well end it all." Being assaulted and ignored, did she not deserve some dignity? The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement that Su Lily had a point. Emotionally and logically, Jiang Yun owed her medical attention. "Sir, given the severity of this young lady's injuries, shouldn't you?" The lobby manager approached Jiang Yun, concerned that the situation might escalate further. If the parties could settle this matter privately, it would be for the best, sparing the hotel from complications that a lawsuit stemming from today's events could tarnish the establishment's reputation. And the higher-ups would not easily forgive him for it. Jiang Yun hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. This was not merely about money. He recognized that Wang Xian and Su Lily were attempting to extort him. Yet, acknowledging this fact, if he still chose to accompany them to the hospital, would he not be inviting trouble? However, with so many eyes upon him, and Su Lily indeed appearing to be seriously injured, neglecting her plight might worsen the situation. Jiang Yun found himself torn. "Mr. Jiang, we need not concern ourselves with her. This woman is clearly trying to cause a scene. Let her be, if she wants to pursue legal action. We will gladly face her." Jiang Yun was not lacking in funds. Litigation was an expensive endeavor. In this back and forth, the contest was simply a matter of who had deeper pockets. Observing Wang Xian and Su Lily, it was evident that they could not sustain a prolonged legal battle, and the issue would likely fizzle out. What kind of person behaves this way? Truly, there's no compassion to be found. I believe the wealthy boss is the one bullying others. Following Dong Tieshan's remarks, the crowd began to side with Wang Xian and Su Lily, directing their ire towards Jiang Yun. The weak always elicit sympathy. This is an unchanging rule. Upon hearing the murmurings of the crowd, Jiang Yun quickly interjected, "Enough. Let us not dwell on this, but we must go to the hospital. That is paramount. Though situated in the northwest, should this incident gain traction or be discovered by those with ulterior motives, it could easily spread online. The repercussions would not only tarnish Jiang Yun's reputation, but also jeopardize Yinxue Group and his other enterprises." Choosing the lesser of two evils, he felt compelled to follow Wang Xian and Su Lily's lead. Exchanging glances, Wang Xian and Su Lily shared a knowing smile that it worked. Initially, they had planned to use charm to entice Jiang Yun, and while it might cost Wang Xian his girlfriend, the prospect of financial gain outweighed all else. For Wang Xian, money was paramount. His rent was nearly due, and he had little concern for his girlfriend's welfare. As Jiang Yun and his companion exited, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The lobby manager wiped the sweat from his brow and suddenly seized one of the waitstaff, urgently inquiring, "Did they pay?" The staff member hesitated, embarrassment etched on their face. In the midst of all the chaos, no one had considered collecting payment. Incompetent fool! The lobby manager kicked the staff member in frustration. But by the time he rushed outside, Jiang Yun and his companions had already departed. Behind him, several waitstaff trailed, their expressions grim. This was the first time they had encountered a dine-ish. I just glanced at their bill. The meal totaled several thousand, the lobby manager scolded, leaving in a huff. The waitstaff exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. Ultimately, they were the ones who would bear the brunt of this misfortune, which was truly infuriating. Half an hour later, at the hospital, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan sat on a nearby bench while Wang Xian accompanied Su Lily for various examinations. Jiang Yun glanced at the receipts on the adjacent seat, frowning as he mused. Having traversed the river for years, I've finally gotten my feet wet that I truly underestimated the situation. Jiang Yun shook his head in resignation. Previously, he had never doubted Wang Xian's intentions. Nor had he anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. It was precisely this naivety that had led him to fall into Wang Xian and Su Lily's trap. That Mr. Jiang, we really need not concern ourselves with their treatment. Su Lily is clearly no good. Why should we bother with her? Moreover, her injury was a consequence of her own unreasonable behavior. Why should we treat her? Dong Taizan grew, increasingly agitated, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Yet a flicker of guilt lingered within him. If it weren't for his actions, how could things have progressed to this point? He instinctively touched his waist, while Jiang Yun's eyes gleamed with interest, her gaze fixed upon him. "Wait, does your waist hurt?" Jiang Yun quickly inquired. "That it's nothing that I just checked, and there's no bruise or anything that I reckon after a good night's sleep. It should be fine," Dong Taizan replied nonchalantly. Previously, in preparation for his role as a professional bodyguard, he had undergone rigorous training. Compared to that, this minor injury was hardly worth mentioning. No, you must be in pain. Moreover, you need to be hospitalized immediately, Jiang Yun said with a radiant smile, exuding confidence, realizing her intent. Dong Taizan slapped his forehead, suddenly comprehending her meaning. Although he and Jiang Yun had not physically harmed Su Lily, it was all initiated by Wang Xian's earlier collision with him. Ultimately, if Su Lily attempted to extort them, they could employ the same tactics. An eye for an eye. Mr. Jiang, you are truly astute. No wonder you have become a renowned entrepreneur. Your depth of character is indeed unmatched by ordinary individuals, Dong Taizan chuckled, giving Jiang Yun a thumbs up and continued to shower her with compliments. Jiang Yun shook her head in exasperation. It seemed that having been around her for too long, he had absorbed the behaviors of others and picked up some unsavory habits. When did he learn to flatter? However, Jiang Yun chose not to linger on the matter. After patting Dong Tieshan's shoulder, she led him towards the examination room. Meanwhile, outside the examination room, Su Lily's head injury had been treated. Yet she deliberately claimed to feel dizzy, prompting the hospital to conduct multiple tests. More blood tests? I've already had several vials taken today. Can't you negotiate with the doctors? If nothing else, just offer them some money. I really don't want to undergo any more imaging or MRIs, nor do I wish to have more blood drawn, Su Lily complained. She glanced at her elbow, the site of the blood drawn now bruised. Now they were moving to the other ARM. That IT wouldn't be long before that arm bore the same marks. That IT was summer, and she wanted to wear stylish short sleeves. Some might guess she had been drawing blood at the hospital, while others might think she had been a victim of domestic violence. Just bear with it a little longer, that I've made up my mind. We must extract several million from Jiang Yun this time. If he refuses to pay, we'll just prolong our stay in the hospital. Wang Xian quickly kissed Su Lily on the forehead, having now viewed her as his cash cow. Su Lily hesitated for a moment, frowning as she said, "But you must promise that the money goes into my hands, that I've made significant sacrifices, that I've heard that excessive MRIs can destroy white blood cells, potentially leading to cancer. Furthermore, my time with you has been financially strained. I often can't afford a meal with enough oil. Now I've had several vials of blood drawn, and I'm worried about becoming anemic." Wang Xian inwardly cursed Su Lily, wondering how he had not noticed her resemblance to a nagging mother. Despite his thoughts, he continued to comfort her, attempting to soothe her emotions. Just as the two were entangled in their own concerns, footsteps approached from behind. "What are you doing here?" Wang Xian turned to see Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan, coldly inquiring, "Didn't I tell you to wait over there?" Jiang Yun, undeterred, walked towards the stairwell, beckoning the two with a finger. Soon, they all arrived at the stairwell. After lighting a cigarette, Jiang Yun pointed at Dong Taizan and said, "Your girlfriend is injured, and my friend is also in considerable pain. That I trust you haven't forgotten about the incident where you hit my friend." Dong Taizan clutched his lower back, feigning great discomfort. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Xian asked warily, his tone icy. "Recently, my friend and I were involved in a car accident, but my friend's injuries are far more severe than mine. Can't you see his leg is somewhat impaired? All of this is a consequence of that accident. His body hasn't fully recovered, and then you collided with him again. How do you plan to settle this?" Jiang Yun snorted derisively, stating the facts without any intention of deceit. This Wang Xian and Su Lily exchanged glances, their faces paling. "That I don't care. Don't try to deceive me. I merely bumped into him. How could that possibly cause him to become incapacitated? If we follow your reasoning, then I could claim I have a concussion." Wang Xian resorted to blatant denial, while Su Lily jumped a few steps back, continuously echoing his sentiments. Witnessing their attitude, Jiang Yun finally understood the situation. It was a classic case of like attracting like. These two were clearly cut from the same cloth, colluding together in their misdeeds. Truly, it was repulsive. "So, you admit you hit someone?" Jiang Yun pressed, suppressing his rising anger. "Yes, I did hit him. What are you going to do about it?" Wang Xian scoffed, producing 2 cheap cigarettes from his pocket and nonchalantly lighting one. "That if I recall correctly, had you not hit my friend, Su Lily wouldn't have ended up on the ground injured. Would she?" Jiang Yun continued, clearly trying to extract a confession from Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian, having spent years immersed in gaming and having established an esports studio that required minimal personal interaction, possessed low emotional intelligence and failed to grasp Jiang Yun's insinuation. "Indeed. So what? My wife is the victim, and even onlookers previously thought it was your fault. If you truly wish to take this to court, I believe everyone will side with us," Wang Xian declared triumphantly, confident that everything was going according to his plan. In any case, if he did not extort several million from Jiang Yun, he would not easily let the matter drop. "All right." Jiang Yun clapped his hands, a broader smile spreading across his face. "How utterly foolish." Pointing to his pants pocket, Wang Xian and his accomplice soon noticed that a phone's camera was trained on them, currently recording their actions. You're recording us?"